In the middle of a nightmare, he woke up to find himself lying on a grass field, with many people around looking at Li Changxian like a strange creature. The system announced the achievement of a resurrected fake who carried memories from a past life, granting memory retention and adding 5 to all stats. So these things count as achievements too. The people around began to panic as a gate suddenly appeared. They had never seen this happen before. Changxian did not care much about them. He only thought brown eyes speaking Korean he had truly returned. What a delightful feeling this was. But when the system announced the opening of Zone 1, Changxian immediately sprang up and dashed forward like crazy. Everyone was bewildered by that dangerous action. They felt the face of this man was very familiar. Could he be that tyrant? Although full of energy, he had not run long before Changxian began to feel tired and out of breath. He thought to check his body, requesting to open the system window, but the system reported it could not be opened because his authority had been revoked. Part of the system was updating and using administrator privileges, so the status window was opened. Finally, the system panel opened, but it was strange. Changxian saw the divine name Twilight of the Gods, title error, affiliation error, all stats error, skills and authority unreadable. Everything was error. What had happened to the promise of the King of Hell? As he hesitated, the system announced the window had been refreshed with newly updated data. Changxian divine name Twilight of the Gods, skill authority soul collection level 1 new, execution sword level 1 new. As soon as Changxian closed the skill window, the system continuously warned that he had been detected by a black mamba. Seeing Changxian, the snake opened its gruesome mouth and lunged forward as if wanting to devour him alive. Changxian showed no fear but rather interest. He needed to grow stronger as fast as possible by killing monsters for experience points. Thinking that, he did not hesitate to use the item given newcomers by the game. Just one basic slash made the snake vanish. The system immediately reported that he had slain the black mamba in a perfect one-hit kill, receiving the skill low-level dagger technique, leveling up, and the goddess of the pleasure festival had taken an interest in him. Changxian laughed inwardly, determined that besides growing stronger fastest, he must become the rookie most noticed by them. The underworld dungeon for humanity on one hand was a cruel disaster, but on the other hand was an opportunity unfolding before their eyes. For the gods and constellations as well, they used the dungeon to select followers to spread their faith. The gods would choose their apostles, those they favored to carry out the divine will. Many people yearning for power from the gods risked their lives venturing into the dungeon, but many also perished there without catching the attention of any god. For the arrogant gods and constellations, ordinary beings could not even catch their eyes. Only a few fortunate humans with enough faith could meet the necessary conditions, or that person had to prove extraordinary talent. Like Changxian now, a series of outstanding performances had attracted the god's attention. The system reported the goddess of the pleasure festival was interested in him. Changxian chuckled, thinking this was no different from hitting the jackpot. Changxian knew this goddess. Her real name was Pepinsa. She was a war goddess who owned many weapons and loved hunting. But the jackpot he referred to as Pepinsa's mother, the chaos primordial evil dragon Tiamat. Changxian guessed that from the start luck was on his side. His dagger skill must have attracted her. Sure enough, the system confirmed his judgment. The goddess of the pleasure festival was curious about his hunting skill. Changxian twirled the dagger in his hand. He smiled faintly and said he would show her what she wanted. The following time, Changxian continued to probe the forest. A stream of green gas caught his attention. Part of the forest's outer edge was enveloped by toxic gas, so the monsters here must have potent venom. Changxian analyzed and wondered. In that case, Plan C was the most stable. Just then, 2 black mambas shot out, attempting to ambush him. Changxian, as if anticipating this, he gripped the dagger tightly, spun around into a combat stance, and opened his mouth to say he would use the tactic of striking the grass to startle the snakes. Next second, he leaped high to dodge the 2 snakes' bites, while swinging the dagger to slash down the body of one, killing it instantly. The system reported that the low-level dagger technique skill was activated. He had slain a black mamba and earned experience points. The remaining snake also did not escape the same fate as its comrade. The system congratulated him on earning experience points and leveling up. Because of the scent of fresh blood and the commotion of battle, a few more black mambas charged in, which was exactly what Changxian wanted. He held the dagger in his hand, no different from death wielding a scythe, reaping the lives of the snakes. Black mambas grew more numerous, but Changxian was not afraid. His face was cold and composed. He continuously dashed through the swarm of snakes as if performing a dance of death. Wherever he passed, none survived. The system continuously reported level ups and that he had nearly wiped out the snake pack. His senses sharpened from combat. After an unknown amount of time, Changxian stopped because there were no black mambas around anymore. He swept his gaze and saw a few remaining snakes looking at him in fear. The system reported they regarded him as a natural enemy, and the title Black Mamba Butcher was created. Black Mamba Butcher was a title for a hunter who had killed over 100 snakes, its effect adding 5 to strength and instilling fear in snake-type monsters. Changxian did not let the remaining snakes go. Their fear only excited him more. He grabbed his weapon and charged to hunt them down. In his heart he madly screamed, yes, this was the feeling of continuous slaughter, the long-forgotten tingling ecstasy of battle. Whether in Acadia or here, it brought him a feeling that was both terrifying and joyful. But everything was destroyed when those damned gods captured him on the grounds of harming the world, and in the end they gave him a death sentence. In truth, they feared an ordinary person who could stand on equal ground with them. At first, he had no intention, but if that was what scared them, then he would do it. Then he would do it. The human body was weak, and prolonged fighting made Chang Xian tired. The system notified that the low-level dagger skill had maxed out. The intermediate skill was unlocked. The god of pleasure was very surprised by his skill. You have run out of stamina and entered a state of exhaustion. Find a safe place to rest. It was still too early to be surprised. Chang Xian smiled lightly, extending his arm forward. From the Black Mamba's corpse, a stream of energy flew up and converged into his hand. The system notified that you have used Soul Force. Hellfire activated, you received the remnant soul of the Black Mamba. Recovered 5% stamina. You are no longer exhausted. The god of pleasure was surprised, wondering what skill he had. Chang Xian clenched his fist, feeling his stamina recover. He smiled and continued hunting Black Mambas. In his heart, he thought, how would she know? This was an exclusive skill from the Hell Emperor. She probably thought it was just a stat from the First Awakening. No matter how curious she was, she could not meet him to interrogate him, because she was still bound by the rules of a demigod. No one would be crazy enough to break the rules just to check the information of a few newbies. A moment later, Chang Xian stopped, panting heavily. No matter what happened, he was not worried thanks to the domineering system from Hell. Without it, the status window would have been exposed. Chang Xian muttered, casually stabbing his dagger into the neck of a sneaky snake, ending the fight. The system notified that you have dealt with the final snake. Received a new achievement. Reward for hunting 444 snakes. Strength +5, low-level poison resistance. Chang Xian happily opened the system window to check his personal information. Chang Xian, title Twilight of the Gods unusable. Title Black Mamba Hunter. Hell Link level 6. Strength 14, agility 16, stamina 13, magic 0. Accumulated stat points 35. Intermediate dagger technique level 3, low-level poison resistance level 1 / judgment level 1. Special info. A god is interested in you. You can increase favor by fulfilling their wishes. Looking at his personal panel, Chang Xian smiled. His skills and stats had increased a lot. Even his magic points had increased. From now on, he could use skills freely. The important thing was that Papinsa had taken notice of him. Next, he fell into thought. After the Black Mamba, it would be the Red Mamba, and finally the Blood Serpent. Fortunately, he had received low-level poison resistance, making the hunt easier. The Blood Serpent was a huge boss, the leader that controlled the Mambas. It sounded absurd to go see it before reaching level 10. Chang Xian's goal was to single-handedly kill the Blood Serpent. This was a great opportunity to make an impression on the gods. The most important thing was the Blood Serpent's venom fang. He needed poison immunity as quickly as possible. The reason was that one of the reasons the Twilight of the Gods failed was because of their terrible poison and curse resistance. Chang Xian would not make this mistake a second time. Chang Xian was furious, gritting his teeth with determination for Gaia's curse. He needed the fang to overcome that curse. At that moment, the dagger blade in his hand shattered and disappeared. The system notified that the beginner weapon's durability had run out. Looking at the bare hilt, Chang Xian sighed. For it to last this long was already incredible. Suddenly, something flew down from the sky. A weapon embedded itself in the ground next to Chang Xian's foot, startling him. He steadied himself to look and was stunned, his mouth hanging open. Dragon scale pattern, it must be a weapon from Tiamat. What were they thinking? The system notified that the god of pleasure had sent a gift and placed a bet on you. If you fail and waste time, he will kill you, as expected. That meant the price for failure was death. Truly, the gods treated their creations like trash for entertainment. That was the reason he hated those gods and stars. But this might be good. If he went in the right direction, he would reap many benefits later. Above all, the Tiamat dagger. Possessing it was the greatest gift. Thinking that, Chang Xian did not hesitate to pick up the weapon. Alright, what do you want me to do? The system notified that he had accepted the bet. The god of pleasure was satisfied with the courageous spirit. Mission generated, hunter certificate created. Sometime later at the crowded starting point, suddenly, someone yelled for everyone to gather. Everyone turned around suspiciously. What was going on? Did someone want to be a leader? A man in military uniform pulled out a card and introduced himself as Second Lieutenant Hei Song, a named player belonging to the National Military Awakened Force. This is an emergency, please follow my instructions. The crowd murmured, lucky there was a player here. But would that other guy who ran straight into the forest be alright? Hopefully nothing bad happened. Could he have thought he would find something good to eat in there? A young man man in a blue jacket sitting under a tree spoke up. No way, at least he possesses much greater assets than everyone else. Someone asked curiously. How can you be so sure? The blue-jacketed youth leisurely replied. His name is Tyrant, the leader of St. Ben. Someone remembered. I remember now, I've seen him before, though his private life was not good. Thanks to his good looks, he got many advertisements. He was a spoiled rich kid. Why would someone like that run into the forest? The blue-jacketed youth laughed. Heard he got addicted to the drug dua after retiring from competition. Probably got tired of life and wanted to commit suicide. A young man in a red jacket came up from behind and whispered, "Hey, shut up, why do you keep rambling?" The blue-jacketed youth retorted, "What did I do?" At that moment, a system notification board appeared in front of everyone. All black mambas have been eliminated. Everyone was wide-eyed and open-mouthed. A little girl with brown hair asked, "Everyone is in the safe zone. How were the monsters killed?" But this was just the beginning. Every few minutes, a new notification appeared. White worms eliminated, green fruits eliminated, red mambas eliminated. Player Chang Xian is going berserk. Song frowned, silently watching the system board. The blue-jacketed youth found it hard to believe, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Hey, why is everything like this? Time went back to when Chang Xian had just received the mission. He was using Soul Force to recover stamina while checking the mission system. Hunter certificate, classification generated. Description: because the development of the divinity of pleasure was stagnating, he wanted more followers and priests to improve the cult. But the current talents are already sponsored by other supreme beings. In his distress, he found you. Pleasure is considering you as a follower with excellent hunting skills. However, things are not easy at all. You need to prove your strength. In the next 24 hours, use the dagger given to hunt the blood fiends. Failure means death. Success will grant you the evil dragon Fang and be chosen as an apostle. So that was it. No wonder she had her eye on him from the start. He did not expect her situation to be this bad. Thinking back, Tiamat and Ben Madok once had a major conflict. Could that be related to this incident? On one side is Ben Madok, the strongest zodiac among the 12 houses Taurus. On the other side is Tiamat, the chaos evil dragon, mother of the pleasure beast. Chang Xian felt interested, thinking that even though he was not sure, he could still profit from this matter. Next, Chang Xian looked at the new weapon in his hand. This was no ordinary item. The system noted Evil Dragon Fang. The Chaos Evil Dragon used its fang as a gift for its beloved daughter. This item has a will of its own. Classification: Spirit Dagger. Damage: incalculable. Effect: unknown. The weapon was currently borrowed. Its original properties could not be used as the conditions were not met. This was exactly what he wanted, but an extra gift would be an extra joy. Thinking this, Chang grinned, showing his teeth. Hey, are you interested in a bet? The system announced. The god pleasure beast tilted its head and asked you what you meant. Chang Xian replied, 30 minutes. The system announced. The god pleasure beast still did not understand you. In another 30 minutes, I will destroy the blood serpent for you to see. So, please grant a more generous reward. Chang Xian made his proposal and calmly stood waiting for the result. Soon after, the system announced again. The god pleasure beast laughed at your proposal. He accepted, but warned that the punishment of death for you would not be peaceful. Having achieved his goal, Chang Xian smiled and said thanks, then grabbed his weapon and dashed swiftly towards the mission target. The first monster Chang Xian encountered was the Moon Predator. He took only 3 moves to take it down. The system announced level up, strength increased by 3. Next came the swarm of green fruits. Though their numbers were vast, Chang Xian's level had increased and his physique was improved. The weapon in his hand was also much bettered when he faced the Mambaden snake swarm, so their fate was no different. The system announced level up, stamina increased by 2. Rumors of the bet between you and the pleasure beast were spreading across the world. A few other gods were very interested in your combat experience. Some gods stroked their chins as they witnessed your martial talent. After finishing off the green fruit pack, Chang Xian glanced coldly at the notification board, smiled, and continued heading towards the Blood Fiend's location. On the way, whenever he encountered monsters, he dealt with them at top speed. Finally, he saw the Blood Fiend, the mission target. He did not attack immediately but hid behind a tree trunk to wait. More audience, more profit. The system announced. The god Pleasure Beast was annoyed by the uninvited guests. He warned the other gods that you were his first. Chang Xian smiled, silently hoping there were as many gods interested in this as possible. He hoped some of them were decent. The system announced, level up, you have reached level 10. Novice training complete. Achievement young talent received. Seeing this, Chang Xian's eyes lit up. Here it is, the condition to unlock the hidden class. Sure enough, a follow-up notice appeared, reward all stats plus 5, hidden class unlocked. Chang Xian thought to himself, in his past life he chose a Lancer, but this time he would not pick those mediocre classes. Both Dragon King and Dark King were good but very hard to play. That being the case, Berserker might be the best choice. Berserker possessed massive damage, but in exchange, the mind was always unstable. However, there were a few tricks to control this. He would pick Berserker to complete the bet. The monster was hard to kill even for a level 20. Without delay, Chang Xian clicked on the hidden class reward. Result appeared, please choose a class. 1. Swordsman. 2. Lancer. 3. Archer. 17. Hidden Dragon Descendant. 18. Hidden Night Wanderer. 30. Hidden Ancient Script Master. After seeing the entire list, Chang Xian's eyes widened, his face turned ugly, and he opened his mouth to speak. Damn it, it is not here. The system announced 6 minutes. Chang Xian frowned in confusion. No matter how he tried to reason it, Berserker should be there, so why was it not appearing? System announced, the god Pleasure Beast was wondering how you would complete the bet. 3 other gods were also eager to know which class you would pick. Time was running low, Chang Xian was forced to make a choice. He looked seriously at the list, considered, then reached for the hidden ancient script master class. He lamented that writing runes would be troublesome, but their destructive power far surpassed the Berserker, and they also compensated for physical strength in battles that did not require force. Immediately after, the class change process began. You have chosen Ancient Script Master as your main class. You have changed your class to Ancient Script Master. Agility increased by 5, magic increased by 5. New stat Wisdom has been added. New stat Willpower has been added. Class skill Create Rune has been unlocked. Class skill Engrave Rune has been unlocked. The god Pleasure Beast was shocked by your choice. Another god burst out laughing. The class change process completed. Chang Xian ignored the god's attitudes and checked his skills. Create Rune creates runic scripts. Success will level up the skill and reduce creation time. Level 1, Classification Active Class Skill. Effect creates scripts. Engrave Rune engraves runic scripts onto a desired target, turning an object into a creature depending on skill level. Level 1, Classification Active Buff Class Skill. Effect Support Magic. Chang Xian thought to himself, exactly as he predicted, these 2 skills would appear. He still had 4 minutes. Next, Chang Xian used 30 of his accumulated stat points to increase Wisdom, and 25 accumulated points into Willpower. At this moment, perhaps the class change process had caught the Blood Fiend's attention. Lunged forward to attack the tree trunk where Chang Xian was hiding. Chang Xian quickly jumped aside to dodge. The system announced, Create Rune has been activated. Success rate has been increased thanks to your stats. Then, it was seen that Chang Xian used the weapon in his hand to cut his other hand, causing blood to splash out. He never thought that the runic scripts he was forced to learn by those old bastards would one day come in handy. With a brief sigh, he directly used the blood to write incomprehensible runic scripts onto the dagger's blade. As the final stroke was completed, the scripts suddenly lit up. The system announced, Engrave Rune has been activated. Explosion Rune has been engraved. The god Pleasure Beast had foreseen the situation and laughed, curious how a novice like you knew runic scripts. You have successfully created and engraved a rune thanks to your concentration and strong willpower. Skill level increased. Reward received, Explosion Rune deals 5 times the effect for 1 minute. Magic has been absorbed. You have entered a state of aspiration. Chang Xian smiled as he looked at the glowing weapon in his hand. Next, he let out a loud roar and charged at the blood serpent, going on the offensive. In his heart, he judged there were about 3 minutes left, and that was more than enough. The sound of Chang Xian's battle from the beginning had attracted the attention of the people in the safe zone. They looked towards the source of the explosion and dust, exclaiming, "It is him again." Chang Xian among the crowd muttered that there had been thousands of sounds like mine blasts from the forest, but this one was the biggest compared to the previous ones. Everyone whispered to each other, "What the hell is that? What is happening up there?" The system announced that player Chang Xian had started attacking the boss. The boss's name was Blood Serpent, and everyone was stunned stiff upon seeing the notification. The young man in the red jacket opened his mouth, speaking as if things had already progressed that far. The young man in the blue jacket also exclaimed in shock. But right after, the young man in the blue jacket angrily shouted, "Damn it, that guy wants to kill us." Every time they met him, it was the same. He always wanted to do things his own way. The young man in the blue jacket ran up to Uncle He-song and yelled, "What are you going to do? We are all going to die." Uncle He-song calmly replied, "Like I said, just stay put." The young man in the blue jacket wanted to add more, but was stopped by Uncle He-song. Just a moment of carelessness could get everyone killed. He was unwilling but could only curse helplessly, "Damn it." Uncle He-song no longer paid attention to the young man in the blue jacket. His gaze fixed on the flashes of light within the layer of dust. He speculated quietly if he was right. That light was the critical hit effect of a skill. If so, then that kid was even more than he imagined. We still have a chance. I wonder what is happening over there. Over at Chang Xian's side, the battle had reached its decisive moment. A man and a snake charged at each other, unleashing their strongest blows. A loud explosion immediately rang out. The safe zone received a new series of notifications that left everyone gaping. You have completed the first boss hunt, Blood Reaper. You have completed the first part of the dungeon exploration quest. Total ranking 5,000 points. First place Chang Xian 4999 points. Second place Hei Song 1 point. Rewards will be based on performance. Hei Song stood there dazed, his mind filled with only one thought. At this moment he had foreseen the arrival of a new emperor on the 10 Kings ranking. After the boss was defeated, everyone was still in shock from this earth-shattering event. Just then, a massive red serpent had emerged from the forest. The sight made them scream in fear, but strangely the monster did not attack anyone. Its body gradually came into view. They discovered it was being dragged by a person. Xian. He Song looked at Chang Xian in confusion. What was that look in his eyes trying to say? Chang Xian looked around the safe zone and asked, "Are all of you here players?" He Song stepped forward and answered yes. Chang Xian nodded, pointed at the blood serpent and said, "The boss has been taken down. I hope you all can help clean up the small monsters." A hope, no, more like a request. He Song thought to himself, his expression unnatural, but he still spoke. "We will take care of that, you rest for now." Chang Xian looked at the expressions on everyone's faces along with He Song, then sighed and shook his head, dragging the blood serpent as he turned to leave. "It seems I make you all uneasy, so I will find another spot." Hearing that, everyone started to murmur. Is he a tyrant? I hope so, but he just looks so different. Could he be a demon in disguise? No way. If that were true, we would all be dead already. Right. Haha. Only the young man in the blue jacket was silent, gritting his teeth as tears welled in his eyes while staring at Chang Xian's back. Chang Xian left the safe zone, recalling their words, "I hope so, but he just looks so different. Could he be a demon in disguise?" Chang Xian shook his head and laughed. "A demon, so that is how others think of him. The system notified you have 1 hour of rest before the second phase begins. Countdown starting." Chang Xian walked to an empty piece of land and threw the blood serpent's corpse down. "This place should be fine," he said as he walked to 4 corners and carved rune symbols onto the ground. The stones formed a barrier surrounding him and the blood serpent. The system notified, "Rune barrier has been carved. Your skill has leveled up. Low-level rune creation has reached its limit, unlocking the higher skill basic rune creation." Chang Xian looked at the blood serpent's corpse and decided to deal with this gift first. The system notified you have received 2 ranking achievement rewards and 3 hunter certification achievement rewards. Chang Xian softly said, "Accept rewards." The system notified, "Random rewards are ready. Please select 1 category you are interested in. 1 skill, 2 effect, 3 equipment, 4 achievement points. Skills and effects at this level are nothing good, and using Evil Dragon Fang is more than enough for equipment. So I will definitely take this one." Chang Xian thought to himself, then decisively chose achievement points. The system notified you have chosen achievement points, received 10,000 karma. You have received 5,000 karma. Current achievement points 15,000. Chang Xian smiled softly and said, "The one constant in both the human realm and this world is money. I must stockpile as much as I can before the store opens for sale." Next are the stat points. Chang Xian laughed as he ordered the opening of the system window. Li Chang Xian. God's Effect Twilight unable to use. Title New Mamba Butcher. Hell Link. Profession Ancient Language Master. Level 15. Strength 36 plus 25. Agility 32 plus 20. Stamina 29 plus 20. Magic 10 plus 20. Wisdom 33 plus 20. Willpower 28 plus 20. Skill Intermediate Game Usage Level 5. Rune Carving. Exclusive Information. Cumulative Stats 50. Chang Xian happily rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "Great. Taking down the blood serpent was the right decision." System notification. According to the previously mentioned rewards, Evil Dragon Fang belongs to you. The god of kinks is craving you. Many other gods are intrigued after learning the bet results. Some stars have their eyes on you. Suddenly a red notification board appeared. The god of kinks warning anyone who dares touch you is challenging the evil dragon's wrath. Chang Xian saw this and covered his mouth with a quiet laugh. Next, a betting reward notification appeared before him. The god of kinks wondered what gift you wanted. You have the right to take 2 rewards. Dragon's Treasure has been opened. The reward list includes 1 artisan gold ingot, 2 holy grails of paradise, 3 omnipotent stones. Chang Xian focused on the list, unable to help but exclaim, "So many items, truly the treasure of a dragon." The system notified the god of kinks said, "You can take anything you like," asserting this to encourage you. Many other gods were surprised by this reward. Some stars were attracted by the treasure. "This round is not enough to satisfy me yet. If I take the reward, I will become a slave." Thinking that, Chang Xian flat out refused and closed the list. Red notification frame immediately appeared. Window closed. You have not taken any items. Seeing this, Chang Xian was not flustered. He calmly smiled and watched the next notification. The god of kinks frowned and wondered what scheme you were planning. Some gods asked your true purpose. The reward for not taking any items has been converted into achievement points. You have received 1 million karma. Total 15,000. As he expected, Chang Xian said with a laugh, "I knew it. When the system saves it automatically, the later rewards are easier to use. That is how I claim rewards." The system reported that the god of pleasure was very disappointed and wanted him to become a loyal follower. Chang Xian refused without hesitation. He wanted to accumulate more combat experience and had no interest in being anyone's follower. Chang Xian glanced at the achievement points from the bet and then smiled deeply. He wondered, Wouldn't betting with gods always earn more points? The system reported that the god of pleasure was furious because he dared to mock him. The god angrily warned that he would regret this decision. Chang Xian ignored it, feeling contempt in his heart because there was no reason to show respect to those gods. The system notified that several gods were munching on popcorn watching the show. Some wanted to turn him into a follower, and a few others who were previously indifferent now showed interest. Looking at the dense notification board, Chang Xian silently speculated that if he proved his unmatched talent, many entities would vie for him. Moreover, if the battle with Ben Maddock actually happened, the Tiamat side would definitely need many talented people to join. The system reported that the god of pleasure was angrily staring at him with flaming eyes. Chang Xian turned his head away, everything was going according to plan, and he decided to continue the next act. Well then, shall we start right away? He had to squeeze every last drop of value out of this boss. As he thought, he picked up his weapon and began processing the corpse of the blood fiend. The system reported that he received blood, meat multiplied by 5, and eyes doubled. Some gods wondered what he would show them next. News about the bet and the refusal of a god was spreading fast. Many curious gods connected to Dungeon Channel KG9721. The number of current connections was skyrocketing. While Chang Xian was diligently collecting the loot, at the safe zone, two young men, one in red and one in blue, were sitting together in a corner. After a moment of silence, the young man in blue couldn't help but frown and ask if he thought he could also do things like that. The young man in red asked back doubtfully. The young man in blue explained he meant becoming a player. The young man in red was startled upon hearing that, jumped up, and shouted that he must be crazy. The young man in blue angrily retorted, if a junkie could do it, why couldn't he? The young man in blue lowered his head, laughed darkly, and then whispered that he was sure he could do it. Not before, but here he felt he would awaken the talent sleeping inside his body. Look, a message from a god. The young man in red curiously looked over. The system notified. The god Twilight-Piercing Owl had taken an interest in the player Changzi. The young man in red widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Had he already completed the awakening test? Suddenly, a blinding beam of light in the sky attracted everyone's attention in the safe zone. Everyone looked up and saw a ray of light piercing through the layers of clouds. That ray of light fell exactly onto the safe zone. At the same time, a notification appeared in front of each person. An administrator had arrived. The ray of light hit the ground, creating a thick cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a creature that looked like a little boy with long rabbit ears. The creature was wearing a vest, a gold watch slung across it, and leaning on a cane. He loudly introduced himself. Hello, I am Harold, the administrator of Channel KRL. After the introduction, Harold held a large gold watch against his chest, tilted his head, and flashed a smile that he thought was extremely friendly. The people in the safe zone were not only unhappy but also suspiciously spoke up. Administrator, why did that guy suddenly appear here? Hearing this, Harold awkwardly laughed and explained, oh dear, suddenly appearing and disturbing everyone's rest like this. How embarrassing. You must be wondering why I came here, because some things have happened, and I need everyone to understand the situation clearly. According to the administration office's policy on the principle of non-interference, we try not to get involved in your current affairs. But suddenly the dungeon stage transition speed skyrocketed, greatly annoying the supreme administrator. I apologize to everyone, but it seems I am forced to increase the dungeon's difficulty. Panicked shouts began to ring out all around. Wait, what is going on? Harold paid no attention to the crowd's reaction. He raised his hand high and snapped his fingers. The protective barrier of the safe zone instantly shattered and vanished before everyone's eyes. At the same time, everyone received a new notification. The dungeon difficulty increased based on their performance. The safe zone was removed, and monster stats were enhanced. Panic enveloped the area. Some stared blankly towards the forest, while others lost their composure and loudly questioned Harold about what he had done. Hae Song in the crowd now showed a look of anger that bordered on ferocity on his face. The way Harold appeared and acted brought back an unforgettable memory of the last Purge event. In that event, he was the only one who survived in the end, but his body was covered in wounds. Before his eyes were blood and corpses. Beside him a large system panel with 4 words full of mockery. Truly disappointing. Returning to reality, Hae Seong took a deep breath to calm himself, scanning the faces of fear and despair on the people in the safe zone. For some reason, he thought of Chang Xian. Along with a speculation that sent chills down his spine, the gods had once summoned an administrator to increase the difficulty, to find the outstanding ones and turn them into disciples. Must I stand by and watch innocent people fall again? Were the gods trying to test his talent, Li Changxian? The system announced. Rest time was lifted, monsters roamed freely in a hungry state. You could form parties of up to 10 people, and needed to collect 99 gems to complete stage 2. Everyone hurried to find anything as a weapon, then trembled and cried out, I have never heard of this situation. System countdown, 5, 4. In the chaos, Harold suddenly appeared behind Hae Song and softly asked, so you are the player Hae Song, right? Hae Song flinched and turned around demanding, you know me? Harold smiled and replied, "Of course, you are the sole survivor of the evil dragon cave. You are one of the most watched people by the administration office. Good luck surviving this time." After speaking, Harold flashed a sinister smile and vanished. When Harold vanished, the countdown time also reached 0. This signaled the official start of Stage 2. The roars of monsters echoed from the forest. Haesong turned back and saw monsters bursting out of the forest, charging towards the crowd. Many people panicked and turned to run. Damn it, where did they come from? The braver ones stood still, holding crude weapons, and tremblingly shouted the attack. At that moment, one person acted unusually. That was Jian Changxi. He dared to charge alone straight towards the pack of monsters. "This is my chance," Changxi thought to himself, his eyes flashing red, his face joyful as he glanced at the system panel. "The blessing of the god Twilight-piercing owl resides within you." In the forest, after struggling with the blood zombie corpse for a while, Chang Xion finally got what he wanted. The system notified, "You have received the blood zombie's venom fang." Chang Xion held the venom fang in his hand, smiling as he said, "Poison immunity skill, come to me soon." The system announced that Phase 2 had begun. Many gods were interested in your performance. They placed heavy bets on your survival. The sudden announcement startled Chang Xion. He put away his smile, looked towards the safe zone and whispered, "So the purge is starting again. Just when I thought I would have a bit more time, could this be the consequence of winning the bet against Pepinsa? Perhaps that has drawn more attention from those gods than expected." Chang Xion opened his personal panel to check his status. HP 151 out of 448, MPA out of 250, SP 2 out of 30. This was tough. The biggest problem was definitely stamina. He wanted to recover stamina, but it seemed there was no time. Chang Xion frowned, did not dare hesitate, grabbed his weapon and left this place. Not far into his run, Chang Xion encountered a large red monster, with waves of flame rising from its body. Chang Xion recognized it at a glance. It was a fire salamander. Phase 1 had venomous creatures, now it was the turn of those using venomous fire? If that was so, then the later phases would have ice venom, iron venom, and body venom. So then, what he needed to collect in this phase was fire energy. Silently deciding, Chang Xion changed direction towards the fire salamander. The fire salamander also detected him. It immediately opened its mouth and spewed fire. Chang Xion quickly ducked to dodge, maneuvering himself to the monster's belly position, not engaging head-on. Next, he used the sharp weapon, Evil Dragon Fang. He continuously moved around the fire salamander's belly area, unleashing slashes that cut deep into its flesh. The fire salamander was completely passive, whether it turned its head to spew fire or whipped its tail. Chang Xion evaded it all easily. Finally, Chang Xion leaped high to dodge a flame blast, landed on its body, and used the Evil Dragon Fang to deliver a fatal slash that ended the battle. Standing on the fire salamander's body, Chang Xion compared that the stamina of these creatures was inferior to a black mamba snake, but they usually traveled in packs, so they were harder to kill. Afterwards, he used his weapon to cut open the fire salamander's belly. Then he took out a red fist-sized ball from inside. The system notified, "You have found a fire gem." Chang Xion smiled. He did not hesitate, opened his mouth wide and swallowed this fire gem directly. The system notified, "You have swallowed a fire gem. You received low-grade fire resistance. You collected 20,000 fire energy." Chang Xion sat on the fire salamander's corpse, spat out a small flame, and silently calculated that he needed to find many more fire gems. This item was the next condition to achieve the poison immunity of the Samedi True Flame. Thanks to these gods, I could easily fulfill the conditions to obtain that flame. Poison immunity was the special skill of the Antares Scorpio constellation, one of the 12 zodiacs and also an old enemy of Chang Xion. This skill allowed him to have the innate talent to resist all kinds of poisons, create toxins, and transform them into poison blood. The Chang Xion of the past had been careless when fighting Antares. He had inadvertently been hit by Gaia's curse, a curse that weakened divinity, and ultimately was defeated by Antares. However, fate had brought Chang Xion to the Netherworld Kingdom. Thanks to Thanatos, he could now learn the secret arts of the fallen stars. Thanatos once said, "You are free to learn all their secret arts here. It helps strengthen you, and is useful when fighting against the 12 zodiacs, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." There were fallen stars sentenced to exile in hell. The 12 zodiacs had made enemies of them, and some of them also wanted to teach those bastards a lesson. Council of the 10 Elders of the Fallen Stars had decided to impart all their knowledge to Chang Xion. Thanks to them, he learned the fastest way to possess poison immunity. One elder held a deep grudge against Antares because his daughter had been murdered by him. As the first to impart knowledge, Chang Xion called him the Prime Elder. Back to the present, Chang Xion had just swallowed the first fire gem. But 1 fire gem was still not enough to reach the heat of the Samedi True Flame. Therefore, he grabbed his weapon and went to find the fire salamander's lair to take all the fire gems in their bellies. 3 days later, in another part of the forest, Changzi also just chopped off the head of a fire salamander. The system announced, "You have annihilated the fire salamander." Player Changzi is becoming excited. Rian Changzi bared his teeth in a grin. That's right, this was the feeling. At this rate, I can easily kick that bastard Chang Xion out. He opened the ranking board to look. Dungeon ranking. Changzi stared wide-eyed at the ranking board. He gritted his teeth, wondering how this could be. That guy must be cheating. Immediately after, a notification panel appeared in front of him. The Dusk God X recommends you also use a shortcut like your opponent does. Changzi's eyes lit up. He excitedly opened his mouth quickly. Is there really a way to advance faster? What is it? Please teach me. I beg you, please grant me more power. System notification. God X said that he has seen your determination and will lend you a hand. Not far from there, several people were sitting on the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. He looked towards Jian Changzi with eyes full of envy. Indeed, this world was only for the talented. If we were as strong as them. Hei Song was also in the crowd. He carried a large weapon on his shoulder, looking at everyone and silently thinking they had grown weary after 3 consecutive days of fighting. On the contrary, their jealousy only increased. It was understandable, because common people like them also yearned to become strong. And not just one, but almost all of them felt that way. At this moment, Jian Changzi walked up to the crowd. He stared at them, bared his teeth, and said that I just got a new skill. The gods had finally answered our prayers. He has shown us the way to become strong players. Sometime later, in front of a cave entrance, a 4-legged monster with long horns and a layer of fire armor ran up with a terrified expression. It quickly ran into the cave while silently screaming, "At this rate, everyone will be killed. If it the mother, the queen of the mountain, then that bastard was not human." That was also the monster's last thought. Chang Xin had caught up and sent it and its swarm to the other world. When he retrieved the flame gem from the mountain monster's carcass, he heard a little girl's scream echoing from deep within the cave. Chang Xian ran in and saw a little girl in a pink backpack being chased by a monster. Just as the monster was about to pounce on the girl, Chang Xian rushed over in time and slashed its head off. Afterward, he turned and asked the little girl if she was okay. The little girl cried out in fear. Chang Xian reassured her. He was Chang Xian, not a monster. Calm down. The little girl stopped crying and looked at him without speaking. Chang Xian asked why she was alone and where the others were. The little girl sobbed in reply. They were all dead, her friends too. Were killed by someone named Changzi. She showed the mark on her hand to Chang Xian. Changzi said this thing could share divine power. Chang Xian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then declared, "A total scam. This is clearly a demon's mark. This thing is a sign that you have sold your soul to a demon. The mark of the Ul through the dusk is not like this. If the mark bearer dies, their life force and soul are stripped away. The life force is transferred to the host. The soul belongs to the demon. That bastard Jian, he has probably grown much stronger by now." Chang Xian examined it closely and realized this was high-grade goods. If it was a demon, it would have to have surpassed the Demon King rank, but it still was not enough to cause him trouble. Chang Xian thought as he turned and walked away. Seeing this, the little girl clung to him and pleaded, "Please help me." Chang Xian looked annoyed, thinking about how to handle this little one. He already saved her from that fire bear just now. The little girl did not give up, convincing him that she was good at housework, laundry, and cooking. In return, please help her become stronger. Chang Xian turned his head, and the determined look in the little girl's eyes softened his heart. She just wanted to avenge her friend, right? The little girl was silent, her eyes brimming with tears. She pulled a chocolate bar from her backpack, her heart aching, tears streaming profusely as she offered it to Chang Xian to show her sincerity. Chang Xian was at a loss for words, but he reluctantly accepted her tagging along. But first, he had to fix the mark on her hand. At the same time that bastard Changzi absorbed the remaining life force from the cursed players who died. This new power made him even more frenzied. The youth in red called out to Changzi, hesitating. In response, he met Changzi's cold, sharp gaze. He answered fearfully, "Nothing, sir." He kept staring fixedly at the demon mark on Changzi's hand. Then he looked at the mark on his own hand. It was clearly limiting their actions. Another person called out to Changzi and he barked. "Did you find what I told you to?" The youth, nursing an injured arm, replied, "Yes, I found it." The man in red gritted his teeth in anger. That man treated them like slaves. It was a prison. Changzi ordered, "Is there a hidden area here? Hurry up, get ready for the boss fight." He gave a sinister smile. "Chang Xian, just wait, I will carve you up soon." Many gods were connecting to the dungeon channel, intently watching the fastest cleaner. A series of notifications appeared before the little girl's eyes, but she was busy luring the rotten zombies that Chang Xian assigned. First, she activated the water surface float skill, creating a whirlpool to suck in a few zombies. Then, relying on Chang Xian's charming rune, she lured the entire group to chase her. Taking that chance, Chang Xian ambushed them from behind and took down the entire horde of zombies. He praised her. "You are good at setting up tricks. I will carve a charming rune on you, and you will lure many monsters for me. Just run fast and attract them. Do not look back unless I order you to." The little girl immediately did as told. After a while, Chang finished off the zombie horde. He turned and asked, "Is that the last of them?" The little girl ran over and answered quickly, "Yes, I lured all the monsters within a 300-meter radius." Chang Xian continued, "What about that other plan?" She replied, "I checked every nook and cranny. It is all done." Chang Xian told her, "Now run as far away as you can. You would only get in the way." That look of absolute trust made him uncomfortable, another burden on his shoulders. The little girl said yes and quickly went to do the task. Chang Xian looked around warily, thinking if it followed the plan. Just as he thought that, a wave of toxic smoke from a far shot straight into his nose. The system immediately notified him. The final boss, the plague giant spider, had appeared. The giant spider charged at terrifying speed, extending sharp legs to attack. Cheon nimbly dodged the blow. The little girl heard the noise and turned around, seeing a horrifying scene. The giant spider was charging straight toward her. As the short-haired girl panicked, Chang Xian swung his weapon in an arc to block the pursuing spider. The short-haired girl seized the opportunity to continue running to carry out the mission Chang Xian had given her. Facing the monster, one of Chang Xian's eyes suddenly changed color. The world serpent god thought highly of you and granted a gift, the snake eye skill temporarily transforming into the venomous snake eye. The venomous snake eye is a hunting weapon of snakes, helping you assess the terrain and your prey's weak points. Level 1 active enhances senses, designates weak points. Chang Xian looked at the system notification and guessed this great reward must come with a test condition. If so, he would just accept it. Chang Xian used the venomous snake eye to analyze the giant spider and spotted a weak point on its front leg. He decided to attack first, but he had to purge the poison in his body first. Chang Xian activated his poison resistance skill and stored fire energy to cleanse the toxins within his body. Due to this, he not only successfully purged the poison, but his low-level poison resistance skill was also upgraded. Achieved the feat of using all the energy from 666 fire gems, receiving a reward of fire attribute enhancement, an additional 5 points to stamina. After the cleansing was complete, it was time to counterattack. Chang Xian, as swift as a flash, slashed at the giant spider's front leg as planned. At the same time, he began calculating his next move in his mind. Currently, what he was aiming for was the venom, and among all types of poison, venom gland of the plague giant spider was the most valuable thing. Chang Xian used the venomous snake eye to search for the location of the venom gland. After determining it was located on the upper back of the giant spider, Chang Xian then leaped onto its back and stabbed down hard, but the giant spider's hide was so tough that the weapon was deflected. This action caused the giant spider to take notice of him. It began spitting acid at Chang Xian. Chang Xian reacted quickly, jumping to the side to dodge. Can even spit acid. Truly 3 days of leveling without wasted effort. Now that he had provoked it, what now? Run. No sooner said than done. Chang Xian to his heels and ran for his life. While Chang Xian was wrestling with the boss, Chang Zi's group had neared his location. Seeing the rotting zombie corpses on the ground, the group panicked. Only Chang Zi went berserk. He was deluding himself into saying it wasn't Chang Xian's doing when the system notified. A new achievement had just been recorded at this moment. Chang Zi stared blankly at the ranking board, his face twisted. EDX said, if you continue to embarrass me, the consequences will be severe. EDX warned this was the last chance. Upon hearing this, Chang Zi was terrified. He bit hard on his thumb until it bled, thinking that damn bastard definitely had something wrong with him. How could a normal person get strong so fast? Regardless, he had to dig up information to get stronger. Just then, the system announced to the entire server that Chang Xian was fighting the plague giant spider. Chang Zi immediately ran off to find him. He absolutely had to kill Chang Xian. Little did Chang Xian know someone was yearning for him night and day. After running for his life for a while, he had agitated the giant spider. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. At the same time, the plague giant spider fell straight into a deep pit. Turned out he had earlier instructed the short-haired girl to set a trap, and his running was just to lure it in. The moment the giant spider fell into the pit, the explosion bomb was activated. The system announced that the plague giant spider was being burned. The world serpent god burst into laughter, because the spider had stepped into the trap you set. Not stopping there, after the burning wave, the piercing bomb continued to activate, catching the giant spider off guard. The system announced again, and the world serpent god laughed out loud again as it fell for traps one after another. Achieved the feat of dirty and venomous schemes, rewarded with +5 wisdom and the low-level trap-setting skill. Thanks to the rope he had prepared, Chang Xian did not fall. He grabbed the rope and looked down, saying coldly that this was just the beginning. The giant spider was battered by the traps, severely injured but still lucky enough to stay alive. Looked up and saw Chang Xian clinging to the rope. He looked at it with a gaze full of affection, saying, "Truly a boss. Your health bar is really thick." But the rope Chang Xian was holding unfortunately snapped due to the piercing bomb. Another wave of bombs activated, and this time the giant spider truly could not take it. It used all its strength to leap out of the pit, and then ran for its life. Chang Xian smiled and said, trying to run, "The game is not over yet, little spider." He grabbed onto one end of the broken rope and swung after it, continuing to attack with traps. At this time, Chang Zi's group had arrived. Witnessing the giant spider being beaten like a dog by Chang Xian, they could not help but be horrified. He thought that if he fought now, he would definitely die. He had to choose the right moment. Just a little longer, and he would surely be exhausted. Chang Zi thought to himself, then a wicked idea flashed through his mind. He turned around to look at the group of players behind him. He just needs to use this group as bait, gradually wearing down Chang Xian's stamina. That man will not be wary of innocent civilians, making it easier to kill him then. He needs something to ensure his death is certain, perhaps a victim. At that moment he happened to see the short-haired girl running past. Chang Zi could not contain his glee, sneering maliciously. This was the factor he needed. Returning to Chang Xian after the fight with the super spider, he finally made his move, unleashing a fatal sword strike that finished off the super spider. He successfully obtained its gland. Holding the plague super spider's gland in his hand, Chang Xian immediately absorbed it into his body. A series of system notifications rang out. Leveling up, you have reached level 20. You have completed the 5th and final chapter of the dungeon exploration quest chain. The final ranking will be announced. Dungeon ranking maximum score 100,000. First place Chang Xian 97,450. Second place Chang Zi 2,000. Third place Park He Xian 550. The management office congratulates you on achieving outstanding results. Achievement points are accumulating. A god is interested in you. A god wants to question you. The red dungeon is about to close. God said they want to possess you. The snake horse world god threatens those coveting you. He insists that he was the first to set his eyes on you. As Chang Xian absorbed the new surge of power, Chang Zi's group lay in ambush waiting for the opportunity. Seeing him sitting motionless, he flashed a vicious smile. He thought Chang Xian was exhausted to the point of being unable to stand up. He immediately ordered his comrades to charge and attack. But unexpectedly, as they rushed in, Chang Xian suddenly flashed a sinister smile. He slowly stood up. Chang Zi's system immediately notified him that God X laughed out loud, saying a good play was about to unfold. Chang Zi's team had fallen into a trap. All of them panicked. The most shocked was Chang Zi himself. He could not help but blurt out, "What the hell?" Chang Xian looked at him affectionately, enunciating each word. "Surprised, are you? It means your time is up, boy." Even though they were just sacrificial pawns, Chang Zi did not hesitate to order the killing of Li Chang Xian. Advance. His teammates, though terrified, still had to force themselves to comply. Chang Xian's expression turned serious. He charged straight into Chang Zi's formation, cutting down those who blocked his path, wounding them. But none of them were fatal wounds, just enough to stop them from hindering his advance. The emergency quest to escape the trap was initiated. God X was very amused. Chang Zi X Cool's team was frozen for 5 seconds. Everyone around Chang Zi was struck down. He had no choice but to confront Chang Xian directly. He swung his weapon and charged into a clash of skills. But the gap in strength was too great. The moment his weapon touched Chang Xian's sword, his hand was knocked back and he screamed in pain. Seeing this, Chang Xian showed no mercy and continued his assault. Chang Zi barely dodged at the blow. He ran towards his teammates, using them as human shields. This time Chang Xian did not hold back, directly sending those people to their deaths. "He is too strong," Chang Zi blurted out in panic. He needed more power, so he killed his own teammates without hesitation, ignoring their screams and pleas. He Song on the hilltop witnessed everything. Just as he thought, Chang Zi was merely a plaything for the gods. The one who interested them from the start was Chang Xian. Chang Zi was now no different from a fish in Li Chang Xian's net, exactly like him back then, toyed with by the gods. He thought that after killing his teammates, he would receive the victim's life force according to the contract seal. But the system reported a transfer malfunction, leaving him unable to react in time. While Chang Zi was still in shock, Chang Xian rushed over like a god and stabbed him. Chang Zi could predict the direction of Chang Xian's weapon, but this time his strength was too great, so his defensive weapon failed. Chang Xian showed no pity, severing one of his arms. Chang Zi clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony, "My arm, damn it." The pain did not stop. He saw the purple hue of his teammates. A plume of black smoke rose, and then shot straight towards Chang Xian. The system notified that the victim's life force had been transferred to another. Chang Zi was stunned. How did he do that? Chang Xian thought and spoke at the same time. "It seems I have heard of this name before." After a moment with no answer, he indifferently uttered a single word. That attitude infuriated Chang Zi. "Do you really not remember me?" Chang Xian calmly replied, How could I remember?" That remark enraged Chang Zi. "You really forgot me? The one you kicked out of the team for a minor mistake, remember?" Oh, at this moment the memory of Chang Zi surfaced in Chang Xian's mind. "Now you remember, you crybaby who whined when you got kicked out of the team. The name that annoyed me because you selfishly clung to that position. It's you, isn't it?" As he spoke, Chang Zi stepped closer, tightening the rope. "Years have passed, and you're still just a pathetic failure." Whether in the past or the present, Chang Zi was always looked down upon by Chang Xian. He swallowed his tears, unsure if it was anger or hurt, his eyes as if they wanted to tear Xian apart. "Shut up, don't mention the past anymore. Now I have a patron god." God X stared at the former blessed one, a brat unworthy of his favor. The world seemed to collapse before Chang Zi's eyes as he saw those notifications. "No way, don't. Am I just a pawn for you? You failed to complete the mission and fled the trap." Chang Zi watched Chang Xian slowly raise his weapon high toward him. Dark memories flooded back like a torrent, driving him mad with screams. That day, he stood in a corner watching his team receive the award. Seeing Chang Xian hoist the trophy high, cheered by everyone. "Your punishment will be carried out. Execution. I shouldn't have been jealous of him. It's all Li Chang Xian's fault." That was Chang Zi's last thought before Xian sliced off his head. Another one gone, only the system remained. It continued to announce, "Player Chang Zi has died." According to the contract, the victim's life force is transferred to the master. This is a massive source of energy, so it will take time to fully absorb. Energy immediately flowed into Chang Xian. Dronzer's teammates stood watching, astonished at the immense energy pouring into him. The energy flowed into Chang Xian because he had modified the mark of the short-haired girl. Before absorbing her, he used a beast bone knife to adjust the mark for her. This made her a host as well. If that energy poured into her, she would become overloaded and die instantly. Therefore, Chang Xian engraved an additional conduit. The energy, instead of going to the short-haired girl, would all be redirected to him. The source of energy was too great for Chang Xian to swallow easily. The system rang out. The world serpent god advised him to absorb it slowly because it was different. He said greed was not good. Discard a portion of the power. He praised the idea of using low-level runes to transfer the host as very practical. Chang Xian didn't care about the advice. He was still straining to accommodate the energy. He felt as if he had just drunk an entire jar of century-old wine, but even greater than that. The system transmitted another message, this time from the dark-haired god. God X said this was just a small test, and he had completed it excellently. Chang Xian knew he was testing him. Who was he after all? God X considered a worthy reward. He decided a surprise reward would be revealed in 5 seconds. The countdown began. At the same time, a stream of dark power enveloped his body and lifted those with the mark into the air. The system panel displayed a choice of yes or no. Chang Xian became serious, understanding its meaning. Song hid behind a rock, witnessing everything. He couldn't help but clench his fist, so they were replaying that event again. Anyone who didn't please them like Chang Xian would be killed and discarded like trash. Looking at Chang Xian's vacant eyes, Song knew he had decided to act against his fellow man. There was no reason to refuse a gift from a god. Song helplessly watched Chang Xian raise his hand ready to choose. The result was beyond expectation. Chang Xian pressed the reject button, and the countdown immediately stopped. The system rang incessantly. God X was troubled by the unexpected decision. He told him to feel free to accept that gift. God X said that human life was the most useful material for magic. Chang Xian made up a random excuse. My mother told me not to accept gifts from shady strangers. Song, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. Good one, buddy. God X tilted his head, wondering what he was talking about. He noticed his title was masked and let out a sneer. That god was about to reveal his identity. Demon god who escaped from hell looked at him with a sly smile. Hearing about a demon who escaped from hell, Chang Xian couldn't hide his shock. It's Mephisto. Mephisto was suspicious of his reaction. The system relayed. He asked if he seemed to know him. Chang Xian thought to himself that he was in trouble, quickly replying that he was just surprised by the title. Mephisto was no stranger to Chang Xian. Among the archdemons, he was the head and stronger than even Tiamat. He rarely showed himself because he loved solitude. So why was he here? Chang Xian's answer convinced Mephisto. The system said he had also been thinking about this and reassured him not to worry. He wanted to ask him what he desired. Just then, another god's message cut in. The goddess of pleasure and touch warned the demon not to touch her people. Chang Xian was delighted, thinking it was Papinsa. He thought she had abandoned him. He didn't expect her to dare confront the demon. Thank you very much. Consider this a debt I owe you. The Crimson Prison is about to close. Players, be careful of strong tremors. A 10-second countdown begins. Hey, mister. Wait a moment. A familiar voice caught Chang Xian's attention. The short-haired girl ran over from a distance, still having the alluring rune on her. The girl said urgently, "At least give me your contact number." Chang Xian threw the knife in his hand to her and spoke softly. Follow the instructions on the knife. The people there are capable of breaking the mark for you. I'm not strong enough right now. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Take care. As soon as Chang Xian finished speaking, the countdown also ended. The short-haired girl wanted to say more, but Chang Xian had already vanished. The Crimson Prison completely collapsed. You have all worked hard. At the same time, the short-haired girl lost consciousness. When she woke up, she saw that the Crimson Prison had disappeared. She and the survivors returned to their families. There was widespread talk about the Crimson Prison being cleared by a single person. It was the hottest news of the day. She still felt unreal. It wasn't until she was tightly hugged in her parents' arms that she believed she was alive. Wait, where did he go? She flinched and looked around for Chang Xian, but he had vanished without a trace. She regretfully held the knife Chang Xian had given her, looking forward to the day they would meet again. That night, Chang Xian sat on a bridge, looking up at the stars. A moment later, the system announced. The world serpent god said he preferred a more lively life. But well, relaxing while watching the night sky was also good. The demon god is still waiting for your answer. Chang Xian ignored it, remembering that person, and thought to himself, old man, though the method is far from the original plan. But in the end, I have returned here. The next morning, the system continuously sent notifications to Chang Xian. The lust deity is expressing hostility towards the gods who wish to possess you. The world serpent god licked his lips and laughed gleefully. The demon god who escaped hell cared nothing for others, only waiting for your reply. The lust deity went mad, telling the others to listen to him. him. The demon god who escaped hell is waiting for your answer. Seeing the gods fighting over him, Chang Xian felt smug. He thought 2 out of the 3 were already a success, but through his skill he had also lured the great demon. Since gates and dungeons opened on Earth, this was the first time anyone had caught the attention of so many gods at once. The system reported a new quest. The quest chain for choosing a patron god has been initiated. The player can select one god to receive blessings throughout the journey. Think carefully, as this affects your entire future life. The lust deity believes he is the wise choice for a talented hunter, and will grant the Origin Apostle title. The world serpent god said he admires cunning humanity, and loves your destructive power, and will grant the sage prophet title. The demon god who escaped hell said nothing, waits for your reply, and will grant the ultimate observer title. Chang Xian calculated, ranking the gods, Papinsa then Jokmungan, with Mephisto at the top. The others could promise nothing much compared to these 3 names, so he'd not care about them. 4 minutes passed, another prominent name appeared in Chang Xian's mind. As if by telepathy, the system relayed that candidate's message. The Twilight Owl god holds great hopes for you. Minerva, the goddess with the title Mephisto, had been temporarily dismissed. He did not expect the justice-loving goddess to be interested in him. Perhaps he caught Minerva's eye when he spared those under the curse. The sin scale gradually balanced, good 40%, evil 60%. The lust deity, the demon god, the serpent god, and the owl god are all waiting for your answer. There are 9 gods interested in your final choice. If you do not choose, you may fall behind other players due to lacking blessings. Therefore, choose a patron soon. Chang Xian let the time pass, deciding not to choose anyone. The waiting time ended. You received the Athi status, achieving the humanity that rejects the gods. Several gods became both angry and intrigued by your bottomless greed. Reputation increased. You received 100,000 mana. Chang Xian looked at the skyscraper, his expression serious. Clearing the dungeon would be more difficult. The WBCFF Association, the Council for Free Players Worldwide, abbreviated as WBCFF. This association's name is actually an international organization under the current UN Security Council. The organization was founded several decades ago to manage gates and dungeons, preventing their impact on the Earth's environment. Gradually, the organization possessed immense power in status and international influence, but it only applied to high-ranking executives. At the WBCFF headquarters office, Yi Yun, a rank 3 agent, shouted at a male employee, "What the hell is this?" The male employee, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at the screen and replied, "What do you think? Those tabloid journalists are doing what they do best, stabbing us in the back." Then he showed her a new article. Super dungeon disaster, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction, is slowly coming to an end. An association employee stated this was inevitable, not a big deal. Is it okay to let the dungeon explode? Experts say the display of power only increases public concern. Yi Yan read this and slammed the table in anger. What were those bastards thinking? For the past 5 days, she had been busting her ass ensuring their safety, evacuating civilians, directing the military, setting up defense lines, even almost getting fired for daring to threaten the executive board to request help from a neighboring country. What did she get in the end? The young man was indifferent to her words, tilting his chin toward the screen. Look at this article. Yi Yan saw the line, "Mysterious Factor L, who is person?" Yi Yan had a headache, pulling out a cigarette while asking, "Who do you think leaked the information?" The young man did not answer, turning to plead with her, "Don't smoke in the room." Hearing this, Yi Yan got even angrier, raising her hand in a threat. "Shut up, or do you want a punch?" The young man, protecting his teeth, reluctantly went along. Yes, shutting up now." Yi Yan started to checkmark. "I told you to prevent information from leaking out." The young man sighed. Talking is always easier than doing. Luckily, the reporters only considered this a rumor. They seemed to know nothing about that stranger. How could there be someone who solo cleared a 2-star dungeon and then vanished without a trace? Yi Yun puffed on her cigarette, her expression thoughtful. How could an ordinary person do that? Could it be a demonic entity? She had to contact that person before the other guilds. But after trying every method, they still could not find him, which was what irritated her. Even using security surveillance cameras was useless. Just then, the universe sent a signal. A man rushed in breathlessly to report, "Found him." Yi Yun was so anxious she dropped her cigarette. "Where is he? Give me a clear address." "He is at home." "Yes, he is currently at his residence." Chang Xian casually walked into the house as if nothing had happened, going straight to the kitchen. His pet dog wagged its tail and barked happily to greet him, then followed him inside. His mother was busy cooking, and when she saw him enter, she smiled warmly. "Have you eaten anything yet?" Chang Xian replied, "Not yet," his face excited. "That smell is kimchi stew." He had not smelled the scent of kimchi stew for over 1,000 years. This delicious aroma gradually consumed his consciousness. The barking, accompanied by the dog rubbing against his leg, wanting to be picked up, brought Chang Xian back to reality. He happily picked it up, cuddling it. "All right, long time no see, Kiki. Stop licking me." His mother said, "The food is almost ready. Go take a shower, and I will set the table." The simple sentence moved Chang Xian deeply. After thousands of years, he had finally come home. Chang Xian cuddled Kiki, gently replying, "Okay, Mom." At the dinner table, besides him and his mother, there were 3 others: his father, older brother, and older sister. The meal was lavish, but no one touched their chopsticks. His brother and sister politely said, "We are full," then left. Mother saw them to the door, saying sadly, "Are you two coming home late again today? Do you still have surgery until tonight?" The sister replied, "I am also busy with a performance, so I asked to be excused early." Right, the joy of returning to Earth made Chang Xian forget the reason he did not want to come back to this house. His paternal family was a giant corporate family. His father ran a large hospital. His maternal family were renowned scholars in law and diplomacy. His older brother followed in his father's footsteps. His sister pursued music and won many awards. As for him, he was the odd one out, playing games all day, no different from trash. They would not even bother to greet him when he came back. Chang Xian could not hide his disappointment. Even though he tried to remember the good memories of his family, in the end, it was not as he had hoped. Well, he would use food to soothe his soul. He took a bite of kimchi, inwardly exclaiming, "Kimchi stew is always delicious." Just as Chang Xian was starting to cheer up, his father slammed his chopsticks down on the table and bellowed, "So, nothing to say, huh?" Chang Xian remained silent. Seeing that, his mother immediately came to defend him. His father frowned and told her to leave it to him. Then he turned to Chang Xian, saying that he did not know his mother had fainted when the gate appeared. She had asked everywhere, worried that he was trapped inside. His brother had called every hospital in Seoul to find him. His sister and mother had run around everywhere, and his second sister even missed her international tour because she was worried about him. Yet a few days later, he came home and said nothing at all. "You even have a heart? With that attitude, get out of my house, stop being a leech." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Chang Xian's mother tried to mediate. She told the father to stop, that the boy knew he was wrong. She urged Chang Xian to speak up, that his father was very worried too. His father said he was going to work, turned his face away furiously, then picked up his suitcase and left the house. But Chang Xian keenly noticed the tears forming in the corners of his eyes. The door slammed shut. The large house was now left with only his mother and Chang Xian. She sighed, comforting her son not to mind what his father said in anger. "Yes, mother," Chang Xian replied. He instinctively looked at his mother and saw that she had more wrinkles than before. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten to wait for his family's attention, while they had always been worried about him. Yet he had never taken the initiative to talk to them. "Go take a rest, I am sorry." Mrs. Juha asked in surprise, "What are you saying?" "I am sorry, mother. Next time I will be more careful." After saying that, Chang Xian quietly went to his room. As soon as he opened the door, the room looked like a battlefield. Bottles, papers, chip bags, half-eaten noodle cups scattered everywhere. He busied himself cleaning up, thinking to himself, was he really this bad before? This place is so dirty. Woof woof. Chang Xian turned around and saw Kiki sitting beside him, wagging her tail, her eyes wide and pleading. He chuckled, picked Kiki up to pet her, then muttered to himself, starting from the cobwebs, "Let the cleaning begin." While Chang Xian was cleaning, Yun drove her colleague in her newly acquired supercar, speeding towards his house. "Wow, is this really the new model? There are less than 100 of these in the country. How did you get one? How can you afford it with a meager salary?" the curious male colleague asked. Yun said it was a side hustle. "That is illegal, you know." Yun ignored him. She just wanted to meet that young man. Chang Xian did not know he had guests. After finishing the cleaning, he lay down on his bed. But before long, the system sent him a note. The god of pleasure asked what he planned to do next, saying the hunting skill would be useful. The serpent god advised that rest was important. Chang Xian was starting to find it annoying. Recalling what just happened, his brother and sister, despite being busy, came home when they heard of his return. His father shed tears. His mother had edged so much. Thinking that, Chang Xian silently resolved to show them he had changed. He was no longer a project addict, but a responsible person. Perhaps that would make them more open towards him. The beginning would be very difficult. First, he had to complete Thanatos' mission. It was time to enter the second phase. He was right, the void manipulator was here. Chang Xian recalled the conversation and asked which one needed to be manipulated first. Thanatos said, of course, the ringleader who rules over the land of the living. And he is, a name he knew very well, the Mad Tiger. Mentioning this name, Chang Xian's face turned ferocious. His sharp gaze made even Kiki, lying beside him, break out in a cold sweat. The Mad Tiger was one of those who had harmed him during the Divine Punishment trial. He still vividly remembered that man's cunning smile. That man was a crafty trickster, very hard to kill. He was as brutal as a mad tiger, with subordinates who could sniff out things quickly. Chang Xian stared intently at the recruitment notice for the White Tiger Guild. They were recruiting new members next month. Since the gates opened, gods and celestial beings had appeared. The number of blessed people increased, and groups formed, which were called guilds. The Void Manipulator was the patron god of the White Tiger Guild. He was terrible at naming things. Chang Xian read the information about the White Tiger Guild. It was ranked top in the country. Recruiting meant they were still short on manpower. Thinking about what that man had done, Chang Xian silently vowed to cut his tendons, slowly, from the bottom up. He needed to prepare within a month, no matter what. Next day, Chang Xian used the excuse of taking a walk around the lake near the park to get out of the house. Afterwards, he took a taxi to a remote hill, simply because he needed a place without distractions. Neither people nor animals should disturb him. First, he had to take care of the urgent call of nature, probably because he had eaten a bit too much kimchi stew last night. After 1,000 years without eating it, it was hard to resist. His stomach was the one suffering. Chang Xian intended to use healing power like in the dungeon, but remembering the ancient saying that defecation was one of the 4 pleasures, he decided to handle it like a normal person. His body would probably be very surprised. Entering the restroom, he grunted and strained for a while. Finally, Chang Xian walked out feeling refreshed. Now, time to continue. After scouting the area, Chang Xian found a suitable spot. He carved a stealth rune onto a tree trunk, creating a barrier around himself. After that, he began to take off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts, then neatly folded them and set them aside. After all, he had to take good care of his clothes. He did not want to be on the street lacking fabric. Finished, Chang Xian ordered the system to open the inventory. Immediately, all the items in the bag appeared before him. 13 flame goat rib spears, 21 fire rolling skull small shields, 1 blood fang of the false, and 9 fire gourd claws, 1 ice hawk beak, 2 cave scorpion pincers, and 1 plague giant spider gland. These were what he needed. He quickly took out the gland and used the flame within his body to burn it. Elder Ilwan once said that nothing makes better fuel than poison. The pure flame within him separated the fire, refined the residue, and burned away the weak parts. This was one of the most unique purifying arts. Even if they burned the body's chain, when encountering foreign matter invasion, they would immediately ignite. The stronger the foreign matter, the fiercer the flame would burn, eventually becoming the 8 trigrams flame. When the 8 trigrams flame is fanned, all waste and negative thoughts are completely purified, making it the best method for strengthening the body. Currently, since he had enough materials, Chang Xian decided to purify the heart first. Right at that moment, the system continuously notified that the blood snake venom was invading his heart. The poison was rapidly destroying his entire body. Secondary resistance was activated but insufficient. Warning: withdraw the blood fang of the false and cure the poison immediately. You have completely absorbed the blood fang of the false and discovered a hidden skill. Your body now produces fake blood venom on its own, receiving 50,000 karma. You are severely poisoned. The fire gourd claws are penetrating your liver. The god of pleasure sees and panics, searching for a support item. The python god is astonished that you discovered the hidden skill. The demon god who escaped from hell is still awaiting an answer. The owl god piercing through the night is cheering you on. The cave scorpion pincer is invading your spleen. You stand on the brink of death. Poison from the plague giant spider gland is invading your lungs, and you have discovered another hidden skill. Your 5 vital organs are filled with the poisons of 5 different animals. They are now opposing each other. Your symptoms of poisoning have become very severe. Intermediate poison resistance has stopped functioning and has been rejected. Chang Xian endured the heart-wrenching pain, telling himself just a little more. Warning: if he persists, the chance of survival is 0. Chang Xian remained stubborn, continuing to accept the poison. It was not yet time to stop. An emergency warning about an incurable wound. All senses beginning to go numby. This was the moment. Just as Chang Xian predicted, the system immediately reported good news. The mana had transformed into fuel for the slumbering flame separation. Flame separation had appeared, and the fire was burning fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. A great deal of fire energy has been added to your body's flame. Congratulations, you have fanned the legendary Forgotten Flame. Samadhi True Flame. Effect activated, you are gradually recovering and being reborn. All poisons and negative emotions are purified. Sinews, bones, meridians, and blood vessels are all unblocked. Mana is restored, a mana circuit is established, and you gain affinity with the fire element. You gain poison affinity, achieving the feat Phoenix Born from Ashes. Reward: all stats plus 15 status purification. Skills 100 poisons, no invasion and poison blood. Chang Xian laughed loudly, finally having achieved his goal. He eagerly opened his personal page. All stats had soared, with the addition of the poison blood skill and 2 effects: 100 poisons, no invasion level 1, and Samadhi True Fire level 1. His physique developed thanks to the new characteristics, with a cumulative stat bonus of 75. Chang Xian smiled with satisfaction. His power had increased. Now it was time to upgrade his weapon. At the same time, Yi Yun and her group had arrived at the apartment building where the intelligence indicated was Li Chang Xian's residence. Yi Yun knocked on the door. Chang Xian's mother immediately called out for them to come in. Yi Yun and her associate entered, seeing a man sitting with Xian's mother. That man laughed loudly, sarcastically remarking that the association was as slow as ever. Yi Yun recognized him as the leader of Strike Team 2 from the White Tiger Guild. Standing behind him was the HR director of the 5-Star Sword Guild, Black Sword Oi Ungun. Yi Yun pursed her lips, thinking to herself how careless she had been. While his house was entertaining these strange guests, Chang Xian was at the Shu Street in the Sungsu district. Chang Xian bought a large bag of hot shots, devoured a skewer, and praised that nothing could compare to food. Only then did he think about the main matter. He had heard before that the twilight characteristic of the gods was the manipulator of all weapons. Thanatos had once asked if that was the case, would he need many types of weapons to use freely, and would he like to own a satisfactory blacksmith? Chang Xian seriously asked if there really was someone capable of that. Thanatos smiled and replied, "There is, it is Yuji." A kind passerby told him to go across the street because this shop had been closed for over 5 years. Chang Xian remained silent, staring intently at the old, rundown shop with a sign about to fall. He approached the shop to get a closer look. Although it had been closed for 5 years, the smell of celestial fire emanated from inside. That meant a forge had been used not long ago. The god of pleasure season said he smelled good steel, making Chang Xian even more certain that the forge inside was still ablaze. He did not hesitate to break down the roll-up door and step inside, where many types of weapons were on display. The god of pleasure season was even more excited than Chang Xian. The system continuously announced that he was very interested in the smell of tempered steel. The fragrant god of pleasure season said no place on earth could resemble heaven like this place. The god, both flustered and admiring the arsenal of quality weapons, shouted with joy. Chang Xian took a walk, looking around, and stopped in front of a heavy, rusted sword. The god of pleasure season asked why he ignored all other weapons to pay attention to that strange thing. Chang Xian ignored him, went closer, picked up the sword, and examined it. The god of pleasure season told him to throw that thing away, but Chang Xian still treated him like air, focusing on his appraisal. Suddenly, a detail on the sword caught his attention. At that moment, a voice asked him who he was. Chang Xian turned around and saw a man leading a dog, stepping out from the inner room. He wore large, thick sunglasses covering half his face, his hand gripping the leash tightly. Chang Xian thought to himself that he was blind. At the same time, at Chang Xian's house, Juha was warmly entertaining the guests who had come looking for her son. She only brought out a plate of fruit and invited everyone to partake. But that action alone was enough to make the 4 guests marvel at her elegance. Even the hard-to-please Aunt Yi Yun had to silently admit she truly was a female celebrity. While Yun was lost in thought, that man Zhong'an spoke up to taunt. Even if she took an interest in them, the association could not afford the value of the rookies these days. Both the team leader and the vice leader came in person to recruit this young man. Such sincerity. Talented rookie deserved such treatment. Yiwu replied politely, but found it strange in his heart. They were not the type to show up just for a newbie, especially on the same day. The representative of the Baiko Guild, raid team leader Seo Jong-un, possessed one of the top combat strengths in South Korea. He always wore a mustache, believing a strong mass of facial hair. The 5-Star Sword Guild, a branch of the powerful 5-Star Corporation, had risen to become a top guild. The HR director Yoon Gun was also the maternal uncle of a survivor, Oh Hai Bin. Could this rookie be too valuable, or perhaps something more? Surely Lee Chang-seon was hiding some secret, but there was only one of him. If he chose to join one organization, the other 2 would have to leave empty-handed. She probed Jong-un, heard he was very busy, so he came here in a personal capacity. He answered insolently, "If I did not come, surely someone would be rude to this family. Why do you people always insist on obstructing my business?" Yi-yun retorted without fear, "You all are the ones blocking the way, and you steal our information. That side is also abusing government authority. Now you want to stick your nose into government affairs?" Seeing the 2 sides bickering without giving in, Madame Jua cut in. "So everyone came here to recruit my Chang Xian?" "Yes, that is right," Yi-yun and Jong-un answered in unison. After that, all 3 of them, Yi-yun, Jong-un, and Yoon-gun, began to passionately pitch their association and guild to her. Chang Xian's mother remained silent, then gently said, "Yes, I understand. But the decision lies with my youngest child. I will not discuss it further. I only want to ask everyone one thing. You all say my Chang Xian has been in the dungeon all these days, so can you tell me in detail what he has accomplished?" Back to the male lead. After Chang Xian stated his purpose for coming to the blind young man Yu Jeji, he only asked coldly, "So you want to forge weapons?" Chang Xian nodded, "That is right." Yu Jeji laughed, "You sure like to joke. Look at my state, what is there left to say?" System sent a message. The god Pleasure Accumulation agreed with the blind man, not believing the weapons here were forged by him. The god World Serpent flared up, telling the goddess to sit still and mind the conversation. "If you came just to laugh in my face, that is enough. This Luzon has been closed for a long time. Let us go, Winston." Ujeji led his dog to leave, but Chang Xian's words made him freeze. Even if that were true, the fire in the forge is still blazing brightly. The calluses on your hands have just been replaced too. What would you know? Ugeji shouted agitatedly. "It seems you are lacking, but at least do not starve your friend." "The condition of your eyes," Chang Xian said as he looked at the black dog, thin as bones from hunger. Ujeji immediately fell silent because what he said was all true. Knowing he had softened, Chang Xian began to make commitments. For each part completed, I will transfer you 10 million won. Upon completion, I will give a bonus of 50 million depending on quality. If the goods exceed expectations, the bonus will be much higher. Check your account. UGG, half believing half doubting, pulled out his phone, and sure enough, there was an additional 10 million won. That is a deposit, not an advance payment. If it is not enough, just say so. Chang Xian spoke generously. UGG stared at him. Add more. Chang Xian clicked his tongue calculatingly. Add another 5 million. I need to pay my overdue rent. Thought it was something, but money was no issue for Chang Xian. Just a few seconds later, UGG's account had another 5 million won. So what is it you want me to do? Young master, Chang Xian cut off UJG's words. Yeah, Chang Xian sat on the chair like a king, calmly explaining, you are a worker, I am the employer. Pay your wages, so you should call me young master, right? Sounding reasonable, UJG did not argue with Chang Xian. The money was received and both sides began to discuss the work. The items the young master wanted included a 5-meter whip, a detachable spear, 5 large-sized main kites, and 5 handheld kites, small handheld kites, 4 different types of swords, and 1 shield. That was all. UJG seriously confirmed the order. No, I also want a set of bow and arrows, and I want to order a set of armor later. As soon as Chang Xian finished speaking, Easy's phone showed an additional 100 million won from Chang Xian. I cannot do it. Ez shouted loudly. Chang Xian calmly replied, this is the material money. If it is insufficient, just contact me. Do not say you cannot do it. Breaking the contract will require triple compensation. Damn it, this fool, why'd I get involved in this matter? UGG could not help muttering a few words. Chang Xian began to feel annoyed. I have heard those words many times and am quite tired of them. Why do you trust me? This is only our first meeting. That is true. This is indeed our first meeting. And you are even blind, a fatal flaw for a blacksmith. But an employee cannot refuse the boss's request, correct? You produce the goods, I pay. Just proceed with that. UGG had to compromise. All right, I will do it. But I cannot finish everything in a short time. It has been a long time since I touched iron and steel. I need time to regain the feel. The equipment you requested are all difficult. They will take a lot of time. The biggest problem is that I need a special hammer to forge iron, but I do not have it right now. A hammer? Could it be that some bastard stole it from you? Hearing that, UJG's entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth and spoke each word. That is right. It was my father's own disciple. After he passed away, many guilds tempted him, so he stole the hammer and ran away. Another traitor. So which guild hired him? Dingshin eased up. Dingshin, Chang Xian asked curiously. This reaction surprised UJG. You have never heard of it? That is the name of one of the 10 strongest guilds. Chang Xian slowly stood up and uttered a chilling sentence. I will get it back for you. So where are they? UJG warned in panic. What are you saying? Going there is very dangerous. Do you know that? It is fine. All I need to do is handle them cleanly without leaving a trace. Hearing the answer, UJG remained silent, but his inner self kept screaming. That is right. That is exactly the reason I keep being drawn to him. I am not sure of the reason, but I truly believe this person, my young master, will definitely succeed. Thinking that, UJG immediately provided the address to Chang Xian. There is a tomb located on the slope of Beacon Mountain, situated in the Dungnang district of Seoul. Receiving the answer, Chang Xian acted immediately that night. He observed from a distance, recalling UJG's words. There was only one reason for the Dingshin Guild to hire that bastard Jin Diwan. They are trying to open the tomb. That is the secret the Dingshin Guild is hiding. They want to monopolize the benefits and resources after clearing the dungeon. Jin Diwan is scouting by himself to open the final gate to the tomb, currently sealed with a lock. It is said to be a hidden clue, very difficult to find the key. That is why they hired that bastard. Ancient tomb. There will probably be some valuable artifacts inside. Chang Xian thought silently, then remembered he had promised his mother he would come home for dinner. It is currently 8:40, right? He immediately pulled out his phone to text his mother. I am going out to eat dinner with friends. I ask for permission to be home late. After texting, he conveniently searched for information about the Dingshin Guild. Drug trafficking, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination, they have it all. Chang Xian felt indignant. These people have no goodness in them. Cleaning them out is no different from taking out the trash for society. The owl god crossing the twilight smells the scent of justice on you. A special privilege is sent. You have received the will of determination. Will of determination. Classification, blessing, protection. Effect, mental damage resistance, willpower enhancement. It seems she misunderstood something again. But since it was given, I would find items like iron armor or divine spears more useful. Chang Xian was not enthusiastic about this skill, but he still politely pressed the thank you button. The god of hedonism is interested in the upcoming battle. The god of worldly indulgence places great hope in your performance. Rest time is over. Now it is time to get to work. First, hide your identity. He chose to use the elegant smile mask. This is a defensive equipment with stats 50-70, effect of concealing identity, improving vision. Additionally, Chang Xian equipped a dagger made from Black Hawk feathers. He was determined not to let them die peacefully. Thinking as acting, Chang Xian used the dagger to shoot ice arrows towards the guards, freezing them instantly. After that, he leaped over and slashed once, causing several of them to instantly explode. Seeing that this death was still too light for their crimes, Chang Xian decided to use a more special method. He cut his hand using his own blood to smear it on the bodies of those who were frozen. You have activated the skill Poison Blood. Poison Blood transfers into ice poison, spreading throughout the ice block. The ice poison effect of the dagger made from Black Hawk feathers is reinforced by the poison blood. The poison slowly corroded the bodies of the guards, causing them to endure excruciating pain. Many could not bear it and wanted to writhe, but were controlled by the ice poison, helplessly letting the poison torment them. Poison Blood is a skill Chang Xian obtained while cultivating the 100 Poisons immunity. He did not expect to use it so soon. Not just ice poison, I also mixed in Poison Blood. You bastards just take your time enjoying it. Do not even think about cleansing. Just stay there and enjoy a painful death. Saying that, Chang Xian turned and advanced deeper into the tomb. The system conveyed the god's messages. The god of hedonism rejoiced at the cruelty. The god of worldly indulgence was surprised and intrigued. As soon as he stepped into the tomb, the system reported, "You have entered the dungeon, the tomb of Besla. The elegant smile masks effect is improving your vision." The pitch black space suddenly became clear before Chang Xian's eyes. So this was the reason YZ told him to bring this item. He said they set up the forge right in front of the boss room to make the key the fastest. If so, I should grab some artifacts from the boss room. According to Chang Xian's decision, the system announced. Starting dungeon exploration. Theme: grave robbing. Defeat the guards protecting the tomb of Besla, discover the treasure, and escape. Escape with the treasure placed at the resting place of the tomb's master. Each area has its own defense mechanism. Be careful. The god of hedonism is very interested in what you are about to do. Chang Xian was about to step forward when he stopped, warily looking behind him. Show yourself. Silence was Chang Xian's answer. The god of hedonism said there was no one there. He asked why you did that. Chang Xian did not care. He continued speaking. You have no intention of facing me, do you? If so, I will not raise a hand. I will hand over the rights to the documents to another manager. When Chang Xian turned around intending to leave, that person finally spoke. Oh my. Harold poked his head out, his sinister face staring intently at Chang Xian. You are more impatient than the players I have met. Even if you did not care, you could have just walked on through. As soon as he stepped out, he changed his attitude, acting shy as he spoke to Chang Xian. Pleased to meet you, I am the manager of the infernal prison, Harold. The god of hedonism was shocked, asking where Harold came from. Being a system manager, Harold could read Chang Xian's entire system. It showed displeasure, saying, that was a bit too much. The other gods knew I was here long before he did. The goddess of pleasure flew into a rage, thinking Harold's words were nonsense. Harold smiled and replied that he dared not lie. The goddess of pleasure widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at the other gods. The serpent god of the world shook his head, silently telling her she was foolish. The demon god who escaped from hell stared intently at manager Harold. The twilight owl god laughed bitterly. The goddess of pleasure gaped, unable to believe this. She praised Harold for his talent in evading the eyes of the gods. Harold humbly replied, my lord, I have not reached that level yet. Forget that nonsense. You followed me to write the report, right? Chang Xian's question startled Harold. You also know what the report? Chang Xian calmly said the tutorial was over too. That attitude made Harold even more surprised. The report is a draft about new players that the gods take notice of. It is written by the management office, so how did a newcomer like him know about this? A computer desk suddenly appeared, and Harold's outfit changed into comfortable sportswear. He began taking notes, seeing that he knew more than other new players, even more than the clever ones. He thought he should add this to the report. Thinking that, he stopped his pen and looked at Chang Xian. Then his little head started calculating. Chang Xian was an outstanding rookie, receiving much praise from the celestial realm. Many gods were waiting to read the draft about him, including the management office. He planned to secretly observe, but was discovered, and Chang Xian even knew about the report. He had already written half of it. If he gave the document rights to another manager, what would he do? How could the others pass up on this? They would love it. As if reading his thoughts, Chang Xian told him he could keep the document rights. Harold's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you. Instead, I need your help with something. What is it? I can do anything within my authority. Chang Xian said he would tell him later. Harold was a bit wary, feeling that this matter was not quite right. Chang Xian reassured him, it will not make things difficult for you. He promised to tell him after leaving this dungeon. Hearing that, Harold reluctantly accepted, saying he had no choice left. However, he emphasized that he could not agree to requests beyond his authority. Finally tricked him. Chang Xian flashed a victorious smile, telling him not to worry, they would create a contract. A small bolt of lightning flashed between the two, accompanied by a system notification sound. Player Li Changxin and manager Harold had just created a mana oath. Harold was startled after hearing that. He knew about the mana oath too. This is what they call a newbie, even a special one at that. Lost in thought, Harold did not notice his surroundings. By the time Chang Xian walked far away, he hurriedly chased after him. Serpent god of the world was pleased that there were humans more cunning than in the old days. Chang Xian ignored it and continued walking forward. After walking a bit further, he saw a forge blazing with fire, seemingly the place to forge keys. At the same time, Li Jiasang, the head of the Peak Faction subgroup, angrily scolded his subordinate. He looked at the failed items that man had made, wondering if he had hired the wrong person. If this continues, we will not meet the deadline. When that time comes, both me and you will lose our heads. Bring that Jin Doan here to me. A few minutes later, Jin Doan was dragged over. That disciple who stole Father Yugi's hammer trembled and begged for his life. Jiasang looked down from above, coldly saying, I heard you failed again this time, huh? Team leader, please spare my life. Give me a little more blood, I can... Before the examiner could finish his sentence, he was kicked straight in the face. Give you more of what, huh? You needed people, I gave you people. You needed power, I gave you power. You needed sacrificial items, I gave them too. I even brought you a single torch, yet you only keep failing. You think you have any reason for me to spare your worthless life? You know I easily lose patience. The examiner prostrated himself on the ground, stammering excuses. That torch that day was not from the god's forge. It was just low-quality goods, so is it my fault then? Examiner quickly backpedaled, that is not what I meant. This time I need more blood, please give me another chance. Jiasang turned away in annoyance, cursing under his breath. He knew he should not have trusted this fool, but now that he had shot the arrow, he had to follow it through. More blood, correct? Yes, I have already 2/3 of the lock mechanism, but then I ran out of blood fuel. Please give me more blood. Jiasang reluctantly agreed, saying he would trust him one last time. But if you fail this time, neither you nor your family will have peace, understand. The examiner quickly thanked him. Done dealing with that D1, Jiasang turned to ask his subordinate if the goods had arrived. He had to go check them himself. Just then, his system notified him that new data had been added and the rankings had updated. The dungeon ranking board appeared. Rank 1 Ju Jin Wu 150,000 points. Rank 2 Go Sungan 25,495 points. Rank 3 Li Dasong 109,500 points. Rank 57 Li Changxian. What the hell? A completely unfamiliar name suddenly appearing confused him. Back to Changxian. While he was absorbed in exploring the dungeon, Harold was also diligently writing the report. In the draft, he noted Changxian's unique combat style, favored by many gods and constellations. His refined techniques were clearly demonstrated during this exploration. Harold reached this point in his writing when another floor in the dungeon had been conquered by Changxian. So he once again pulled up his pants and ran after him to continue writing the report. He had cleared 2/3 of the dungeon in less than 30 minutes. Not only did he cut through the spiked ball with a simple sword, he also broke every trap with just a single pass. He memorized every trap location and how to activate them. As I recall, no one has completed Dungeon KR 921 in over 4 years. Perhaps he is the first. With my years of management experience, I believe Changxian is a genius in physique, technique, and intuition. I predict the competition for him among the gods and constellations will only grow. Perhaps even the legendary 12 zodiac signs and 28 mansions will take notice. Changxian's appearance reminds me of someone from the past. Some gods might be uncomfortable when that name is mentioned. The twilight of the gods. The one who once scorned countless gods and constellations in the celestial realm. The one who once shone like a star, then faded because of his own arrogance. Changxian continued to pass the X-trap with ease. Unlike the previous times, as soon as he passed the trap, Changxian smelled a thick stench of blood in the air. The gods sensed it too. The goddess of pleasure said the air around here was all foul odor. Twilight Owl God warned of impure energy. Walking a bit further, Changxian saw a room filled with piled-up corpses. Fresh blood splattered across the floor. To the Twilight Owl God, this was unacceptable. The system immediately relayed her message, demanding that justice be carried out at once. Changxian guessed they were making keys to open the boss gate. Were they using sacrifices? While Changxian was still guessing, a loud shout echoed from the passage ahead, urging them to hurry up because they were too slow. 2 members of the Dingtian Society were leading a group of tied-up people to Old Raisang. One suggested killing a few to make them move faster, causing everyone to cry in fear and beg for mercy. The man with the tattoo on his face quickly stopped him, saying there were no spare goods to waste. He said killing one might mean having to pay with a life, which annoyed the man in blue who replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, all his companions were sent to meet their maker by Changxian using the ice poison. The man in blue immediately drew his weapon, but before he could do anything, he was stabbed in the chest by Changxian. He cried out in pain, asked in shock who Changxian was to dare attack Dingtian territory. But before finishing his sentence, he fell silent, because he saw Changxian's eyes a look that no longer held any trace of humanity. He began to panic, his tears flowing freely as he softly said, "Hey buddy." Changxian coldly asked, "You don't want to die, right?" He demanded that the man reveal the numbers, strength, and plans of their group. Spill it all out. After receiving the answer, Changxian withdrew his sword and let him go. The man in blue suppressed his pain and honestly confessed everything. He said there were 30 men stationed there, and that Li Zhang was the one to be especially careful of. The man in blue trembled as he said he had told everything, his eyes looking at Changxian with hope. But all he got in return was the slowly fading reply, "Yeah, so what? I only asked if you wanted to live. I never promised to spare your life." The man in blue fled in terror but was still finished off by Chang Xian. Level up, the world serpent deity enjoyed your wordplay. The evil god who escaped from hell nodded in recognition as he smelled the aura of death, but death was not the end. Chang Xian activated his authority to forcibly seize the soul. The soul of the enemy would be burned by the flames of hell based on their karma. This also helped Chang Xian recover and purify his body. After finishing, he continued exploring the dungeon. The captured people looked at the dark aura emanating from him and were terrified. Only after he left did they dare to speak, calling him a demon. Dingtian Society members told each other to find Li Chang Xian. One recognized him as a programmer. The other nodded, thinking it was probably just the same name. 3 members of the Dingtian Society were engrossed in conversation, unaware that Chang Xian was following them. In just a few seconds they were taken down. A strange noise caught Regzang's attention and he felt uneasy. He wondered, why hasn't a single one of them returned yet? At that moment, the system continuously announced changes in the rankings. Chang Xian kept climbing from rank 57 to 11th, then 6th, and then to 2nd place. He was furious, suspecting he had dealt with everyone here. While he was panicking, a figure appeared, the vice captain. He cried for help, then staggered forward step by step like a zombie. He told him to get back to his post. The vice captain crawled closer, and when he was 1 step away, he suddenly said, "Demon, a demon has come here." Jia Sang looked at the vice captain's face and his nonsensical words and felt something was wrong. But it was too late. He suddenly exploded, catching him off guard. "You have been afflicted with the burning effect, necrosis, poison, and corrosion. Warning, stamina's dropping rapidly. Detoxify immediately." On the verge of death, Regzang endured the pain to pull a vial of medicine from his person. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded from afar as Chang Xian rushed forward with his blade. The system displayed death is approaching very closely. He thought the strike would hit, but old Ragzang quickly parried with his sword and launched a furious counterattack. Even though he had lost his sight from the poisonous blood, he could still follow Chang Xian's movements through his evil sense. Chang Xian dodged the blows while assessing the old man's strength, realizing he was also a formidable opponent. Despite his efforts, due to the poison's effect, after just a few minutes he could no longer hold out. One hand propped his sword on the ground, the other held his head, which acted as if struck by a hammer. His system constantly flashed red warnings about his decreasing stamina. He muttered to himself, searching for the antidote vial. Chang Xian noticed that the old man's strength stat was much higher than his level. He must have some kind of skill support. The sacrifice in the safety zone must hide a secret. He had come here because of Wuzi's request, but now he was intrigued by the secret hidden in this trip. He suddenly remembered the people who had almost been sacrificed. They must have escaped from the central room, so the sacrifice matter was considered resolved. Before leaving, Chang Xian told them to run through the 2 doors on the left to the side hallway, where the 3rd door would open. They had to close the door and hide, not opening it no matter what they heard. Since he had explained carefully, they should have successfully hidden there. Indeed, thanks to Chang Xian, they had reached a safe shelter. With no more worries, Chang Xian turned back to the battle. He used 30 points to increase strength and 30 points to increase agility. Then he threw a vial of medicine to Ragzang and asked, "This is the vial you were looking for, right? Take it." Ragzang, like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline, quickly picked up the vial and opened it, but inside was empty. When his focus wavered, Chang Xian slipped behind him and mocked, "Good boy, you actually believed my words?" Ragzang, enraged, swung his sword to slash Chang Xian, but he dodged and launched a counterattack. Chang Xian attacked relentlessly, pushing the opponent back. The god of Pleasure Festival was very interested in this one-sided battle. World Serpent deity enjoyed the battle and praised your strategy as excellent. The intermediate shortsword technique skill has reached its limit. Unlocking the advanced technique, cat and mouse game is enough. Chang Xian used a skill to shatter Ragzang's weapon, then delivered a fatal blow to take him down. In his dying moments, he struggled to force out words, asking Chang Xian why he wanted to kill him. "A man like you who treats human lives like grass, are you also afraid of meeting someone with the same mindset one day?" After receiving the answer, the old man passed away. Chang Xian continued to activate soul compulsion, and his system immediately notified him. "Infernal Flame Slash has been activated. You have successfully collected the residual soul of the tank player. Vitality has recovered by 6%. The Twilight Owl God is not convinced by your generosity." Chang Xian sighed, generosity. Everything was becoming more and more ridiculous. The Twilight Owl God has granted you the blessing of calm manipulation. Even in chaotic circumstances, the holder maintains their spirit and wisdom. Classification, blessing, physical damage, resistance. Chang Xian was puzzled. An unyielding will he understood, but calm manipulation. Was he a sage or something? He suddenly found it absurd. A vicious man, an evil god like himself, receiving this blessing. People said Minerva was the wise war goddess, but in reality she was even more careless than he thought. The god of pleasure was annoyed by those 2 blessings, so she rummaged through the treasury to find a blessing to grant you. Chang Xian was slightly bothered. It felt like being chased by these 2 women. He ignored them and continued his dungeon journey. The dungeon ranking has been updated. Rank 1 Li Changxian, Rank 2 Ju Jin with 150,000 points. Before Changxian stood a gigantic door. The system informed him he had arrived at the boss room. The boss room is currently locked. The key is somewhere. Find it to activate the unlocking mechanism. In front of the door, Changxian approached to inspect, then pulled out an axe made from a fire goat rib and hurled it straight at Jin Diwan, who was hiding behind a stone statue. That man immediately vanished. Are you running too? Changxian said coldly, walking closer to take the hammer in that man's hand. System analysis. Hammer cannot be identified. It appears to be made of meteorite and has been used for a long time. Classification. Hammer, effect unknown. You cannot use it because you are not the owner. Meteorite A, Changxian muttered, then paid it no further mind. Now he had more important matters. Opening the gate that no one had opened for years, which was right before his eyes. He thought to himself, Uz would find the key easily, but why waste time when there was already a tasty prey right here? Changxian immediately called Harold over, making it wonder why he was called at this hour. Remember the contract? Open this door for me, hurry up. Harold dodged the request. You might not know, but interfering in a dungeon violates management regulations. Stop bragging. You can adjust the rules depending on the situation. Harold fell silent, as that hit too close to home. If you don't want to fine, I will revoke your document copyright. Yes, sir, I will do it at once. Harold replied politely and proceeded to open the door. Losing document copyright was a huge loss. The god of pleasure found Harold's helpless face very satisfying. The world serpent god admired your cleverness. Harold muttered about probably being punished, hoping it would be light, then opened the door. The sealed door was opened using management authority. As it cracked open, Harold's eyes shifted from curiosity to excitement. Reported, I opened it, go in quickly. Changxian looked at its face, which was 3 parts dangerous and 7 parts something else, knowing for sure there was a trap inside. But he believed he could overcome it, so he silently stepped in. As soon as he faced the boss, the system warned, you are affected by a curse. The dungeon master wants to take over your body. Resist and break the golden coffin above. If you cannot resist, your body may be taken over. Be careful. The state of hypnosis begins. The brainwashing process begins. At the same time, the boss's voice sounded full of rage. Submit to me. How dare you disturb the king's sleep? Bow down, you lowly creature. Harold heard the roaring from outside and laughed gleefully. I did not expect it to be this easy. The boss room mission was very simple. Just keep your mind from the control of the Tomb Master, a being only a remnant soul. But from what he saw earlier, the Tomb Master was the remnant soul of the Bessa giant. Could a mere mortal withstand the pressure of that entity? Mortal dare to toy with me? Die, you trashy rookie. Harold was certain Changxian had fallen asleep, but as he turned his head the system sounded. Unyielding spirit activated. Calm manipulation activated. Mind protection strengthened. Dungeon mission completed. Final ranking, rank 1 Changxian 175 on 550 points. Rewards are distributed based on final results and rankings. The dungeon is closing. Countdown of 5 seconds begins. Harold only now realized it had forgotten one thing. That guy's profession was ancient language master. Its plan to harm Changxian was as good as failed. Leaving the dungeon, Changxian immediately went to see Yujeji and handed him the hammer. Yujeji's face went blank, and it took him a moment to believe the item in his hand was indeed the hammer his father left behind. He stammered, not knowing what to say. Young master. Changxian corrected the address, eating a fish cake as he spoke. I brought back what you needed. Can we get started now? Yujeji quickly replied. Yes, young master. But 1 month is not enough. I need to regain the feel of using a hammer. It has been a long time since I last swung a hammer, and I have to clean the forge too. Changxian only said a single word, 1 week. Huh? Even just the whip took 2 weeks. Then I will give you 1 month to regain the feel, and make 1 whip and 1 spear. I will pay triple. Changxian casually picked up the sword he had eyed when first entering the shop and said, I will take this as a token of your agreement. See you in 1 month. Is that okay? This item is still on the display shelf, right? I am taking it. No. My father said it is an heirloom passed down through generations. I am not allowed to sell it. As Yujeji finished speaking, his phone notified him of an additional 1 million, one received from Li Changxian. That is the settlement fee, including the cost of restoring the hammer. You just display it so it is not much of a loss, right? Changxian said, then shouldered the sword and left. Yujeji could not help but curse softly, then muttered, if it is a deal with that bastard. Thinking so, he called his beloved dog, which happily wagged its tail and ran over. Led him to the forge, which still glowed red. Yujeji grabbed the hammer, tossed away his apron, revealing a 6-pack and sun-kissed skin. He said cheerfully, the past is the past, the future is unknown, but for now, let us get warmed up. While Yujeji was toiling away at the forge, Changxian leisurely strolled down the street. He recalled his conversation with Thanatos about Yujeji. Yujeji is also in Seoul. Try finding him. All I know is that he disappeared after creating a divine weapon for the husband of the Capricorn star goddess. That god once belonged to the Phantom Shadow. Still, that man was too fake for that. Yujeji was a title reserved for one person. That title had been passed down to the successor. Market did not know this, and killed the past Ujeji. He had no idea the successor of Uez was still alive. The problem was that many secret techniques of Uez were lost due to the defect of the eyes. The financial burden on the family further reduced the value of the items. However, since he was the inheritor of the Uez title, the weapons he forged were still considered top grade. Finally, Thanatos gave him a useful piece of advice. He guessed that one day Ueg's talent would bloom thanks to flying him. No, it should be thanks to him. Weapon matter was settled, Chang Xion took a taxa home. Only then did he have time to study the items obtained from the dungeon. Peter's key. Why was the final treasure in the tome this key? Why was it in Besla's grave? Anyway, he had to go home. It was late, his mother must be very worried. While he was relaxing, elsewhere it was chaotic. And the one who completed the dungeon, have you found him yet? Go Sung-won, the head of the Peak Heaven Association's raid department, angrily asked his subordinates. One of them hesitated and replied, Sir, not yet. This answer only made Sung-won angrier. He shouted, What are you good for besides being useless? Find him for me now. Dead or alive, you must find him. At all costs, bring Peter's key here. Despite talking tough on the outside, he was actually very scared. If the true master of Beacon Mountain, the White Tiger Guild, found out about this, they would all be finished, because that key could only be obtained by sacrificing a life. They had secretly made a contract with us to collect it. The more he thought, the more scared he became. Zeung Quan immediately ordered a car to be prepared. All of you, follow me to Beacon Mountain. As he walked, he was annoyed. The dungeon is closed, the key is stolen. It couldn't be worse. Move your forelegs faster, you animals. If the White Tiger guys find out, and this matter is not handled properly, his life is as good as over. Especially Seo Jong-un. If that bastard knew, even his family would be implicated. That could not happen. He had to find the key at all costs. But unfortunately for Sung-un, the news from the tomb had already reached Seo Jong-un. Indeed, he went berserk, unable to control his anger, unleashing his power right in front of Chang Sion's mother. Yi Yun and Young Jun said in unison, Hey, Seo Jong-un. Hey, Team Leader Seo, what the hell is going on? Only then did Jong-un realize he had lost his composure. He suppressed his anger, slowly retracting his power. Sorry, but why would you dare to use bloodthirsty tiger in a residential area? Jong-un remained silent, only quietly turned to look at Ms. Juha. Her beautiful brows were tightly furrowed. Her usually gentle eyes now held a bit of sternness. Jong-un was a bit embarrassed, made up a quick excuse, and asked to leave. Are you alright? Yi Yun asked Chang Sion's mother with concern. After a moment of silence, she replied, It's fine, I'm okay. I've heard that awakened individuals are very different from ordinary people. It seems that rumor is true. So is my son like that too? Outwardly, he's not friendly, even cold, but I know he's a sharp child. I just want Chang Sion not to face danger and get injured, but perhaps he won't listen to me. Please, all of you, leave my house now. Yi Yun, Youngjun, and Seot looked at each other, then understanding they left one by one. While waiting for the elevator, Youngjun spoke up. After that, team leader Seo suddenly went crazy. Things seemed difficult. I wonder why he went wild like that. What do you two think, Agent Cha? Agent Jin? Suddenly, Yoon Gun remembered his niece, who had short hair. Now she should be called Oh Hee Bin. Before coming here, Hee Bin insisted that Yoon Gun bring Chang Sion back for her. It was also late. Youngjun suggested to Yi Yun and Seo T, if you two plan to stay here tonight, I'll ask the staff to make coffee for both of you. Selt happily replied, Yes, I won't be polite. A black coffee, no sure please. He had just finished speaking when he was literally choked off by Yeon. Then, she politely declined and dragged her colleague away. COT looked at Yi Yun with slight confusion, but seeing her expression, he asked worriedly, What's with that serious face, sis? At that moment, his phone rang. A message was sent, Red Alert Code, Beacon Mountain, Dongnung District, Seoul. Accidentally discovered countless victims imprisoned as sacrificial offerings. All have been escorted to the police station. A plan needs to be prepared for the above situations. What is this? COT exclaimed in surprise. Hurry up, or I'll make you walk. Yuk urged. COT immediately quickened his pace to follow her on the mission. Just as they left, Chang Sion returned. He did not rush inside but stood in the park studying the newly obtained sword. God of Pleasure was questioning why he chose that rusty sword instead of the equipment in his treasure vault. Chang Xian thought to himself, this item was in the God's Forge, so it certainly was not ordinary. If he was right, this was the divine sword called the Fish-Field Sword. With the power of the evil dragon and the Fish-Field Sword, no one would be able to stand against him. Chang Xian used the system to check the sword's information and received the result. Fish-Field Sword, one of the 9 swords forged by the master Giji, known as the Divine Blacksmith. Classification: short sword, divine weapon. Combat power, unmeasurable. Effect, unknown. You cannot use the divine weapon because you lack ownership authority. You cannot view detailed information due to lack of authority. Yuji's 9 swords all possessed extremely domineering power. When the Flame Touch sword appeared in Arcadia, all kingdoms erupted in a bloody battle for the treasure. From what Chang Xian remembered, at least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were completely destroyed. How could such a peerless treasure sword become scrap metal in the forge? The previous owner of the Fishfield's sword was an assassin, so for 1,000 years, the sword must have been bathed in a sea of blood. It was said to be a cursed sword, causing horrific, agonizing pain to its victims before death. But the rumors stopped there. Chang Xian had no more information. The first Yugeji was called the Divine Blacksmith because he did not like the smell of blood. He did not know if it was the first Yugeji or his successor, but it was certain that one of the two wanted to hide this sword's identity, erase its existence, and treat it as a discarded item in the forge. The god of pleasure was sneering, mocking you for choosing that worthless garbage. Meanwhile, the owl god who pierces the twilight looked at you with a trusting gaze. Suddenly, Chang Xian warily looked behind him. Perhaps collecting Yugeji's 9 swords when the opportunity arises was also a very good idea. And over there, is there something wrong with him? As he spoke, Chang Xian equipped the dagger made from a fire tiger fang and charged straight at the mysterious figure. His concealed person managed to dodge in time. He complained, "Even when I disguise myself, you attack me like this all of a sudden?" Chang Xian still did not care, rushing in with sharp eyes fixed on his target as if vowing not to let him escape. Every sword strike from Chang Xian was very skillful, causing him to marvel. How is a rookie this strong? It continued to be swordsmanship, but it was fierce and followed no rhythm. He could not find fault with it. It was almost like combat swordsmanship created solely for annihilation. This guy was overwhelmed by Xian's power. He was like a first-generation gamer who had been through countless hardships. I only caused trouble to test his ability. But now, perhaps I should feel ashamed. You might scold me, but I want to fight him with all my strength. Rather, I need to fight with all my strength. That is the only way to face this rookie. That was too fun. While he was landing a satisfying blow, the man in black raised his hand in surrender. Chang Xian's face stiffened. "What do you think you are doing?" Clasped his hands, drenched in sweat, wondering if he had lost his mind at that moment. He had to apologize to Chang Xian before things got worse. "I apologize for causing trouble for no reason. I only wanted to test your strength." Chang Xian slowly lowered his sword. That man continued, "I did it because I found it enjoyable, but thinking back, it caused too great a misunderstanding." The Saint of the Hunt season shouted a warning at the reckless one who dared to provoke. Chang Xian asked coldly, "Who are you?" The Saint of the Hunt season awaited a great confrontation. Seeing Chang Xian ask directly, he looked puzzled and began to assess him. Just words. So young but so mature. He could not waste time or Chang Xian would easily beat him down. He pulled out a business card and threw it to Chang Xian. On it was written, 5-star swordsman, Human Resources Director Gu Zhangjian. Gu Zhangjian smiled and began explaining the main reason. "Actually, I came to find you to recruit you into the guild." Chang Xian glanced at it and thought, the deity they worshipped was a nameless great god, with a true name of Karma King, a god of wealth protecting assets and storage. He immediately replied that he did not want to go there, then asked him how he knew to find him. Gu Zhangjian answered, "You probably do not know how famous you are. It is very likely that besides us, many other guilds also have their eyes on you, Chang Xian." Chang Xian's face darkened, thinking they took the bait faster than he expected. It seemed they could not resist him, even though he had claimed to be an ordinary player. Gu Zhangjian said, "Honestly, I want to talk more with you. But today I have rashly made a huge mistake. I ask for your leave until another time when your anger has subsided." The Saint of the Hunt season argued because he let the provocateur go like that. The Saint of the Hunt season flared up, saying, "My disciples must never lose." Gu Zhangjian finished speaking and left, saying to contact him through the business card if anything came up. The deities began to stir, each with their own opinion. The serpent wrapped around the world blamed her, saying if she liked fighting, she should find someone else. The Saint of the Hunt season was furious, saying, "How about a fight with you then?" The serpent wrapped around the world laughed dismissively, saying, "Come anytime." The Saint of the Hunt season went crazy, saying she would make snake stew. Chang Xian ignored the deities preparing to tear each other apart. He tried to remember, because Gu Zhangjian looked very familiar. Had he not met him before arriving in Arcadia? Chang Xian began to worry. If someone like that dropped by here, could it be that they had already gone to his house? Damn it, she must be worried about me. Gu Zhangjian had just left, but his arm kept bleeding. His face was pale, the wound seemed quite deep after fighting Chang Xian. Chang Xian returned home. As soon as he arrived, he hesitantly greeted his mother. His mother asked normally, "You just got here now. You have not eaten anything, right? Wash your hands first and sit down. Your face looks something is going on." Seeing his mother waiting, he also hinted that he had something to tell her. Sunlight shone on a battle filled with smoke and fire. So young, yet his face was full of menace. "What, some old man? If you do not want to die, get lost." Hey, a kid with a destructive mentality. "What nonsense are you babbling about? If you keep talking rubbish, then disappear." That man sneered and declared he could not be stopped. "Fine, I will beat you first and talk later." The alarm clock rang, waking Chang Xian up. The phone notified him of an appointment today, a 3 p.m. interview with the White Tiger Guild. It had been a month since the White Tiger Guild posted their recruitment notice. Chang Xian had not yet escaped the earlier dream and did not understand why. It seemed the real battle had arrived. This crowded area was the White Tiger Guild's interview ceremony. One by one, people were lifting weights to build stamina for the interview. This bald senior uncle will be in charge of the magic capacity measuring device. Please place your hand on the device. Chang Xian gently placed his hand on the machine, but it exploded and reported it could not measure. The alarm signal rang continuously. The young man was still bewildered, not understanding what happened. It was still the device cannot measure report. They told each other to bring out a more advanced measuring device. Everyone began to focus their attention on Chang Xian. Among them was a white-haired person with layers of bandages wrapped around their face. The person in charge of the device requested once more. Number 131 Li Changxian. Please place your hand on the device to try again. After hearing the name Li Changxian, some people found it familiar. Only then did they gape in surprise and shout, "It is the tyrant uncle." Chang Xian closed his eyes in tense helplessness. He thought he had clearly worn a hoodie, because he knew something like this would happen. The murmurs grew louder. Tyrant Chang Xian. I heard he became a drunkard and had to retire after his team was disbanded. Rumors say he ended up as a failure. Look at his pale face. Must be a player, right? Why does he look so arrogant? In the end, men look the same as us. The girl in front found their comments grating and scolded those two for looking like squids. They had locked himself in a room gaming all day, so why was he here now? He retired not long ago, right? What is he doing here? The final power measurement result finally appeared. Level 25, grid SS++. Too shocked. Everyone had their mouths agape, eyes wide in amazement. What? 25 moreover that grade. Person in charge of the device panicked, not knowing how to handle it. Damn it, we cannot handle this matter. Notify the manager. No. Notify the department head right away. Hurry up. In the second strike team office, the blonde man was monitoring the latest news. Has the scandal of the summit chairman finally been fully exposed? The prosecutor had cooperated with the association and began to investigate the heads of the summit guild. Over the past 7 years, 21 people had been sacrificed. What caused this terrible tragedy? Chi Ian from the Witch Lovers Association has announced legal action targeting the summit. White Tiger has also opened an all-out war against the summit. Investigations into their crimes have been made public. Some people wanted to express gratitude to the hero with the artificial smile, but there were still no clues about him. The blonde man insisted that the man calling himself the smiling hero had stolen Peter's keys. He absolutely had to find that thing. At that moment, the person in charge of measurement equipment ran in to inform the department head that the super rookie had appeared. He was still sitting with his legs crossed. There was no reason to panic. Both the chairman and director Kim were entering Area C. The department head looked very surprised. Why was that? Chang Xian, do you remember him? He is the rookie you waited for a month ago, along with Sword Singer and Iron Witch. The blonde man was only then stunned. Was it the guy from the Jamesio Gate? I wanted to recruit him back then, but those bastards from the summit interrupted, so there was no time. But how is he now? The person in charge replied that he had come to submit an application. Another shock made him drop his jaw. What was the result? He topped every category. His magic level was SS with 3+ signs. Today, there could be no more hesitation. The department head stood up abruptly. Let's go. We need to meet him before those other guys touch him. This was the C bracket arena. News about Chang Xian had already caused an uproar on social media. There was even an article titled The Return of the Tyrant Li Changxian. He showed up at the White Tiger Guild's selection event, crushing all malicious rumors. The moment Chang Xian stepped out, everyone looked at him with admiration. He was a rising star, the first person in Korea to achieve the SSS rank in 15 years. Is that the tyrant? That is right, it is him. Do you think there is anyone else in the world who looks like that? Damn it, he was born with a silver spoon, and now he is an SS rank awakener too. Beside the fans, there were also those jealous of Chang Xian. You lucky bastard. Why did he have to register today? We are definitely going to be compared. This is my 5th attempt. If I fail again, I will be kicked out of the house. The god of the hunt was immensely proud to see you receive attention. You are truly worthy of being the one he chose. Chang Xian stared intently towards the spectator stands. The trapped tiger god observed you and showed surprise. Chang Xian seemed to have noticed something. He gritted his teeth and focused all his concentration. There it was. The world serpent god guessed that person intended something for you. The person in charge announced the start of the test. The content was monster hunting from red snails to double-headed snails. We will summon any type of monster you are willing to face. Chang Xian asked calmly whether that was all. Seeing his disappointment, the person in charge explained that the strongest monster currently available was the Z. But before he could finish, Chang Xian told him to summon that one. Everyone in the hall was almost speechless. There was no precedent for this. Their most powerful monster began to appear inside the magic circle. With blazing red eyes, it locked onto Chang Xian as its target. Trapped Tiger God wanted to assess your skills. The monster was so dangerous that everyone was scared, worried that Chang Xian could not withstand it. An image of a tiger's face and a stream of golden light began to radiate. That was a sign of the meaning transfer from the Tiger God. The trapped Tiger God looked at you with suspicion as you stood still. That god thought you would die. Chang Xian remained standing there silent and pensive. explosive. In his mind, a scene of brutal confrontation began to materialize. The old man, half-shrouded behind a savage smile, had stimulated Chang Xian more than ever before. "You bastard, do you dare to laugh in my face? And I will satisfy you. Come on, Huju." His anger had reached its peak, ready to face the monster. It let out a violent roar. Its breath was like a whirlwind, capable of blowing everything around it away. Chang Xian still stood there heroically, gathering all his concentration. He drew his weapon and hurled it upwards. This was a special weapon prepared exclusively by the blind blacksmith. "Finally, here it is. You look exhausted. Whose fault do you think that is?" "Haha, I will not say much more. You can see the quality for yourself." The god of the hunt widened his eyes in surprise. The world serpent god acknowledged that they had just witnessed a perfect item. What Chang Xian held was a nameless double halberd, a long spear with a dynamic attack power of 150 to 200. Effects included spear pierce, continuous damage, and great blessing. This masterpiece was a bound item. If gifted to another person, the effects could disappear. Its creator had not named it. Name the item. After a few practice moves, Chang Xian was very satisfied. "You have performed an outstanding spear technique, mastering the skills of thrusting, cutting, stabbing, and blocking." The god of the hunt was wide-eyed in amazement at your superb spear technique. God of the hunt was astonished that the blind man could create an item of this level. "The rookie spear technique skill has been acquired by you. Now, a single strike from this weapon would be enough to severely wound Derek." Everyone gasped, unable to close their mouths. It began to shriek in pain. No one could understand what was happening, or when Chang Xian had managed to do this. First Scout Team Leader Park Sang-ho intently watched the battle and thought, "That's right, his speed doesn't match that level." His accuracy was also amazing. Even using only a bow, he could be extremely successful. That kid must be obtained at any cost. Chang Xian continued activating his power. Everyone was curious what it would be this time, something that wasn't a spear. The sharp blade pierced the centipede's body, blood splattering. Not stopping there, Chang Xian continued to display several more skills. A rope was pulled out decisively, blood oozed out again. Just a rope and a spear were enough for the spectacular performance. Chang Xian leaped high into the air. A decisive thrust pierced through its body. With that, the monster fell. The wide-eyed, admiring gazes remained frozen. Impossible! What was with that arsenal of weapons? No one believed that a level 25 Chang Xian could have such speed. All the effects were yellow, no other color. Every single one was a critical hit. They looked at him as if he were a superhero. He stood proudly before his achievement, but his hands were already bleeding. The blood toxin skill was activated. Paralysis poison spreading through the centipede's body. The centipede was poisoned in a paralyzed state. Blood flowed ceaselessly. It stood on the verge of death from blood loss. With sharp eyes, Chang Xian leaped up again. He used the spear one more time to finish it off completely. The system announced that he had defeated the enemy and leveled up. The novice spearmanship skill level increased. The god of the hunt praised his hunting skills growing day by day, and his stamina also increased due to the privilege. The great tiger god, immersed in hardship, was astonished by the battle and expressed a strong desire for the new fang. The department head gritted his teeth and suggested dealing with that punk as promised, bringing him here. At that moment, a beam of yellow light flashed by. He realized that action was caused by Chang Xian. He and Chang Xian rushed to the center, confronting each other. The blonde man with a ferocious face taunted, "Oh, you blocked this move. You resisted both the Great Tiger in Crisis and the Great Tiger Aura skills. You're better than I thought." Chang Xian looked at him with contempt. The repulsive stench of a hollow leader hit his nose. He shouted manically, I like you. Become my subordinate. I promise to teach you better than you are now. I will show you what a real tiger is like." Chang Xian hesitated whether to fight back. He might get noticed by the puppet overlord, but didn't he need to lure it out of the Blood Mountain range? Just as he was about to continue fighting, Park Sang-ho stepped in to intervene. "Are you two still not going to stop?" The department head frowned and warned, "Do you want to die, Team Leader Park?" Uncle Sang-ho appeared very angry. It seemed the stupid second team leader still didn't know his place. Why did he always insist on acting disrespectfully towards his seniors? Blonde man argued back, "Huh? At this point you're calling me stupid for not knowing manners. I'm just taking back what's mine. Is there a problem?" Uncle Sang-ho warned, "No matter what, you are too proud of your freak show. Now stay away from him. The personnel selection isn't over yet." The whole audience erupted into chaos. What's going on? Are two team leaders fighting over recruiting a talent? That's awesome. Third team leader, Kang Sungu, seeing the tension, also stepped forward. "Haha, normally I wouldn't want to get between two team leaders. But what can I do? We want two. Sorry, but I want in two." Add in Team 4, Dino Felix Zuhanzen. Those team leaders just stood there squabbling like cats and dogs. "You bastards, are you too spoiled by your superiors? How dare you think all team leaders are the same?" Chang Xian stood watching, anticipating a bloody brawl between them. Everyone's face was taut as a bowstring fighting over Chang Xian. "I'll handle that guy. Hey, that guy is mine. What do you want?" The more they acted like that, the more disappointed and contemptuous Chang Xian became. To him, those who worshipped the ruler hopelessly and willingly became servants were targets that needed to be eliminated. A cold war broke out, and right at that moment, a yellow wind gust made them stiffen, their blood turning cold. The old man who just arrived was the executive director of the White Tiger Guild, O.C. Hoan. Chang Xian identified him as the target. He was considered the second guild master of the White Tiger Guild. God of the Hunt opened his eyes wide in surprise, saying that was a common expression when facing great power. Chang Xian understood why he was called a high-level player. O.C. Hoan scolded the fools. Do you fight over just one person, Sang Ho? You are the eldest among the team leaders, yet you participate in this? This old man had no weakness. No matter the hypothesis, Chang Xian would still lose because he was too strong. The blonde man, being on O.C. Hoan's side, secretly rejoiced. The director is here, he must be on my side. I will see team leader Park's face crumpled like a monkey's. The blonde man thought to himself, Chang Xian surely belongs to him. O.C. Hoan roared, then looked at the team leaders. I don't want to see you people anymore, get lost. If choosing one of them would cause internal conflict, then I will choose him for myself. Let's do that. Who could have predicted this move? The team leaders gaped in shock, finally falling into the old fox's trap. O.C. Hoan took Chang Xian to a private room, tossing him a change of clothes. Your clothes are too bloody, change them. The system announced that the great tiger god looked at him with eyes full of greed. The god of the hunt yelled at him to get lost with an annoyed expression. Chang Xian's physique was so imposing that anyone who saw it would admire it. Old man O.C. Hoan smiled contentedly, thinking his body was really good. Those flawless muscles must have come from countless battles. He had never seen such talent before. How exactly did he live? Yai Sihuan spoke up to start a conversation with Chang Xian, having heard about him. The guardian constellations are very interested in you. To be straightforward, what do you want? Money? Since meeting the old man, Chang Xian had not smiled once. He replied, I have enough money to live my whole life with plenty left over. I am not here for that. I want to join the future strategy department. I heard the executive director is the direct advisor for that department. Am I not also deserving? Yai Sihuan's face twisted. What do you say? Ha ha ha. The old man laughed until he choked. The entire head office was noisy with his laughter. The old man changed his gaze and asked Chang Xian, it seems you do not care if I lose my authority. Good, that is the real White Tiger. The Future Strategy Department is the backbone and brain of the White Tiger Guild. To have it, you must prove yourself. What will you do to show everyone? Chang Xian replied seriously. Then what if I set a new record at the Blood Mountain range? I heard new recruits must cross Blood Mountain during training. Setting a record there is also acceptable. Yi Siwen asked back, not just first place of the year but first place in the entire dungeon? Chang Xian affirmed once more, only then did the old man sigh. Then no one can argue with you anymore. Seeing his expression freeze, Chang Xian guessed he wanted something else. He continued, I will also clear it out. Yai Sihuan was very pleased to hear this. That is right, very good. Actually, that place is outdated. I was planning to find a new training center. Chang Xian guessed Blood Mountain had hidden circumstances, and he might gain leverage over the director. I will personally close it down very carefully. Yai Sihuan gave a dangerous glance. Perhaps in the future I will have to discuss many things with you. Thank you for saying that. I have gained another task. Before going to the mountain, I want to use the White Tiger Guild library. Yai Sihuan was once again surprised by his action. He was delighted by this thirst for learning, so he did not refuse. The White Tiger Guild library is the best in the world. Use it freely. The internet was full of hot searches about Chang Xian with the phrase, the tyrant has revived. Popular searches, Chang Xian Tyrant White Tiger Sector C video, Chang Xian revived. Now everyone looked at Chang Xian with different eyes, full of admiration. Level 1 Li Chang Xian searched constantly for 4 days. Our tyrant has returned. Message, did he really reach SS rank? I am so excited. The man who lived twice. Where did those who called him a drunkard go now? Those impersonating Li Chang Xian on YouTube have switched to private mode. His verification video was insane. Antis still say it was staged. It seems their intelligence is as small as an ant's. Overthrowing the government, who still believes articles about the tyrant. Everyone knows it was a conspiracy to cover up the Supergate incident. Wow, do people like this really exist? The top 20 guild of the world has returned. SSS rank is all fabricated. If you have time to type, go home and sleep. Jio, I'm worried about a few things. The tyrant fans were quiet for a few days, but now they're crazy again. Can someone deal with this? God, you're scaring me now. Idora combo hits. Baiko stocks hit the ceiling for 3 days. Straight to the top. Watch out for the Han River. Invest moderately. Dear lover, I heard Li Chang Xian cleared all supergates. Has anyone verified this yet? The mysterious person caught in rumors has been confirmed to be Li Chang Xian. Here is an interview with a survivor of the Supergate. At this moment, everyone was praising and admiring Chang Xian. The blonde man cried and begged Uisi Huan to hand Chang Xian over to him. Please give him to me. He is a talent who needs a mentor like me. The old man sighed upon hearing this. What smoothness. Life is more like a path full of pebbles. This is a guild. If discipline isn't maintained, I'll send the captain ahead. The blonde man kept sobbing, damn it. Why do you always refuse? Chang Xian has applied to the future strategy department. If he doesn't meet expectations, he will resign. How can that man be put into the second subjugation team? After training, he will be under my jurisdiction. Who should I assign him to? The blonde man was surprised to learn there was still that method. Ui Saihuan told him to just leave and not bother him. The blonde man flattered him. Do you know how much I love you? It's hard to see Chang Xian these days. Where is he? If you knew, what would you do? I knew in advance, so I locked him in the place you hate the most. A few days later, Chang Xian finally stepped into the Blood Mountain dungeon. The Bako training camp began. The tyrant was ready to create a new legend. What would the true quality of SS++ rank be like? Standing before the cliff, Chang Xian confirmed he had to purify this entire vast mountain. After sighing, he saw a light from the highest peak. That area exploded, creating a whirlwind. Something flew out from the mountain peak. Chang Xian confirmed that was his target. The Blood Mountain range was full of aberrant creatures influenced by an ancient, mysterious source of magical energy. Find the source and destroy it, restoring the mountain forest ecosystem to its original state. The entire mountain range was divided into 8 main sections. Remember that each section had unique mutant creatures not found in other dungeons. All trainees received supplies, a system window, and skills to monitor the mission, meaning the entire mountain range was terrifyingly vast and completely covered in a thunderous red color. Chang Xian felt extremely disgusted. He remembered coming to a place like this back in Acadia. Chang Xian sensed someone was watching him. He glanced towards the tree base. The skill Lesser Wind was tracking you from behind. That person seemed to have followed Chang Xian from the library all the way to the outdoor training. He began to suspect, oh, executive director, what is he planning to do? A few days earlier at the Tiger Library, Chang Xian arrived and was overwhelmed by its grandeur, just as the Nei had said. The puppet ruler, wasn't he the one who caused chaos in the heavenly realm? Chang Xian recalled the conversation with Thanatos. So it was him, but what was the common trend among those he blessed? Chang Xian replied, they would have many enemies around, just like him. Thanatos smiled and asked, would it stop there? They would proudly display what they had stolen, storing it in one place, enjoying the treasure like achievement medals while showing it off to the guardian thief stars from all over the world. That place is called the Tiger Library. If you want, I can give you a list of useful things there. Chang Xian wanted to choose for himself. Thanatos asked again, even if it is something you will surely find interesting. Chang Xian reluctantly agreed, then go ahead and tell me. The 12 zodiacs, the body art of the centaur. Chang Xian was very surprised. He thought, a centaur with body art? That guy's rippling body made him feel as light as a feather. Ah no, that was the privilege of a god. Thanatos continued, the art of walking on snow, energy enhancement, penetration, leaf crossing the river, bow bending, grass flowing, and leap. Chang Xian asked seriously, does the puppet ruler possess one of those? But in reality, there was no battle between him and the centaur. So that means the centaur knew nothing. Where did you get it? Thanatos looked thoughtful. Well, who was it? It was from the husband after the shattering. This meant that currently, the thing Chang Xian needed to obtain, the leap, was indeed not easy. The leap was a divine right granted to the centaur of the 12 zodiacs. A long time ago, when he became a thief star, its previous owner was the thief star of the great emperor Ex Machina. He secretly learned it by observing the ruling leap, and became known after dominating a land in a short time. Through it, he displayed divine might and became the absolute ruler of that place. Chang Xian thought that was the reason the other zodiacs opposed letting the centaur have a territory near him. If he obtained that ability, once he awakened his divinity, no one could stop him. But if there were problems, things would be different. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, was watching your every move. While searching for books, a man came to remind him. The library usage time was 1 week. The library was open 24 hours. You were allowed to see all books, except the level 1 and level 2 restricted shelves. Remember, books were not to be taken out. And this was thanks to my girlfriend's request. Just a signature, can you please do it? Upon seeing Chang Xian's face, he even had to sigh at his handsomeness, let alone his girlfriend. But Chang Xian, upon hearing this, turned away with an icy expression. That man knew he had just been given the cold shoulder, and was nearly furious. Chang Xian was actually just being cautious of all uncertainties around him. Oh, executive director and the puppet ruler, he had to be careful. Thanatos had said, isn't the exhibition hall of the puppet ruler a copy of the martial arts library of the Yai Xiangsao clan? Observing it is quite interesting. Now Chang Xian's Heart of Stone skill was also activated. The Calm Mind skill was also activated. Chang Xian focused on reading, ignoring the world around him. Several days had passed, and Chang Xian still remained holed up in the library. Even the surveillance follower was getting annoyed. It had been days, he had no idea what he was doing. Was he just reading like that? Did not even have a pattern for choosing books, sometimes reading about injury arts, sometimes swordsmanship, and even books on body arts. He also read books on simple energy circulation techniques and myths about the gods, and he kept taking them out and putting them back continuously. Previously, director had tasked him with focusing on observing all of Chang Xian's actions, reporting anything suspicious immediately. Now this stalker had no idea what to report. He concluded that the reason Chang Xian immersed himself in the library was to create a good image in the public eye. A talented person was never lazy in learning, right? What image could be more fitting? The follower was now gritting his teeth in impatience, just praying for Chang Xian to leave. Only then could he rest. While he was annoyed, Chang Xian continued to focus even more. You are in a state of high concentration, focused on reading. You understand and remember most of the necessary knowledge. You are immersed. Knowledge acquisition rate increases. You infer the meaning of words. Comprehension of difficult vocabulary has increased. You are in a frenzy state. Warning. You are acquiring too much knowledge, falling into neural overload. You will soon experience a severe headache. Warning, you have exceeded the threshold. You should rest. Although the system continuously sent SOS signals, Chang Xian was not shaken. Achievement unlocked, frenzied book search, spirit force effect increased by 10. God of the appropriate hunting season was tired from the massive amount of books you had read. The snake horse god coiled around the world was curious about the amount of information you gathered. You have acquired a fragment of knowledge. Understanding of the great tiger overwhelmed by hardship has increased. Great tiger god overwhelmed by hardship watched you with an amused gaze. Chang Xian sneered, thinking to himself, truly foolish. My goal is not just the leap, but also to deduce the karmic proofs contained within that bastard, the puppet ruler, or his skill tree. Although the tiger library was built by the White Tiger Guild to display the greatness of the puppet ruler, it was also a holy ground for exchanging the techniques he taught. Most books contained information he intentionally hid. I will find that information, put all the pieces together to sketch out the form of the puppet ruler. From there, I will find his weaknesses and even the one behind him, and I will find a way to defeat the puppet ruler. Chang Xian's current skill synthesis level had reached 39%. Finally, he withdrew from the library. That is how it is. I have to go now. It seems I have reached the limit of the method of defeating him through synthesizing tier 3 information, so I will have to fill the rest with achievements and open the level 1 and level 2 bookcases. It was not here. I looked 3 times but still could not find the leap. Could it be in the level 1 and level 2 bookcases I am looking for? Chang Xian had only 3 hours left in the library. He decided to check one last time. If there was an ancient language or vocabulary, then it was highly likely to be of the 7th tier. The Heart of Stone has reached its limit. Calm Mind has reactivated the wavering focus. Spirit Force has been further enhanced. The Eagle Cat God tearing through the twilight celebrates your Spirit Force. Chang Xian placed his hand on the book, and a surge of energy immediately radiated outward. Finally found it. He did not know if this was a turning point, but it certainly held a secret. This was the book 100 Monster Meat Dishes. But if flipped upside down and read in a special way, Chang Xian suddenly realized this was no breakthrough. The book contained special script, recording a deep and bitter grudge. Full of resentment and pain. Do you know the feeling of being betrayed by your own blood brother? I know Moon Song, I know what he did to me. That name startled Chang Xian. Moon Song Jimtran Ho, the Celestial Sword Hero. One of the 9 sword heroes, the chairman of the White Tiger Society. The one who founded this place alongside the director of management, and also the puppet ruler of the apostles. Someone was speaking of him, calling him a friend. Did the Celestial Sword Hero have ties to someone? Public records said he rose from being a famous mercenary, creating his own martial arts. The puppet ruler had accepted him as an apostle, but this book showed the truth was otherwise. A ragged man, his body covered in sword wounds, struggled to voice his pain. I am Hanayuzuru, Moon Song's senior brother. To be precise, I was once his senior brother. As the clan secretary, though no one knew, I trained in swordsmanship for many years. Then one day the master brought home a disciple much younger than me. The master died of old age, and I treated that junior brother like my own sibling, teaching him how to wield a sword. But I should have seen the hidden thoughts within him, and understood the intentions of the clan's guardian god. The great tiger drowned in hardship. The holy name said it all. Puppet ruler was a cunning god who favored war and chaos. He could not favor a clan like ours, determined to fight and hiding for peace. Of course, he could choose other apostles, but the problem was me, Han Yu, who best followed his teachings. Therefore, the puppet ruler was powerless, only able to grind his teeth in frustration. Chang Xian realized they had deliberately sealed the puppet ruler's power. He had heard of this before. There was a time he had grown weak, and I had often wondered why he had vanished for 100 years. So it was because of the accident involving the clan of the former Celestial Sword Hero. Han Yu saw too much bloodshed and stopped. The puppet ruler then chose Moon Song to replace him. Stalker grew restless watching Xian just stare at the book. He was reading it backwards, just making a fool of himself. The book continued. Moon Song's plan had been laid long ago, from the time I could no longer wield a sword. He had been slowly poisoning me for a very long time. The dosage was so small that I could not detect it. He did not take my life. Perhaps he still felt some affection. He destroyed my limbs, causing my magical organs to cease functioning. Then he imprisoned me in the underground cave of the society. Moon Song, why did the guardian god no longer protect me? I watched emptily as my junior brother was hailed a hero, building his headquarters right on our clan's land. He disobeyed the master's warning not to venture into the outside world. I watched emptily as he caused a disaster that lasted 10 years. One day, I heard the voice of that thing. Chang Xian read in confusion, flipping pages back and forth. That thing? Was there no content about this? It was hidden elsewhere. The system notified him. You have discovered a hidden fragment. The legacy of the Nameless One takes root within you. Your mixing skill ratio has increased, reaching 51%. Chang Xian was surprised. The mixing ratio to defeat the puppet ruler had increased to 12%. Just by discovering a hidden fragment, another fragment was nearby. Find them all and piece them together. Chang Xian believed the one who left this behind was truly extraordinary. A divine creation must have been involved. That was likely what Handu had mentioned. With only 2 hours left in the library, Chang Xian was determined to find the remaining book. Chang Xian immediately began his search. The legacy was hidden with a password, meant to be discovered by others. They had to balance it so the enemy could not find it. If the password had been cracked, the others would be easy to find. They were all on the 7th tier bookshelf. Chang Xian fumbled and searched, while the stalker outside was still crying. Why did he care so much about his image? He had to get his autograph no matter what. The great tiger god drowned in hardship believed you would become a loyal disciple. Chang Xian thought the god had not yet noticed. The cunning god was now watching you intently. Chang Xian was thrilled he had finally found it. But in truth, it was just like me, one who was once betrayed by an older disciple and imprisoned here. It had been devoured by its own child long ago, becoming a wandering ghost on this land of death. That being and I share a common enemy. Chang Xian's face changed again, devoured by its own child. Was that child the puppet ruler? A piece of dark history buried by the puppet ruler. Now I have found his weakness. The pain and resentful words continued to echo. That being spoke of the wretched tiger, whom my master and I had served with all our hearts all this time. It was nothing but a monster, even a demon, one who had devoured its own family to attain divinity. You said you must see that demon's head fall with your own eyes to finally rest in peace. That being tried to pass on to me the method to destroy that wretched tiger. With that, I recovered my strength and developed my body, then hid myself from everyone's sight. I began to gather my power, focusing on restoring my body as that being had taught me. When my fellow disciple, the one causing chaos in the world, returned, I made a decision. Just as he had hurt me, I would now follow that same path to kill him, and I would swing my sword once more to strike down that tiger filled with pain. But the first thought upon arriving here was whether I could truly do it. Could I truly destroy the one who had raised and taught me as his own child? I had to ask myself that question. So I left my dreams behind here in the form of a cipher, hoping that one day the grievances of me and it would be passed on to a worthy successor. The system announced you had successfully uncovered all fragments of the seal. The scorching steps of the Nameless One have sprouted in your heart, the legacy of the one who inherited the regret of the fierce tiger. Reward: Wisdom +5, Will +10 skill, Claws of the Black Mountain God. Claws of the Black Mountain God, the most fearsome skill when the ferocious beast bears its full claws. Level 1, Active Counter Command, Area of Effect Continuous Bleed with stacking that replaces the basic skill. Area of Effect Bleed surpasses normal continuous bleed, pushing opponents to the brink of death in a short time. Continuously allows the use of multiple skills in succession without any cooldown time. The stacking effect makes consecutive attacks more powerful. Replacing the basic skill, you can conceal or harmonize skills to amplify power. The piercing screams of injustice tore at the mind. Heaven's sword absent myriad emotions in ruin. Chang Xian thought, the Claws the Black Mountain God was originally opposed to the White Tiger clan's skills. But no, perhaps they complemented each other, because they shared a common origin with the White Tiger clan skills. The power of the forgotten ancient god, surely no hatred was greater than it. But this skill consumed a great deal of mana. My current mastery only enough to control one claw. Right, I must collect plenty of mana potions. I need to go to the training ground and protect that place. Though a bit regretful, I will seize the opportunity to make a leap forward. Chang Xian stepped into the Red Fortress Mountain dungeon. He was fully aware he could not catch Zuzun yet, so he had to eliminate him when the chance arose. The moment Chang Xian appeared once more, everyone in the dungeon went into a mode of astonishment, frozen in place. Oh, it's really Chang Xian. I wonder what he will do this time. I don't want to be compared to him. Chang Xian glanced around and assessed the number of useful people here was no more than 3. A hardcore fan of his went crazy with joy just from being glanced at. Wow, he just looked at me. Chang Xian found those useless guys truly annoying. A white-haired man with bandages wrapped around his face stood out in the crowd. Chang Xian caught a glimpse of him and the badge he was wearing. New member of the White Tiger Bake Gyeon. It seemed he had received a blessing from another god. Chang Xian began to get curious about his identity. The white-haired man was shouting loudly that he would lead today's White Tiger training session, demanding everyone be quiet and pay attention. The 26th new member training session of White Tiger will begin shortly. Immediately, information about Chang Xian was updated, and White Tiger began a training session that had been planned in advance. The tyrant was ready to become a legend. This young man with bangs covering half his face, truly troublesome. Hu Zhangjian, who had once intimidated Chang Xian, had a tense face as he answered the phone. Uncle, are you listening? Of course your uncle is listening. So what's ITS? They want you to get those already sold photos. Because they are the main models advertising the Tita company cars. This uncle will have a special signed copy. See, you weren't listening to me. I hate you, uncle. The uncle helplessly held his head. I'm so distressed, that damned gate at Gangsu. If it weren't for it then. Yu Jiangjian, an uncle who always listened to his niece. Watching her grow up was truly heartwarming. He had been tremendously panicked when he learned she was trapped in the gate at Gangsu. To form a rescue team, Zhang Jian had been struggling recently but had no choice but to rest in the dungeon, so he could only hope nothing bad would happen. Zhang Jian continuously prayed to the nameless giant guardian to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling before the altar, someone ran in to report that Haibin had returned safely. Zhang Jian was a mess of tears and snot, still unable to believe his eyes. Sitting before his beloved niece, he wanted to express his gratitude to their benefactor. So tell your uncle who that person is. Haibin stammered in reply. It was Uncle Chang Xian. He disappeared as soon as the dungeon mission was completed. I think he was afraid of being exposed to outsiders, and I felt it was better to let him decide for himself. Zhang Jiang confidently promised, then your uncle will go find Chang Xian and invite him to the guild we are about to establish, and then I will thank him. Haibin looked delighted, praising her uncle as the best. Seeing his niece happy, Zhang Jian also felt a bit embarrassed recalling the past events. The truth is I did not speak kindly to him because of my actions when we first met. Yelling and then fighting must have made him uncomfortable. Zhang Jian gave his business card hoping to personally recruit Chang Xian for the 5-star sword team, but he thought he would at least receive a call, yet there was no sign of him. Zhang Jian helplessly covered his face. It was indeed a damned mistake. It was hard to believe that Chang Xian went directly to the Human Resources Department of White Tiger and vanished for an entire month. Moreover, that young man was SSS rank, meaning Chang Xian truly was a genius on par with X or L rank. Looking at his hands still bearing the scars from that fight, Zhang Jian thought he should have realized it sooner. That was why a rookie like Chang Xian was so powerful. Since Chang Xian disappeared, Haibin called daily to ask about the situation. She hated her uncle and said that Chang Xian siding with another faction was Zhang Jian's fault for not chasing after him in time. My brother, his wife, even the chairman of the conglomerate, my father all looked at me with strange eyes. I cannot deny I underestimated this matter, but I was too busy. What could I do? I just thought Li Changxian had hidden his identity from the start. I could not focus on that because of the things that happened with Hai Off. How can I recruit Changxian who has turned into such a monster? In the dark dungeon of the Red Mountain area, the fervor for Changxian had not ended. Hey, did you see that just now? Brother Chang Xiang glanced at me. Oh my god, I can die satisfied now. As she spoke, the girl was drooling. The boy beside her was annoyed. Hey, you are drooling. He probably likes seeing you like this. Her words fell on deaf ears. The person involved thought helplessly. There was no stopping her. She was too infatuated with being on a mission together with Li Changxian. It was hard to believe that the outcome would be. Those with the most disgraceful results passed, but our team leader Kim Hyun-jun did not. The man in blue stood still with a tense face that frightened anyone who looked. Everyone worriedly asked, brother, what is wrong? No, it is nothing. First, I think they will explain the rules for the training camp, so we should gather here. The bald man began to announce, reiterating the important part of the training rules that had been mentioned before. The large screen displayed the content. The training lasts 100 days. The first month is for learning 3 basic skills of White Tiger, along with numerous practical training sessions. In the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will be removed, and you must survive using the 3 skills learned. There are no rules on how to survive. You can form a team or fight alone. Points are added for achievements, increasing or decreasing according to monster level. Supervisors and guards will hide in the dungeon to evaluate for 24 hours. However, points will be deducted, and if they drop below 0, you fail. Those who fail are not qualified to join the guild. Conversely, those who achieve high points will receive compensation after the training period. Those who make it into the final top 5 will be qualified to receive a blessing from a guardian spirit. The bold man added, aside from the above conditions, anything that does not violate autonomous actions and judgments is permitted. Now I will teach everyone the 3 basic skills. On the wooden tray were 3 scrolls. The first scroll is Tiger's Aura, a basic skill that an unlucky tiger can use to attack by converting external magical power. Skill level 1 active type overwhelming effect. The second scroll is Tiger's Step, a fierce vitality hidden in every step. Level 1 active type attack amplification effect. The remaining scroll is Tiger's Calamity, like a tiger tearing apart its prey. Attack power is amplified. Level 1 active type attack increase effect. The commander shouted, if everyone has received the scrolls, tear them to acquire the skills. Begin. Everyone started doing so and all received these 3 skills. Actually learning them made everyone happy and excited. The bald man rested his hands and continued speaking. Everyone has received them, right? Then from now on I, as the supervisor, will demonstrate for you. Watch my movements and remember them. In the silent crowd, Li Changxian raised his hand, wanting to speak. I have already learned them. I heard that even during the training phase, if one demonstrates they have perfectly mastered the skills, they can skip the safe zone. If one demonstrates they have perfectly learned the skills, they can skip the safe zone. Others' faces changed, unable to believe Chang Xian had already finished learning so quickly. How is that possible? Some thought he received the scroll before them. He got the scroll before us. No way. Would they dare to do such a rash thing in front of so many people? So, did he master the stances, movements, and everything just by tearing the scroll? No matter how talented he is, that is impossible. Jio-un remained unmoved amidst the ever-changing flow of life. He only quietly watched and observed. Chang Xian's crazy fangirl continued drooling and exclaimed, as expected, "Look at his confidence. How can he be so full of drive?" Man in blue, his face full of hatred and jealousy, thought, "No, there is no need to be angry. That guy will definitely fail." No one knew that his father was a high-ranking member of the White Tiger Guild. Father even specifically told me that there was no way Chang Xian could learn the 3 basic skills. The supervisor suggested Chang Xian demonstrate for him. The man in blue continued thinking, does he think he is so talented that he can master the skills after seeing them for the first time? You fool, if it were that easy everyone could master them, right? Chang Xian stood there, let out a sigh, and began to activate the skills. The skill tiger's step has been activated. The skill tiger's aura has been activated. Wicked flames rolled, burning and surging powerfully. His yellow eyes also blazed with fire. Exclamations of surprise rang out again. No way, this is insane. He not only released it, he even formed it into the shape of a tiger. The young man in blue gaped so wide his jaw nearly dislocated. Impossible. How did that bastard do it? Even that thing. The skill tiger's calamity has been activated. The tiger of fire rose higher and higher. A loud roar and a strong wind enveloped the space. Chang Xian, along with his sword, looked cooler than ever. Every slash spewed fire. The supervisor almost got his hand singed by the flames. Chang Xian made everything explode. The ground of earth and rock cracked open, and then the appearance of 2 monsters. The fat supervisor broke out in a cold sweat, still unable to believe his eyes. Chang Xian, however, acted as if it were only natural, saying that a single try would do the trick. Everyone was still in shock, unable to regain their composure. Their shock turned to anger when they saw the young master, and they cursed him as a damned bastard. At that moment, the one who had been secretly watching Chang Xian in the library also spoke up. He asked quietly, "Was this the reason you were hiding in the library?" He thought to himself, it was unbelievable. This genius could use a skill he had just learned while it had taken him a full 10 years. He asked Chang Xian seriously, "To be a genius, you don't just fool around, but you also train diligently in secluded places, right? I thought the image of you in the library was just an act. I sincerely apologize. You are truly amazing." The unexpected words of gratitude left Chang Xian slightly stunned. Chang Xian glanced at the attitudes of the people around him after those words. Everyone immediately changed their stance, thinking that since he was a genius who also worked hard, could he possibly surpass even Tyrant? A group of Chang Xian fangirls fainted from his skill, saying just by looking at him you could tell he was a genius. The god of the great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, was pleased that you understood his teachings well. Chang Xian figured he was probably eating ribs. He promised to grant you a higher position if you continued to perform well. The god of the hunting season was dissatisfied, while the young master smiled, having achieved his goal. The puppet enemy granted many things to encourage him, but the super examiner was not pleased. Chang Xian asked the supervisor if this was enough to demonstrate his level. The supervisor tremblingly said, "Yes, you can pass now." Chang Xian strode boldly straight into the dungeon. Those lowly jealous bastards could only stand there and glare with annoyance. Dusk fell. Chang Xian had gone deep into the forest, with jungle creatures crawling all over the ground beneath his feet. The god of the great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, was curious about the achievements you would accomplish this time. He was looking forward to your dungeon-clearing performance. Chang Xian realized the god had been listening in on his conversation with the director. The atmosphere was heavy, and his body felt increasingly weighed down. It seemed the ecosystem being affected by mysterious magic power was indeed true. In this atmosphere, an ordinary player could not stand it. The system announced that the furnace fire was monster hunting and purifying. The heart of steel was activated and peace of mind had been used. Chang Xian drew his sword and joined the 2 blades into one. The god of the serpent coiled around the world widened his eyes in interest, watching what you were doing. A rustling sound came from deep within the forest, and Chang Xian exclaimed, "Here it is." The lake step was activated, and the young master unleashed his first slash. The skill of the same mark was applied, and the principle of conduction was added. The firepower flew straight toward the monster. It surged up, letting out sounds of pain. This place was exactly as Chang Xian had predicted. A great many rebellious monsters came running. This was precisely the lair of Yishimai. Chang Xian was certain that the thing he needed the most must be here. He activated the dark power, intending to try out a few things first. The skill Haishen Shen Yi Claw was activated. Chang Xian turned purple. This was indeed the Haishen Shen Claw. Swung out the subsequent sword strokes. Yasimi's screams grew louder and louder. The god of the great tiger, overwhelmed by hardship, was astonished by the power of your claws. Chang Xian felt fortunate that the puppet ruler had not detected anything yet, but this skill consumed a lot of mana. Chang Xian sighed, thinking he needed to increase his magic capacity. This must be the residence of the Mei Jiao. As he was walking, a monster recklessly charged at him, and Chang Xian instantly erased it from existence. The Snake Eyes skill was activated. The god of the hunting season cried out in amazement at your combat skill. The god of the serpent embracing the world wanted to use your outstanding actions as research material. Chang Xian annihilated the Mei Jiao tribe, obtaining Mei Jiao leg joints and a Mei Jiao club reward. The spirit control skill was activated. A creature within a flower saw Chang Xian and hastily fled. He stared directly at it. I have found it. He gripped the plant tightly. Then he pulled it up, and you have obtained the Kuzang flower. Kuzang flower grows in the life-death boundary zone of the Sichuan flower forest. It often screams for no reason and contains deadly poison. Eating it hastily will get you into trouble. Chang Xian recalled his conversation with the group of hidden people. They asked him if he really wanted to enhance the Beifeng furnace, calling it madness. Chang Xian said he heard you know how to do what I want. The filthy old man was precisely the second elder. He laughed heartily, saying he heard you were crazy but did not think it was true. The Beifeng furnace belongs to the virtuous celestial deity, representing reproduction and creation. Do you intend to turn it into a place of chaos? Chang Xian asked directly, so you are not going to teach me? The second elder said if that is the case he would help. There was no reason not to teach his specialty. Chang Xian suggested he teach him how to increase firepower, to add fire instead of adding oil. If you add weak flames, they will be devoured without a trace. So you must choose a fierce and cruel flame. Find a monster like a stubborn ghost or a blood orb, and you will be able to ignite the infernal flame. At this moment, Jiang Xia realized that the thing flying out from that high peak was Ulrich. He needs a furnace to capture monsters from simple things to make the fire blaze. By using the bitter flowers growing in a place like this, the Jin Frisia source of those Chima tribes, you have swallowed the bitter flower, countering the poison spreading in your body. The tenfold poison immunity effect has been activated, your body resisting the toxins. The 8 trigram furnace blazed up and began to purify. Magic power has increased by 0.3, activating the fire and increasing magic points at the same time. To Chang Xian, this is a good thing. A series of system notifications appeared. You have successfully destroyed the Chima tribe. You have received the Chima skull and Chima heart as rewards. You have eaten the laughing flower and destroyed the village of the red ghosts. You found the battle flower area and eliminated a group of shadow spiders. Achievement unlocked. Strength increased by 5, agility increased by 3. The god of the hunt asked how much longer you plan to journey. The hawk owl god tore through the dusk, taking delight in observing your new adventure. Chang Xian climbed to the highest peak and discovered a lair. It turned out to be Ulrich's nest. When he met the second elder, he asked what kind of monster Ulrich was. He replied that it was not exactly a monster, nor was it easy to call it a ghost. It was quite strange. It seemed like a creature that was not truly alive. In other words, it could be called a nether realm, a place representing fire and death. Chang Xian asked if it had a core, and he replied, what do you think the core of a nether being is like? But there are some similar things. Standing before Ulrich, Chang Xian thought that the right eye of that bastard was tens of thousands of souls filled with hatred, compressed into an eye. If I could use it, I might be able to change the nature of the 8 trigram furnace. It seemed to have left the nest, so Chang Xian decided to set some traps and wait for it to return. As for the supervisors, they were still standing there, looking at the list and chatting. This year seemed special. The recruits were affected by Chang Xian's selection results. Nearly 40% of them passed the test in just 10 days. Finally, the group jealous of Chang Xian also got to enter the dungeon. Is Chang Xian really as pathetic as he shows himself to be? Do you think that is possible? Who knows, the White Tiger Guild might have given him something. If not, don't you think a person can master a skill that quickly? But what if the higher-ups of the White Tiger Guild find out about this? The scar-faced man confidently declared. On the surface, the White Tiger people say they are justice, but in reality, they are just murderers like us. A killer refers to a murderer or criminal, but here it refers to a group of people who kill for pleasure or money. Those White Tiger bastards must have done something special to get where they are. We just need to imitate them. Even if he doesn't have it, he must have learned it from his professional gamer life. That bastard is filthy rich. The young man with 2 moles under his eyes, seeing his teammates say that, chimed in. But there is also the possibility of problems arising, because after all, we are messing with him. He almost got glared to death by the other 2 for saying that and had to explain himself again. I mean, it is also true. If we pick a fight with the one person you shouldn't mess with, that's the guy. Join the White Tiger's real combat training and steal the illusory orb. At the worst, The white tiger people might corner us, but that would be the time to turn the tables. They said we needed to seize it no matter what. The other two glared and gnashed their teeth. Are you worried you can't beat a rookie? You bastard. Are you looking down on us? Do you want to die, or are you too scared? The mole-faced guy was forced to reluctantly accept. The other two warned him if he said those words again, they would cut off his head and feed it to the Chima monsters for snacks. Be smart and do it. After saying that, they dashed straight into the forest, leaving the young man standing there still afraid of dying. Then he had no choice but to put on his mask and set off. Moon rose, which was also when the traps were fully completed. A loud explosion rang out. The red fire ghost had fallen into the trap. The neck rupture and piercing were activated. The paralysis venom activated. The monster was infected with acid poison. He exterminated the pink-haired fire demon. The twin-headed serpent fell into his trap. The fire hound and lake tattoo bird also fell into the trap. He leveled up. A whole bunch of weaklings fell into the trap. The main character Ulrich still had not arrived. Only the fire-type monsters had gathered. A massacre was taking place. The god of the hunt laughed, saying the explosions were beautiful. 10 days had passed, and it had still not returned to the nest since he rose from level 29 to 32. That meant Ulrich had truly departed. The problem was Chang Xion wondered if this time he would have to go with the flow again. She still had to finish what needed to be done first. Suddenly the nest exploded. It turned out Jion had appeared. His hands trembled. Impossible. What was that thing that my spear was? Chang Xion asked him the reason he was there, if he was following him. He did not answer. Chang Xion also ignored him. Well, it did not matter, because you saw what I did, so I must kill you. Thus, Bix, Jion, and Chang Xion faced off against each other again. Chang Xion thought to himself that his eyesight seemed quite sharp. He used the 3-meter-long spear too skillfully. He must be level 35 or 36. What level were his skills at? Jion used every skill and engaged in combat with Chang Xion. After fighting for a while, he realized he was in danger. Chang Xion was too fast and accurate. He aimed straight for his neck. It was truly dangerous. On Chang Xian's side, he was quite surprised that Jion had dodged the last blow. He continued to grip his blade tightly and slashed forward. An explosion rang out. Jion's ice mask fell off. Chang Xion seemed to stop the fight. He did not understand why he did that and why he was still alive. Chang Xion stood there, firmly holding the spear, looking him straight in the face and asking, "Who are you? How could you possibly use the shadow art?" Jion stammered, "That name, how do you know about it?" "I was numb with memories because my whole life was nothing but slaughter and war. The people I trusted all left because of my madness, my relationships and good memories. The goddess of slaughter and destruction, Millennial Blue River, the blood and iron lion, or the darkness that lulled Sugi to sleep. The shadow art encompasses all skills and powers born from Sugi. Sugi once said my power was very special. Ordinary people have many divine powers, while I only have one. A god with only one authority. Chang Xion knew Sugi was the only such existence. Shadow art was a word that his close ones knew. Now he was curious about what relationship the person before him had with Sugi. The great tiger god submerged in hardship was puzzled about the skill the player Jio-un had just used. The shadow art of Sugi was different from that of this ordinary human, so he found it quite surprising to recognize it. Jio-un lowered his head and asked Chang Xion back, "How did you know about it?" Chang Xion retorted arrogantly, "Was I not the one who asked you first?" Jio-un flew into a rage. "I will make you open your mouth." Jio-un recklessly charged to combat with Chang Xion. The great tiger god submerged in hardship watched the match between the two who would become his followers with satisfaction. Jio-un was frenzied, continuously shouting for Chang Xion to speak. The god of the hunt cheered him on, saying he would not forgive him if he lost. Chang Xion knew he needed to be clever, avoiding killing him until he heard about the shadow art. The two weapons clashed, continuously sparking. Looking at Chang Xian's spear, that man was startled, especially the power he was using. The flames rose higher and higher. The skill Great Tiger Moonmane was used. The skill Tiger Thrust had been unlocked. The skill Great Tiger Aura had been activated. Skill combination complete. With the combination of Great Tiger Formation and Great Tiger Aura, Great Tiger Domination completed, Chang Xian's eyes blazed. He unleashed a powerful attack towards Jio-un, sending him tumbling, slamming hard into the wall. Jio-un coughed up blood. Chang Xion pointed the tip of his sword at him threateningly. The god of the hunt eagerly praised this as a wonderful match. Jio-un stammered as he stood up and asked, "What are you?" Great Tiger God submerged in hardship reminded him again. Chang Xion spoke up, "You are a demon spawn. That is the reason you have unnatural strength. Demon spawns are those born from relations with demons, not normal beings. They have horrific appearances and unnatural strength, accompanied by a lifelong curse." Jio-un's eyes were teary and trembling. "How do you know?" Chang Xion coldly replied, "Does that matter?" After seeing the burn-like marks on his body, he knew they were not real burns, but because he was a demon spawn. The shadow art was not a skill that could be trained, but an innate talent. The remaining part of the god back then must belong to Sugi. Sugi's energy had also weakened considerably. Chang Xion very much wanted to know what had happened, why he had left his son behind in this mortal world. He thought to himself he must pull this man to his side, not sure if Jio-un knew anything about his father. He told Jio-un. It seemed he wanted to capture Ulrich to erase the demon origin, but gave up because it was useless. Jio-un replied aggrievedly, What do you know? Trang Xiao added, I know a lot, at least more than you do. Could you not confirm that, since even I recognized you as a demon after a few attacks? All of Chang Xian's knowledge left him silence. You think the scar is from demonic fire, but Ulrich's eye could not be healed. First, your parents are not people of the fire demon. You probably think the scar resembles a burn, but if so, it would have been impossible to use the secret technique of the dark element. Moreover, Ulrich is closer to the word element than to the fire element. Its nature is very different from an ordinary demon. Are you going to devour it? The serpent deity tilted its head at your knowledge. Chang Xian said, if you want to become a true demon or a monster god, I will not stop you. Jiaoan silently slid down, his eyes brimming as if about to cry. Chang Xian sees the core of his desire. Just as I thought, you have guessed it too. Do you think it is only because you want to escape the curse? Jiaoan painfully bowed his head and sobbed, then tell me what I should do. Chang Xian declared he would heal him, but on the condition that he make a deal with him. Yes. Look, you have surely finished researching Ulrich's behavior, have you not? Give me that knowledge and cooperate with me. Chang Xian knew full well that Jiaoan had investigated very thoroughly, perhaps even parts that he had not seen. Jiaoan looked up, how can I trust you? Chang Xian had to use his trump card. Then I suppose I should show you that I can heal. Jiaoan looked very surprised. Chang Xian told him to hold out his hand. Jiaoan hesitated but obeyed. Chang Xian added, whether you believe it or not, it is still the same, is it not? He took hold of his demonic hand and began to treat it. The treatment process will be very hot, bear with it. The flame began to flare up and envelop Jiaoan's entire body. The heat forced him to open his mouth to breathe. Chang Xian told him not to open his mouth, lest the air entering would disrupt his demonic power. He clamped his mouth shut, letting out low, pained groans. The system announced that the demon origin status was changing. The curse was being removed. Jiaoan felt his demon origin dissolving, his bad luck noticeably decreasing. Now it was sufficient, just a little more to touch the central heart of the demon origin. The flame was gradually disappearing. The treatment seemed to be going smoothly. Jiaoan's face changed, the burn-like scar was gone. Chang Xian told him not to rush, to check his face first. A completely healed face appeared. Jiaoan raised his hand to check, it was truly healed. The deity of the hunting season was astonished by this great change. The serpent deity thought the properties of the Bagua flame needed further study. The great tiger deity laughed happily, seeing the positive change in the younger generation. With Chang Xian's current ability, this was the limit. He would need regular treatment. Even so, a full recovery would still be difficult. Afterward, he suggested Jiaoan help him capture Ulrich to enhance his flame power and completely heal him. If you need a guarantee, I can use the elemental demonic power too. Jiaoan smiled happily. This was enough to convince him. He fully trusted Chang Xian. Chang Xian was secretly pleased. This guy is more useful than I thought. I am truly eager to see what he can do. Jiaoan asked what he should do to help Chang Xian. Chang Xian began to set conditions. First, use honorifics with me. The reason Chang Xian was being particular was that hearing his friend's son speak on equal terms felt odd. The serpent deity clicked its tongue and called him an old man. Jiaoan's face contorted as he replied reluctantly, fine, although I can understand this matter. The two began to act. To capture Ulrich, they first had to know its habits. That is right, Ulrich's habits resemble those of a fruit, so they had to inspect its nest carefully. While walking, they discovered a sunken spot, inside which were a great deal of gold, silver, jewels, and turnips. These were all the spoils of people killed by Ulrich. The eyes of the deity of the hunting season sparkled. Ulrich not only collected shiny objects, but also sorted ordinary and valuable items, although was very forgetful about such things afterward. If we examine the things buried here, we can roughly guess its movement direction. Among that treasure pile was also a bow, the white sparrow bow. It had the effects of bullseye piercing and quintuple strike, made from the wing bones and feathers of the fastest and strongest prey of an unknown hunter. Chang Xian thought he should also take a few things from this pile to use, and sell the rest, since it was all good stuff. Suddenly he detected something emitting an aura. This was a familiar deathly aura, an illusion orb created from death blossoms and world-ending flowers in a specific ratio. It radiated the endless hatred and fear of those who had been affected by it. An endless fear, like falling into an abyss of despair, or being submerged in a prison. Chang Xian thought he had found something related to the white tiger. Jiaoan came to say that he already knew where the spirit was, easier than expected. It seemed to be focusing on feeding lately, he was not sure what it was doing. Chang Xian guessed it had gone deep into the mountains, where there were many spirit bodies for it to absorb. Chang Xian realized Jiaoan was truly a valuable treasure. Let us go, we cannot waste time. The two ran straight to the mountain range believed to be the spirit's hiding place. 4 days later, they arrived at the spine area. Remembering the second elder's words, it had immense greed and voracious appetite. Finally, they had arrived. As soon as they got there, they saw the calamity grade 4 spirit creating a drought. The god of the hunting season asked in surprise how a bird could be so terrifyingly large. The god licked his lips and said a firebird this big was well worth hunting. Chang Xian activated his keen eyes. He looked over its entire body once. He used the bow and stood in a ready aiming stance. The great tiger god was proud of his 2 juniors and decided to grant a special privilege. This was the reason Chang Xian's eyes suddenly became sharper. The young man felt all his senses were elevated to a higher level. Perhaps the privilege of the Void Lord focused on enhancing the senses. The god felt proud. He said quite confidently that no one else could give you such a great privilege. This was like compensation for the lack of attack skills in Chang Xian. The god of the hunting season mocked the great tiger, saying this time his doing would also be useless. Beast instinct was a privilege that enhanced the 5 senses and added a 6th sense. The 6th sense warned of danger and allowed you to transform into an animal form. At this moment, beast instinct was causing all of Chang Xian's senses to focus on the spirit. He grasped its movements better. The spirit fell into a state of frenzy. Chang Xian charged again. The great tiger god felt proud seeing him use the privilege. Gio-un was in heavy shock, unable to believe it. At this rate, they might actually kill the spirit. The system reported an uninvited intruder. 2 streams of light flashed past and they landed. 2 identical men declared this was a protected area and demanded they turn back. Chang Xian ignored them and attacked the spirit with multiple consecutive fatal blows. The searing flame blazed fiercely. The explosion skill and light net were upgraded. The spirit still screamed wildly. Lightning continuously struck down upon it. 2 men rudely repeated that this was a protected area. Leave now. Gio-un yelled in argument that they had been chasing the monster for 4 days. Please allow them to hunt it. 2 men became more gruff, warning that no one without authority was allowed in. If they did not listen, they would use force and not be responsible. Both drew large swords and rested them on their shoulders. This situation was really damn frustrating. The spirit was rampaging more violently and trying to escape. Gio-un urgently shouted for them to get out of the way. If it escaped, they could not hunt it anymore. The 2 men remained stubborn, suggesting if they'd not want to get shot, they should step back. Chang Xian looked at them with a helpless yet assessing expression. The stalker was still hiding, watching every move. Chang Xian thought the executive director had promised no hindrance. So why was this happening? This place was exactly where the white tiger was hiding. It seemed the director was hiding something. It might be related to the illusion gem taken from the Zikwi cave, or the person involved with this secret had been killed by Zikwi, and they were destroying the evidence. That meant there were other people who wanted to hunt and kill the demon. If they investigated further, they would surely find more evidence. Chang Xian spoke up to ask if they could move freely as long as they did not enter the protected area. The 2 men answered that was correct, so please leave now. Chang Xian with a tense face declared that then you 2 do not need to worry. Suddenly Zikwi somersaulted back, catching the 2 men off guard. It fell into a frenzied state, thrashing about, the searing flame engulfing it. Flame surged out from within Xian's body. The fire of the monster trap found a new source of fire and tried to absorb it quickly. Finally, Zikwi was dealt with. It died, leaving only skin and bones. It felt like it lost like a fledgling bird. He said, a fledgling bird? Yes, it left the nest abruptly, so there was probably a problem. Its fire has a special effect. If used well, it could be very helpful. Zikwi was a mythical demon spirit, very difficult to hunt alone, so they needed to prepare thoroughly. Gio-un wondered if Chang Xian had any ideas. Chang Xian asked back. Gio-un replied that he had prepared a few things, but was not sure if they would be effective. Chang Xian thought to himself, if the monster was about to give birth, try to find its apparent Jin Freesia source to better predict its movement direction. He needed to get to the exact spot where it would first set foot to ambush it. It had devoured the souls of its prey, so this would be very effective. Chang Xian began to absorb energy. The soul-stealing power was destroying the spirit that created the Zikwi. The infernal flame clinging to the spirit would quickly spread to connected spirits, and now it covered the entire body of the Zikwi. The Zikwi was being burned. Hellfire blazed fiercely. Chang Xian pointed at the Zikwi's corpse, saying it was not due to a hunting instinct, but simply because it was too hungry that it had to devour ravenously. The first meal was the dead soul, so we will coat it with frost poison and paralysis poison. Those Zikwi could not resist this ice and paralysis poison. Everything was going exactly according to Chang Xian's plan. The Zikwi continued to swallow the prey's soul, then used part of it as fuel for the flame of death. He did not tell Gio-un, but after defeating the monster, he had not extracted its soul. That soul would enter the Zikwi's body and become part of its flesh and blood. When it tried to flee, he would use a soul derivative to pull it back. When the 8 trigram flame ignited by a soul, it would spread to other souls and eventually develop, becoming impossible to extinguish. The Zikwi was a collection of souls. It could not escape the 8 trigram flame. The energy obtained from burning the Zikwi would remain by his side along with its flame. The 8 trigram flame was devouring the infinite flame, its destructive ability gradually stacking onto its regenerative ability. The stats began to rise continuously, triggering a danger warning. The fire absorption rate increased, the flame's territory changed, and it was now uncontrollable. Your magic circuits were rising and had exceeded the allowed threshold. Chang Xian's mana conduits had reached their limit. No new elements could be added. The magic circuits could not utilize all the magic in the current state, so Chang Xian's body began to change and regenerate. Achievement Sun Devourer unlocked. Reward: Intelligence and Will increased by 20. Additional integrated magic circuit. Skill Soul Stealing power has leveled up. Soul derivation speed was faster. The Zikwi was resisting fiercely. The 2 ringleaders fell into a state of confusion, not knowing what to do next. On Chang Xian's side, he thought he had extracted what was necessary. The destroyed lands were absorbed into the 8 trigram flame. causing its territory to change. The undying fire was slowly spreading outward. It burned within the rough-edged sword. The flame had truly awakened. The blood had formed. You have completed the hidden requirement of the holy relic. This was what Changxian was waiting for. He wanted that flame to burn even stronger. The only way to completely defeat a wraith was to release the full seal of the stored intestine sword. The necessary condition was an extremely large apocalypse flame, and it seemed to be devouring all the energy. One thing still missing was blood. Changxian cut his own hand to let those drops of blood merge into the sword. These two things were the keys to unsealing the stored intestine sword that had lain dormant for a millennium. The sword was passed down from the Ujiji clan. It was always near the forge. Traces still remained. Before the Ujiji, it had passed through the hands of many assassins, absorbing countless bloods. Thus it was called a demon sword or a sword of death. The blood in the sword was hard to wash away. The fire had awakened, the blood had formed. You have completed the hidden requirement of the relic. Changxian smiled wickedly. After absorbing my fire and blood, you will belong to me. Changxian let out a tremendous roar. The mark of the new master of the stored intestine sword was engraved on the blade. The stone coating on the outside of the sword shattered into pieces. A black sword shrouded in dark smoke spoke to Changxian. You have freed me. Take me. Countless ghostly souls flew out from the sword, trying to hypnotize Changxian. The sword continuously begged Changxian to look at it. He was enveloped by a fierce whirlwind. Those souls endlessly provoked and tempted him. Pay attention to me. Changxian, with a headache, ordered them to shut up. Right after, all the souls were pushed out, leaving only the sword alone. Congratulations, you have become the new master of the stored intestine sword. You have successfully merged with your sword. Changxian immediately picked up the sword and swung it in basic strokes. Magic from the sword unleashed fatal blows on the wraith. After suffering a painful blow, it tried to flee. Changxian activated Lake. The skill Dark Mountain King's grasp has been activated. He struck a fatal blow on the wraith. Its soul scattered like a horse tearing a corpse apart. You have received the wraith's filial gold eye. Fusion of wrath and death energy with the abilities of the demon-type beast wraith. Using this eye, you can observe changes in the human world, even the afterlife. Crystal-type effects of storing and releasing death energy. Fire resistance. You have uncovered the secret of the stored intestine sword. Your understanding has skyrocketed. The high-level swordsmanship skill has leveled up. The advanced short sword skill had reached its maximum, unlocking a new skill. The first short sword and low-class long sword were created, then also maxed out. Short sword, long sword, wind sword, and first attack sword have merged. Congratulations, you have mastered the short sword technique. The gods are in an uproar again from astonishment. The god of the hunt stared wide-eyed at the spirit fish longsword. The god of the hunt awkwardly admitted he did not know it was a holy sword. He slapped his own mouth, cursing himself for having told you to put away that fire stick. The serpent god merely nodded, saying he was no longer surprised by your skill in unleashing divine creations. The grim god continued to wait for your answer. The eagle owl god gave his blessing from the bottom of his heart to the bravest heart and the most deserving sword. All the gods were shocked by the appearance of the masterpiece of the divine blacksmith, Ujiji. This spirit fish long sword is one of the 9 renowned swords forged by the first of the Uji house. It has a short blade that can be used as a short sword, but when its true form is released, it becomes a long sword. At this time, the malice within it can also erupt. The flame of Ujiji's descendant, and the blood of its previous owner grant it mysterious power. Its effect is to absorb all spilled blood. Changxian has partially met the criteria, so he can use its hidden ability. To unlock further abilities, other items are needed. Ujiji's hidden quest has been created. The first of the Ujiji house was a divine blacksmith who successfully forged 9 swords. Each sword had its own unique nature throughout his life. They are known as the set of 9 renowned swords. The spirit fish long sword you possess is one of them, bearing the attributes of fire and blood. The 9 swords complement each other. The more they are used, the more they empower one another, revealing hidden abilities. You must discover and release the remaining 8 swords. When they meet, they will lead you to their mysterious land. Be careful not to have the spirit fish long sword stolen. Changxian's mission is to possess all the renowned swords. He must protect the spirit fish long sword, find even stronger ones, and decipher their hidden powers. The reward is unlocking the legacy of the first of the Ujiji house. Changxian tested and found that his right hand had become noticeably stronger. Suddenly, his sword reacted violently. He was curious because it had shown no reaction at all earlier. Changxian had tripled the 76 he had at level 30, feeling as if a huge stream of energy was flowing through his body. The 2 head piercers stood dumbfounded by Changxian's achievements, unable to believe it. I never thought the wraith would be snatched from our hands so easily. What do we do now? I don't know, we can't just pretend nothing happened. We have no choice, we have to attack him. Taking down the wraith as it was gathering power means it was caught off guard. He even has the illusion orb. We can't let that fall into someone else's hands. We have to kill them to be safe. The other head piercer objected, saying that would be too difficult. He absorbed all the wraith's fire into his body. How can we defeat someone like that? The other one remained stubborn, saying this was the perfect opportunity. Think about it, those two must be exhausted after fighting the wraith. Even if he swallowed the entire flame, he must be tired. We should beat him and interrogate him about the illusion orb. If he doesn't answer, we'll feed him to the monsters. The director saw his potential, but now he's got himself into something he shouldn't have. The two head piercers discussed as if they were about to defeat Chang Xian. Little did they know, they would get eliminated before they could do anything. At that moment, the group of 3 others arrived. I never thought I'd catch 3 big fish, Chang Xian, the wraith treasure, and white tigers hunting dogs. Today must be someone's birthday. The 2 head piercers asked how they got in. The scar-faced man laughed and replied, "Hey, what do you mean? How? We were just taking a walk along the border between the zones." It seemed they had deliberately intruded into this area. The scar-faced man who spoke was the demon hammer, Sin He. The shaggy bearded man was the greatsword Park Kipio. The other one was the blood-eye Jioun. They had chosen this dungeon to occupy instead of other places under White Tiger's control. This meant they had already heard the rumors about White Tiger's research. Sin He wore a clear look of challenge, saying we have a lot to talk about. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his hammer into the air and spun it wildly. The head piercer calculated that fighting them now was impossible. Then one of them would go call for reinforcements while the rest stalled for time. And then the 2 sides launched a fierce attack on each other. Kipio, his face no different from a murderer, declared, "The fun has only just begun." The remaining head piercer was running for his life to call for backup when Sin He caught up and blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" He turned around and narrowly avoided being hit in the face. Luckily, he managed to block it hastily with his sword, but the throwing force was so strong it shattered the blade. Sin He swung his hammer again at the head piercer. "Huh, miss? Then try blocking this." The head piercer could no longer resist. The hammer swung forward, severing his head. Sin He cackled in ecstasy like a madman. "Too weak, too weak. Is this all you've got?" Greatsword Park Kipio was speechless, telling him to be careful. Killing a guide like that out of nowhere. His face was ghastly, splattered with blood as he turned back and replied, "So what? Isn't there still that other one?" The teammates began to quarrel and Park Kipio cursed at him. "Damn it, you just want to piss me off, don't you?" While the 2 were bickering, Blood-Eye Jioun quietly advanced towards Chang Xian. Jioun stood in a defensive posture and asked, "What are you all planning to do?" Jioun steeled his courage and declared, "Honestly, we didn't want this, but it's too late now. You have to die for our sake." Chang Xian, with an unchanged expression, turned to reply, "I don't intend to do that." Chang Xian's tenacity infuriated Jioun. Chang Xian pointed one finger to the sky. One sleeve was torn, but his demeanor remained supreme. He declared a single sentence. "I think it'll all be over if you can dodge that." The others' faces changed, confused and anxious. This indicator summoned the boss monster Wraith, and I think they've already spawned a few offspring. Wonder how the offspring will react when they find out their mate was killed. Let's try it. Sure enough, the wraith fell into a state of rage. It rained down a storm of red fire and tearing lightning upon the ground. A destructive gale swept clean across the entire area. It flew around wildly, frantically searching for the one who had killed its mate. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Meteor hammer. Throw the meteor hammer out first, then destroy the scroll. Everyone regrouped to fight the wraith. The whole ground exploded, leaving only curses. "Xin He, dodge, you idiot. What are you doing?" Chang Xian stood watching and said to Jioun, "My favorite thing is the offspring among the young ones when they are hunting. Of course, the female will rush out to attack if her mate is in danger." Jioun's eyes lit up as he looked at Chang Xian. Who exactly was that person back then? While that group was brawling with the wraith, Chang Xian planned to collect more wraith core crystals. Jioun was worried because Chang Xian's body was heavily injured. Even so, Chang Xian still acted tough. "I am much better now. My health has recovered. But it is still dangerous." Jioun decided to stop him, not wanting him to overexert himself. Chang Xian told him not to worry. Chang Xian looked at the wraith core crystal in his hand and said he had an idea. After that, he immediately swallowed the core crystal. As he ate, he wondered to himself if he needed to swallow more after absorbing the wraith fire. But the second elder said using the eye as a material was better, and to be safe after swallowing it, it could continue to change his roots. And also if you swallow that eye, you can become a true wraith. Chang Xian's body began to transform violently. Mana surged and enveloped him. His handsome face disappeared, replaced by dark, suit-like patches covering his features. The system kept jumping with notifications. Destruction element and spirit are added to the 8 trigrams fire. Fire attribute is changing. Elements merge to form a transition. Destruction element takes shape. 8 trigrams fire transforms into eternal 8 trigrams flame. You have become a wraith. Strength increased by 2. Agility increased by 4. You have mastered the wraith state. You have learned to use spirit and the eternal flame, learned harmonic magic, shadow demon, and making friends with fire. You can use level 1 of the eternal flame. To be honest, every time the system announces, "I want to shake my phone." At this moment, Chang Xian had transformed into a wraith, and the poor forest suffered another fire. Chang Xian grew a pair of purple wings on his back, confidently soaring through the sky like a bird. His face at this moment looked like a demon that had just risen from the dead. Chang Xian charged straight toward the female wraith in the Astonishment of Zhenhe and Park Kipio. The system announced again the skill Black Mountain Divine Claw was activated. Thick purple lightning and dazzling golden light clashed violently. Dust and smoke filled the sky. Chang Xian appeared with an aura as if he wanted to devour someone alive. Zhenhe lay flat on the ground, the evil dragon fang embedded deep into his neck. He begged Chang Xian to finish him, because dying like this was too tiring. Chang Xian agreed immediately. Level 1 Eternal Flame was enough to turn his entire body to ash. Go safely, do not meet again. Meeting Chang Xian in this life was just Zhenhe's bad luck. Chang Xian glanced sideways. The female wraith was burned to ashes by him using fire. And so, plus one more Wraith Core Crystal, the system announced, you have absorbed the Wraith Core Crystal. Mana has increased. Annihilation Furnace 8 Trigrams Fire has increased by 1 level. Soul and Annihilation Fire have gained power. The Umbra Demon also grows stronger. Singular Shape Annihilation Fire has increased by 1 level. When used with suspicion, you can control it more strongly. Current mana is 287.6. Chang Xian thought this time he gained 66 magic power. Maybe the second time he should realize his limit. The system announced achievement earned. Hunter who hunted the legendary pair. Mana plus 10, willpower plus 15. Vessel of the Wraith. When becoming a Wraith, the combination of fire and soul, you can use Wraith abilities as you wish, covering the world with deathly fire and dominating the sky. Absorbing 2 core crystals, you are a natural disaster, able to create forest fires and droughts anywhere. Title type, effect of annihilation fire natural disaster. You have earned the title Vessel of the Wraith. Wraith attributes are strengthened. Dungeon ranking updated 1, Mu Sung 2, O Wei Huan Ven and so on 9, New Lai Chang Xian. Chang Xian sneered, it must be chaotic down there. Not just one but 2 wraiths ruling H Red Mountain were taken down consecutively. You said you want to reincarnate, right? Chang Xian looked at Jiao-un who was dying. Jiao-un begged him for mercy, saying that dying in a fire was the most painful thing in the world. Jiao-un was terrified. Chang Xian smiled like a demon. If you want me to finish you, tell me everything you know. The whole thing Jiao-un watched from a distance, seeing Chang Xian like a fireball. It was as if he had brought the core of the sun along with him. So you say White Tiger destroyed your rule at H Red Mountain? The Red Mountain area was opened by them, right? Chang Xian focused on interrogating Jiao-un confirmed his words. Chang Xian frowned, now realizing that the White Tiger Society started developing about 13 or 14 years ago. 7 secret scriptures of Xan consist of 7 scrolls. White Tiger unearthed those holy relics 20 years ago in an unnamed dungeon. They found 3 of the 7 volumes. The superpower yielded significant results. The president of White Tiger, the Moonblade Moon Song, is the world's strongest sword master, but his subordinates are not exceptionally outstanding. However, due to their strong growth rate, they are famous globally. So what is all this about? Chang Xian decided to squeeze every bit of information from Jiao-un. Jiao-un did not know much. Chang Xian told him to explain simply. Jiao-un wanted to bargain for mercy, but Chang Xian coldly refused. Whether to grant your plea is my decision, speak. The flames made the dying Jiao-un writhe in greater pain, forcing him to agree to all of Chang Xian's demands. Each of Isun's 7 secret scripture scrolls had different content. Each scroll taught the method to summon the power of an ancient constellation forgotten by this era. Chang Xian was extremely interested in the forgotten stars Jiao-un had just mentioned. When light was first created at the dawn of the universe, there were not many constellations in the sky. They were perhaps as faint as the universe back then, but each constellation possessed immense holy power. Though time passed, they had found their positions according to the laws of the world. The traces of their existence were still recorded in the universe and the world. They are called the Forgotten Stars, and I can borrow their power. Puppet Ruler always kept this a secret, huh? Chang Xian was very concerned. Jiao-un continued speaking, looking as if he was on the verge of exhaustion. But among the 3 scrolls Baiko obtained, they had deciphered the most important one. Chang Xian immediately thought of Peter's key. It seemed that was exactly the scripture scroll that needed deciphering. Then why did you come here? I don't think you came just to terrorize or seek revenge. I came to find the illusion pearl. That thing? Chang Xian sensed a deep resentment and suspicion from him. What was obtained from the first scripture was the method to create an invincible warrior. A person who loses their soul after being possessed by starlight becomes immensely powerful, reborn as a loyal holy knight. The required materials are wild flowers from the Sichuan flower bed, such as weeping flowers and laughing flowers. From that, the illusion pearl can be created. Chang Xian guessed there was a reason they built a training center in a place like this. The Haxixan district had terrain similar to the Sichuan flower bed, perfect for testing and selecting those with the potential to become powerful warriors. People who disappeared here were simply victims of accidents when they ignored their trainer's orders and left the safe zone. The one observing and managing the entire project was surely Baiko's vice commander, the executive director. But ever since Besla's tomb vanished and Peter's key disappeared into thin air, things had turned bad for them. Chang Xian sneered wickedly. Do you think you can overthrow Baiko with that illusion pearl? You need other evidence. That's right, Chang Xian now held most of the secrets in his grasp. This guy probably didn't know anything else, so Chang Xian granted him mercy. 1 slash was all it took to send him to meet his ancestors. Afterwards, he set his eyes on that scumbag over there and wondered, So then shall we dig them up? The location of the research center where the illusion pearl was created and powerful warriors were mass-produced. Chang Xian turned and pressed the scumbag. I'm sure you know what I mean, right? The scumbag was at a loss for words. You aren't afraid of the guardian deity's wrath? Do you really think that guardian deity is on your side? Scumbag was about to retort when a notification appeared before him. The pure body grand tiger, engulfed by trials, has lost interest in a failed believer. The scumbag stood frozen in shock. Chang Xian looked up at the sky and laughed. Your guardian deity wants a believer who is stronger and more resilient, not a half-dead wretch like you. The system notified Chang Xian. The pure body grand tiger is laughing loudly while observing you. In a blink, Chang Xian had stripped Jio-un. He hugged his naked body, panicking and asking Chang Xian what he was going to do. Sit down here, Chang Xian ordered coldly. You're doing it right now? Yes, I will heal you at this very moment. Jio-un's eyes widened, then he sat down with Chang Xian. Stabilizing the excess energy of a Ma Sang will take quite some time and is easily distracted. Even though it only takes 1 to 2 hours in the real world, for you, it will feel like tens of hours, even months. Chang Xian explained that stabilizing that frantic energy would be very exhausting, but it will eventually end, so don't give up. If you think about giving up even for a few seconds, you will suffer Kai deviation and I will become a monster or a demonic creature. Jio-un knew his place well. Chang Xian reminded him again, if I see even a single sign of that happening, I will deal with you immediately. If a defective Sugi is allowed to roam free, the disaster would surely be terrible. Jio-un understood this well, so he cheerfully told Chang Xian not to worry. Chang Xian was stunned, finally realizing that although Sugi was a bit lacking in self-control, he always had a very strong will. So let's begin. Chang Xian raised his arm covered in bizarre ancient characters. The system notified him, the flames of the one pattern end of world fire are enveloping your body. Ma Sang was being engulfed by the flames. Jio-un expressed his agony with his entire face, but he kept telling himself, don't lose yourself, don't give up. He was being burned by purple flames and wrathful fire. In his mind, he wandered again to a place where snow was falling. He didn't know where he was, then suddenly saw someone who looked extremely like his former self. He thought, if I have to be here, I might as well suffer Kai deviation and be done with it. He watched that other person fall face first into the snow. A man in a conical hat ran over and picked him up. Jio-un realized he was inside his own mind, the world within his subconscious. He did not want to recall. Jio-un's eyes at that time were heavy with sorrow. The scene returned to a childhood filled with contempt. People threw the monster away and ran cursing him. Jio-un had to rummage through trash cans for food. He even had to fight stray cats. In the end, he covered himself with a cardboard box to sleep through the night. On the roadside, a group of children rushed over to chase him away. He kept thinking, what if he had not been saved? What if he lost the adventure? Then he would not have to endure those horrific memories anymore, right? At that moment, a strange voice spoke up. So you are here? Shadow told Bake Gaiou that he was looking for that person. The wind is too cold here, come with me. You need to leave this place before winter draws nearer. Jio-un found this agreeable to hear. He did not want to be alone anymore, so he decided to go with that shadow. Shadow of Wu Jio-un told him to take his hand at the decisive moment. The words "do not lose yourself" awakened Jio-un. Remembering that he could not give up, he quickly pulled his hand back. Shadow asked dazedly, what is the matter? Jio-un did not answer, and immediately ran away. He had found the truth of his life. This is not where I belong. Outside, Chang Xian held the evil dragon fang ready. The system announced that the cat hawk body will fade before your kind heart at dusk. What kindness, you just know that Jio-un has overcome the dangerous moment. Monster seedling is truly steadfast and admirable. He nearly went berserk but overcame it, even using a whole bottle of nether soul. I am not sure I can defeat him. His father is Sugi, so it is clear. That guy is probably recovering now. The system continued. Ancient invisibility rune has been activated. The common ancient rune has reached its highest level. A higher tier skill will be created. The common ancient rune is complete. Everything in the designated area will disappear from outsiders' sight. Chang Xian thought it was time to visit the Illusion Pearl Research Center. But first he activated the Beast Sense skill. To deal with this useless witness first. A flash of blue light streaked by, sending leaves flying everywhere. Tailing Man used 200% of his ability, running and leaping to shorten travel time. He was certain he had to bring the truth back to report to Director O, while Chang Xian was distracted. He was still focused on Jio-un's group, but his speed could not compare with Chang Xian. Though he had just caught up, Chang Xian had already appeared above him. The Tailing Man looked up in panic. Chang Xian glared down at him. Then he leisurely released a beam of yellow light, striking straight down to the ground. Old Mano's man was knocked to the ground. He gritted his teeth and glared at Chang Xian. He chuckled. Just as he was about to draw his sword, the man was already struck down. A slash struck close to the heart. Chang Xian pressed the Tailing Man firmly against a tree trunk. Seeing that he was not suffering enough, he even laughed in his face. Hello, we meet again. What are you planning to do? I was going to finish you off right away, but I changed my mind. I do not want Director O to suspect me. The Tailing Man was shocked by Chang Xian's cunning. Even more surprising was when Chang Xian pulled out the illusion pearl to show off. I have a very convenient plan. No need to take the long way around. Ignoring his protests, he pressed the pearl directly into his mouth. The system notification appeared. Player Song Yuzun has swallowed the illusion pearl. Consciousness paralyzed, ego completely halted. He was hypnotized. Song Yuzun collapsed to the ground. He coldly ordered, "Stand up." Song Yuzun immediately stood up like a puppet. Seeing his expression, he was certain his soul had been lost. In a soulless state. How interesting. Now then, sit down, roll, bark, kill yourself. Chang Xian issued a series of commands. Song Yuzun obeyed every single one. He was about to self-destruct. Chang Xian immediately ordered him to stop. He looked at his tailing friend in admiration. They actually created something like this? They intended to use it on the lowest level creatures. Then how powerful would the other things be? Chang Xian gave a critical mission. Tell Director O that there is nothing unusual about me. Act normal, as if nothing happened. Understand? Yes. The gods watching this scene began murmuring. The world-coiling serpent god chuckled at your dark plan. The great tiger god, submerged in hardship, watched you, interested in your goal. Chang Xian ordered Song Yuzun to go carry out the mission quickly. He even thanked Chang Xian. Just as he was about to leave, Chang Xian called him back. "You have any other requests? And that technique you're using, can I learn it?" Chang Xian found this more convenient than he thought. If he had it, fighting Jio-un would be much easier. Song Yuzun then explained. It is called Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. You can use the wind from lightness skills, theft, or disguise. This is an upgraded version of Tiger Leap, so you can use it too. Alright, teach me. But I do not have a skill book, so it will take quite a while. I will learn it myself. Chang Xian was very serious. Song Yuzun began performing the skill one round for Chang Xian to see. Instantly he was able to perform the skill. Song Yuzun was startled and amazed. How can you do that? Chang Xian did not pay attention and simply asked him to do it many times again. The system reported, you have learned a new skill based on Tiger Leap. The skill Flying Tiger Riding the Wind has been created. This is a foundation skill of the great tiger submerged by the oppressed people. A technique using Tiger Leap as its base. With courage you have agile movements like a tiger riding the wind. Skill level 1 type active effect lightness skill, linked skill. Chang Xian performed it while asking Song Yuzun, is it like this? Song Yuzun was stunned. How is this possible? It took me years to learn, but you did it after just a few looks. Song Yuzun bowed his head deeply. You are truly an astonishing person. There it goes again, enough, go back. Yes, Song Yuzun said and then disappeared. After he left, Chang Xian received a series of notifications. You have learned lightness skill. Your skill level has increased. You have learned theft. You have learned concealment. God of the great tiger submerged by the oppressed people laughed as Chang Xian took a running start and leaped. Leaping high above the mountain peak made the goddess of the hunt howl in praise of the perfect movement. She said that because of hunting, she was looking for something to give you. Chang Xian used Flying Tiger Riding the Wind to jump into the middle of the forest. He remembered that each pair of wraiths only lays one egg per century. It did not take long for Chang Xian to find the wraith nest. A large nest with an egg glowing like this. Not seeing it would be an eye problem. The system displayed information. Wraith egg, 1 egg per century per pair. Needs a long time to hatch. Type egg, effect hatch ghost beast, support skill, material. An egg this big would take a whole month to finish. Wraiths have 3 forms but are essentially a soul composite, a non-corporeal spirit creature. Their ancestors took the form of a bird so they follow suit, but they can actually change depending on the living environment. I can also adjust the positive condition and increase intelligence. The balanced power, newborn stage, and the egg's health are all ideal. Becoming a spirit bird is best. Having calculated the whole plan, Chang Xian opened his mouth and swallowed the huge egg whole. The gods stirred again. The god of the great tiger submerged by hardship was interested in your method of hatching the egg. The god of the great tiger advised, instead of a weak form like a bird, take the form of a rare beast like a tiger. At this moment the egg had completely entered Chang Xian's body. The goddess of the hunt jumped continuously, announcing her disagreement with that advice. She advised a falcon or a hunting dog would be more advantageous for hunting. Chang Xian found this to be the most reasonable advice. God of the great tiger did not concede, laughing loudly, saying those things would be swallowed whole. The goddess of the hunt asked him if he was looking down on her friend. Both growled and rummaged for arrows. These two are really something. The relationship is as bad as it can get. Chang Xian did not care. He just hoped the swallowed egg would catch the inner flame and grow. His next destination was the research center. As soon as he thought of it, Chang Xian shot off like he had a motor strapped to his rear. The research center was located halfway up the mountain. Things inside seemed unsettled. The executive director just said to wait and everything would be resolved soon. Damn it. The fat professor grit his teeth and slammed the table. From the illusion pearl creating holy warriors to the starlight equation. He developed it with basic level 3 skills, a series of spirit tools, material tools, and the accompanying powers. Such achievements in the White Tiger state. Yet the higher-ups sent someone to supervise. Could it be they knew he had pocketed some things on the sly? From the start, it was the director who forced him to do it. Calling the old man, the answer was always to wait, truly infuriating. Professor Fatty went crazy. After all, do you think think I did all this for you? They said the supervisory team was arriving today. Then he did not mind giving a big gift, destroying the incriminating documents. The third-rank directive would arrive soon. The judo project requested by the director was enough to raise suspicion. For him, the association was a dangerous place. He needed to level up to White Tiger as soon as possible to stabilize his 5-star sword. He sighed, suddenly feeling much lighter. They were a large family business. Then I will live a life of wealth. This calculation made him chuckle to himself. At least he had to hold a few trump cards firmly in hand. What about the GOM matter? Anything will do. I am also curious about Lee Chang-seon. Who knows where those guys disappeared to? I wish I could find them and recruit them. He looked at the person inside the giant test tube and clicked his tongue. This guy is pretty good too. The fat professor remembered to ask if the people sent to find the illusion pearl had returned yet. The experimental center had not received feedback yet. The professor urged them to hurry up or the whole batch would be lost. Meanwhile, Changsan was rushing at wind-tearing speed. The two gods were still trying to out-argue each other. The god of the great tiger submerged by hardship believed you were like him and laughed. The goddess of the hunt told him to stop talking nonsense because your courage resembled hers more. God of the great tiger submerged by hardship told her to stop the rain. The goddess of the hunt told him to shut up because of the terrible stench. The two of them were deceiving each other. The battle shifted from verbal spurring to a staring contest just as Chang Xian arrived at the center's entrance. Chang Xian activated the skill Thief's Clip, nullifying all sound. Magic power surged and enveloped him. Chang Xian immediately dashed straight into the research center. He swept by like a gust of wind, leaving the two guards completely oblivious. One sharp guard asked his teammate if he saw something pass by, but the other, less perceptive, saw nothing. He quickly thought he had imagined it, while the fat guard grumbled, I'm already pissed off. What would you do if something really was there? Working in this investigation department is driving me crazy. While they consoled each other, Chang Xian was working at full capacity. 12th trap was triggered. His beastly senses identified the trap's direction, but the trap did not detect him. The Serpentman's skill swept over the nearby traps. Windborn Winged Tiger was also used, increasing the skill level. The 27th trap was triggered. He had bypassed the trap without being detected. The Serpent God admired his ability. Without the system notification, everyone would have only seen a flash of lightning streak by. Prang Seo looked around, seeing the commotion, wondering what had happened. He enhanced his beastly senses to hear every sound clearly. The laboratory center was in chaos due to the red alerts on the walls. Damn it, why do they have to come when I'm so busy? Hurry up, or we'll all die. We can't go from being the experimenters to the experiment subjects. Bring that over here, get rid of that. Chang Xian frowned upon hearing the cursing. Who dealt with that wraith? How is that possible? How should I know? There's a report of an upper-class guild spotted in the training area. What the hell is going on? We need to clean up before the investigation team arrives. Chang Xian finally found the Illusion Pearl production facility. He did not hesitate, darting into the room just before the door closed. The system fully detected him. A strong alchemical scent, the smell of poisonous orchids permeated the room. The laughing flower caused him to convulse. The guards were still actively moving things, while the warning system blared incessantly. Immunity to 10 types of poison was activated, resisting all effects. The door had been locked tight. Changsan was blocked outside, the door locked, requiring ID verification. Present ID or enter password. Damn, how do I open this? Should I just break it down? No, can't act recklessly. The password... A password? Could it be Peter's key? Changsan saw the thing hanging around his neck reacting, but he could not take it off because the Scarecrow Dominator was staring at him. Chang Xian steeled himself and placed his hand on the control panel. Unexpectedly, the owner's ID was confirmed. The door opened, startling Chang Xian as well. Damn, this key is incredible. What a fantastic thing. Even the gods were intrigued. The great tiger god was embarrassed by the lock being opened. He asked him if he had a talent for lock picking. The serpent god said it was only natural as humans were created from 10 red-bellied snakes. The great tiger god nodded, laughing at his talent. Chang Xian silently cursed the Scarecrow Dominator. Red-bellied snakes, I don't want to hear about that snake at all. At this moment, Chang Xian was now fully inside the Illusion Pearl production room. Before his eyes were humans trapped inside massive test tubes. The King of Tigers flew into a rage. Chang Xian thought of the Ghost Warrior. The Serpent God laughed heartily. Chang Xian found the scene disgusting. The Mew Eagle Goddess also felt revulsion. The Mew Eagle Goddess looked at the Great Tiger God. He laughed and asked what she was looking at. The Mew Eagle Goddess said angrily, I am only acting out of justice. A hidden quest appeared. Mew Eagle's plea. Mew Eagle begged him to bring peace to these unfortunate souls. Reward, blessing from the Mew Eagle Goddess Torn Twilight. Chang Xian was shocked. Damn, you're going this big, auntie? So it's finally come to this. Who would have thought she'd go this far just to give me a quest? Bless my results. That means he might even gain power from her. The great tiger god waited curiously for his answer. Chang Xian weighed his options. Accepting meant the Dominator would turn against him. Refusing would make Minerva do the same. The Mew Eagle Goddess stared intently. Chang Xian prepared to press decline, but his clever mind came up with a good idea. There is something I want to ask the great tiger god. God accepted, saying he would answer freely. Chang Xian said, "You know why I'm here?" The god nodded, telling him to get to the point. Chang Xian thought about making both of them follow his plan. "Both of you need me here. I have to maximize my gains to grow stronger. I'm going to steal everything here. Even what I can't have, I won't let anyone else have. What do you think, oh great tiger? Truly a reincarnated villain. No one would dare claim the title of second worst." Chang Xian confidently felt he had gathered enough of the Dominator's interest. The great tiger god laughed at his attitude. He said he enjoyed his personality, promising not to impose restrictions on his ambition. A hidden quest Tiger's Pillage was created. The god invested in the candidate, warning of punishment upon failure. Condition: massacre anything within sight. Hell yeah, perfect. These two gods are so powerful, but I'm the only one who benefits here. So, Lady Minerva, what price are you offering that's worthy of your stature? The Mew Eagle goddess was delighted. Chang Xian realized, this auntie is pretending to know everything, huh? With the right time, place, and people, why the hell wouldn't I take both of these sweet deals? System notification. He had accepted the hidden quest Mew Eagle's plea. The two quests were combined. The scope of action expanded. Chang Xian felt that wasting any more time was more than enough. Next, he activated the looting skill, preparing to clear this entire area. Just as he was about to act, a few guards rushed over. Chang Xian said nothing and immediately activated monster capture annihilation flames. Violent purple flames surged up fiercely, and the Phantom Flame Wraith title was activated. Behind Chang Xian, a pair of wraith wings slowly grew out. The guards were only then startled, wondering how wraith flames appeared here. How could they possibly know? Chang Xian smiled dangerously. The system reported that a firestorm had engulfed the entire area. The two guards, without a chance to say another word, were sent straight to the underworld. Not stopping there, the terrifying flames caused the research center to explode repeatedly. The entire building was in chaos, with screams sounding everywhere. The fire erupted from the center, and everyone hurried to escape. Another deafening explosion. The guards looked in horror at the uncontrollable flames. They quickly thought of a plan, using ice magic from afar to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, they had the will but lacked the power. The ice shield erected had not lasted 3 seconds before it dissolved into steam. Fatty Professor was outside at this moment, watching his second house burn down bit by bit. He mused that this situation was even worse than having his work monitored. That man roared, what was the security team doing, destroying documents? Another massive explosion with terrifying destructive force tore through the bricks, sending him sprawling to the ground. His close aide asked, "Director, are you alright?" Then asked, "How many people do we have left?" Guard aide was still hesitating when the man shouted to speak quickly. At this moment, the research center was nearly reduced to ashes. The survivors suddenly saw an unexpected notification appear before their eyes. You have been poisoned by fire poison. The guards were half dead and sprayed with glue. Warning, fire poison has spread. Evacuate the area immediately. Just then, a man surrounded by purple flames screamed for help in a panicked voice. Poisonous bullets carrying hellfire rained down. None of them could escape. Immediately, Fatty Professor charged straight at Chang Xian. Chang Xian used Evil Dragon Fang to block his sword, praised his skill, and asked who he was. He asked how he could use the Wraith Eternal Flame. Chang Xian revealed his true form with his handsome, beaming face. That man, Fatty Professor, panicked and screamed, "Chang Xian, what? Chang Xian." Director Fatty was very surprised to see him here at this time. What was going on? He was supposed to be far away from this place. He thought to himself, would he have to work with him? Suddenly feeling happy. Then he would be able to create a guild, no less than the White Tiger Fist, within 5 years. Seeing Chang Xian being arrogant, he swung his sword in a show of force. Where do you think you are going? Chang Xian was halted by this blow, the system informed him. Skill Flying Tiger riding the wind was forcibly stopped, looting failed. Chang Xian dodged his strike, but the wall behind him suffered disastrous consequences. The director charged again to slash, shouting, "Tired of living?" This guy was quite formidable. One of his eyes was white, the other black, just like a Canadian phantom, proving he was a saint soldier. Two sides fought fiercely. Not only soldiers, but even managers became saints. Chang Xian saw this as an opportunity to test what a saint soldier was. The system reported that his integrated magic circuit began to cycle violently. The Wraith Eternal Flame grew stronger. He gained 30 extra strength points. Strength went from 111 to 141, an increase of 55. Agility went from 101 to 131, an increase of 45. Done. Chang Xian pushed back against the director. The Wraith Eternal Flame forced him to retreat far away. Director began to feel something was off about this rookie. It was strange for someone that powerful to be a rookie. The opponent's sword absorbed the wraith energy. He laughed loudly, "Heaven helps me." The tiger's death was growing heavy. He needed to be careful. Chang Xian put on a serious face. Fatty excitedly slashed out 5 vicious sword strokes, each blow extremely powerful. The terrifying demonic energy was like a tiger chasing its prey. It was the king, the calamity of the tiger. Chang Xian chose to flee quickly. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing was the best. The guards who had been hurt earlier chased after him, planning to take advantage of his weakened state. These are all sacred soldiers now. Chang Xian swung his sword, this time choosing the blood poison to create an eternal fire wall. A swirling vortex of violet flames surged up violently. The group of sacred soldier guards easily pierced through the fire wall. The wall was quickly shattered, and Chang Xian faced the danger of being ganged up on. Oh dear, this is not good. He had to teleport to split their formation and take them on one by one to have a chance. At the critical moment, the system did not let go. Indomitable will and mental strength were reinforced. Calmness allowed him to observe objectively. He thought this fight would be easy, but it turned out to be troublesome. Chang Xian calmly looked at the people cornering him. The leader shouted loudly, "Got you now, you coward." Someone like Chang Xian, he really did charge in. Only the stout leader realized they had not yet cornered Chang Xian. He saw that this bastard had deliberately led him here to avoid facing multiple opponents. He roared, "Damn it, a bunch of idiots." A series of sharp sword strikes slashed continuously at the leader. Quickly shoot the leader in the face. Chang Xian remained expressionless, utterly destroying the stupid squad. System announced, 100% Heart of Red power has been activated. The god of the hunt allowed him to use a portion of his power. The loudmouths from earlier had their heads cut off like falling leaves. Taking advantage of Chang Xian being busy dealing with the Lubu group, the leader grabbed him by the scruff, laughing slyly. "Finally caught you, Li Chang Xian. Both my level and status far surpass yours, so give up." He was confident but severely underestimated the person before him. "Do you think that by capturing me you can do whatever you want?" A current of green energy coiled around Chang Xian's arm. The system alerted. Fisherman's sword has appeared. From Chang Xian's palm the sword tip slowly emerged. The evil dragon's fang also reacted fiercely. The resonance of the twin swords was taking place. The evil dragon's jaw had awakened. Iron Saint Yugeji was famous for creating a few masterpieces. Then Demon Iron Saint Toti had created countless masterpieces to eternally affirm his position. Among gods and constellations, they were known as two opposites. It was hard to compare who was better. Both specialized in different things, lived in different eras and places. That prevented them from facing each other. But now the chance to see who was superior had come. The fisherman's sword stained with the blood of countless beings, while the evil dragon's fang displayed its true value. The system said he had fulfilled the condition. The evil dragon's jaw shone. The door had been opened. The evil dragon's fang blade showed its true value. The fat leader was blasted away like a balloon by the pressure of the two swords. He saw that the saber was lengthening. The evil dragon's fang grew into a vampire fang. The blade shot out crackling purple lightning. The evil dragon's jaw thrummed several times before completing its evolution. The system displayed information. Type, saber and longsword, sacred artifact. Attack power, immeasurable effect. Unstaunchable bleeding, demon's greed. Other effects unknown. He had met the conditions to use its hidden ability, but not enough to use other functions. Chang Xian held a hot item in each hand, shooting out terrifying deep purple lightning. The two swords were resonating. Chang Xian let them get acquainted. The sword master skill was being activated. Chang Xian let out a breath, squinting to identify the primary target. The two swords continuously discharged sparks of electricity, truly worthy of being called hot items. Sword Master was a skill only for sword art masters who had unified with their sword. It allowed him to use any sword in the world. Level 1 active effect. Possesses 10,000 swords. He had achieved the famous Swords achievement. Reward, Wisdom +5. The Sword Master skill leveled up. Gods started to stir again. The god of the hunt looked at him in surprise as he unlocked a sacred artifact. The world-encircling serpent god widened his eyes, his actions exceeding expectations. The dusk-tearing cat-eagle god demanded he use Demon Iron Saint Toti's weapon for the sake of fairness. The abyss stalker god was interested in the two swords. The great tiger submerged in prison god praised him for getting a new fang. The fat man stood watching Chang Xian's transformation stunned. He felt his guardian deity's beastly instinct telling him to avoid it. Otherwise he would die. Chang Xian fervently swung his sword at his opponent and then took advantage of an opening. The fat man had no time to react before having to launch a counterattack. The fat man used all his expression to defend. He was enveloped by a violent flame and suffered severe burns. The fisherman's sword in his hand shimmered. Chang Xian felt it was crying, saying that this was still not enough. But the evil dragon's fang reacted violently. It said to watch what it could do. Chang Xian found it interesting, so he twisted his wrist and slashed once. Violent flame rushed at the fat man, determined to separate the lean from the fat. The fat man's sword was shattered into countless pieces. He still thought that if he wanted to live, he had to run away from here immediately. The system displayed a notification. The sword spirit manifested a gleaming blade. The fangs of the evil dragon bared in threat. Chang Xian stood between the two belligerent swords, helpless against the two kids who were too bloodthirsty. The fat old man took advantage of Chang Xian being engrossed with the two to hastily escape. Chang Xian would not easily let go of someone who intended to turn him into a holy weapon. Taking advantage of the two kids being caught up in the fight, Chang Xian decided to let them show off at the same time. The skill Mountain God's Walk chant was activated. Chang Xian finished his slash. The fat man who had reached the door door was still hit squarely by the solid energy ball. The purple flame burned as if it had just been scooped from hell. The fat man was burned to a deformed state but was still breathing. Despair and disappointment spread wide. He said he didn't want to die here, but he still had to see if he could survive this calamity. Negativity overflowed. The annihilation flame absorbed everything and burned stronger. Chang Xian sensed something as if it were his regret. So where was he planning to crawl to with that body? Thinking back, aside from one magic student, no one had ever driven him to this extent. For now, he wouldn't finish him off. He would just follow him to see what interesting thing would happen first. The fat homeroom teacher struggled to crawl, no matter what. Suddenly, before he could watch the interesting event, the system reported that the player sent to the Vanguard had died. The man collapsed right before the gates of heaven, just a tiny bit short of crossing the threshold. Chang Xian retracted the sword spirit. The fangs of the evil dragon were sealed again. He regretted that he only needed to raise his hand to open the door. He couldn't believe he was poor right at the doorstep. The system continued to report. The door was firmly locked. Please enter the handprint and password to unlock. Chang Xian raised his hand, uncertain whether he could open it. The result was the same as last time. The owner ID was confirmed. Chang Xian guessed that Peter's key's main function was to open and lock machinery and doors. The system reported. The trapped holy body of the tiger stared at you, asking how you found your way here. Door opened, revealing a majestic machine inside and a person lying on it with all kinds of wires all over their body. Her skin was smooth but covered with countless inserted wires. Chang Xian took a running start and leaped over there. Looking at the girl lying on the machine, he wondered what her name was. Suddenly, he remembered the familiar face of the kid Fan Kuang he had met outside. Yin Xiao, right? That's it, isn't it? Was she turned into a holy weapon? The system reminded you that an anomaly had been detected. The tiger's natural disaster was increasing its vigilance. This girl was not a holy weapon, but something fiercer, more fundamental. A thing that contained magical beasts, monsters, goblins, and wraiths. So this was the thing the executive director was hiding in the ancient realm. It seemed holy weapons were just a stepping stone to complete this thing. Judo, was it? The leader of the goblins was named Judo. The system reported you were observing her more closely using the beast's senses. The tiger's natural disaster was in effect. Currently, completion was at 41%. After all this time, only 41%? It was only in the middle range? The stats were too low. She couldn't be considered a holy weapon or judo. But her physical body was tough, ridiculously so compared to an average person. Her muscles were already much more durable. Most players would still be devoured by her. Fortunately, the hypnosis and brainwashing processes had not yet begun. Trapped holy body of the tiger looked at you, curious about what you would do. The holy body of the owl pierced through the twilight state, demanding you heal the pitiful girl. Chang Xian didn't think much, decisively swinging his hand. You removed the glass tube. The judo transformation process was forcibly halted. All the wires around Yun Xiu's body were pulled out. The tiger's natural disaster began to go berserk because its energy supply was cut off. The holy body of the tiger was very surprised by your decision. The holy body of the owl nodded, trusting you, and commanded you to take her to a safe place and give first aid. Chang Xian opened his mouth and breathed fire. The 8 trigrams furnace of annihilation flame was unleashing its skill. Destruction began. You removed the harmful elements and foreign objects. Tiger's natural disaster fiercely resisted the annihilation flame, but its resistance was crushed. It challenged you, but the challenge was destroyed. She was quickly treated and recovered, her wounds gradually healed, and external stimuli were cut off. The first form of annihilation flame and the tiger's natural disaster clashed violently. The two streams of purple and blue energy opposed each other fiercely, neither side willing to yield. He had to remove the tiger's natural disaster and destroy the harmful elements of the judo transformation, leaving only the beneficial ones. However, like Jiao Un, no matter what happened, Xinyun Xiu's life must still be guaranteed. Now he could only wait. The holy body of the tiger wondered where your ambition for possession had gone. Chang Xian glared at him, offended. The holy body of the tiger mocked you for choosing to save the child instead of exploiting it. Then he was completely wrong. Chang Xian grinned slyly. When did I say I wouldn't exploit it? The holy body of the tiger tilted its head in confusion. Chang Xian once again channeled demonic power. A storm arose. The soul-snatching authority was activated. All lives collected in the past 24 hours would be absorbed. Those who had died by Chang Xian's hands all turned into streams of life energy for him to devour completely. You have absorbed all lives. Strength increased by 0.1, agility increased by 0.02. When mixed within the supply, the tiger's natural disaster escaped the absorption effort. This effort was replaced by the power of forced integration. You were successful. You purified the tiger's natural disaster after integration, making it material for the annihilation flame. Magic power increased by 0.2. Magic capacity 325 plus 60. The holy body of the tiger was laughing uncontrollably. Chang Xian thought the puppet ruler was truly a bastard. He was laughing like a madman at something like this. This guy was really insane. Thinking back now, he remembered mentioning that the White Tiger's investigation department planned to sweep this place. If they were investigating, the investigation department must be under the authority of someone opposing Executive Director Yohai. because Director Kagun sensed something was wrong and decided to sweep the area. He wondered if cunning executive director would sit still. The proposal to seal the dungeon was only backed by superficial mana documents. If he was planning to eliminate the political opposition faction, then that might be the reason the puppet ruler was laughing like a madman. As he was thinking, Chang Xian nearly got hit. Damn it, this was not the time to lose focus. You have been equipped with the title Soul Bottle. Chang Xian carried Yuan-Seo, and purple and blue energy clashed violently. Skill Flying Tiger follows the wind activated, and all his power was focused on escaping this place. A purple light shot straight into the sky. Outside, the guard team saw the research center was about to explode into pieces without seeing anyone come out. Hadn't they said the investigation team entered the dungeon? The manager should have gotten out quickly. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. Before they could understand what was happening, earth and rocks burst apart. The blinding golden light kept them from recognizing the event. Meanwhile, Chang Xian had already carried Yuan-Seo and vanished. The entire research center was reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. At a perfect vantage point overlooking the whole scene, the third member of the White Tiger Society, Claw Yohei, grimaced in admiration. Truly a chaotic dream. Behind the uncle, several streaks of light shot over. Did you find out anything? Yes, sir. The basement seems to have had a few explosions. Oh, is that so? We detected traces of Agni's Breath, Hellfire, Flame Demon Grove, Thunderclap Circle, and several similar things. They seem to have been arranged. Perhaps the origin of this volcano is Zikwi's fire drum. Is it always connected to Zikwi? Yohei was not surprised that there were still so many spiritual crystals left. Perhaps they were waiting for me to enter the institute before blowing the place up. Why did the explosion happen ahead of time, though? Due to negligence or some accident? Both were possible, yes. How could that old fox of a director be so careless? Then maybe some unexpected factor appeared that he could not handle in time. I wonder what it was. We'll all continue investigating. Who knows, you might find more information. The soldiers did not dare to disobey. Before leaving, the uncle remembered those little rats with their useless information. He had only said that when his subordinates were already startled and responded in unison. We'll take care of it immediately, sir. Yohei was satisfied. He flipped his coat and turned to leave. Behind him, a system notification appeared. Do you want to log out? Good suggestion, but no thanks. My turning away was pretty cool, wasn't it? Inside the Tiger Star, amidst the rioting, he enjoyed this mess. Uncle Yohei felt there was no other way now. He had to take care of the director himself, because that was the will of the gods. Chang Xian was about to go report to the skies when Big Eon just woke up. First thing he saw was Chang Xian's smile and the sleeping girl in his arms. Jeon, not fully awake yet, blurted out without thinking, "Is that your wife?" He immediately got a mirror thrown in his face. The mirror came from nowhere, but luckily no one was killed. Otherwise, he would have become a textbook example of dying right after being resurrected, sent reincarnating by his savior. Chang Xian glared at him and said, "If you can talk nonsense like that, you are fine. Look at your face in the mirror." Hearing that, Jeon quickly picked up the mirror and examined himself. Looking at the bright, clean, and flawless face, Jeon was stunned. Chang Xian did not hold back his praise either. "Well done," Jeon cried of joy. Right then, Yunseo also woke up groggily. "Miss Yunseo is awake." Yunseo took half a second before leaping lightly to the ground, making the two men look at each other with question marks. She flopped down the ground, confusing them even more, as if in a dream. "Even though I am here now, I am still so hopeless, am I not?" Chang Xian and Jeon looked at each other. This girl was beyond saving. "You saved me? I was really locked up? I did not talk in my sleep or drool, did I?" She was acting stupid just like her older sister now. Not remembering anything was probably a blessing. Chang Xian replied, "No. Really. His life had never had such a pointless conversation, but she needed to stabilize her mind." Yunseo let out a relieved breath from deep in her chest, feeling very lucky. Chang Xian stood up and said, "Your body has recovered. Leave here quickly. This place is not safe." Yunseo frowned and asked, "What is your blood type?" Chang Xian replied, "Date of birth, January 30th. Favorite food? Kimchi stew. Why are you asking?" Wait, something is strange. I remember that day 2 years ago, August 23rd, after the 30-second victory between France and San Francisco. You said the first thing you wanted to eat when you got back home was corn rice. Inseo's face fell as she asked if that was true. It was definitely true. Chang Xian's face twisted because he did not remember the story the girl was telling. Right after that, she landed a fatal blow. How could Chang Xian possibly be this kind? "You are a bastard. Who are you? You are an imposter, are you not?" Good grief. How did she figure that out from something so difficult? If he had known, would it not have been less trouble not to save her? Seeing Chang Xian's extremely disgusted expression, Yunseo seemed to find her true self again. "That is you. Since when did you change your taste to kimchi stew?" Jeon, annoyed, asked Yunseo why she was not suspicious anymore. She casually replied, "Because of his attitude." Li Changxian's face darkened upon hearing that. In this world, anything could be one's rival. He had just gone to bring his rival back from the underworld. Yunseo casually explained, "You could tell from his face that he was annoyed and regretting not throwing me out back there." She was not wrong. She had hit the nail on the head. Chang Xian could only grimace. Not done yet, the girl stated firmly. That is what makes you the real Chang Xion. She cheerfully skipped ahead of the two and asked, so where to now? This way. Lee Chang Xion looked at the girl and smiled warmly. The system jumped in with a series of notifications. You have completed the hidden quest and received the selected items. Illusion Orb X32 and Sage's Bottle. The Eagle Star that tears the dusk will reward you. The Violent Tiger Star will also reward you. The Eagle Star greatly admires your achievements and is racking its brain for a reward. The Tiger Star in the midst of chaos also praises you and is considering what kind of fangs to equip you with. The Hunting Season Star boasts that her gift is the best. They talked so much that Chang Xin had to shout because it was too annoying. Just give it already. Stop yapping. While Sil was satisfied to be next to her idol, her teammates were frantically searching for a lost child. They hadn't found anyone yet when they were surrounded by another group for daring to enter their hunting grounds. If you dare to go further, we will attack immediately. Please let me through, please? Juhan, the guild representative, said bluntly. Sorry, it's not that we don't understand your situation, but it's very dangerous over here. He smiled a meaningful smile. We'll look for your siblings too, so please turn back. John tried to hide his dissatisfaction because a brash youth was bothering him during his overtime. He frowned at the memory of the name Lee Chang Xion. Earlier, when he died in battle, he saw that man at rank 2, while he himself was also rank 2, but at position 121. The more time passed, the harder it was to catch up, and he wanted to close the distance as fast as possible. Someone like this young boy was just getting in the way. The young boy pleaded desperately, just a little bit please. Juhan turned his face away. I'm sorry. He found the young boy annoying, and he didn't understand the rules between players, charging in like a stupid moth to a flame. Before he could finish his thought, the young boy recklessly charged through. Juhan clicked his tongue, his face twisted. Carelessly rushing into someone else's hunting grounds is against the rules. The system notified when the essence of the pool was full. Turn back. Juhan's face contorted as he drew his sword with a swoosh and chased after the boy. The boy hesitated, but Juhan was furious. You're blocking my path. He swung his sword and slashed at the boy. At that moment, Yun Seo leaped down from the sky and shouted, "Get away from my little brother, you ink squid-faced bastard." She landed steadily in a crab stance. The force of her landing was so strong it pushed Juhan back as if it were nothing. The boy called out to his sister in shock. She yelled, "Who said you could touch my little brother?" Damn, this older sister had a sharp mouth. Her brother couldn't even stop her. What did you say? Juhan and his teammates' faces darkened and contorted. Yet Yunseo remained nonchalant. You touched my little brother? Before that, Yunseo flashed a mocking smile. I said you look like a half-eaten squid. What? Got a problem? Ah, I think I figured it out. You look more like a dried-out sea anemone, not a bit alike. Wait, that's too insulting to sea anemones. There truly is no most excessive, only more excessive. Juhan was so severely body-shamed he curled up, sweating profusely, grinding his teeth. You insulted my entire team. Yunseo tied her hair up and said seriously, nonsense. You touched my brother first. So what? A threat? A show of power? Is that what I should say? The 3 members of the Duhan team aggressively raised their swords and charged to gang up on her. I'll make you shut up. Yunseo retorted bitterly. Ganging up to fight one girl, how is that any different from a bunch of bullies? It's fine, I can handle all of you now, with the essence of the tiger burning so fiercely. A dazzling golden light radiated from her, with Jioan and Chang Xion standing not far away. Jioan intended to help, but Chang Xion said, just watch. Shin Yunseo's essence of the tiger had already surpassed Judo's wrath and was approaching the tiger's calamity. It might feel a bit unfamiliar to her now, but it will soon become as familiar as the back of her hand, because from the very beginning, it was already hers. Chang Xion smiled smugly. If I keep watching her, I might be able to figure out what judo is and if there are side effects. While Chang Xion was scheming, a strange object appeared. The Duhan group was in the middle of their peak fervor, then their swords broke, and they were stunned. A demon-faced shield had shattered their weapons, and it was called the Tower Shield. Yunseo, taking advantage, shouted loudly and charged forward, determined to crush these guys into dried squid. You are supported by the poise pool, your strength increases. Your speed continues to increase. The smooth tower charged straight ahead like skating, smashing the face of the one who was insolent. The shield charge skill had erupted. Han's 2 companions were knocked flying before they could react. One guy took the opportunity to circle behind her for a sneak attack. You bitch, truly didn't know that a frog dies from its own mouth. If he struck and Yunseo didn't react, it would be an insult to her years of admiring a venomous person like Chang Xion. The tiger's calamity had erupted. Yunseo crab walked a path, and the guy in red was immediately sent flying back, his jaw flipped. A metal rod stood upright in front of the whole group, seemingly helping Yunseo hold her ground. It was the handle of an XXL-size battle axe. Yunseo held the shield in one hand and the axe in the other. If she took off her slightly shabby clothes, she would look exactly like a female general about to collect the heads of the little ones. Juhan froze, an expression of extreme bewilderment appearing in his eyes. Yunseo made a smug face and said, I have a very bad memory, you know. Why aren't you saying anything, huh? "You stupid donkey." Holy crap, with her saying that, who would dare to make a peep? Getting hit by an axe or a shield is no good at either. The eagle god that tears the dusk showed its support for the player with a spirit of justice, Ian Seo. At this point, only God could stop Ian Seo. Juhan still couldn't accept the fact that he was eaten to a pulp by a girl with a level far lower than his. Seeing the chaotic battlefield, a passing squad had just swept through. Jeon realized he didn't need to interfere and cause trouble for himself. Chang Xion smiled contentedly. This power is exactly the same as the power I sensed when she first woke up. Even though she suddenly gained this strange power, she never lost her composure. Ian Seo's strength is her cool head and resilient heart. Most importantly, she has super strength and keen senses that can tame the judo flame. Her talent is blossoming, or rather her potential is being awakened. She is gradually perfecting herself, using less than half the power of judo, and already like this. If she used it to the fullest, it would be even more impressive. Wait a minute, it seems the director is the only one who possesses this blade. He did not know what that man was plotting, but it was certainly not simple. Chang Xion felt it was time to carefully examine the items found in the temple. This moment, Yoon Seo had landed a punch right in the middle of Juhan's forehead. It completely stunned him and he could not continue the match. His younger brother looked at a fierce sister with a dazed expression, wondering what on earth had happened to her. It is a long story. At this moment, Chang Xion and Jeon walked over, making the younger brother even more astonished. That is Lee Chang Xion. Then why does your face look so sour when you meet someone's younger brother? Yoon Seo smiled with narrowed eyes, saying it was fine. He was the one who saved me. That bastard Lee Chang Seo, he saved you. Hey, why are you talking about him like that? The young man also commented that Jeo-un did not look like a trainer, wondering why he's even here. What do you plan to do next? Me do what? Once you are in the dungeon, what else is there to do? Chang Xion looked at them with a meaningful gaze. Two men were stunned, only Yoon Seo looked at him with eyes of admiration. Yoon Seo's friend winced in surprise. You know that the Black Red Lotus Mountain is not only vast, but each area also has different obstacles. That is why the White Tiger gave up exploring this place, only using it as a training ground. Moreover, we are only allowed to stay here for 100 days. The gods were also in an uproar. The fierce tiger sucker was wondering if it was true. The hunting season believed it would be resolved in an instant. The serpent coiled around the earth clicked its tongue, mocking those knave people, not knowing how cunning you are. Jeon asked Chang Xion how long he planned to take to clear it, but Chang Xion did not understand his meaning. Clearing a dungeon takes a lot of effort, so we need time to prepare. Prepare for what? Chang Xion emanated a blue-green eternal flame of judgment. One day is enough. Behind him grew the wings of a wraith, exciting the three others. This guy is always so quick, isn't he? They did not know that someone in the distance was discontent. It was Juhan, who had been beaten until his face was deformed but still refused to admit defeat. He squinted his one good eye in anger. Do you dare to oppose me? How did she do it? Did she use some trick? No, maybe she is a half-demon. If not, I would not lose so easily. Someone like Chang Xion would be helpless against me. Then he comforted himself again. Oh well, that girl is just a half-demon. He smiled cunningly. I will definitely make sure you cannot lift your heads again. Usually those who talk too much never get anything done. Just then, some of his underlings called him, being interrupted while he was indulging in his own thoughts. Juhan was a bit annoyed. He looked over. The three underlings he had beaten could not even get up. How to explain this? Even if the opponent was a half-demon, I cannot lose the reputation of being team leader. Should I kill them all to silence them, or make up a story about being ambushed, and then hunt down that half-demon girl? Juhan cupped his chin and laughed. A trainee who tirelessly eliminates a half-demon that snuck into the training ground sounds cool, doesn't it? His delusion was so strong he was praising himself. He was probably hit in the face by Yoon Seo, making his mind abnormal too, and he continued his fantasy. Chang Xion must be a half-demon too, otherwise I would not have lost. After dealing with Yoon Seo, you are next, Lee Chang Xion. So he happily turned to answer his teammate. But at the same time, the system announced the completion of the dungeon clearing mission. Final ranking would be rearranged. Juhan was stunned as if glued in place. Dungeon ranking. First place Lee Chang Xion 80 30 30 20 points. Second Moon Seong 390,000 points. Rewards based on ranking. Im Juhan did not understand what was happening. People in the control room did not understand either. The event happened too fast, and it was dangerous. Is it already cleared? Is this real or a joke? What the hell is going on with that tracker? Lee Chang Xion. The dungeon has been closed. After the system's cold announcement, a golden door immediately opened. The system warned to be cautious of residual shocks and began a 10-second countdown for the closing of the gate. Chang Xion and Jeo-un, who were on the ground, did not sit idle but each took command of a peak. Chang Xion had a cold expression as he listened to the system relay the words of the gods. The faraway fierce tiger was very excited about the chaos. The other players were completely frozen in place as the system proceeded with the countdown. A man with hair like a lion's mane was also watching the situation through a vivid electronic screen. When the countdown ended, a blinding flash of light enveloped everyone. Red prison is officially closed. Congratulations. The observer with disheveled hair had a slightly sad expression. As soon as the gate closed, various news outlets extensively reported on the ending in Chang Xian's hands with all sorts of dramatic, sensational stories. Online netizens jumped into the comments extremely lively. In short, the internet was more chaotic than the word chaos itself. At the center of the incident, a cold face now uttered a blue-green remark. Isn't it enough already? His teammates, used to his foul mouth, did not react at all. The White Tiger Guard team was encountering this for the first time, so they were quite surprised and felt their pride wounded. Do you think we are easy to mess with? If you dare to challenge us. The 3 guards were about to continue their rant when a bandaged fist punched them straight in the face. The one in front was sent flying into the wall. Chang Xion smiled, looked over, and saw a familiar face, Xiu Zhang-un. Mighty tiger aura burst forth powerfully. Zhang-un roared, "Who do you think you are yelling at? Do you want a beating?" The man who was just hit, despite his bloody nose, immediately scrambled up to argue, team leader of the second squad. Zhang-un leaned in close to his face and asked, "Is there no other way to address me?" "Huh, you want another hit in the face, don't you?" That man quickly corrected himself. "Why have you come here, sir team leader? Catch that brat." "But sir, we have not completed the investigation." "Investigation? You mean interrogation. Regardless, I am going to find him, that is all." Zhang-un continued in a harsh tone. "Any objections?" The mighty tiger aura burst forth powerfully. Guard fell silent, kneeling on the ground as obedient as a dog. Zhang-un nonchalantly led his people away. "I will take that as no objections. You all follow me." Chang Xian did not like this guy but still went, while Ian Seo kept looking at him with admiring eyes. The other two were helpless. Ian Seo winked at her friend. "Isn't our oppa really cool?" "That is right," he reluctantly admitted. "I thought he was lying when he said he would conquer it in one day, but after seeing it with my own eyes, even though I only followed behind Chang Xian, I did not expect him to finish it in just half a day." Completing the KPI excellently. Gun turned back and told the 3 behind him, "Follow my instructions. Li Chang Xian is watching us." After arranging the 3, Gun and Chang Xian split up to hunt alone. Gun looked at Chang Xian with flattery. "I think they are members of the team you gathered for training. You can understand it that way." Chang Xian was too lazy to answer properly. "I see. To begin, a team is a collection of people who walk alone with the leader at the center. Everything always starts like that." "Right, I agree too. Anyway, where are we going?" Trang Xiu realized this was not the direction to the director's office, and the director did not have a room here. "Ah, did I not tell you? To the meeting room, the chairman wants to hear a few things from you." Li Chang-san was quite surprised. Is the chairman John Chun or Moon Song? Before meeting him, he bumped into the director at the meeting room door. The director asked first, "So you are already here? You look better than last time." The system notified, the eyes of the ferocious tiger were looking at him. Chang Xian looked back. He was sure the man was very curious. The dungeon closed right after the research facility exploded. Even though the director was fine, he must have received the report from Song Yuzhen. He was also sure the man suspected him because conquering a dungeon in one day was an unbelievable feat. "Thank you, sir. It is all thanks to the managing director," Chang Xian replied politely. "No, it is all thanks to your ability. Anyway, because of you, things here have been quite busy." "Is that so?" Was the old man subtly blaming him for making work overtime? "Oh my, you asked because you do not know. It is not just simple busyness. The team leaders from the Divine Raid are fighting each other. They said they would make you join." He laughed loudly. "Things are even more chaotic with the reward you received from conquering the dungeon. Perhaps the rumors have spread upstairs. We also received a few calls from senior members." "Anyway, have you changed your mind?" The system reminded again. The divine sense of the good season for hunting said that he was lying while knowing his position. Chang Xion smiled lightly. "That is what I wanted to ask you too. If I cannot get the divine position I proposed, I can throw my resignation letter back to you." "Alright, if you are a man, you have to handle this matter smoothly. I am just a part, but the whole company does not intend to let you leave easily." "Look, did the chairman not request to meet you in person?" "Never mind his faction, he is only interested in international issues." "So then, why do we not go greet him?" The director extended his hand toward Chang Xian, so the two of them took the elevator up to meet the chairman. As soon as the door opened, Chang Xian immediately activated the Snake Man skill to observe the entire scene. Void Monarch said he was taught to be a devout follower, but his power and talent were lower than the Guardians. The beast sense warned of danger. Chang Xian felt this was the first time he had met someone dangerous since returning. "You have arrived at the Asura Flower Garden." Ignoring the danger, this place was beautiful, more suitable for taking photos than a meeting room. Before Chang Xian's eyes was a magical path leading to a house under an ancient tree. The director introduced him. The chairman's meeting room was linked through another dungeon. He used magic to move the gate over here. The divine sense of the tiger trapped in a difficult situation was now interested in the human who dared to walk through his territory. So this was his territory. The divine sense of the good season for hunting said the atmosphere in the dungeon was very unpleasant. Chairman Moonsong was already sitting on the roof waiting. "Why would you sit on the roof of the house, old man?" To To act dangerous or what? As you ordered, I have brought Li Changxian here. Changxian had one eye covered by his bangs, the other eye also lacked much emotion. Looking up, the old man with disheveled hair looked down. So you are the child they call the tyrant. Changxian was surprised that he knew this. It seems recently our gods have taken an interest in you. The system warned again. The divine sense of the owl flying through the twilight advised him to be cautious as things grew more serious. Changxian sensed a warning from the person before him. His mood quickly turned bad. Moon Song activated his mana. The system continued to warn that the great tiger's killing intent was threatening you. Moon Sion's expression darkened, clearly displeased. My beast instinct warned me this situation was extremely dangerous. From the start, I had intended to attract as much attention as possible from the gods and the stars. I had anticipated facing countless dangers from their children because of the blessing. A god might use any means to possess me. I had experienced this in Trovers at Arcadia. Changxian bowed his head. I am Changxian. Moon Song was initially a bit surprised by Changxian's action, but he then nodded approvingly. Not bad. Meeting a 9th generation master swordsman is truly a great honor for me, Changxian said in a solemn tone. Honor, Moon Song repeated. Yes. Just a few months ago I thought I would never set foot here. Changxian was sure the old man in front of him knew nothing about his underworld past. He probably only saw me as a useless person, but the ancients taught not to bow too low when warning a rookie. This must have touched his pride. What will you do now, Moon Song? Will you withdraw your threat, or will you take action? He is a player above level 90. If I confront him here I might not win, but surely the gods and stars interested in me will support me. Even if they don't help, I still have a way to escape, so now I really want to see how this uncle will act. Moon Song brushed past Changxian like a gust of wind, nudging his arm as he spoke. I understand. Damn, is that all? Changxian grimaced as if he had been hit. Moon Song continued. Our god sends you a gift, but I have already given it to Siwan. Try to retrieve it on your way back. Having said that, he made way for Changxian to exit. Changxian was still stunned. What the hell? He didn't warn me. Didn't Moon Song think he was abandoned by the puppet ruler? He still believed their bond was so strong that even my interference could not shake it. Changxian narrowed his eyes in speculation. Or was it Yizhang's holy scripture failure? Moon Song's unregretful back only deepened his suspicion. Changxian thought to himself whether holy soldier or dynastic map, Moon Song had created something to expand the guild. The puppet ruler might have granted him a holy elixir or something. That meant the snake eye skill has activated. The serpent god coiled around the world is interested in your thoughts, granting you power. Your skill has leveled up. Moon Song's information appeared. He was surrounded by the natural disaster of the Tiger King. Moon Song glanced back. Changxian realized he far surpassed even judo. He said, if I were you, I wouldn't continue like this. Changxian was shocked again. Huh, what does he mean by that? Saying that, and then disappearing. What is that? Is this a generation gap? Sorry, Changxian said, bowing his head. The door quickly closed. Changxian was sent straight back to the starting point. Changxian grimaced in speculation. Not just judo, he was at least two levels higher. Even so, he only sent a holy soldier to his subordinate, so that meant he wanted to monopolize this power. The puppet ruler probably just wanted to test my reaction, and Moon Song was merely following orders. Damn, all these old men are full of schemes. It seemed the puppet ruler saw a sharp blade in Moon Song, and that sharp sword was... The sword seeks something higher. But what is that? Returning from the meeting room, Changxian continued walking with Director O and Gun. Director O chuckled. Our guildmaster is indeed a difficult person. Changxian hardly paid attention to those casual words. He was focused on his thoughts. The judo of the White Tiger base was nothing compared to Moon Song. He must have seen through Director O's tricks. It felt like that day existed in another world. I still don't understand what he was thinking. Gun chimed in with a dissatisfied tone. Please don't call me to the guild hall next time. Every time I go, my back goes cold. It's damn uncomfortable. More importantly, where is my gift? The system surfaced again to convey the god's words. The god of the hunting season proudly said no gift could compare to the benefits he bestowed. The god of the mirage eagle tearing the twilight listened quietly. Director O smiled, not seeing the sun fall on 2 fingers. Ah, that thing. That day, he gave me 2 choices. One was armor, the other was a library. They had already opened the second archive. Gun jumped up. Second archive? Both? Hey, why didn't you share one with me, especially the armor? Director O ignored that noisy guy and looked at Changxian. It seems you have already guessed. No, I'm quite surprised. With that face, who would believe your glib talk? I completed the mission and raided the dungeon given by Mighty Tiger Sucker, so I was also quite surprised he gave me something. I see. So have you made a decision? I want to learn more new skills. I heard there are many records in the second archive I haven't read. Gun immediately shouted, great. Changxian just wanted to go to the second archive to find the secret tome. Director O smiled broadly. Alright, I thought you would say that. Now that I think about it, I haven't had you choose a patron yet. What? Gun flinched, while Changxian remained expressionless as usual. What is this, Hung Nim? Don't joke like that. There's no player who hasn't chosen a protector. A person without a protecting god can come here. Never seen before, right? Your Hung here is that special one. Gun was still yelling. Say something, Hung Nim. No, Xian Munim is senile again. Why aren't you two saying anything? Busy having a staring contest with each other. Possible? How is that possible? The attitude of the two didn't change. He began to waver. Could it be real? With a face of utmost bewilderment, Gun said weakly. Ridiculous. He glanced at Chang Xian. How could he be so strong without a protector? If he had won, how devastating would his power be? The word genius was no longer suitable for this person. But this, Gun looked at Chang Xian with eyes full of concern. He was about to say something else but was cut off by him. It seems mighty tiger sucker wants me. Isn't it clear? Not just me, what god would want you? Many constellations have offered me to become an apostle. Are you advising me to do what I have already passed up? Chang Xian gave a smug smile. Director O's face turned serious. Do you find that convincing at all? Chang Xian arrogantly said that if the reward was becoming an apostle, he would immediately take Mr. Shu out of the association. Even in the current situation, he had already received too many privileges. The director bowed and sighed, remarking that this young man was truly strange. Not only him, but the gods were also in an uproar. The fierce tiger god frowned and swore, while the god of the hunt angrily asked why he was imitating him. The eagle cat god tearing through twilight glared uncomfortably at the fierce tiger god, who stepped back and pouted. The director spoke as if resigned to fate, saying young people are always full of ambition, but that very ambition will be your downfall. Chang Xian calmly replied that only those with talent have the right to speak. The director sighed helplessly, saying that Song Yuzhen was waiting in the first-floor lobby and would guide him. However, he warned that the gods were not as tolerant as he thought. If he cannot have you, he will ensure no one else can have you either. He walked ahead and Gun patted Chang Xian on the shoulder from behind. He said he must have a lot on his mind, but to think positively, because if he stayed, there would be many more interesting games. After speaking, he also ran after the director. Chang Xian grimaced as he watched, thinking to himself that this was truly a troublesome bunch. Song Yuzhen continued leading the way, explaining that from the second floor onward, rooms would be partitioned to ensure security. He could only enter and exit using a registered key. Chang Xian asked if there was a limit on the number of rooms he could use. Song Yuzhen shook his head, saying he did not know, which irritated Chang Xian, because the guide was terrible. You have 6 hours to use the rooms. See you later. As soon as he entered, Chang Xian heard a few words from the old tiger. The fierce tiger god said these treasures were truly driving him crazy. The fierce sucker tiger god tried to convince him that if he became an apostle, it would all be his. There were many rooms, each with a name written above them. Violent tiger, white tiger, one-eyed tiger, silver tiger, split tiger, black tiger, and the nightmare eater. All originated from the tiger. Rewards from the tiger's plunder quest have been granted. Before you lie 9 paths, each leading to a different way to become a tiger fragment. Your choice will change the key of essence. The fierce tiger fragment suggested becoming an apostle to receive them all. Chang Xian found this ridiculous, because even without becoming an apostle, he planned to plunder everything here later. Therefore, Chang Xian chose a door. That door caused an uproar among the gods. The fierce tiger fragment shook his head in disbelief, and the serpent god said he would never understand anything with his wooden head. The fierce tiger fragment angrily said it was still not too late and asked if he wanted to choose another path. You have chosen the one-eyed tiger. Chang Xian thought he would rather refuse him, even if it took a lifetime. The one-eyed tiger is a tiger with one eye. Its observation is weaker than a two-eyed tiger, but its will is stronger than any tiger. The brutal nature of a murderer who knows no defense. The puppet ruler had predicted the reaction and chose the youngest among the 9 brothers. The door opened and a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged out along with it. Chang Xian was certain everything would be fine with ghost spirit, annihilation, fire, and even the greeting from Hao Shan. He wanted to open the remaining paths using Peter's key, but the puppet ruler would not agree. Before the door closed, Chang Xian still resolved to mix everything up in an unexpected way. You have entered the one-eyed tiger room. Meanwhile, someone was growing anxious because no one had returned yet. Yun Xiu spun around like a ballet dancer, repeatedly asking what had happened to him. The little brother told his sister to relax, that he would walk out unscathed, but Yun Xiu snapped that he was not a tyrant. She said his name was Xiu Gun and scolded her brother for having no manners at all. She acted as infatuated as a sister struck by a curse, making her brother almost spit blood. Jeon watched from the outside and saw that Yun Xiu was not normal, quietly assessing her in his mind. Though it was noisy outside, it was too quiet inside. He wondered if that was how Jeon was back then. He thought to himself that a face like that could actually become this handsome one day. But what was really going on? What was Chang Xian's true identity? The little brother discreetly realized there was something he had missed and needed to know, whether good or bad. Actually, he stayed silent to protect that thing, but his sister was praying for Oppa's safety. Just then, a notice board appeared. The serpent god coiled around the world said that you were too noisy. He said if you did not stay quiet, you would never get the information you wanted. The younger brother was startled, thinking he mistook him for Chang Xian, but the god laughed and said no. He was even more surprised that he could read his thoughts, and said that his face told everything. The god happily said that his habit of doubting everything around him was very much like the old days. He made an offer and asked what he thought. He could make him a priest depending on the situation. Jim Ju was so shocked he spat out his glue, because the offer was too wonderful. Just then, someone called out to them, Lord Jimju, Miss Yunseo. Looking over, they saw a young man with a toad head hairstyle grinning broadly, saying it was good that the two of them had made it. Jimju recognized him as the man who had arrogantly ignored his plea for help in finding the lost child Yunseo. Yet now he dared to smile as if nothing had happened. It was simply unacceptable. Meanwhile, Yunseo, with sparkling teary eyes, ran over calling him Appa. Seeing that, the horned guy thought he had it easy, blushing as he called Yunseo back. But before he could be touched for 2 seconds, Yunseo passed him by like he was air. He turned his head in doubt. Jimju covered his mouth to laugh, and Lee Changseon followed suit noisily. Yeah, I'm here, what do you want? Yunseo had her wrist tightly grabbed by him. Annoyed, she turned her head. What do you think you are doing? That young man's face darkened, grinding his teeth. You have never treated me like this. Changseon had just appeared and immediately witnessed a confusing scene of love and hate. The more agitated he came, the more vicious his eyes, grinding out each word. You never cared about me before, and now you disappear for a new guy. Seeing his twisted, jealous face, Yunseo considered whether to bury him alive. She caught a glimpse of Changseon standing there. She immediately changed her expression, shaking her head while tears fell as she called for uncle. Changseon stood still like a statue, looking in that direction. The guy was furious. What, staring at me like that will get you something? A whirlwind passed. Yunseo was stunned and unable to react. Lee Changseon had already grabbed that young man by the neck. He easily lifted him up with just one hand. That guy, even on the brink of death, was still stubborn. Huff, let go, do you know who I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something wrong. Changseon's eyes glowed unusually bright. A one-eyed tiger materialized from his body. That guy felt as if he were dangling from a tiger's claws. One eye of the basal tiger was staring right at him. The system warned, the basal tiger harbors intent to slaughter and cruelty. Only these two natures can instill the fear of death in those within its sight. You have been affected by fear, panicked, severely shocked. Leave the area immediately. Yellow liquid poured out from between his legs. Jinju cried out in disgust. Everyone quickly dodged. Wetting themselves in fear was real. Changseon was unmoved, releasing his hand to let him and the puddle roll onto the floor. He slid over to Yunseo, saying, let's go. All right, Uncle. Yunseo is blinded by love. That young man, half his soul gone, was left behind just like that. The others had no idea what to do either. Uncle, do you want to eat something? Yunseo asked carefully. You are done with training now. Let's go eat. Not today. Let's do it next time. Yunseo's face fell. Huh? Look ahead. A crowd of reporters with cameras and flashlights pointed straight at his face, wanting to know his thoughts on conquering the unexplored dungeon. White Tiger Society announced a brilliant plan. Have you discussed it yet? Changseon said to Yunseo. There are too many eyes watching now. Only then did Yunseo remember that Changseon had always been like this. Wherever the whole team went, they were surrounded, with people asking questions non-stop. Lee Changseon kept a cold face and refused to utter a single word. Yunseo seemed the most spirited, walking with full arrogance. Meeting Changseon's fan club, she grinded her teeth in hatred. Changseon just wondered what these lunatics were doing here. Get in. I mean this limousine? This is my private car. The management director gave it to me along with a driver. One word. Luxurious. So what did you want to say earlier? Jinkeo suddenly yelped in shock. When we left the hall, you seemed to want to say something. Did I guess wrong? You noticed. You were so fidgety it would be strange if I did not notice. Jinjo let out a sigh. Do you happen to know about the serpent's divine sense that embraces the world? The god was startled to hear its name mentioned. The divine sense wriggled its tail in protest at not keeping the secret. Changseon was exasperated with these childish people. I know it is one of the divine senses I absorbed. That divine sense spoke to me, telling me to watch your actions and report anything interesting. The god lamented that everything was over. Is that so? Jimjo was flustered. That is right. I was told to report secret details. He kept looking elsewhere, unaware that a dark force was glaring at him angrily. Hey, why did you only tell us now? Yunseo grabbed that guy's cheeks and pulled like elastic. I just received this message too. Even if you just received it, you should have said it right away. Ah, my ears are tearing. They are so troublesome. Changseon regretted it, thought he rescued a noisy one. Who knew there would be a bonus gift like this? Are you not angry? Jimjo blinked in surprise. Angry? Why would I be angry? Well, actually I felt very conflicted. So, did you discover something? Not at all, then it is fine. From the start, you never did me any harm, so why apologize? Jimjo was stunned. This man truly has more authority than all of us. Serpent's divine sense, holding the whole world, said there was nothing interesting and then buried its face into him. Changseon asked what he was granted. The serpent looked up for a moment. Jimjo said it promised to teach him black magic. Changseon was surprised. Black magic? Jimjo said it was the most suitable thing for him. It told him to follow me and report interesting things. Just do that. Changseon was so generous that someone reacted strongly. The serpent jumped up, blinking in confusion. Black magic the serpent knew was the Ouroboros technique, a remarkable secret art. Even learning the basics was very difficult. It offered to teach him because it valued his talent. Changseon explained to the confused Jimjo. It saw something in him. The serpent asked in shock how he knew. The serpent grumbled not to be complicit. Many people wanted its guidance. Jimjo wondered if he really had talent. Changseon encouraged him to just follow the divine sense. The car stopped. Yunseo and the younger sibling got out. He told the crazy fangirl's sister that from now on I will be his fan. Yinseo laughed proudly and said ask me anything about him bye ha ha ha. Yinseo did not miss this statement, weird leg my leg. The serpent questioned Chang Xion how he knew that information. He told it to keep it a secret. The serpent lashed its tail in anger, not understanding what was going on in his head. Chang Xion smiled and said he once wanted to learn the Uroboros technique, but gave up because magic was difficult. If Jim Ju taught him, it would be useful. No wonder he sent Papajari to tail him. Do you live in Nojangjin? Yes, that is correct. Chang Xion glanced and realized Galen was lying. He quickly denied it. Though small, I live in a super cozy studio. Answer honestly. If I find you lying, I will cut off your head. Chang Xion was so fierce that Jeon got scared. You do not have a house, do you? Yes. Where did you live before? I need a weapon, so I withdrew my deposit. Chang Xion frowned in pity for the fool. He had to help him understand about spirit beasts. He suggested staying at my place for now. Jeon was shocked to a standstill. But let me get you some clothes first. Li Chang Xion changed into work clothes before going home to his mother. Duha was startled to see him back, as he had previously said he would be gone for over 3 months. Training finished faster than I thought. It's fine, Mom. I can order more online. Oh, Mom, I have something. What is it? What are you doing outside? Come in. Who's that with you? Is he your friend, Big Girl Gun? Jio Gun was flustered being in a wealthy home for the first time. Sorry for the intrusion. Juha was very hospitable since it was her first time seeing her son bring a friend home. She told him make himself at home. Jiogun marveled, not expecting the house to be this big. A river view must be really amazing. No wonder he is Chang Xion. The TV was airing news about the tyrant breaching the dungeon that no one dared to attempt. Foreign news agencies were reporting. Jiogun felt a bit awkward hearing that. Passing the sofa, he saw the famous artist's sister lying down munching on snacks, her hair of uneven lengths. Jua saw the two men walking in and hurriedly asked who Jioun was. Chang Xion just pointed a finger. She glanced at the TV, saw she was exposed, quickly covered up. I just happened to turn it on. Then she immediately turned it off, as if no one had said anything. His sister grumbled in annoyance, stood up, and went into her room. Jua called after her, why are you watching TV and then heading to your room? Dinner is almost ready. I don't want to eat. Duhai grimaced. That girl is acting up again. I don't know who she takes after. Despite that, she worries about you a lot. A few days ago, she even watched the video of your tests. Mom, what are you saying? I don't dislike her, you know. A verbal argument began. Chang Xion told Jio-un to go check out the room. Wow, this is your room, sir. Call me Hang. Calling me sir sounds so fake I want to crawl into a hole. This is your room, so pretty, bigger than my house. Chang Xian thought if Sugi heard this she would say he was disrupting the family, since he should be called uncle. Jio-un bounced around Li Chang Xian's room, exclaiming in awe everywhere he went. Is this your first time seeing these things? I don't have the money to buy them. You even have a triple era instrument. This is a limited edition. Just go ahead and play, really? The best part was the large bathroom and hot water. Jio-un clearly felt that he and Chang Xian lived in two completely different worlds. When it comes to meals, I cook a bit simply, so please don't complain. It really is simple, auntie. I don't know if it suits your taste. It's super delicious. Duha was praised and smiled with narrowed eyes. Jio-un was so happy he could cry, saying he had never eaten such good food in his life, and urged her to open a restaurant. He chewed messily, and Duha saw it and signaled. This little guy is very smooth with words. I wish someone would learn from him. Under her expectant gaze, her son managed to spit out 3 words. It's good, Mom. Jua got bored and turned her bright eyes to Gelgun. See, look at his face. Who could cook for him? Your name is Gelgun, right? Yes, that's right. Do you want to become my son? You fit being the youngest in this house much better than that kid. Jua's high spirits caught Jio-un off guard. Seeing him flustered, she said it was a joke and asked if he wanted more soup. The scene made Gelgun suddenly recall the laughter in his distant memories. His mother's ladder. After eating, the 2 young men went to sleep together. Chang Xion took the bed. Jio-un made a nest on the floor. Without looking, Chang Xion knew Jio-un couldn't sleep. He said to just tell him if anything was uncomfortable. No, the floor is warm and the blanket is soft. It's very comfortable. Then why can't you sleep? Well, it seems like you're waiting for something. Is it that obvious? Only a fool wouldn't see it. Do you have something on your mind? No, I'm just wondering if I deserve to live this comfortably. Who gave you that right? Gelgun sat up to answer, but Chang Xian spoke first. No one? That's something you decide for yourself. If you look down on yourself, your value will shrink. If you value yourself, everything will be different. Leo sprayed hairspray. You are the one who decides what you want to do. No one has the right to decide for you. I understand. Chang Xian felt that the kid reminded him of his former self. Back then, he was just a demon fighting endlessly, never recognizing his own worth. Only when he collapsed and lost everything did he realize he had always been making mistakes. I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. Thank you. Chang Xian suddenly thought that these words should have been said by his father. That old man, who knows where he disappeared to. Even the gods were moved by this uncle-nephew bond. The hunting season was so touching it made you cry. The twilight owl looked at its friend with eyes full of emotion. Next morning, it's strange, Mom, isn't it? Strange about what? That younger brother of mine. Why do you talk about your brother like that? Mom, don't interrupt, let me finish. Don't you think he's been acting strange lately? Changseon's sister suddenly became a detective, and Dooha couldn't keep up. Since the bookkeeping incident, he's been like a different person. He quit drinking, is less hot-tempered, and even when I try to provoke him, he ignores me. Dooha held her head and said what nonsense was her sister talking about. Anyway, he's very strange, like he aged a few years, talks less and thinks more, sees things more clearly, even though his face is still annoying. But the strangest thing, did you notice? Juha looked with bewildered eyes. You know, Mom, that kid never had any friends. Juha froze, then shifted into a state ready to hit someone. The sister continued naively, yet he brought a friend home, and he looks pretty good too. Who gave you permission to talk about your brother like that? Ouch, Mom, it hurts, don't hit me anymore. Even after being hit like that, she still had things to say. Juha put her hands on her hips. What nonsense are you going to say next? Ah, seriously, it's not like that. That friend of his face and body are totally my type. In a bit, I'll ask Mom if he has a girlfriend. If he can hang out with that kid, his character must be okay. Naturally, she earned a few more beatings from Juha after that statement. Just then, the two young men came downstairs. While her mother was talking, the sister quickly fixed her hair to transform. Changseon said, "We're gonna train, we'll eat out, so you go ahead and eat first." His eyes lingered for about 5 seconds. Don't overdo it. Mom advised, yes, little brother. Sister had already transformed. Jeo-un said he was drooling. Changseon sulked, sighed, and said they would be back later. Jeo-un bowed. We're off now. Outside, he asked Changseon where they were going. To exchange weapons. Weapons? Are you planning to use that piece of junk forever? But I have no money. Changseon glanced at him. Forgot what I said yesterday. You have to decide your own value. Weapons are also very important. They protect your body and help you defeat monsters. If you wield a weapon that doesn't fit your hand, you can't unleash your full strength. Changseon began a lecture on weapons, armor, talismans, and even magic stones. So don't say anything, just follow me. I'll fully equip you, then check your skills. Get ready. Jeo-un felt like he had found a sugar daddy. No more worries in life. The first turning point was recovering mana, and this opportunity was the second turning point. In both turning points, this person was present. What the hell, you little brat? You want me to make more weapons? Think I'm an all-around employee? 100 million won from Changseon sent to your account. It's not about the money, it's the work. 100 million won from Changseon sent to your account. Holy crap, he really is a sugar daddy. The rich don't talk much, just wave their hand and it's 200 million. He still refused. Completely different from his beggarly look last time. Now Ujeji transformed with a style of the more gold the better. After 2 transfers, he punched himself in the face and swore. Gelgun asked dumbfounded what the hell was going on. 100 million twice. He teared up and gave Changseon a thumbs up, saying he was so cool. This proves that anything can be solved with lots of money. This truth always applies to money-crazed people like Ujeji. I told you to call me boss. Changseon grimaced at the sound of Ujeji's cursing. Yes, you damn boss, having money is great, huh? So what do you want me to do, boss? Spear. If you try to make me do it like yours, I'll chop your head off and use it as furnace material. Pretty bold, huh? Can you do it or not, you two? No need for that, just an ordinary spear. The length and weight. It was about 3 meters long and heavy, but who could understand that from just a description? Wasn't there any example? Joke around, Gelgun, take out your spear. Zazie held the spear in his hand and wondered why it was so heavy. He came over and touched Gelgun. You mainly use your left hand, don't you? Instead of using it the normal way, you use it to thrust. No, you thrust while spinning. Uzezi analyzed as he kneaded Gelgun's muscles. Using centrifugal force from the spin to increase power was also very fast. Did you pay attention to the speed when using such a heavy weapon? Gelgun found that most blacksmiths before were very arrogant, but this person was different. Uzezi also noticed that this young man knew how to use leg strength as well. Gelgun admitted that this was truly the master blacksmith Changseon had chosen. No wonder his weapons were so wonderful. You want it at what grade? At least equal to black iron or ice iron that has been refined at least 100 times. What are you trying to pick a fight with me? That kind 15 days or 10 days, are you crazy? That is the minimum time after placing materials in the furnace. If I forge continuously without rest, my hands will be ruined. No, damn it. Remember at least 10 days. Got it, you? Master Uzezi shouted angrily. Why didn't you agree to that from the start? Even after entering the training room, Gelgun was still feeling lightheaded because he was about to have his own weapon. What are you thinking about? Changseon reminded, making Gelgun suddenly remember this was not the time to think idly. Ah, nothing. I am a bit worried. Do not worry too much, or you will not be able to train. Yes. The god of the hunt was excitedly watching your spear. The hawk cat god tearing through dusk was organizing information on the trial part. The stranded fierce tiger god said a non-life or death battle was boring and temporarily stopped paying attention. Changseon told him he should prepare a steady heart. Anyways, how much willpower energy can you use? Jelgun hesitated slightly. Chang Xian had already guessed that thing was not working very well. He thought that was probably the problem itself. Jelgun asked Chang Xian in surprise if he knew the reason. The serpent god coiled around the world wondered what this cunning old man was planning to do. Her demonic power should not be used like ordinary demonic power. A half-demon is a child born between a mage and a demon tribe, meaning half-human, half-demon. That means you have both demonic energy and evil energy, but the problem is you are no longer a half-demon. If the energy keeps moving freely without following your will, it is not good at all. Then, the light turned on quite brightly. You just need a different method of circulating demonic power from what you used before. That means changing everything from your breathing to your smallest habits. Chang Xian thought what Jiao-un possessed was shadow energy and needed to turn it into his unique ability, turning him into someone with different potential. From now on, you have to become my shadow. That is such a strange request, sir, but before Chang Xian had also accepted a similar offer. Shadow, what do you mean? You know I do not have a fixed form, right? Yes, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Correct. I do not even exist as an ordinary spirit because my existence almost approaches that of a god. No god or anything can perceive me, but you are different. So what to preserve a physical body? I merged into your shadow, treating it as part of my body. Your shadow is now the physical vessel of my existence in this world. I need to hide, unknown to outsiders or gods. Meaning you are using me. I would rather not say it, but that is close. You will also benefit from me. At this moment, Gelgun asked Chang Xian what he needed to do, as even he found it confusing. The serpent god coiled around the world said he didn't understand what you were planning to do. That god was interested in seeing what new knowledge you would give him. First, you need to learn to control the shadow energy you possess. Chang Xian seriously instructed Jiao-un. As I said, controlling shadow energy is different from other energies. You need a path for the shadow energy to flow naturally. Gelgun did not understand the path Chang Xian was talking about. Shadow. Try putting all your fears into my shadow. Using your will, pull my shadow towards you. Chang Xian explained in a way Jiao-un could barely understand, so his face wrinkled like a monkey's. Do not use force, think about it, coax it, and let it come to you. Gelgun frowned deeply. Chang Xian's shadow seemed to begin moving. At first it only moved slightly, then slowly rose up. Jiao-un was startled by its strong movement. Rabbit Chang Xian shouted instructions. Focus. Gelgun frowned deeply again, watching that shadow surge towards him. The shadow enveloped his body. Do not let the shadow devour you, overcome it at all costs. The system announced the shadows were pressing in. Shadow energy was running out. Gelgun was in pain but gritted his teeth without making a sound. Here, the shadow energy was in chaos. His strength was being drained. Too hard. Jiao-un suffered while the shadow complained, I don't like it. To think the first shadow I catch has to be this one. It had to be this way, now he must help. Shadows swirling around Gelgun, as if about to devour him, suddenly condensed into a vortex. The system announced he had caught it, this joy greater than a father coming back to life. The shadow said, you must strive for having chosen to merge with us. You must bear the responsibility for the coming dangers and hardships. Gyogun's eyes went wide. He reached his hand toward that pitch-black whirlwind. The whirlwind formed into a face that pressed close to him and asked, understand? Liagun said not to worry. Their eyes met. The pitch-black shadow shot straight into Jiao-un. The system announced, you have obtained the skill Illusion Shadow Creation. Analysis shows you use shadow energy as its foundation. You have received temporary traits and skills. You have obtained a temporary ability. There is still much hidden information, only 71.5% analyzed. You have received the trait Shadow Deception Dance. Conclusion was clear. Jiao-un could not understand, nor the alias Spirit Vessel. Class, Ancient Guardian, level 28. Gyogun was quite surprised by the new interface. The system added, the simulation details based on player Chang Xian are quite poor. Learn more to simulate better. Chang Xian explained, shadow energy is the power to seal something, so it needs something to seal. That is why he told me to take your shadow. Correct, the more you understand that thing, the stronger the shadow energy. From now on, let us see what you can replicate. Gyogun nodded as if he understood. Chang Xian immediately spun the spear in his hand as flexibly as Sun Wukong. The spear slashed out lines of heavy, experienced energy that made Galgal unable to help but admire. The god of the hunt enjoyed watching your new martial skill. The god of the eagle owl tearing the dusk praised it. The god of the fierce tiger who lost his gambit wanted to see if you had mastered the sacred skill yet. Chang Xian performed a few basic moves, then greeted the gods and landed. He unleashed two extremely valiant techniques. The god of the fierce tiger who lost his gambit happily observed your achievement. On this side, Galgun received a pile of notifications. Cannot understand, cannot analyze. The level gap with the shadow's owner was too great. Mother, did he want him to imitate that? Gyogun had no time to complain before Chang Xian pressed close. What are you doing? Lift the spear. Gyogun barely managed to raise the spear, his face contorted. The god of the fierce tiger who lost his gambit regretted that it would be better if you added more inner energy. Chang Xian smiled and glanced at Jiao-un. Then he started moving. The god of the fierce tiger who lost his gambit tilted his head in confusion, saying something was strange. This one-eyed tiger. The god of the fierce tiger who lost his gambit froze. The tiger roared with power. The system translated. State one-eyed tiger changes to berserk tiger. Berserk tiger roars. Berserk tiger erupts with terrifying strength. Chang Xian smiled triumphantly amidst the god's shout. The god of the fierce tiger shouted, "What exactly did you do in the library?" Surprised old man. White Tiger Association headquarters, 7th floor management board room. I want us to discuss this round's flag bearer. Those who came to learn never expected things to be worse at this critical moment. They could not ignore this matter. Also, no one knew what Director O was thinking. If the training had been at least half completed, it would be less troublesome. We need a new training method. Everyone's face was grim and wary of each other. Director O glanced at Director Kagun. Director Kagun's unusual silence made everyone uneasy. Kim Yun-sung stood up to break the ice. Why not combine them and then give them a more advanced appearance? Director O's face turned serious. What does combine mean? How? Recently, I heard the Future Strategy Department found the Phantom's trail. And then? Meaning, why not let the flag bearer go catch the Phantom? Luckily, they are close to finishing basic training. What better way to supplement experience than real combat? What if the brutes among them speak up? Only the high executive board knows the relationship. The trainees only handle trivial matters. Who would believe those evil creatures, the ones who committed unforgivable atrocities before the gods and humans? Director O tapped the table with a troubled expression, then turned to Captain Buck. What do you think of Director Kim's proposal? I find it quite reasonable, and the potential harm to us. Captain Buck laughed arrogantly. If they cannot even handle this matter, how can they call themselves tigers? Good, proceed as Director Kim said. Replace the remaining training exercises with a large-scale war game campaign. Evaluation scores will be based on the trainees' achievements. Furthermore, Chang Xian, having completed his challenge, will be separated and transferred to the Future Strategy Department. This stunned everyone. Director Kagan smiled faintly. So you will reveal yourself now? Meeting adjourned. Director O called Director Kim to stay for a talk to strengthen collegiality. I hope you have no foolish plans. Of course not. Can I trust you? Yes, you can fully trust me. I am not the type to value subordinates. I only see them as tools to use and discard. This time, I have discovered a pleasing sword. Would it not sadden me if the blade shattered? Kim Yun-sung was frightened by these words, prostrating himself on the ground. The sword you intend to use. I will definitely do everything to ensure its safety. I will destroy every obstacle. Please do not doubt my loyalty. Please trust me, I beg you. Director O only glanced at him and said no more. Office of Director Kim Yun-sung. Kim Jong-song dragged his bloodied, mangled leg back, terrifying his son. This guy looks familiar. Director Kim said to his son, "Son, you must deal with him at all costs." But why must I do this? At first, Father only told me to make him pay for mocking me. Father has changed his mind. You must deal with him at all costs. He will forever stand in your way. Director Kim is very learned. Father did not tell you to kill him for laughing at you, but because he will certainly become a major thorn later. Yes, I understand. That young man gritted his teeth. Yes, a man must be tough. After dealing with Li Changxi nicely, he would then deal with that bitch. He came up with an idea. Father, do you know who else was humiliated by that man? Is there a problem? Yes, it is that man Johan, the one who established that strange team of Lim or something. The father and son were plotting on one side. Li Changxian was still surging with golden mana, demonstrating for Gio-un. The sacred beast Fierce Tiger Saker quietly observed. The sacred beast Fierce Tiger Saker asked you what you did. The fierce tiger contained the two attributes of courage and violence, facing nothing. Classification: veteran warrior, strength increase. The plain tiger contained cruelty and brutality. Its vicious bite oppressed the enemy. The tiger carried benevolence and wisdom. The sacred beast Sky Serpent Leopard said you should have thought before gifting. The sacred beast Fierce Tiger Saker asked what it said. The sacred beast Sky Serpent Leopard said one move would take everything. The sacred beast Fierce Tiger Saker was displeased. The sacred beast Sky Serpent Leopard said you should give up because it involved him. The sacred beast Cat Eagle Tearing the Twilight nodded. The sacred beast Great Deity of Hell agreed. The sacred beast Season of the Hunt said it seemed you mentioned someone. The sacred beast Fierce Tiger Saker frowned even more. Chang Xian was truly tired of these stupid gods, but what they said was not wrong. The sacred beast Fierce Tiger Saker liked and supported you even more. This way, that old man would never let himself lose it. Gelgun was training his arm muscles. The system announced player Green Gelgun was the embodiment of your fierce tiger. The night appeared easily, putting the gods on alert. It seemed Jio-un was doing better than expected. Did I check this thing at the White Tiger Institute? He took out the Nameless Scroll. The Nameless Scroll was made of human skin, containing countless unidentified curses. It was tightly sealed and needed to be opened. Classification: scroll effect unknown. A scroll made of human skin. Using the beast senses skill, he analyzed it in detail. If the content could be read from the place where judo was excavated, it was probably related to the 7 secret scriptures of Esan. Then he would know many more things. Feeling the terrifying power of the calamity of the Fox King, countless black smoke emanated with golden eyes. Changsan did not expect this thing to also contain the calamity of the Fox King. The sacred beast Fierce Tiger Saker observed delightedly, wondering how you would deal with it. The thing in Chang Sion's hand was real, not a copy. Director, what did you do with this thing? The threat of the Fox King was roaring in anticipation. The roar bared its vicious fangs. The chaos tiger wanted to devour you. Chang Xian thought he needed to do something. An idea instantly struck him about the golden key. The sacred beast fierce tiger saker was carefully observing. This was hopeless. He did not want to be detected by the evil god yet. Nevertheless, the key was still taken out. The sacred beast fierce tiger saker was excited about the golden key. He laughed, saying he knew he would get it. Peter's key found a keyhole on the nameless scroll. The sealing system was broken. The nameless scroll flew up, a blinding light shining throughout the space. The threat of the Fox King ceased. Secret content of the scroll was revealed. Twisted letters sought a way to escape outside. He had received the 4th scripture from the 7 secret scriptures of Eson. Jioan called Chang Xian, saying, "Brother, are you alright?" Chang Xian extended his arm, making a warning sign. Jioan understood that was a danger signal. He obediently stepped back. The 4th scripture of Eson symbolized the power of forgotten stars. One must be careful not to be possessed. It carried many mysteries but could only be confirmed when near another scroll. Classification: Scroll, Relic, contains wisdom. Chang Xian did not expect it to be the 4th scroll. He had obtained 3 scrolls from the White Tiger Guild. Perhaps he understood what he had missed. Rector must have found and secretly kept the 4th scroll. Was this the reason people excavated judo? But then, how were these things explained? Because of it, he endured the threat of the Fox King. The content must surely be special. The evil god would not willingly reveal it to him. But he could not keep this dangerous thing for too long. The sacred beast great deity of hell was very interested. The sacred beast great deity of hell awaited an answer. An answer from that guidance circle? Sacred beast great deity of hell said it would trade this for the promised gift if you were not interested. At this moment, a ray of light shone above Chang Xian's head. The system announced, under the influence of the fox eye, he understood the verses in the scroll. The sacred beast fierce tiger saker shouted that this was ridiculous. The sacred beast cat eagle tearing the twilight breathed heavily, watching intently. The sacred beast sky serpent leopard wanted to see the content through your eyes. The content was as follows. My children come here guided by Brother Moon. My children wish to use my power to be reborn. Listen closely, I am a distant yet close entity. I will guide the way for you. The sacred beast sky serpent leopard said it could not see the content. It slammed its tail hard on the ground, looking no different from a tadpole about to burst. Chang Xian did not fully understand because the first part was missing, but it was enough to guess. The hidden condition of deciphering the characters was completed. The hidden condition of researching information was completed. A new trial was created to discover the remaining hidden information. A path hidden in the moonlight. Classification. He had solved the mystery of the 7 secret scriptures. He now possessed knowledge of the tiger's calamity and an unwavering will. But the mystery was deeper. Travel and gather power. He was qualified to all secrets. If failed, his mind would wither. Do you wish to accept the hidden quest? Yes or no? Trying will be gentle, he thought for a moment. He remembered Moon's song and that fleeting moment of their lives. He guessed this was the power of Jomchon Hu. He must complete the trial to gain the power of the eternal warrior or judo. He remembered the forgotten stars in the 7 scriptures. Director only used this thing superficially. Sacred beast fierce tiger saker observed your choice. Chang Xian thought the evil god was truly a bastard. He only gave the scroll uselessly so that the director could keep it for nothing. Do not interfere with what is about to happen to me. Do not let anyone else in here. Alright brother, what do you plan to do next? You can do it, right? Alright, I will do it. Jio-un thought Chang Xian was a mysterious person. He must have secrets he could never understand. This was probably one of them. As a ghost, I must obey his orders without question. Chang Xian smiled reassuringly, then turned to accept the challenge. You will face the next challenge. The Tiger King's threatening roar echoed again, its sharp fangs bared. The Chaos Tiger had formed. The holy body of the Cat Eagle will dissolve in the twilight. I wish you victory. Will and calmness merged into one, making you more resilient. Chang Xian endured what was invading his body. The authority was established. Chang Xian was sucked into the demonic vortex. You have entered the challenge of the invincible demon cave. Tears continued to fall onto the sheet music, drop by drop. Tears falling on his face made Chang Xian open his eyes. His gaze was vacant, his face marked with twisting green veins. He heard a voice say, "If only I could go back." It was as if he was traveling back to his own past. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. It was a golden fissure with countless eerie eyes, scattering everyone in panic. Tuan, going there pushed me into a random battle. To survive, I fought. But in truth, I only fought to continue the war itself. Before I realized it, I had defeated too many gods and stars. People called me the god of war, a hated one, because there was nothing unpleasant I did not eliminate. Until one pouring rainy day at my feet lay a pile of cold corpses. Because I fought only for that ideal, my comrades abandoned me. Even the one I loved, Lee Taka, sacrificed herself to protect me. Chang Xian knelt before the blue-haired girl who had long since stopped breathing. His tears fell and the massacre began. Carrying that rage, I ignited the war against the 12 zodiacs. So the consequence is that only I am afflicted with this low-grade toxin. From Chang Xian's eye sockets, streams of green, poison-like tears flowed down his body. If only I could return to the past. If I could act in reverse before that light appeared, I would have prepared more thoroughly. To give you, you bastard, the most painful death. Chang Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The dungeon mission begins. Theme: survive and conquer. You are cursed by the Tiger King. Every 24 hours, the curse sends you to the underground world of the Star Pit of the Guiding Demons. After the Pit of Guiding Demons is the 9-layer labyrinth. The Guiding Demons hate humans, ready to dispose of them and turn them into allies. The number of Guiding Demons is infinite. To escape the curse, you must conquer all 9 layers. Chang Xian snorted coldly. May you be safe. The first mission begins. Current location, Zone 1, Layer 1. Survive the next 6 hours. The countdown ticks away. Chang Xian thought the curse would activate after 24 hours. The Tiger King's calamity is residual energy from the original host, or rather, starlight. It bewitches ghosts and drains their souls. If the calamity catches you, your soul turns into a guiding demon, your body poisoned into a daka or a goblin. This is similar to the power of John Hall, so that's how he obtained it. The holy body of the distant tiger is curious to see how you escape the dungeon. Keep being smug, even though you are exhausted from the repeated battles every day. But I still have a few interesting things Minerva gave me. As Chang Xian was thinking, a hand like a corpse's appeared behind him. A creature laughed eerily. The holy body of the good-natured hunter said it was ugly, smelly, and advised him to deal with it quickly. Chang Xian looked at it and sneered. Just one? He closed his eyes, thinking about the power Minerva had granted. Truth, beauty, and goodness do not exist in isolation. When harmonized, you attain great divinity. Level 1, immunity of the mind, indomitable will, resilience, overcoming suffering. The goddess's clairvoyance or sorrow are not bad, but it's not enough. If the battle lasts, the body will grow heavy from exhaustion. But with Kaloka Geisha, that is not an issue. The holy body of the cat eagle was praying for the coming hardships. It is considerate, but it seems insignificant. Chang Xian opened his eyes and wondered, should I try it? Monster opened its mouth and lunged. Human, you smell delicious. I will devour you alive. It swung its large boar spear, reeling in prey as easily as eating a cake. Chang Xian's expression unchanged. He used the evil dragon fangs to block a windwheel slash. The monster praised, not bad, but you will still end up in my belly. The toxin will slowly seep in, destroying your body. Your body will become heavy and start to rot soon. The two sides clashed continuously. The monster rambled as it fought. You will become a guiding demon like me. My god, uglier than a ghost. Shut your mouth. A handsome guy like me turning into you would make the girls cry. Chang Xian coldly blocked the blow. The monster roared, taste this feeling, human. A flash of lightning streaked across. The guiding demon did not expect its hand to be so easily severed by Chang Xian. It thought Chang Xian would become like it, but why was it like this? While the monster was stunned, Chang Xian did not waste a second, attacking continuously. The effect of immunity to 10 types of poison had purified all the toxins. Chang Xian stomped on the monster's chest, thrusting straight into its neck. How? The guiding demon wondered. The others are the same. What? How disappointing. After his disparaging remark, Chang Xian decisively withdrew his sword. The guiding demon was sent straight to the demon gate. The system announced, a low-level demon has been eliminated. You have absorbed the Tiger King's calamity within the demon's body. Your body has transformed. Chang Xian knew this beforehand. The transformation is incomplete. Kill more demons to absorb it. Chang Xian thought, if defeated by the calamity, I would turn into a daka or a goblin. But if I win and seize ownership, I will advance to another level like John Hall. I cannot let it end like this. If the Tiger King's calamity is just a type of demon, then I need to adapt to it as much as possible. The system warned that the effect of the apocalypse flame had awakened. At this moment, Li Changxian was gently exhaling purple smoke, his left eye moving. The flame was merging with the calamity of the Fox King. That calamity was being purified and resisted violently. The apocalypse flame effect burned stronger. The purple light was almost completely swallowed by the red light. The Fox King's calamity could not resist and began to melt. The purification and transformation succeeded, forming a new king. Achievement unlocked. The king swallowed the Fox King's calamity. Reward: +5 intelligence and 3 willpower. The hovering tiger holy body was amazed at this unbelievable situation. Suitable hunting holy body said it did not know what was happening, its eyes wide open. The world-coiling serpent holy body watched closely and said that the light from the forgotten constellation had become a new starlight. He had successfully absorbed the pure new king. Li Changxian's head had turned into flame, flames blazing incessantly around him. Changxian grinned sinisterly. This was truly an unexpected change. At the same time, the system announced the forgotten starlight had been found. The Unwilling was a fictional race to swallow the fox's soul field. It was related to the Void Kingdom, meaning Changxian had naturally become its enemy. The system informed him that the current location was Sector 12, Floor 1. The time displayed below showed the remaining duration to complete the first mission. None. 8 hours 43 minutes, then 0 hours 8 minutes 42 seconds. Chang Xian, like a real flame, set fire everywhere he went. The monsters in the rotten dungeon screamed in agony. They asked each other who the hell he was and called to stop him. Chang Xian found this amusing. At this moment, another guide demon was being burned by the fire. Its demon underlings screamed in terror that their master had been taken down. As soon as they finished speaking, they were burned to ashes by the extermination flame. The constellations were delighted by this scene. The suitable hunting holy body was very pleased and satisfied with his actions. Hovering tiger holy body focused on observing every sharp movement of his. The mad tiger condition was activated. The mad tiger roared. The mad tiger escaped its prison and charged out angrily. He achieved the Hungry Ghost Devourer achievement and received a reward of 5 strength points. The wise man of the unwilling. He had entered the second floor. Continued to set fire everywhere he stepped. Chang Xian spread his wings and burned his way straight up to the second floor. Greeting Chang Xian was a horde of guide demons. Normally, newcomers would fear them, but at this moment Chang Xian was the one sowing fear. The system reported that fear was spreading. The enemies had fallen into a state of chaos, as the guide demons noted. Demons screamed that he was a monster, not a human. Chang Xian stepped closer to them inch by inch. The system announced the allowed time was up. Day 1 evaluation, SSS rank. Reward would be given to him based on the evaluation as he returned to reality. Chang Xian was immediately returned to reality. Jio-un called out to him worriedly. Li Chang-sun was surprised that 6 hours had passed. He was so happy he lost track of time. He turned to ask his younger friend how long he had been like that here. Jio-un was confused, not understanding what he meant, since he had told him not to let anyone in or touch him. After he said that, he suddenly changed a little. Did I just tell you that? Chang Xian felt time barely flowed when he was in the dungeon. This could be very useful if he knew how to exploit it, like resting in the middle of a melee or healing wounds when in danger. He did not know what the remaining 6 as in secret scriptures were, whether he need to conquer that horde of hungry ghosts again, or if it was a completely different mission. Dan-chan had already obtained 3 Eason secret scriptures, and 3 more remained unfound. The mission to obtain them must be prioritized. Perhaps those from the Zenith Guild might have some information about the secret scriptures, if only he knew their locations. Chang Xian had just thought of that when he received a call from Director O. He was also quite surprised by this call. At the training mountain, Director O had changed to a cheetah-style coat. He sat by the bar, waving for him to come this way. Chang Xian told Jio-un to wait at the door for a moment. He would be back soon. He obediently complied. Director O saw him and asked Chang Xian who that was. Chang Xian pulled out a chair and sat down, introducing Jio-un, the one who had accompanied him on the previous training session. He asked if he trusted him. I trust him with my honor. Have you started building your own team? I believe the more people we have, the better. Director O glanced at him and grinned sinisterly, saying he was not wrong, but what was needed first was good items, not manpower, things that could be used usefully whenever needed. He pushed a stack of papers in front of him. Put that aside for now. He said he had registered his relationship under his name. Chang Xian looked at the personnel transfer document and asked what he wanted him to do. Director O said bluntly that new interns would arrive tomorrow. All announcements would be made then. The new employees were still inexperienced, so thorough preparation was needed. The newcomers would follow the main force in this operation. Their location had been found. All that remained was to deal with them. Chang Xian was stunned. He hid his smile as things were going in his favor. If lucky, he could extract more information about the 7 Ezen secret scriptures. This was extremely dangerous for the new recruits. Most of the expedition team would participate along with the association and other guilds. The new recruits would only work behind the lines with the remnants, which would be good for them. Unlike them, he would be part of the vanguard team with the senior officers. Chang Xian realized this was the main point of the conversation. Director O continued, saying there would be many experienced personnel in that team. The board was a bit concerned, but he had strongly recommended him. Why treat him like those brats when he had proven his ability? I have pinned the information about their hideout underneath those documents. We will set out in 5 days. Get your preparations done. I will give you the detailed information after we arrive. Having said that, Director O donned his coat and hat, preparing to leave. Chang Xian said he wanted to ask him for a favor. He told him to speak up. After finishing, Chang Xian took Jio-un to eat street food. Seeing them, the people on both sides of the street gossiped. Some asked if that was not the tyrant. Others said why was the tyrant suddenly eating hot duck here? Someone else retorted, could a tyrant not eat at a street stall? This moment, Jio-un complained about the stifling atmosphere just now, while Li Chang Xian read the documents about the Hill of the Wicked Snowman that Director O had given him. He ate a bun and told Jiaoan that they should not linger here long. There was still a long road ahead. Yes, sir. Jiaoan suddenly raised his voice, startling those around him. 4 days before the training camp, Chang Xian again transformed into a destructive flame in the one-eyed tiger dungeon. The guide demons screamed that that human was back, yelling for the gates to be closed quickly. Is our reconnaissance force even working? 3 days before the training camp, another big boss guide demon had fallen. 2 days before the training camp, Chang Xian continued tirelessly slaughtering the guide demons a day before the training session. He stepped on the corpse of a guide demon to observe the surroundings. The system notified the time left in the tomb was 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 45 seconds. Chang Xian glared and asked, was there no one else here? He lifted his face viciously and said, not the small fries like you, but a real obstacle. The arrow was shot. Arrow shot straight toward the castle far away. It struck the castle gate directly, and immediately the system reported. The skill burst light break was activated. The arrow had exploded. The dust settled, revealing an old man called Your Majesty. The king's face was grazed by a small cut from the arrow. He laughed, so he had discovered my location. Interesting, truly very interesting. The king emanated toxic blue energy. He commanded, bring me weapons and armor. Yes, Your Majesty. The guide demon king ordered his subordinates to retreat so he could handle Chang Xian himself. Speaking of the guide demon king, he was a descendant of the Frisia family, a great family from the Arcadia region, but that was only the past. Now he had been dethroned, merely a blood-colored murderer born from the curse of the 7 secret scriptures of Exan. Even though his body was ruined, his hatred never faded. He would dominate the entire ghoul cave and then return. Afterwards, he would collect all the remaining starlight of the temple and become a god once more. He heard that Li Changson was the one who interfered with that great plan. Now that they had met, he wanted to ask his full name. For the first time in hundreds of years, he felt the blood inside him boil. Not the blood of a tactician, but the blood of a warrior. That state terrified the small guide demons. The guide demon king laughed loudly. So you are Li Changxian. His eyes flashed with a deadly purple light. My name is Jin, descendant of Frisia, of the bloodline of a prestigious family in the demon realm. Jin trampled over other demons to advance. I'm the one who will become the king of the ghoul cave after I finish you. He jumped from the floor to the roof with an enormous oversized blade, shouting loudly, barbarian. After that shout, a surge of golden energy blazed brightly. The streams of energy flowed turbulently. His Majesty is entering the battle. Jin rode a guide demon, personally leading the charge, but the guide demon subjects below screamed. Even Hun had been released, everyone run. Jin and the demon shot away, leaving a trail of light like a meteor skimming the earth. In one strike he was in front of Li Changxian. The system reported, the second-floor boss monster blood-colored killer king has appeared. Changxian and Jin engaged in combat. Their eyes met for an instant. The blood-colored killer king quickly swung his hand to attack first. He shot a blinding beam of light downwards. Changxian used his long spear to thrust straight into that beam of light. Two energies clashed with extreme force. The battle made even the sleeping constellations raise their heads to watch. The tiger soul trapped in a predicament was very excited by this bloody battle. The hunting season soul shouted for you to defeat the arrogant demon. The green tornado swept everything up, opening its mouth wide to devour Changxian. Fortunately, he met a reckless man who charged straight into the center of the storm. Changxian activated the single eye of the tiger split fragment to observe the entire area. He found Jin hiding within the gale. He was also very intrigued to see that Li Changxian could block his blade, painful even after he had transferred his soul into it. Changxian only sneered after hearing this. The divine name of the tiger split fragment had transformed into tiger bow. The great fire blazed again. Li Changxian's face twisted beyond recognition. The raging tiger emergence had awakened. This state even startled the blood-colored killer king. Are you a warrior? No, a fighter? No, not that. You are a battle soul. You are a ghost obsessed with fighting. Yeah, that is right. Is a bit late to realize now. Oh, soul that has existed for hundreds of years? This time, Li Changxian charged straight at Jin, creating an explosion of cosmic proportions. The insignificant guide demons watching the match could not stop talking. How could he have power equal to his majesty? How could a human be this strong? Li Changxian smiled, raising his hand. Strands of light spread out like a spider web shooting towards the blood-colored killer king. These strands of light cut them in two. Jin quickly used dirt and rocks as a shield, trying to escape Li Xian's sharp net. His special mount took the opportunity to open its mouth and beg Changxian for a piece of thigh meat. Changxian shifted his body, his spear danced, transforming into a sword. He stood before Jin's massive blade and the huge beak of the mount beast. Changxian coldly thrust his sword forward. Lightning net skill was activated. The monster cried out and Jin abandoned his mount, leaped up, and gathered force to bring his greatsword down. He aimed straight for Li Changxian's neck with a decisive strike. The beast's senses signaled danger. Chang Xian intended to block the attack but hesitated. Wind summoning Flying Tiger was activated, significantly reducing his body weight. Chang Xian dashed away, and Jin Shin's powerful blow only struck a pile of rocks. The main character landed safely on a rocky outcrop. That man sneered, saying it was too bad he almost caught his opponent. The system reported stamina below 15% and advised rest. Chang Xian was surprised at how much his condition had dropped. The remaining time was only 3 minutes and 28 seconds. He felt as if he were facing a stone wall. Chang Xian wondered what to do, lacking confidence to defeat the blood-color Slaughter King, yet unwilling to stop the battle. Excited beyond measure, Chang Xian wanted to fight to the very end. He raised the sword in his hand high. Chang Xian felt that it was being provoked, deliberately forcing him to use it. He stopped thinking, spinning the sword in his hand. The blood-color Slaughter King sneered, asking Chang Xian what he intended to do. He said this was just for fun. Chang Xian spoke as he cut his own hand with the sword. Blood sprayed out, and a fresh light shrieked from the wound. Immediately after, a massive sword-shaped spirit blazed brightly. The sword shook violently. Chang Xian seemed to be merging with the sword spirit. Go ahead and cry, it is not just about that. The two swords clashed, the dual blades resonated. The rampant tiger bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Jin grinned, showing all his teeth, saying he would do something interesting to make things more exciting. The system announced that the evil dragon's fangs and the demon gear were resonating. Canine Fang alongside Tiger was activated. The evil dragon's fangs had evolved tremendously, coupled with the effect from the resonance of the two heavy weapons. Chang Xian charged at the blood-color Slaughter King with a triumphant attitude. A confident smile appeared on his face, and the same went for Jin. The two warmongers, driven by a fierce belief in victory, crashed into each other. After the initial collision, Chang Xian quickly switched states. The rampant tiger transformed into a false tiger. He executed false tiger shattering on the opponent. Chang Xian forced Jin back, followed by a slash that exploded through the sky. Chang Xian soared, the false tiger transforming into the raging eye tiger, executing the venom fang of the raging eye tiger. They both now had their backs to each other. He spun his blade and slashed hard. Jin's Mount Beast leaped out to block the blow. I called out, but the Mount Beast did not obey. It charged straight into the middle of Chang Xian's slash. As a result, it was destroyed, and the system immediately announced it. The enemy was down. The Mount Beast's pitiful cry mingled with the system's mechanical report. You received the bones of the false man, received the kidney of the blood-color gatekeeper king, and the assets of the flying ghost. Chang Xian frowned, thinking that this was not enough to end it. He thought killing the pet would weaken the opponent, but he was wrong. Witnessing that, the blood-color Slaughter King grew even more somber. A surging mass of green energy rose around him. One of his eyes lit up like a car headlight. Chang Xian was startled, and the system issued an urgent warning. The opponent was preparing an extremely powerful attack. He leaped up like a high jumper. Chang Xian wondered if that man's previous attacks had not been strong enough. Why was the system still sending out such a warning? Dai ground his teeth and glared. Chang Xian also looked at him with a serious gaze. The two colossal energies clashed once more in an unfriendly manner. Jin gritted his teeth and pressed his blade down, while Chang Xian gritted his teeth and thrust both swords upward. The impact was so fierce that sparks burst out like thunder and lightning. The energy blasted down into the trees, kicking up earth and rocks, splitting mountains and sawing hills. Blood began to flow from the wounds. Jin Thu's eyes had narrowed. Chang Xian was also beaten so badly that his beast form disappeared. Dian stood proudly with his blade as the system warned Chang Xian was severely injured with health below 5%, urging him to quickly leave the area. Time's up. The first day's evaluation is SSS. You will receive the corresponding reward. Chang Xian opened his eyes and returned to the real world. He immediately saw Jiao Un's panicked face. Brother Chang Xian, why is there so much blood? Let's go to the hospital quickly. A streak of blood flowed from his shoulder down to his waist. Chang Xian stood still like a statue, his hand trembling as he held a healing potion taken from the system. He said this item was enough. Jion eagerly offered to help him. She immediately took the medicine bottle and sprayed it directly onto Chang Xian's wound. The strong medicine caused him intense pain, but he only gritted his teeth and endured. The system notified that health had recovered over 50%. His condition was improving markedly. Seeing he was fine, Jiao Un asked what happened, but Chang Xian brushed it off. He, Cao Man, admitted the battle with the blood-colored goalkeeper king seemed even, but he had actually lost completely. The second floor boss that strong, how difficult would the higher floors be? He had to get enhancement bones or mystic medicine to compensate for the power. Setting aside mystic medicine for now since the unicorn tribe couldn't be found yet. So only enhancement bones remained? If he used enhancement bones to create a diamond physique, the problem was having to fight the blood-colored goalkeeper king continuously for 24 hours. What should I do? Zidi's pass was also a snowy region. He had to seize this opportunity. As he was calculating, a bell sound made Chang Xian jump. The director texted to meet at the usual place at 7 a.m. tomorrow. He had found what he needed. Chang Xian decided to focus on this first. The easygoing blacksmith also texted to say he had finished forging the weapon he requested. Just as he stepped out the door, Chang Xian saw the reporter who had been waiting since the afternoon. He intended to interview him, but as soon as he finished his introduction, Chang Xian punched him, burning his face. Already annoyed, someone came to provoke him. He asked if this was his weapon, a shining spearhead, large and glossy. Bak Jeon looked at the spearhead with sparkling eyes. As soon as Chang Xion arrived, he argued with Yu Jeji about the completion time. Bak Jeon wanted to try a slash. Chang Xion complained there were no patterns, it looked like nothing. Chang Xion didn't say much, transferred another 100 million to Yu Jeji, and asked if it was enough. He made an appointment to pick it up tomorrow morning. Chang Xion glanced at Yu Jeji, guessing he had something to say. When Yu Jeji called him boy, he immediately reminded him about the form of address. Yu Jeji quickly apologized and talked about the weapon for the high and noble boss. He asked if there wasn't still a month left, but Chang Xion corrected him that it was 2 months. Yu Jeji stammered when pressed for time. Chang Xion asked what was wrong with it. He might have to extend the deadline because the materials were gone. Chang Xion asked if it was cold steel. Yu Jeji confirmed and said this type of steel was very rare. The weapon he requested required steel mixed with ice crystals several decades old. Yu Jeji needed the cold steel fragments to create heat-resistant shields. The domestic supply had been cut off by the high levels. Chang Xion confirmed he was about to go through the Zedi Gate. Chang Xion said he would try to find cold steel and also materials for enhancement bones. Yu Jeji said someone wanted to meet him. That person was Choi Hyung Jin, a representative from Fortune Company who had heard of his reputation. Looking at the calluses on his hands, Chang Xion immediately guessed he was also a blacksmith. Chang Xion asked about the relationship between Fortune and Choi Baiyong. Choi Hyung Jin replied they were cousins. Chang Xion realized he was more influential than he thought. He asked him what he wanted. "I want to hire you." Chang Xion sneered, guessing he wanted something from the Zedi Gate. Choi Hyung Jin calmly asked Chang Xion if he knew why the high levels chose the Zedi Gate as their hiding place. Chang Xion told him to just say it directly. There was something there called the breath of the Ice Emperor. Chang Xion heard this for the first time, his expression turning serious. Hyung Jin explained it was the highest grade ice crystal. It was also known as eternal ice crystal. Chang Xion's eyes lit up when he heard this. Hyung Jin found it strange and asked. Chang Xion quickly denied it, saying it was nothing. But in his heart, he had realized the issue. He recalled a conversation with some nameless people in the past about enhancement bones. Legendary frameworks like the Absolute Body or Dragon Body were the foundations of martial gods. 2 materials to create enhancement bones were the Blazing Heart and the Frost Engraving. Someone had once taught him how to ignite the flame. Now he needed to obtain the engraving to protect his body from the fire. First, find the Eternal Ice Crystal, a crystal that absorbs the pure energy of moonlight, perfectly suited for the engraving. Chang Xion came to the dungeon in America precisely for this. He frowned, putting on an act. Hyung Jin said this item could boost a frost mage by dozens of levels. Remaining high-level figures were targeting it to consolidate their power. Hyung Jin wanted him to retrieve it from an unexplored dungeon, avoiding the high-level's gaze. He will also have to avoid the guild's eyes, right? He does not want to share the spoils with anyone else. Chang Xion agreed immediately, startling Hyung Jin, who then asked about the price. "No money is needed. I have a different request." In the late afternoon when he was leaving the building alone, seeing Yu Jeji picking his teeth, old man Ju smiled. "Your friend looks pretty drunk, huh? He doesn't want to owe him. What is it after keeping your heart closed for so long are you now refusing a new friend?" "What do you mean? What new friend? Everything is smooth, it's all just exchanging benefits." Hyung Jin's face scrunched up. The breath of Agni, the round IO fragment, the moon record, the divine flower bone droplet. He had no idea what Chang Xion planned to use them for. He is also interested in the whereabouts of items related to the 9 great swords. How does Mr. Yang get to know people like this? Can he really do it? On the day of conquest, any news from Team 1? The long-haired woman asked with her hands on her hips. The man with a top knot replied that there was none. That woman frowned, then consider it a failure. The only option left is to assess right now. The tall man with 2 side bangs smiled warmly and handed out hot coffee. A 2-shot espresso with hazelnut syrup for Agent Cha, a caramel macchiato for Jean. Jean happily thanked him. The man asked, "Seems like it's not going smoothly?" Agent Cha replied, "They resisted more than expected, probably due to the dungeon difficulty. Why isn't your niece with you?" "Ah, He Bin." The older man mentioned her with tears in his eyes. She heard the White Tiger Guild was coming and rushed after them. She said she was going to meet her savior. The little girl ran like an athlete towards the call of her savior. The man looked over helplessly. The call of the demon. They have arrived. Agent Cha also looked over. A group of people in the uniforms of the White Tiger Guild. Leading them was Li Chang Xion, and behind him was definitely Baked Ju Yu. Chang Xion's face was dark, but a shout rang out from afar. "Li Chang Xion, focus. If you embarrass me and the director, I will not let this go." Sim John Ho, the head of the strategy department, was poking the tiger's den. The lackeys behind him flattered him. "Go ahead, department head, teach that rookie some manners. Don't target the rookie, you'll scare him away. He'll be running with his tail between his legs." The street thugs laughed. Chang Xion quietly smiled like an immortal watching mortals fight. Silence is the pinnacle of contempt. They were clueless. But seeing the disdain overflowing from Chang Xion's face, they charged. "You dare to laugh? Don't you know what's going to happen?" The curly-haired guy rushed to grab Chang Xion's collar. Chang Xion coldly told him to take his hand off. That guy, knowing his place, yelled, "I don't want to, what are you going to do?" Li Chang Xion remembers you. Sim John-ho knew this was a sign that the beast was about to bite. He quickly told that guy to let go. If you're slow, I won't be able to save you even if I jump in. But it's too late. The guy who relied on his master was already spun around by Chang Seon's invisible energy current. Even if he screamed, nothing would change. At the same time, the other players were blown away. That damned monster. Indeed, a monster was churning the earth, along with everyone standing on the ground around it. A flash of golden light streaked by. The monster recognized it as the shape of a fierce tiger. The White Tiger Guild had probably arrived. The one who came was Seo Jong-un. He was excited, shouting and fighting at the same time. Ahahaha. Sigma, I have always wanted to have a proper fight with you, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Sigma cursed under his breath, grinding his teeth, wondering why this madman was here instead of another team leader. At that moment, a mysterious person appeared and sighed upon arrival. There are already this many victims? This person was H. Sword O Dungon. You can't just run rampant, can you? Sigma no longer had the mind to pay attention to Oh Jong-un, because busy dealing with Chief Seo Jong-un, but he still had the mouth to exclaim, White Tiger and the 5-star sword, that old man must be very famous now. The nation's promising talents welcome me so warmly. I should also consider the talents of his juniors. He suddenly dashed off to an unknown location. Lee Changseon was also dashing off somewhere. Big brother, that direction is not. Changseon used the Wind-Atun Tiger Leap skill and a light body technique, simultaneously activating an area scanning eye. Yeah, what do you mean? Sigma is just a diversion tactic. The real deal is right here. Without hesitation, Changseon leaped straight down from the high floor. At this time, Sigma was already standing where the rookies were. Seo Jong-un frowned. Hey old man, give up. He found it strange that Sigma was calmer than usual. Sigma grinned wide. Not yet. I invite you all to taste the hellfire we once experienced. Jong-un was startled. The system announced. Trap activated. A few minutes earlier, Sim John-ho was opening his mouth to tell that guy to stay away from Lee Chang-seon. But before he could do anything, the curly-haired bastard had already finished his measurements. Process only took a few seconds, but it was enough to make everyone drop their jaws at the sheer dominance of the protagonist's aura. The curly-haired guy still charged in recklessly, asking Gu-chan, what do you take me for? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted saying them. The half-step ferocious tiger state had been activated, a brilliant Tiger King manifestation appearing above Chang-seon's head. With his face transformed into that of a tiger, he was enough to terrify anyone. The power of the half-step ferocious tiger burst outward, Gu-chan's fist clashing with immense force against Chang-seon's fingertip. The sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. Gu-chan's hand was completely deformed. He opened his mouth and let out a miserable scream. Chang-seon intended to give him another round, to finish him off, but Sim John-ho stopped him. Enough, Chang-seon said coldly. He had threatened me first. Even so, he is still your senior. The senior had already fainted after the blow and was carried away by the medics. Chang-seon said nothing more, turning to leave, mocking the strategic division for valuing seniority over skill. The distant god of the ferocious tiger laughed, finding the situation truly ironic. Seo Jong-un witnessed this and laughed loudly, thinking that kid was also his kind of person, a madman. His nearsighted brother laughed and said, "You've seen it with your own eyes and still haven't realized it." Seo Jong-un asked if that attitude was premeditated. His brother replied that many still doubted his abilities. Taking down Kang had already caused a huge stir, and many bastards were waiting for him to fail. Finding it troublesome, he decided to crush Gu-chan immediately. Seo Jong-un kept laughing, praising that fierce personality. He really is just like me. The nearsighted youth said nearsightedly. At that moment, the precious granddaughter of the Five Blades Guild came looking for Chang-seon. She asked if he still remembered her, Gu Hee-bin. The spiritual hawk form would dispel the night. All things would meet again if fate decreed it. Gu Hee-bin smiled with her eyes crinkling, happy that he still remembered. She was worried he wouldn't recognize her after she became a player. Chang-seon thought to himself that he didn't recognize her immediately because her image had changed. He had hoped she would live a normal life, not become a player. A young man wearing sunglasses from the Five Blades Guild came to call Hee-bin, saying the department head needed her urgently. Hee-bin asked curtly why. The little girl smiled at Chang-seon again, apologized, and said she would see him later because she had urgent guild business. Chang-seon watched them leave, suddenly remembering that the surname of the Five Blades group seemed to be Gu. The young man in shades said to Hee-bin that the secretary of the director for the Zenith Guild had been found, and they needed to track him. Chang-seon glanced over, thinking their name didn't matter, as long as the girl was fine. He smiled faintly, telling Jeo-un to prepare for action. Jeo-un immediately transformed, hiding himself in the shadow of Chang-seon. At this moment, a group of people hurriedly ran by, one team finding Sigma. Why was he standing here instead of entering the dungeon? Found him, Kawadogon. Sigma, the assistant director of the Zenith Guild, was leisurely enjoying the view. He had been ordered to attract as much attention from outside as possible. Down on the road, more and more players were gathering. The spirit lord of sorrow looked at his disciple with pitying eyes. Kawadogon smiled gently, saying, "My lord, please do not grieve. This was all my choice. Watch me." The spirit lord of sorrow nodded without saying a word. Kawadogon smiled contentedly. A nimble young man rushed up, aiming a punch at Sigma. Before he could land it, Kawadogon jumped down. He gifted the inexperienced youth a steel fist. The blow was so powerful it affected all the players down below. As soon as Kawa Dogon landed, he began to plow through everything around him. Sejong quickly flew over. As soon as he arrived, he exchanged several dozen punches with Kawa Dogon. Ozungun also appeared. The nation's two young talents had both come to give him special treatment. Kawa Dogon stopped exchanging blows with Sejong. At this moment, Lee Changxian was rushing towards the location of the real thing. Meanwhile, Kawa Dogon stood in the middle of the road, surrounded by players. Sejong impatiently told that demon to give up, but seeing his unusual calmness, Kawa Dogon grinned, showing his teeth. It's not yet time to invite you all into the hell we have experienced. The trap was triggered. A blood-red whirlwind surged up. The spiral body disguise skill activated. The labyrinth illusion mark trap devours your body. Tong Wutra touched his hand to the ground, which began to tremble. Nyan Nio said to Agent Jin, it's a trap. They have tricked us into a trap. Over here, amidst the red energy streams and magic circles, a demonic creature appeared. Sejong's eyes turned white with red pupils. Captain, don't let yourself be devoured by the phantom, Captain. The captain couldn't hear clearly and didn't reply. The phantom muttered a spell, negative thoughts surfacing in Sejong's mind. He wished you had never been born, you bastard. You killed your own mother. Die, you calamity. Blood seeped from the corner of Sejong's eye. His mouth hung open as he mumbled. At that moment, Changxian was standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper. The Kalokagatia power took effect, and his mind immunity was activated. The serpent eye skill was used to illuminate the hidden path. Li Changxiu frowned as he observed below. We wanted to live too, but because of you we had to die. We hate you, we hate you. He-bin, we hate you. The younger sister cherished by the male lead, He-bin, also could not escape being besieged by the negative specters. The girl froze, showing no reaction as she was surrounded. The specters kept wailing. Why do you get to live while we must die? Come to us. Just then, a hand pierced through the illusionary scene and entered. Specters harassing He-bin instantly shattered and dissipated. The little girl turned around, her eyes filled with tears. You hurt? Changxian appeared like a deity. Brother Changxian. Changxian glanced over and gave an order. Catch them, Winter. Jio-un, who had turned into a shadow, immediately received the order and shot off. He-bin stared wide-eyed as Jio-un dove down. It plunged straight from the high floor of the building down below. The commander of the specters chasing after the players was quickly surrounded by Jio-un. The system announced that the Night's Shroud skill had been activated and the target had been captured. Jio unbound that person and brought him before Li Changxian in the blink of an eye. The captured man showed no fear, shouting loudly to gain the upper hand. I don't know how you found me. Do you think I will spill everything to you? Li Changxian's face remained expressionless as he asked back. Is that so? That man stubbornly insisted, loudly demanding death rather than confessing. Li Changxian transformed into a fierce tiger, grinning sinisterly. Let's see how tight your mouth is. The system reported that the bloodthirsty tiger skill increased the target's fear. Under the immense pressure, that demonic man panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Blood splattered. The system announced that the first illusion had been destroyed. Find and destroy the remaining illusions. 1 out of 9. Changxian complained that these guys had so many illusions. It was exhausting to set up such a formation. The system relayed a message. The tiger fragment, submerged in chaos, laughed cruelly and mocked, thinking you had a different plan. Changxian just grinned smugly, asking where the Eternal Ice Crystal was, while also feeling lucky to have found its location first. The system relayed. The fragment of the world's returning snake shook its head vehemently, saying Changxian was indeed a uniquely cunning person, while the fragment of the suitable hunting season looked on excitedly as you relaxed. Changxian ignored it, turning to ask He-bin if she wanted to come along. He felt more at ease with her by his side. He-bin immediately agreed. The fragment of the cat eagle would look at the two of you with pride as the dusk settled. He-bin looked at Changxian with sparkling eyes. Brother Changxian is amazing. You were not affected by the illusions, right? I wonder when I will be as strong and tough as you. Changxian asked her why she thought that, why she believed he was completely unaffected. Meanwhile, he was still surrounded by specters that ceaselessly hurled curses. In that moment, Li Changxian saw a long-haired man holding a spear. He looked at him with love. Well done. I am very proud of you. You have grown up. Finally, I can rest in peace. The system urgently reported. The perfection power is vibrating violently for an unknown reason. Warning, your psychological fortifications are wavering. Stay calm and maintain your spirit. Changxian maintained his composure by smiling lovingly. Old man. The moment he finished speaking, that illusion exploded. The system reported again. The perfection power has returned to its original state. Changxian turned and told the two siblings to hurry along. Jio-un and Gu He-bin were still gaping when they saw Changxian smile. A cold face knowing how to smile was an extremely shocking thing for ordinary people. Elsewhere, the people of the 5-Star Sword Guild were frantically searching for He-bin. The agent with the bangs frowned, praying the little girl was all right. If you could send a message, please say that your little sister is busy chasing after a man now. He did not have much time to worry, because the team leader Seo Jong-un was right behind him, staring at him with eerily glowing eyes. Seo Jong-un lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. His terrifying punch slammed into the ground. Luckily, Agent Goom managed to dodge. Seo Jong had been mutated by the specters. Yu Yun-gun tried to awaken him. Team leader Seo, calm down. I don't know what happened to you to come to this state, but a team leader like you should not be caught in such an illusion. While Iungan tried to mediate, the two sides continued to fight fiercely. People often say when men fight, the fisherman profits. On the roof of the building, there was a very stylish fisherman with red hair. Sigma Kawadogon watched the two extremely strong team leaders fight, laughing with delight, cursing them for fools. He thought he only needed to lure them into slaughtering each other, and then finish off the survivor. He was curious who would win. Down below, Yu Yun-gun was still trying to persuade him. If you do not stop, I will not hold back. The fragment of the nameless giant rises. Yu Yun-gun channeled his energy and shouted loudly, I am not sure one strike can take you down, because you are quite strong. Raha. Seo Jong opened his mouth and roared loudly, taking it as an answer. Yu Yun-gun frowned, gritting his teeth. Then blood splattered. Seo Jong-un was speared right through the chest. Kawa Don saw this, his eyes lit up. This fight between men had come to its conclusion. He immediately jumped down to collect the result. The two men who were fighting immediately turned to him. Finally, you fell into the trap. You filthy rat. Kawa Dogon was stunned, confused about where he was. The truth was that he had set a trap, but Oyeon-gun and Seo Jong-un were also working together to lure him into it. Seo Jong-un dispelled the demonic state extremely quickly, running up the wall and shouting, Damn it, my chest hurts so much. Why did you stab so deep? If I hadn't stabbed deep, he wouldn't have fallen for the trap. I'll smash your face in for causing me this pain. For the second time, I will never tolerate your insult again. Sigma Dogon charged forward fiercely, forcing him to use both steel arms to block the strike. Even so, he was eventually backed into a corner. He had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move, just as the system announced that all illusions had been destroyed. What? Dogon thought he had misheard, but the system continued. The mist within the illusionary realm was gradually dissipating. Oyeon-gun wondered how this could happen. Seo Jong-un was also surprised, asking if they had done it. How would I know? All I know is that nothing can hold us back anymore. I agree with that. They were truly a bunch of scoundrels. Kawagon was genuinely going mad. He erupted with blood-red energy, roaring, I will show you why I am called the Bludged Butcher King. Kawadogon's punch created fierce energy whirlwind. Meanwhile, Chang Xian was standing atop a pile of rubble. He looked into the distance, where a mountain was emitting smoke. At that moment, Seo Jong-un was also shouting amidst the wreckage. Where are you? Kawadon, you filthy old rat. He's probably lurking around here somewhere. In a dark corner, Kawadogon was dragging his steps across the pitch-black water. Blood dripped with each step. Why does Yulin Banbai look at me so sadly? If you want to avenge your mother, don't expect to survive. Why did Yulin Banbai say that you all would witness my final moment? Kawadogon said sorrowfully. Just as you said, I never expected to survive either. I will burn my last embers to fulfill your wish. He fell into a mysterious trap, causing the system to sound an alarm. One of his steel arms had been severed. He flew into a rage and shouted, Who are you? Come out now. A confident smile flickered from behind the wall. Sigma saw it and was stunned. Lai Cheng-seo appeared wearing a mask with a grotesque grin. Have you seen it before? You? Kawadogon trembled and then burst into laughter. Aha, I understand now. So you are the one who instigated this battle. Chang Xian remained calm, folding his arms and looking at him. That mask was probably inspired by an old man with a bright smile and jagged teeth. The punishment squad, my entire group, were all manipulated by you, right in the palm of your hand. Sigma gritted his teeth, recalling the scene of his comrades being slaughtered, and said, Even the reason I ended up in this situation is because of you. Kawadogon raged. So you are the culprit behind all the trouble. The system signaled that the ancient maze runes around them were activating. He was still furious. A brat who hasn't even reached level 40 dares to set a trap for someone of level 70 like me? Chang Xian maintained his dangerous smile. You are too arrogant. Kawadogon was enraged. I will tear you apart. He transformed into a whirlwind and charged straight at Lai Chang Xian. Chang Xian did not panic at all. Instead, he sneered beneath his mask to express this tense emotion. Kawadogon did not expect this young man could still smile. Could he read his movements? Even so, once the punch was thrown, it could not be withdrawn, but Dogon's steel hand could not withstand Li Chang Xian's evil dragon fangs. Kawadogon did not expect the jewel could be cut through. That was quite an achievement. He tried to force the punch down, but in the end only struck the black puddle beneath his feet. Water splashed everywhere. Chang Xian had already stepped aside to switch states, using the tidal manifestation of the Wraith's will to ignite a firestorm. Kawadogon was stunned, wondering what this endless energy source was. Chang Xian, after successfully transforming, immediately pressed Dogon continuously. He kept retreating to the point of questioning his life. Clearly he was a high-ranking name machine. An A rank being pushed back like this. Now he realized the young man before him was not a kid but a monster. If he did not kill him now, that boy would become a disaster for his own grandson, so he launched a counterattack even more fiercely. Too bad he struck only air, losing sight of the target who had teleported away. Right here, behind the fake self, Lee Changxian approached like a shadow behind Kawa Dogon, quietly plunging both blades into the back of his neck. Dogon cried out in pain. A massive surge of energy burst forth, pushing Li Chang far away. During his final struggle, Kawa Dogon remembered the monster that brought a sense of despair. That was him, Lu Jin. Dogon could not finish his sentence before Changxian destroyed all his limbs. He collapsed onto the shallow flowing water on the ground. Changxian could not help but smile seeing how much changed. Now he could overwhelmingly defeat someone nearing high rank named machine level. This was only the power of one of the 7 secret scriptures of Izan. Moreover, Changxian had not even fully decoded and had already achieved such power. He absolutely could not let it fall into the hands of the puppet ruler. The system allowed the star stacks to relay messages. The god Mu Eagle would praise the achievement, but Kawa Dogon was only left with a dying breath, begging to be sent to his ancestors. He said nothing yet because he still needed to pry some information from that man. You think I will tell you everything when you destroyed the lives of those children in just one day? A low-life exploiter like you now rambles about honor? How ridiculous. He laughed. No matter how much you blather, do not hope to get information from me. So I will ask someone else. Changxian took something resembling a button from Dogon's black fur. He immediately shouted no. Looking closely, that thing was a type of mini-speaker. Vice President. You are not him, who are you? You want to save Kawa Dogon, don't you? The person on the other side was stunned, then heard Kawa Dogon's voice. Ju Jin, no, just ignore him and cut the call. Kawa Dogon had his face crushed and could not speak. He warned that here he was the one asking questions. If she wanted to save him, she had better focus on answering. The 7 secret scriptures of Izan, do you know them? Are you a member of the White Tiger? No, the White Tiger would not ask that. Answer me. Changxian cut in. Mind your own business. No time to argue. There are children and old friends waiting at home. The 5th scripture, it seems you know where it is. Speak. Ju Jin heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. This fool thought those words could threaten her. If he wanted information from her, he would not easily lay a hand on that old man. The sister confidently said coldly, go ahead and kill him. Fine. Changxian quickly closed the deal, startling the older sister. What? I will do as you say and it here. Ju Jin was furious. Why? Changxian did this only to provoke her. He did not believe she would not rush over. But this matter also came with trouble. So he needed to set up a battlefield to trap the enemy, activate the super soul power, absorb Dogon's essence. Level increased due to the large target. You have absorbed Kawa Dogon's skill to the Jewel Fist. Consecutive notifications stunned Li Changxian's super soul had what he could not even process it in time. Was it because proficiency increased from continuous use in the Ghost Lake Cave? Just when he needed a weaponless combat skill. This was good news. The spirit god of Rise cried, looking down on you for taking a gift from an apostle. Changxian understood. Ah, so Kawa Dogon was Lamastu's apostle. In the war against the 12 zodiac signs, she was not on that side, so he did not want to leave a bad impression. I will apologize privately later. Thinking that, Li Changxian decisively spread his wings and flew away from the scene. Meanwhile, in a dark valley, the spirit god of Rise screamed in rage at losing an apostle. A nameless creature roared on the mountain peak. At the same time, players were dragging groups onto the main road. Senior, someone's coming down there. Those bastards' traps. Heard Li Changxian has eliminated them. Amazing, he is a monster. He executed those psychotic bastards and rescued the survivors, including Gu Jiangjun and his granddaughter. Asked how he managed it all, he simply said it was because he met you. Everyone was astonished and called him a tyrant. Weaving through the whispers, Li Chansoyan kept a cold face and an indifferent expression. The agent father secretly glanced at the handsome man amidst the chaotic crowd. Suddenly, Amin Janho appeared and said unpleasant things to Li Changxian. Do not be arrogant just because the executive director values you. Changxian was annoyed that he had nothing better to do. Man behind him did not see Li Changxian's utter disgust and continued his nagging. This is a battlefield where everyone blindly swings their weapons. It would not be strange if you suddenly lost your head. Thanks for the advice, but now let me answer. Stop talking nonsense. Could you not also lose your head? What? Mother again, so tiring. Sim John Ho gritted his teeth and called Changxian arrogant bastard. Just then, a young man with spiky hair approached him. I want to say a few words about Li Changxian. Department head Sim, upon hearing this, showed special interest. At a fortress in winter. Why did he have to die like that? Ju Jin sat cross-legged wondering. Father left as suddenly as he came father. A purple flame with a golden core suddenly appeared beside Ju Jin. The ascended soul god cried out, asking if you wanted to possess power. He promised to give you the chance if you truly desired it. Ju Jin was stunned, then suddenly broke into a smile and replied. His answer drew the attention of the gods. The soul god waved the guardian star, purple energy surrounding Ju Jin. Bestowed a gift, turning Ju Jin's eyes into those of a monster. At the Winter Fortress, the system announced you had entered the Snowman Peak dungeon. The mission began. The mission theme was conquest. There was a castle called the Winter Palace in the middle of the white snow plain. Seize the castle and become the Lord of Winter. Blizzards and glaciers were here. Snowmen were excellent hunters. Beware of ambushes. Good luck. The player trudged through the snow, complaining of the cold. The snow was so thick that nothing could be seen around. Even so, everyone was enthusiastic, mainly to compete with the leading famous guilds. The agent father glanced at them, thinking that if they were too aggressive, the chance of triggering a trap was high. She was not sure she could help them, but when she looked over at Li Changxian nearby, she wondered if he could work his magic this time. Changxian, expressionless, looked back at the agent father. The fat team leader Zhang Un stepped over and patted his shoulder. Heh, looks like the witch has taken an interest in you. Changxian just felt he had unexpectedly gained more trouble. Team leader Xiao was still excited. If she is the Black Gold Witch, she has many men chasing her, but you are the first one she is interested in. Black Gold Witch Yan was one of the smartest people in magic. Her pistol loaded magic bullets, each turning the land into a wasteland. She was a living symbol of the association, making even the largest guild leader respect her. Li Changxian believed everything was under control. His eyes were always working well. Not to find a lover. Changxian took a running start and leaped up. The executive director has ordered, from now on I will act on my own. Xiao Yong'an still wanted to stop him, but Changxian had already flown high. The soaring tiger skill was activated. Xiao Zhang'un silently admired his speed. He stroked his chin. Doing things like this only makes me want to have you more. Seems I must recruit you before Sehon makes his move. Inside the Winter Palace cave, icicles grew haphazardly as shouts rang out. Hurry up, you filthy snowman. Do not dawdle. If you do not find the eternal ice crystal, do not dream of freeing your king. The snowmen had the appearance of monkeys with white fur and black skin. A snowman in armor stood high above, looking at the convoy loaded with red orbs. This group is so many Firestone. Are they planning to blow this place up? They left together. Chieftain, have you come only to witness the suffering of the snow people? Will you not seize the throne to save our race? Blood Cauldron Chieftain gave a signal and said, there is only one king. I am merely a vassal. So the only thing subordinates need to do is pray for the king's safety. Thus, the chieftain climbed onto the back of his mount. Those humans who dare to offend the king, we will destroy their allied forces as well. The chieftain fiercely joined the fray. The system reported the ancient guiding language was reacting. Chang Xin used the communication device between Kawadogon and Zhang Iljin as bait for guiding the scent. The hunting season god licked his lips, saying the hunt would be easier. The all-encompassing serpent god was surprised and recounted that you must be very knowledgeable in ancient languages. Chang Xian followed the instructions, thinking the executives had taken the king hostage. The underground mine beneath the palace was the eternal ice crystal, with snow people and the supreme blocking the way. I will deal with everything in 3 hours. I need to speed up. As he was speeding along from both sides of the cliff, a bunch of snow people jumped out, determined not to let him leave alive. In a hurry, Chang Xian swung his sword, creating a massive firestorm. Flames incinerated the entire group of snowmen, but Chang Xian suddenly halted. Why don't you dare show your face? The one who kept talking to Simjan was hiding behind. He was surprised to be discovered behind the rock. A masked man appeared behind him, demanding more money because Chang Xian was stronger than described. The other happily agreed as long as Chang Xian was dealt with cleanly. The masked man then ordered his team to act, confident that no one would survive. He said the Black Hand team had never failed, just wait. The chatterbox believed him Juhan would fulfill his duty. He thought the bloodthirsty Blood Wolf team was reliable. Apartment head Sim John Ho had even given him an interesting toy. A whole squad of assassins rushed straight at Chang Xian. He used the Beast Sense skill to hunt for hidden enemies. Scan results showed 13 nearby and over 50 behind. Chang Xian thought that these guys had staked everything to catch him, quite impressive. Chang Xian called Jioan. He told him to go find them. As soon as Jioan left, 2 assassins appeared behind Chang Xian. They said they would see him off. They promised it would be quick and painless. Chang Xian challenged them to try, but he had no time to waste, so he activated the Wind Follows Flying Tiger skill to conceal himself. The trap mechanism was activated, starting the explosions. As the system finished speaking, explosions erupted on all sides, but the screams that rang out sounded fake. The assassins who arrived later, unaware of the situation, mocked them for putting on a pathetic show. They ridiculed them for not being able to handle even one person. As soon as the proud one finished speaking, an avalanche crashed down on their heads. No one survived. You have taken down all enemies. Chang Xian called Jioan again while the gods were in an uproar. The god of hunting praised his battle as a glittering feast, while the god of chaos said this showing was worse than the demon king. The god of man-tiger chuckled, mocking the fools buried alive. Jioan had already flown back beside Chang Xian. He even brought the mastermind of the assassination. The 2 men were so caught that they were sweating and begging for mercy. They pleaded to do anything he asked. They turned to bite each other, voluntarily confessing each other's crimes. They did this before Chang Xian could say a word. Long-haired man with a 2-block haircut screamed that this guy's father was director Kim Jong-un, and that thanks to him, the assassins could enter the dungeon. He also said department head Sim John Ho had ulterior motives and had given him a strange flute. Chang Xian picked up the flute and information appeared. It was a parasite flute controlling parasites through special sound waves, causing neurological disorders. Chang Xian looked scornfully at the chatterbox, asking if he planned to use the parasites to force him to commit suicide. Chang Xian sneered at that. He already knew that White Tiger mixed parasites into the food to create more subordinates. He had already burned them all. The two men looked at each other with pale faces, not expecting Chang Xian to know everything. He thought about how Zhang En and John Ho dared to set a trap for him. After dealing with that group, Chang Xian quickly flew away. He had wasted too much time, so he activated Lightness skill. At the Winter Palace, the Soul Ascension God warned that enemies were approaching. The Jujin lineage had completely severed its demonic ties, standing behind the door with a sinister smile. At this moment, Chang Xian was still gliding like a bird over the snowy mountains. With no one blocking his path, he shot straight toward the Winter Palace. The system announced he had arrived. The Hungry Ghost curse would activate in 40 more minutes. He had to find the Eternal Ice Crystal quickly. Meanwhile, the other players were still marching through the blizzard. An impatient god reminded them through the system, criticizing clan members for not using magic. Only then did they remember, immediately activating a cold reduction spell. Everyone felt much warmer, and the serpent god let out a sigh of relief. The players wondered what they could do if even the creations didn't work. The god said that was exactly why the 5-star sword still hadn't accomplished anything. A boy looked at the girl carrying heavy loads, standing proudly in the wind, wondering why Eun-seo wasn't cold. He felt he could never catch up to her. So where's Chang Xian? He remembered what Chang Xian had said before, that if he had the car and the young master, everything would be fine, so don't worry. He immediately encouraged himself that he could do it. Suddenly, Eun-seo raised the demon-faced shield again, blocking the mountain peak. Seeing this, Seo Gyeongan on the other side also called out the name Ibion, so it was him. He said the silence made him suspicious. Everyone get ready. We've been ambushed. A black-haired man on the peak shouted, all snowmen are subordinates of the summit. Let's avenge our comrades with the Mayeong clan. Yi-yin reminded him not to split off from the group, but she couldn't finish speaking. The system sounded. Magical power spread out to suppress the battlefield. The curse of chaos was activated. Yi-yun frowned and warned that they were coming from above. The great general of winter had appeared. The big, fat brother charged in first, so you're the stupid leader I've heard about. Don't. Before he could finish speaking, the snowman tribal chief had already lifted his greatsword. He leaped off his mount and slashed down with extreme force. That brother quickly blocked the blow and boasted that he would take him down. Before he could finish his sentence, the sword shattered, leaving him stunned. The snowman tribal chief slashed strangely. A flash of light split his body in two before he even understood what had happened. The coldly announced that player Sun Jin-sok had died. Taking that opportunity, another person suddenly attacked the tribal chief. Yi-yun finally fired a shot. A single bullet was enough to push him back. The atmosphere became extremely tense. A surge of energy emanated from behind the stone pillar carved with the king's image. Chang Xian appeared. He had entered the Winter Palace. The serpent god looked at the sculptures, while the owl god wore a bitter smile. Li Chang Xian assessed that the snowmen had once built an excellent civilization, but the gods and constellations had stolen their power. This hell was a fragment of a world nearing its end. The reason the immortal hill of the snowmen was full of lizards and dried bones was because after the end, they were deemed worthless by the gods and constellations. One could say they were unlucky, but now they were nothing but soulless corpses. He delved deeper into the castle following the map he had obtained. Beneath these stairs was a storage room. Reaching the end of the path, Chang Xian saw snowmen enslaved by bad people, being urged to mine while their general was holding the people back. One man shouted, "Transport it carefully inside, want to die all of you?" Chang Xian pressed himself against the wall, realizing the red gems the snowmen were transporting were the breath of Agni. Seeing them trying to steal the eternal ice crystals by mining, Chang Xian gritted his teeth in anger. He immediately swung his hand and launched a large flame. Miners were still shouting and urging, "If you want to save the king, hurry up." The snowmen were also furious, silently vowing to deal with the human race one day. At that moment, a fire tornado appeared in the middle of the sky. That man exclaimed in shock as Chang Xian appeared in his wraith form. At the same time in the palace's great hall, Seo Jin also sensed his presence. That bastard was here. She immediately erupted with dark energy. The soul's spirit god wailed and promised power for her to take revenge. Chang Xian had successfully swept through a large number of demon men. The achievement was recorded, his tendency leaning towards good with a ratio of 45 to 55. You have discovered the century-old cold storage. You have discovered the Ice King's breath. Chang Xian froze, scratching his face. Even he hadn't expected this. There were as many as 8 eternal ice crystals, a quantity that would stir even the gods. The hunting season god astonished by the pure crystals. The serpent god asked if he wanted to give up one as an offering. The fragment tiger god thought offering this to the king who granted the blessing was obvious. The owl god cuffed a few times. The great demon god stared curiously. Chang Xian thought to himself that he would absolutely not give up. He thought they could be used as materials to create divine items, and suddenly understood why those people kept clinging to the 5-star sword despite their weakness, and why the summit craved to possess it. When he touched the ice block, he thought to himself, this bone-piercing cold came from the eternal ice crystal. If it weren't for Zikwi's world-destroying flame, things would have been much more difficult. The gods were stirred up again. The hunting season god winked meaningfully. The serpent god drooled at the uses of the world-destroying flame. The Ull god looked on with expectant eyes. The system warned that a violent cold poison was flooding his body. Despite the ice covering most of his face, Chang Xian still grinned. The system reported it was the Ice King's breath, a relic left by the snowman's ancestors for their descendants. It constantly emitted cold air and blue light. Any weak person grabbing it would instantly freeze, so one must be careful when holding it. This treasure trove of materials had the effect of increasing cold air and eternal freezing. The Ice King's breath was resisting strongly. A huge explosion shattered the ice. Chang Xian flared up the flame, appearing completely intact, using the first strike of the world-destroying flame to suppress it. Conflict between the Ice King's breath and the world-destroying flame became extremely fierce. Chang Xian heard a strange voice ask, "Who are you? How do you come to hold my relic?" "While you are not a descendant of the Houndmouth clan." Li Changxing gritted his teeth and shouted back. The storm of fire was crushing the will to resist. The Ice King's breath had completely failed. "You have received the XA grade Ice King's breath." Li Changxian let out a sigh of relief. "Very good." Chang Xian glanced with his unusual eye, estimating there were about 10 minutes left. At this moment, the rebellious demon woman Zujin was flying over. She, too, was extremely surprised by the scene before her. The shadow has also appeared. The young master must have seen everything, right? The system issued an even more surprising piece of news. "The boss monster Ice King invites you to the boundless space. Do you accept the invitation?" Chang Xian was startled, wondering why it was the Ice King. He also directly heard the Ice King's voice through telepathy. "I wonder who stole the Ice King's breath, but I never expected it to be a human, not one of my kin. Do not be tense, human. I am just an old man close to the end of his days. It will only cost you a little time. Come to think of it, you seem to still have a long road ahead." Sensing no hostility, Chang Xian decided to accept the invitation. A bold move opened the gate to another space. "You have entered the Ice King's private chamber. You accepted my invitation. You must be a man of virtue." As soon as he entered, the Ice King exclaimed in admiration of his character. The system introduced him as a level 90 boss monster Ice King, but this information was uncertain. Seeing the old man trembling, it was hard to believe. The gods also buzzed with discussion. The god serpent who swallows the world snorted, calling the ice ball nonsense, while the god cat hawk who tears the twilight nodded to confirm the truth. God fierce tiger Ixako became angry, demanding to be called a tiger of virtue instead of a man of virtue. The Ice King again marveled at the god's strong reactions. "It seems even at the end of my life, my ability to judge people has not declined. Hehe. Can you see it then? If you mean the messages from the rulers of heaven, then yes. Although I cannot see the important messages." Chang Xian guessed the Ice King had extremely high stats since he used telepathy to send the invitation, but for someone like that to be defeated by an illusion was truly puzzling. "You are deceiving your own kin. Is that how you see it? You don't look like someone trapped in a painful illusion." The Ice King chuckled at Chang Xian's observation. "On the surface I am still fine, but unfortunately you are wrong. A person of your level still cannot tell where this place is." Hearing this, Chang Xian was startled. "The monster sense skill is enhancing your perception." Chang Xian immediately realized this was a false realm. The Ice King did not hesitate to confirm it. "Although, thanks to heaven's blessing, my consciousness still retains a trace of fading breath, it does not change the fact that I was defeated by a woman named Illusion. Because of that, my people are suffering." Chang Xian thought to himself that she must be very cunning to strike when the Ice King was near death. He grew cold.
"So what is the reason you invited me here? In your eyes, I am no different from an enemy."
"Can you save the poor children who worship this old man?" The Ice King stood up, releasing a bit of magic. "It is sad to see them running around frantically to save this sick body, just because I am their king. Please help them, and of course there will be a reward." The Emperor's first treasury appeared. The Ice King introduced the treasures accumulated over 13 generations from the ancestors of the owner of the ice crystal you took. "Up to my time, I will give them all to you." The treasure was so vast that even the gods were dazzled. The god of the hunting season cried out, and the god serpent who coils the world said in astonishment that this was not bad for a mortal. But Chang Xian flatly refused. The Ice King was so shocked he nearly shed a layer of skin. He lowered his head. "Is it because we are fragments of a shattered world, and mere shadows abandoned by a soul that no longer exists?" The treasury door slowly closed. Chang Xian said coldly, "So you know that too." "It would be strange if I didn't. This is an irrational world with nothing outside of ourselves." Chang Xian was slightly surprised. Monsters in the dungeon could not realize they were fake, no matter how intelligent, because the system would interfere with their perception to maintain stability. The Crimson Dungeon is a remnant of a world that has ended and no longer exists. Creatures here are also merely remnants of the living beings from that time. Therefore, the Crimson Dungeon must be eliminated at all costs. There is no knowing when it will explode due to instability, and let the seeds of the end escape like a poison. Chang Xian thought the Ice King's situation was pitiful, but if he saved the Snow People, he would not be able to close the dungeon. The Ice King spoke in a weary voice, such a tragedy. I am certain I am breathing, thinking, speaking, all of it is real, but thinking about it, it is all fake. He screamed in pain. The one called the true Ice King is gone. All that remains is his remnant. Then who am I? Who is standing here? Chang Xian was determined to turn a blind eye. I don't know what you are talking about. You are the Ice King. How can I be the Ice King? The true Ice King has vanished. No, he was once the Ice King, but now you are also the Ice King. You said it yourself, you have breathed, thought, and spoken to me. Then you are the Ice King. If not, then who are you? The Ice King was stunned, and the gods were also caught off guard. The god of the hunting season was dazed by the paradoxical words, while the god serpent who coils the world nodded at the profound reasoning. The Ice King wilted. Because I exist, you call me the Ice King. Ho ho ho. It seems I have been overthinking things. If I could have reached such a simple conclusion after all this time. I thought my mind had attained clarity, but it seems there is still a long way to go. May I ask another question? I will decide after hearing it. I want to use my own choice to close this shattered world, not follow the system's quest. Can you help me? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Changxian immediately acted. His movement was so fast that the vicious dragon's fangs had not yet touched blood. At least I could help that much. As expected, inviting this person was the right decision. He returned to the throne and collapsed, his mouth ceaselessly thanking Changxian. The system immediately announced that the Ice King's private chamber was closing. You have defeated the boss monster Ice King and received a large amount of experience points, leveling up. God Hawk Eagle tearing the sunset comforts you as you sink into thought. Changxian still stood firm in his spot amidst the chaos outside, after the Ice King boss had died. All the snowmen broke free from the Ice King's binding. Losing their ruler left them in disarray. Yu Jin, as she was flying over, also received the notification. She ground her teeth in anger, despite having a promise from that damned weeping spirit god. As soon as the Ice King fell, the snowmen grabbed the miners by the neck. You promised our emperor would live if we listened to you. A snowman with fierce eyes punched the one in his hands and questioned him, while the others beat people frantically. The moment Queen Xiao Jin arrived, she released surging purple energy waves, Hellfire Melody. The energy exploded violently everywhere. The snowmen screamed continuously from the intense heat. The system announced that the weeping spirit god was accompanying you. Emboldened, Zhou Jin grew even more frenzied, laughing loudly and cursing everyone as monsters. The snowmen aggressively demanded to deal with that woman first, as she was the one who caused the emperor's condition. As soon as they finished speaking, the ice wall behind them glowed gold and then cracked. Lei Changxian, wearing his mask, appeared before the crowd. The purple hellfire continued to burn the snowmen, causing them to scream. Changxian ignored everything else and charged straight at Zhu Jin, who was laughing savagely. Finally you appear, you gleeful masked one. Two streams of energy, purple and orange, collided like two missiles, clashing head-on. Blinding white light shone everywhere. Xiao Jin grimaced and roared, "How dare you appear before me? I will take your life." Changxian also laughed, but it was a cold, dangerous smile. "Finally you have come." Changxian grabbed her wrist like grabbing a chicken, saying that he had caught her. "Caught what? Do you think you can be safe after stirring up trouble with us? Just wait and see." A blue shadow appeared behind Changxian. Zhu Jin was stunned when she received the system notifications sent to her. 24 hours had passed, the vow of the suffering ghost tiger star had begun. She looked around. The system said the 7th-day mission had started. She had to survive for 24 hours. Above her head appeared the blood-colored Slaughter King, trained from the dungeon of Mali Changxian. Changxian did not care who the newcomer was. He swung his sword and slashed at Zhu Jin while she was still stunned. The sword light flashed brightly, carrying an arm far away. Zhu Jin lost one arm. Back at the Snowman Peak, the chieftain suddenly stopped fighting, roaring that the emperor was dead. The young man rushed forward, shouting for the senior to retreat. Yi Yun's face changed as she told him not to come, but it was too late. The young man who liked to show off was killed by the Snowman chieftain to be buried with the Ice King. Before dying, he managed to look at Yi Yun one last time, calling out senior. He was so shocked he could not stand steady. The Snowman chieftain sheathed his sword and rested it on his shoulder, coldly accusing the human race of causing everything. He ground his teeth, swearing he would tear the human emperor apart piece by piece and devour him raw. The other snowmen rode flying beasts and dropped spheres of Agni's breath, causing violent explosions. Yun angrily shouted a warning for everyone to scatter. That was Agni's breath. A flash of lightning passed before her eyes and the system spoke. Protection of the god Hawk Eagle tearing the sunset accompanies you. The protection of the god Primordial War accompanies you. The protection of the god Mad Inspirer accompanies you. The protection of the god Volcano Gene Smith accompanies you. Yun did not hesitate. She raised her gun, aimed it straight at the snowman chieftain's head and fired. Even so, her powerful shot was only enough to push him back. Taking advantage of the massive explosion from the magic bullet, Yun charged forward. She embraced the stabbed young man, who had already lost consciousness. Try to endure a little longer, Seok T. The snowman chieftain ground his teeth, calling her the most troublesome human he had ever met. He shouted loudly and declared he would finish her off with his own hands. In Boss Jin's dungeon, black spheres spewed purple flames surrounding him. Even a nuclear bomb was only this much. Jin, though a seasoned general, could not avoid the shots. Even so, he remained calm, lightly landing on a rock outcropping and drawing his sword. I think he is hiding something by letting a stranger appear in the middle of the battle, but it seems he brought someone useful. Yujin grew demonic arms holding a staff, her body covered in flames, and she grimaced, saying, "Quite useful, huh? I will make sure you can no longer open that arrogant mouth of yours." Ah, he was fully grown, and charged into the heated battle alongside Jin. Sparks of light exploded simultaneously from east to west. Li Changxian sat back as a spectator. The invisible ancient language had been activated, and he thought they were not the type to work together. Changxian took out the Eternal Ice Crystal while continuing to speak, not expecting Lamastu to give her the Hellsong piece. There was still some time anyway, hoping it was enough to finish strengthening his bones. Lai Changxian opened his mouth and ate the Eternal Ice Crystal raw. Lai Changxian swallowed the Eternal Ice Crystal, and the system immediately notified him that he had absorbed the Ice King's breath. Hoarfrost enveloped your body. You have been afflicted with ice poison. The world-annihilating flame consensus effect was activated, granting immunity to 10 types of poison. The ice poison was dispelled. Your magic is conflicting. A new magic attribute has been expanded. It conflicts with the existing magic. Detoxification failed. The conflict is growing stronger. The god of the hunt worriedly warned that you are in a dangerous situation. The serpent god said what you are doing was reckless, even with a valid reason, and your stamina was depleting extremely fast. Changxian gritted his teeth, enduring the battle of ice and fire within his body. He recalled the conversation with the group of strangers. Just swallow it. What kind of item is it? Changxian asked in astonishment. The old man with hair covering his face replied, "It is what you are aiming for, a great conflict. Tell me in more detail, and if it amounts to nothing, then you handle it yourself. Do you still remember the foundation of bone strengthening I taught you? Grafting the fire core and the frost star marrow. You must draw the flame you have closer to the heart. I think using the heart as the center to reconstruct the magic furnace is not a bad idea, but the heart will burn to ash. That is why you need to find a contact point to create a false heart." Changxian grew more confused the more he listened. Can't this old man just say it all at once? Always waiting for people to ask. That is right, the contact point where opposing elements harmonize with each other. What is the essence of the world-annihilating flame? Fire and darkness. And the eternal ice crystal? Ice and darkness. I understand. The eternal ice crystal was created from moon essence seeping into eternal ice, so it carries the properties of ice and darkness. That is correct, they both share the darkness property. Since you are acknowledged by the King of Hell, your ability to control darkness is higher than many other beings. Back to the present, Changxian still gritted his teeth enduring the strengthening, as the system continuously notified him. Magic furnace core has been restructured inside the heart, and ice magic seeps to the bones to reinforce them, refining the structure. The notification turned red. The body is as sturdy as ice. The heart is as fierce as fire, raising potential to the maximum limit. You know what is even more terrifying? You have restructured your body. Now it displays unprecedented talent. Changxian woke from his daze. The vortex of fire and ice erupted, exploding like fireworks. Because you have restructured everything including senses, perception, thoughts, structure, and even personality. Because you bear the two elements and fire, with properties leaning toward neither side, you have turned yourself into a vessel that can contain everything. The notification returned to blue. You completed the fire core and ice marrow, gaining the new trait, strengthened bones. Strengthened bones contain fire spirit in the heart and ice spirit throughout the body, merging to grant immunity, strength, prevent exhaustion, self-heal, and no fatigue. The notification turned red again. The gods and constellations felt they would go insane. God of the Hunt was pleased, thinking this talent was worthy of being a disciple. The serpent god shook his head. God Mew congratulated and considered giving a gift. The stray tiger god was happy because his family member had become stronger. Many gods are watching you and are becoming overexcited. Some constellations are feeling thrilled. Changxian's clothes were tattered, but these status updates made him grin from ear to ear. The twin god showed interest on one of his faces. Changxian suddenly remembered two names, Custer and Polak. He really wanted to know which one among them this was. Just then, a slight tremor caught Changxian's attention. A giant eye appeared in the middle of the dark expanse. The great demon god spewed fire from his eyes in excitement. Great demon god is trying to approach you with a demon's hand. Changxian stomped hard, breaking the glass, and leaped out. The great demon god is trying to take you to his domain. Hey, what is this, guys? Changxian landed in a pitch black, indefinite space. Where is this? Changxian asked. The eye release skill activated to scout the area. For an unknown reason, the skill ceased functioning. The monster senses skill activated then stopped as well. The Kelokagatia power helps you stay lucid. Is this truly the domain of a god? Why did you summon me here? A faint gaze is watching you. In the vast expanse of water, only one eye and a few teeth were visible. Changxian felt himself fading. The system blared a red alert. The power of Kelokagathia trembled. That eye was like a mirror reflecting onto Changxian. Who are you? Changxian, as if hypnotized, asked himself in his mind who he really was. The face emerged, continuing its interrogation. What is your connection to the abyss? Chang Xion also murmured in his heart, the abyss. That moment, a golden lightning bolt tore across the sky. The deity Mu Ying, who had torn the sunset, descended into God's domain. The golden lightning bolt struck straight into the ground. The light was extremely dazzling. Li Changxian opened his eyes and saw a tall, beautiful, red-haired goddess clad in armor like a warrior. Minerva in soul was still shocked. The goddess said, "Mortal, this place is not for one walking the path of a hero. Return." The goddess snapped her fingers, and Changxian was pushed out of that space. The last image was the deity Mu Ying charging towards the rift with the demonic face. Minerva, do not interfere. It goes against the treaty. That person is unrelated. After that, everything became hazy, leaving only the system notification. Connection to the white space severed. Data is being restored. Player system has reconnected. Chang Xian returned to the dungeon, still dazed and not understanding what had just happened. The gods were noisy. The hunting god asked if he was injured. The serpent god said he could not bypass the law of karma. The fierce tiger was angry for nearly losing his human form. Li Changxian recounted with a grimace. It was truly disgusting. The system reported, the tidal vessel of wandering souls has been activated. Changxian grew agitated, thinking it was shameful. So what if his bones had been strengthened? He could not resist Mephisto at all. He was too weak. He needed to regain his former power. No, he had to become stronger. First, he would devour everything here. Thinking this, Changxian flew up and activated his serpent eyes to find prey. At this moment, Ju Jin and Jin were still fighting. Li Changxian also thought about them. Bloody Slaughter King was a martial artist. Ju Jin was a mage. She seemed at a disadvantage. He could not let her die here. He needed to ask her about the lost scripture. The remaining time was 19 hours, 36 minutes, 59 seconds. Ju Jin was pushed back, cursing continuously. The soul god wailed in urging, "Why can you do nothing even with my power? Do you truly carry the bloodline?" Ju Jin grit her teeth in anger, telling herself she had to defeat Jin and capture that masked man. Jin saw through every move, counterattacking continuously, like a gamer fighting a boss. At this moment, Jin suddenly glided behind Ju Jin. "A fascinating battle, my thanks. As a reward, I will take your life and turn you into my vassal." Jin swung his blade without mercy. Ju Jin could only scream as she was sent flying. She crashed into the rock wall, sending up clouds of dust. A deadly blow, Ju Jin vomited blood, her whole body powerless. She tried to chant magic, but it dissipated like smoke. The soul god stood up abruptly, screaming. Ju Jin trembled as death approached. Just then, a vortex of fire blocked Jin. "You!" Chang Xian appeared, shielding Ju Jin, and sneered, "She is mine." Chang Xian and the Bloody Slaughter King clashed, fire surged, both possessing astonishing energy. Jin was excited to see Chang Xian become stronger. Chang Xian was unafraid. Becoming stronger was not enough. Chang Xian used a few moves to retreat the Bloody Slaughter King. "What did you do?" "Who knows," he replied. "It seems you have been outside. Do you understand the structure of the Hungry Ghost rank? Because I was once cursed in this place, just like you. But even if you go outside, you can only last a day. No one becomes stronger as fast as you." He laughed sinisterly. "I must turn you into my vassal." That, he charged up to clash with Chang Xian. The two engaged in fierce combat, cracking the dungeon floor. Jin laughed with glee while his subjects worried. He never expected to be this excited in this hungry ghost cave. Memories of when he was human flooded back, and I was still Jin, the heir of the Frisia clan. I am reliving my days as a warrior. Interesting, very interesting. But too bad I used a lot of energy on Ju Jin. I am a bit tired now. What do you plan to do this time? Tired, but I still have plenty of strength to fight you, old man. Li Changxian will show him his fire. Streams of fire and shadow energy formed into roaring monsters. The Skill Mountain God's first claw had been unleashed. Chang Xian swung his hand, and a black claw extended down toward the Bloody Slaughter King. He tried to resist, but it was useless. He was still torn apart by the claw until his skin was shredded. Next was the Skill Black Mountain God's second claw. Chang Xian swung the second strike, frantically tearing and scratching like a wife catching her husband cheating. Terrifying surge of purple energy erupted. Han gritted his teeth and endured the assault, but he was ultimately engulfed by the purple light. Lying flat on the ground covered in blood, Yan still managed to ask Chang Xian what that move was. He choked out a reply, "Hello." He burst into louder. "Hello? Hello? Ha ha ha, what is that supposed to mean?" Then he finally vanished. Chang Xian quickly collected the loot. He acquired all of Fei Wei's attributes. He had successfully absorbed and perfected Fei Wei, and could now choose a candidate to become it. The chosen one would become his vassal. Chang Xian was quite surprised by this power, so he could create a loyal slave now. This battle was a complete feast. The system displayed information. Fei Wei was a legendary divine beast that could absorb the natural disasters of the Tiger King. It was cunning, enjoyed challenging its master, but would be extremely loyal once subdued. Chang Xian thought gleefully, "Could I even turn it into a tribe member? That would net me a trustworthy servant right away. To climb to a higher position, I need an organization like the 12 Constellations or the Scarecrow Rulers. If the organization expands and the tribe members are gods or constellations, it would become a community." It was probably because Fei Wei's attributes had reached their limit that it had gained sentience. What to do now? Chang Xian racked his brain. He had to completely subdue it, give it no reason to rebel, and constantly feed it XP. But that was no trivial matter. He had not chosen a sacred body yet, so he could not even level up faster, let alone deal with Jioun. That would not do. Chang Xian suddenly recalled the scene from before when he stood atop a pile of corpses. Among them was the woman he loved. He had collapsed when he saw her body. He knew full well that fighting alone was impossible. There was no need to think further. I choose the Bloody Slaughter King as Fei Wei. Fei Wei's figure transformed, revealing Jin Frieza as he was when he was still human. Jin Frieza was surprised. I never thought I would awaken like this. Are you planning to induct me into your tribe? He was as handsome as a prince, but Chang Xian only cared about the power. He saw that the man was extremely strong. Jin Frieza said, by the rules, this is the Hungry Ghost Lair, and the winner takes all. Since you defeated me, go ahead and induct me. Whether I accept you as my master is a different matter. Chang Xian knew full well that this man had no intention of submitting. You want to rest. Keep dreaming. Chang Xian said coldly, I am giving you a way out of here. Do you not want to go home? Jin Frieza was stunned. What do you mean? Chang Xian ignited with fire. I am not spouting nonsense about loyalty. Just follow me. Not right now, but at some point I will take you back. I swear on these flames. Jin Frieza sighed. Why should I trust you? Placing your trust in me is more beneficial than being dragged away by force. You will also have less trouble if you have something to look forward to. Jin Frieza placed his hand on his forehead and laughed. Hehe, you are truly a madman. I dare say the outside world is much more pleasant than being trapped in here. But be careful. I am not docile and I hate being controlled. Look forward to seeing that. The deeper I dig into you, the more bizarre I find you. That is exactly what makes you interesting. Jin Frieza finally knelt on one knee. Oh my master, you promised to grant me freedom. Please bestow upon me a title so I may serve. Chang Xian said outright. Jin Frieza. That single sentence startled Jin Frieza. He remembered that he had once called himself Jin Frieza, inheriting the bloodline of the notorious tyrant clan Frieza. Light erupted beneath his feet. Jin Frieza marveled. Perhaps I have truly met an extraordinary master. The system reported the induction of the tribe member was complete. Fei Wei's name was Jin Frieza, and he would become a guardian protecting him. Jin Frieza, having just joined, eagerly asked, Master, what mission do you assign to me? Chang Xian tossed him a spear and told him not to bother coming back if he did not wipe out the narcissistic bunch. Jin Frieza accepted the order and suddenly felt excited. He was once their king, and now he had to destroy his own subjects. Too insane, too interesting, it suited him perfectly. He would also do it to test his current condition. The system said at once, Jin Frieza is currently a level 1 Fei Wei. Upon reaching level 10, he can change his profession. The guide demons trembled. There was not a shred of pity in Jin Frieza's eyes, only killing intent. He leaped off the rock ledge, plunging down with a manic smile. The tribe member Jin Frieza had activated the basic spear technique of Frieza. The guide demons could not avoid screaming in panic. Great King, why? Great King must have gone mad after being revived. Having dealt with this side, Chang Xian immediately turned to corner the severely injured Zhu Jin. He was very eager to find more information about the secret scriptures of Izan. The system relayed a message from the wailing nether spirit god to Lai Chang Xian, whose saintly body was filled with resentment and curses towards you. Lai Chang Xian's face darkened as he saw her start causing trouble again. The wailing nether spirit god's saintly body swore revenge, threatening to choose a new cultivator to destroy you. She bit her nails and glared at you. The hunting season god chased her away for being noisy, and the serpent god scolded her for being petty. Chang Xian felt that this entire divine assembly was equally irritating. He began to call out, Harold, are you there? With no response, Chang Xian continued speaking. Answer me, since you are watching me anyway. The hunting season god affirmed the rabbit spirit was not here. Harold, if you do not show yourself, I will not respond to anything. A spatial gate appeared, and before anyone was seen, a voice rang out. Hey, as I said, the dungeon manager cannot interfere directly. That is against the rules. The door swung open, revealing Harold's chubby face. My superiors keep nagging me. What benefit do I get from tangling with you, Li Chang Xian? The fat body finally squeezed through, fully manifesting here. Because of the pressure, I ate too much and gained weight. The hunting season god was stunned by his appearance. The serpent god asked if you were a god, and the wailing nether spirit god glared and growled at you. I want to block those notifications, Li Changxian demanded. Harold was shocked by this request. What? He never expected a mortal to dare do such a thing to a god's notification. Truly insane. Changxian continued. I do not want to see it. If necessary, I can pay with accumulation points. Harold's face went blank upon hearing this. The system sent a series of divine status updates. The hunting season god rolled on the ground laughing. The world-wrapping serpent god swept the floor with its tail and called everyone to watch the fool being mocked by a mortal. The tiger god happily jeered. Changxian grew impatient. What? Is it not allowed? Not exactly. Well then, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and block it. Harold's face flushed with anger, sweating as he cursed inwardly. Yuva, this madman wants to die, doesn't he? Should I lie to him and say it violates the rules? But if it comes out during the investigation, I will be heavily penalized. Oh heavens. Just then, the system displayed a notification. The hellbound great devil god focused its vacant vacant gaze and looked downward. Both Chang Xian and Harold were surprised by this status. Chang Xian warily thought about what he intended to do, and the system continued reporting. The sobbing soul god tensed up before the powerful will of pure evil. The hellbound great devil god looked away with an indifferent gaze. The sobbing soul god quickly concentrated its power to resist. The hellbound great devil god reached out toward the direction it was looking. Thunder and lightning erupted. The hunting season god was dumbfounded and silent before the strange sight. The world-wrapping serpent god remained silent. The tiger god was stunned into speechlessness. Chang Xian and Harold also fell mute. The thunder and lightning vanished, and the system reported. The hellbound great devil god gently dusted off its hand, looked down at the lower realm again, and said you could continue, cause it had removed that troublesome thing. Truly terrifying, it scared me to death. Harold sighed and floated up. No day is peaceful with you. Dearly Chang Xian, it seems the problem is resolved. I will take my leave now. The dusk-tearing owl god finally digested what just happened and sighed, while the twin gods showed great interest in this matter. Jin Frisia also sent a praise message. Milord, your actions exceeded my expectations. Chang Xian looked back toward Ju Jin. At this moment, she had gone insane, only emitting gibberish noises. Chang Xian happily approached her. It seems I do not need to specially torture her. Storm finally calmed, and a sharp sword with bloodshot streaks shot upward. Li Chang Xian turned away after finishing, reflecting that this battle had given him many things. Most importantly, the location of the 5th volume of Essen's 7 secret holy scriptures. Who would have thought they used this item to trade with the White Fox Guild? If not for meeting me, they would have succeeded. The system announced that Jin Frisia's follower had completely occupied the 2nd floor. Li Chang's avatar sat leisurely drinking water, saying, I am done. I trained this thing but did not expect it to be so weak. Current level is 4. Jin added, no wonder he was stationed there all along. It turns out he was trying to claim the 2nd floor with this troublesome thing. Li Chang Xian praised, you are faster than I thought. Jin laughed, that is me, he. If you are done over there, come here, I have something to show you. Chang Xian replied, got it, let me finish up. Soul Master Authority activated. You have received the code of player Ju Jin. You have discovered the ownerless Hellfire Authority of Chica. You have buried the final fragment of authority with the infernal flames, enhancing the Hellfire effect rank. Achievement. Mighty Demon devoured the Firefly. Fire effect plus 20 title. Manifestation of the Fierce Demon. Evolved form of a mighty demon. The Flame and Soul Legion has devoured the Firefly flame flowing through hell. Title category, Firefly fire effect of present calamity. Chang Xian checked his stat panel again. Divine name. Twilight of the Gods. Unusable. Title. Manifestation of the Fierce Demon. Faction. Nether Realm. Guardian Star Constellation. Occupation. Ancient Scriptmaster. Level 41. Let's go then. Chang Xian spread his wings and flew toward Jin Frisia. That was a close call, almost overshot. Luckily my loyal servant saw me and called out. Chang Xian immediately landed. Finally here, what is that thing? The gluttonous snake man you gave me is quite special as well. Let me show you directly. It will be easier to understand than explaining. Jin Frisia waved his hand and immediately stood up. Jin Frisia has used the serpent demon reviving skill. Chang Xian wondered how he suddenly managed to do that. Jin Frisia laughed. I do not know either. At the time I thought it might work, so I tried, and it actually did. Like this, I am also their demon king. The way I respond to summons is the same. Explain in more detail. You probably know all the serpent demons here are fools confused by the stars. Whoever enters the lair of the demon cobra becomes its minion, drained of life force for the demon to level up. You mean this living corpse works the same way? Correct, but its effectiveness has greatly diminished compared to when I was still a demon cobra, and the living corpse's usefulness has limits. Limits. Indeed, I can revive dead souls into puppets, but if I force them to move, you have activated a failed skill. The revived demon cobra loses its ability and disappears. They will fall immediately, unable to last long. To revive one, I must absorb the energy of hundreds of other demon cobras. The system introduces a new monster to Chang Xian. Ox, the natural enemy of tigers, body impervious to blades and spears. No sharp object can wound it. Natural enemy of tigers, introverted in nature, slow in action like a bull ox yet formidable in strength. The tiger's enemy can use various flexible techniques, agile as if boneless. The gods were in an uproar again. The god of the hunting season advised against taking on a useless one. The serpent god who embraces the world flew over excitedly to study the fresh corpse. The color-rending owl god of twilight told you not to worry, because the minion would be just like you. Chang Xian found it troublesome that the demon cobras evolved from prey into hunters. He did not know if he could classify them. Chang Xian asked Jin if they were useful. Jin said they were skilled enough not to drag the two of them down. That was enough. Jin gave the order excitedly. Everyone stand up, we are attacking the 3rd floor. The Lord will observe, do your best. If you cannot prove your usefulness, you know your future. 2 of the 3 obeyed, but 1 answered in English, understood. Are you going to a beauty pageant, speaking English like that? Anyway, let us begin. You have entered the area below the 3rd floor. You have entered the 3rd floor. You have passed Subdistrict 1. You have occupied Subdistrict 2. Jin Frisia announced he would occupy Subdistrict 6. The low heels successfully planted the flag at the endpoint of the main subdistrict. Received 125 XP, you received 281 XP. With a war god in hand, Li Changxian ravaged the 3rd floor quickly. He sighed with hands on his hips. Occupying all the camps made it low level, but being a clan member seemed worth it. You said this is the Clear Sight King's place, right? That is correct. Actually, it is the gate to the 3rd floor. Now there are no low heels, all are Sigmas, so defeating him will be difficult. But you still drove them in there. That is the difference in ability between us. But I agree that those bastards are quite useful. Changxian deeply felt the sensation of leading an army on a conquest. Indeed, having more people made it much easier. Remaining time was 4 hours 20 minutes 49 seconds. Changxian frowned. It was really Frisia. Then he had hit the jackpot. If it was the Frisia family of Arcadia, famous for the rumor of having holy blood in their veins, they were skilled in martial arts, swordsmanship, and strategy. The whole empire was wary of them. If he was a Frisia descendant, it was too perfect. Why was he in the ghost cave? Perhaps he touched the secret holy scriptures hoping to defeat other descendants. I was worried about protecting the soul soldiers when meeting Moon Song, but with Jin Frisia here, there is no need. Changxian pulled out another eternal ice crystal again. After this is done, they will still be useful. The best person should be ready. Is that an ice crystal? You know it? I thought there would be none inside the ghost cave. Probably do not know, but my family is quite famous in Acadia. Of course I have seen all kinds of treasures. The holy body of the suitable hunting season cuts its tongue when seeing the ice crystal. Jin Frisia exclaimed, this is the most beautiful ice crystal he had ever seen. Did you get it here? It even has holy power, hard to buy even with money. The holy body of the serpent coiling around the world said it wanted to study the ancestor's relic with sparkling eyes. Changxian did not hesitate to hand over the ice crystal. Then take it. I trust you know how to keep it safe. Jin Frisia was stunned, frozen in place, then burst out laughing. Haha, I have never seen a master so ridiculous. Are you just leaving me like a cat with a broken bowl? Call me crazy if you want. Changxian planned to strengthen Jin's bones, but Zikwi was not here. The Frisia family's movement method was probably effective too. Jin Frisia did not hesitate to accept the great gift. I thought I told you it is very hard for me to acknowledge you. Calling you master is meaningless, yet you give me this precious thing. I have no intention of being betrayed by a clan member like a fool, yet you still give me that thing? But you do not want it. Of course I want it. I am just astonished that you are crazier than I thought. Jin Frisia has absorbed the breath of the Ice King. Cold air flowed into his body, combining with the shadow. He was granted the ice element. The holy body, one of the aspects Pisces, showed interest with sparkling eyes. Absorption complete, achievement unlocked, monument through the stone button. Ice element effect plus 15, clan member bond plus 10. Jin Frisia evolved into an Ice Death Knight. The clan member created a new skill, Blizzard. The clan member created a new skill, No Freeze Ice Ground. Jin Frisia changed his clothes and smiled brightly. That felt refreshing. Now then, Jin Frisia activated the skill No Freeze Ice Ground. One slash, ice shot out and plowed straight toward the fortress. Every living creature in its path was buried by ice. The Clear Sight King probably wet his pants. Jin Frisia laughed smugly. The system reported the remaining time as 22 minutes 13 seconds. At this moment, the Clear Sight King had not wet himself but was slumped on the dirt floor. Red Sight King, how did you become a puppet of that human? You are right, I do not know why, but I am sure you cannot give me the answer either. The Blue Frost King tried to save him, but the Red Frost King did not let him seize that opportunity. Jin Frisia decisively dealt with the Blue Frost King. Speaking of the severed head, he was probably going to ramble nonsense about conquering the 3rd floor together or something. Mechanical system sound rang again. You have successfully conquered Sector 10. You have slain one of the 4 lords of the 3rd floor. The name Changxian spread throughout the ranks of the hungry ghosts. Fame increased by 15. You received 1,000 karma debts. Many lords in the hungry ghost cave began to take note of you. Sun suddenly cried out when his master was sitting pretty with a golden bowl, while he had been slaving away until now. But his task was not yet finished. He had to continue fighting. At this moment, Changxian's time here had run out. Evaluated outstanding for day 7. You receive rewards based on the evaluation and return to reality. An outstanding evaluation. Your reward is the ability to sense the ferocious dragon's alteration. Voices of despair rang out. Big brother, wake up, big brother! Opening his eyes, he saw those annoying gold diggers right away. Seeing he was awake, they screamed and asked where their commander was. Changxian coldly called for Jin Frisia. He immediately appeared. Does my lord wish for me to do something? Dispose of them. It is an honor. Humans and snowmen fought, their blood and flesh intermingled. Only Li Changxian and Jin Frisia remained unscathed. You have successfully conquered the Winter Palace. Li Changxian glanced and said to Jin Frisia, I need to go somewhere. I will go ahead. You have entered the annex of the Winter Palace. In this place lay the Ice King, who had passed away upon his throne. So you have ended up in this rotten state. The Soul Master's power was activated. The flames of purgatory began to burn the Winter King. Purple flame blazed fiercely. You absorbed the remaining amount. Chang Xian suddenly felt sympathy for the Ice King. Recalling the time he fell into Arcadia, he confirmed that he was not a fake. During the cremation of the Ice King, Chang Xian saw something resembling a letter. Outside, the Snowman Chieftain was still fighting. The monster general of the Winter King used the Tundra skill. The player Yi Yin activated the combined skill Mirror of the Gods. Two colossal sources of energy collided and exploded like an atom bomb. Snow General looked at Yi Yun from behind, sighing in admiration. You are strong, human. All this time I eliminated intruders because they were weak, but I did not acknowledge your power. What rank are you outside? Are you a king? Yi Yin was shocked to learn that the monster could distinguish between inside and outside the dungeon. Yi Yin panicked. What king? She shouted loudly, firing a thunderbolt bullet, then nimbly retreated. The Snow General dodged the bullet, rose high into the air and said, You are not a king. Even someone as strong as you cannot become a king. I cannot comprehend the creature called human. If you are not a king, you are not worthy of exchanging techniques with me. Just as you killed my king, I will take the life of your king for justice. I will also take the lives of every bastard and human. He roared, I will break free from this place and take the life of every human until your king appears. The system displayed a notification. The sudden mission Kingslayer had been created. Kingslayer classification drop item description. The general of the Winter King, the ruler of the Snowman Peak, who upheld the honor of the deceased king. He will not cease his fury until the human king dies. With this oath, the king's command power became a general's command and belonged to the general. The fury exceeded the area, affecting the real world. Beginning with horror for the real world. Conditions. 1. Subjugate the Winter King's general. Eliminate all snowmen. Failure penalty. Dungeon explosion. Success reward. Dungeon closed. The general's greatsword. Yun could not believe her eyes. What is this? At this moment, a man quickly roared, Agent Cha, we must defeat it at all costs. We cannot let it escape. Is that our biggest problem? Well then, I am claiming it as mine. Let us quickly dispose of it. And yet we have not even defeated the mini-boss. It is quite embarrassing having 3 subjugation team leaders here. What are you two doing? I am the one who will take that thing's life. You two find other targets. You got stabbed and still talk too much. Oh, the young men arguing suddenly got swept up by a wave of energy. Yi said, I cannot hold the floating magic for long. I am wrapping everyone in magic bullets. Please feel free to take that thing's life. We will leave the top part to the old man. I will handle the ground. Perfect curves began drawing many curves. Swordsman Zhang Jun looked at the group of snowmen, marveling at how they kept surging incessantly, and their numbers were increasing. They needed to act. No sooner had he finished marveling than a snowman attacked him from behind. Thinking this trip would be his end, his precious granddaughter charged over. The player Gu He Bin unleashed the skill Storm Runner. The dagger of the war god was accelerated, carrying overwhelming power in the strike. The snowman was shredded by Hai Bin. She usually acted silly and useless, but when it came to touching her dear uncle, she was quite something. Lightning that had been suppressed within the thunder god's blade began to crackle down. He Bin turned to scold her annoying uncle. Uncle, focus. If you keep dazing off like this, how will you survive this brutal player world? Zhang Joan sobbed quietly. He Bin, you've already surpassed your uncle by far. Just those 2 daggers and that relic must be worth over 100 billion won. Yet he gave them all to you. He truly loves his granddaughter more than his son. Your uncle is starting to get jealous of those items now. Hai Bin, after her excellent performance, received a notification from the god. The god of the hunting season praised her for her outstanding talent in the art of hunting. The god of the hunting season turned around, wondering why she hadn't recognized such talent before. She whispered that the girl would improve even more if she were taught the art of dagger used by her. The god of the hunting season asked the girl if she wanted to learn right away. Opportunities like this don't come often. Hai Bin wondered who this god was, and whether she might be someone her uncle knew well. Hai Bin recalled the scene of Li Changxian rampaging alone through a zombie forest. The girl wanted to learn too, so she turned and leaped, emitting a crackling thunderclap. The god of the hunting season gaped at her incredible jumping ability. Wherever Hai Bin jumped, she swept the snowman clean. God of the hunting season was amazed by the girl's perfect dagger handling, but also worried she might make a mistake. He Bin performed a few more kicks, making the god's eyes shake. The god's eyes lit up at the skillful kicks. Hai Bin found this god amusing, because no matter what she did, the god would react. The adorable god made He Bin think of some people. Wow, He Bin. Did you really knit this scarf yourself? That's amazing. I want one too. Why did you only lend it to Sheila? That's discrimination. Snap out of it, He Bin. My birthday was the other day. You should give me a scarf too. Ebin remembered them and shed tears. She truly missed her friends. Thunder and lightning roared around He Bin. A storm of thunder was rising before her. He Bin charged forward while standing in the middle of the lightning storm. Wherever she struck, monsters convulsed violently. Electrocuted, a large number of snowmen and snow dragons lost their combat ability. The snow dragons could no longer fly and fell to the ground due to the violent storm. The player Gu Hee-bin was entering a state of fury. The god of the hunting season screamed in delight. The snow general quickly commanded those fools to deal with that human first. The system warned that the general monster of the Winter King had detected the player. The player Gu Hee-bin was designated as an enemy of the snowman. All attacks would be focused on her. Agni's breath rained down right where Hee-bin stood. At the critical moment, an older brother opened a magic book. The brother who studies only at exam time. The player Shin Jimju activated the composition formula of Ouroboros, creating a temporary barrier. Even though he had just learned it on the battlefield, Jimju's barrier still worked. Agni's breath was blocked and exploded outside the barrier. The serpent god of the world thrashed its tail loudly, saying it could find a few talents among its followers. Jimju turned and called out to Yunseo. She immediately grabbed her shield and charged forward. Leave it all to your sister, go. Before the demonic shield was pushed forward, the player Yunseo activated the tower attack skill. The shield suddenly stood still, stunning the two of them. You lack the strength, you lack the energy. Jimju yelled in confusion. What are you doing? The shield didn't even enlarge. How are we going to deal with those bastards like this? You haven't eaten and have used up too much strength. A god smiled and cast a spell. The Owl God was moved by your determination and granted a blessing. Lack of strength and energy was compensated. Yunseo received the god's brush and the Jindan effect was applied. She smiled brightly, thanked the god, and enthusiastically enlarged the demonic shield. Get ready to plow a path and flatten those snowmen. Here I come. The tower attack skill was activated. The group of snowmen, overwhelmed by the great power of the demonic shield, fell over, screaming miserably. Miss, Jinju turned to remind Heben, who was dazed. The girl snapped out of it, firing off thunderclaps like cannons. A massacre erupted. The Snow General gnashed his teeth. These fools. Jong-un reached out, intending to grab the Snow General by the head. His mouth was faster than his brain before the deed was done. Where are you looking, huh? The Snow General barked. If you're not a king, don't bother me. Having said that, he dodged out of the way of Jong-un's claws. The general of the Winter King had appeared. Jimju panicked upon hearing the notification and immediately activated the Serpent's Oath. The Chaos Oath targeted the Winter King's general and his Snow Dragon. The skill was nullified. The Blind Curse was activated. The skill was nullified. Jimju was quickly sent flying by the Snow General. Hee-bin immediately turned back but still took a hit from him. Hee-bin coughed up blood and was blasted far away. Before the girl could recover, the Snow General was already upon her. Damn thing. Uncle. Hee-bin thought of Chang Xian again. She wanted to be like him. Was she good enough yet? Tears welled up in her eyes. Hee-bin just wanted to save everyone like Chang Xian did. Of course, that was the answer for the girl. A halo appeared in the sky. A golden light shot down to the ground. The unfortunate mountain peak that was struck by that light exploded. The system announced that the player Lai Chang Xian was entering the arena. The sound of people wondering where the fire came from rang out everywhere. Fire blazed fiercely. Lai Changxian emerged from that flame. He stood right before Hee-bin, deeply moving the girl. Yi Yun, watching this scene from afar, also felt her heart pound. Who are you? He thought, who do you think I am? General Snow was angered by Changxian's attitude. You are the wretched bastard who killed our king. His shout echoed across the mountain. The players were dumbfounded upon hearing the news. General Snow demanded, are you the human king? That is right, the king. If you have harmed our king, I must also end the human king. But if our king was harmed by the human leader, that death is not meaningless. So answer me, are you the human king? Chang Xian showed an extremely contemptuous attitude. What king? I do not think humans need such childish things. Then you are no different from those others. Go die. The Grand General used the skill Frost Domain. Chang Xian coldly blocked the attack. His Fierce Tiger state was active. The Fierce Tiger Soul burst forth. The two energy streams clashed violently. The players marveled at the wild power of Li Changxian matching the Iron Witch. General Snow braced himself to take the hit. The players cheered Chang Xian on passionately. General Snow secretly thought this human was truly strong, so he shifted to an aerial advantage. His ice dragon wings immediately flew out to save its master. Chang Xian dodged its bite. General Snow jumped onto the back of his ice dragon wings and flew away. The players hastily called out, he is using ice dragon wings again. Tyrant, do not let him win. Chang Xian frowned and called Jio-un. Jio-un immediately charged forward, releasing the skill Dark Stealth to attack. Jio-un demanded 2 liters of blood from that ice dragon wings that dared to bite Chang Xian. General Snow was furious. Another snowman flew over to reinforce him. That man pulled General Snow to the side and soared high. That man was wary of Chang Xian, but General Snow believed he held the aerial advantage. As he finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out from behind. When will you stop relying on that stupid ice dragon wings move? He did not expect Chang Xian to have wings, flying easily above those beasts. General Snow was stunned. Chang Xian immediately unleashed a firestorm to churn the snowy peak. Fierce Tiger transformed into Crimson Tiger. Crimson Tiger Fang exploded. The light illuminated the entire sky. Look, something is falling. The sky seemed to split open, rays of light shining down. Changxian rode on top of General Snow, descending like sledding on snow, crashing straight into the ground with a thud. General Snow grimaced. I cannot die like this. I must avenge the king. Why are you people so obsessed with the words king? The only way for me to become king is to take revenge. I must kill your king. Though dying, the old monkey still roared. Only then will I hold the royal authority. A king must give the people a prosperous life. So that is the reason the Ice King left behind. What are you saying? This is the Ice King's last will. Changxian threw the paper down in front of General Snow. In it, the Ice King entrusted it to you because his fate was sealed, and also told you to fully lead his subordinates. The system announced, the Grand General of the Ice King became the new boss in the underground prison according to his will, and has become the Ice King. Ha ha, you foolish father. He shed tears. What meaning is there in just leaving those few words? We are just data, not even truly existing, but does that matter anymore? Changxian decisively sent him to the afterlife with his father. A piercing scream rang out. The boss monster Ice King was dead. You have completed the hidden quest, the Ice King's final request, receiving the Ice King's assets and last will as rewards. You have completed the hidden quest King Slayer, receiving the Grand General's greatsword. The underground prison lockdown begins. The final Crimson prison closes. A mysterious person closely observed the battle. Changxian dared to refuse the goddess's blessing? Yes, that is right. Let's go to Korea. I must see it with my own eyes. If he is incompetent and disrespectful to the goddess, I will punish him myself. The stranger smiled with ill intent. At home, Changxian rarely stood leisurely, hands in his pockets, watching the city lights come on. While peaceful, someone came making noise. Thank you for calling us here. Yin Seo and Jim Ju argued, are you crazy? What if shouting like that brings in crazy fans? What fan can compare to me? Yin Seo grabbed her brother by the collar, threatening to punch him. After glaring at her brother, Yin Seon smiled brightly at Changxian. Thank you for inviting us. I remembered the Las Vegas dish from 4 years ago and brought it for you. She handed him a fruit box, inwardly screaming, wow, this is insane. Unbelievable. Appa, look at his new hairstyle. Changxian smiled charmingly, thanking Yun Seo for her kindness. Yun Seo went crazy with joy. Oh my god, he thanked me. I could die happy. Jim Ju, annoyed, exposed her. Don't be fooled. This woman worked hard to get that fan club merchandise. For his honesty, Jim Ju immediately got a punch to the face from his sister. Trying to be so nosy today, huh? Siblings were too noisy. Changxian noticed the quiet girl behind them. It was He Bin. Seeing him look at her, she stammered, hello. Her casual outfit made He Bin look cute. Changxian smiled gently at her. Please come in. Sorry, there is nothing here, so it is also cold. A lavish dinner was served. The 4 direct hires enthusiastically while Li Changxian stood in the hallway with a few cans of beer. Jim Ju handed He Bin an object that looked like a coin but had a grumpy face, saying it was a good item. He excitedly said that usually only official members received it, but since it was a special case, he gave it in advance. Just using it to confirm identity allowed one to watch all tournament and behind-the-scenes videos. Hai Bin happily accepted the gift and thanked him. This item not only piqued her interest, but also made the god of the hunt look on curiously. Jim Ju saw her smile and turned his face away, thinking to himself that she was truly beautiful, a healing kind of beauty. He curiously asked why she was a fan of such a despicable celebrity. He Bin immediately replied that she did not think she was a fan, and if anything, she only admired him as a student. She looked at the man standing on the balcony and said she wanted to become a warm person like him. Though his body was outside, Changxian's soul was inside. Hearing this, he inwardly smiled and praised the girl for being not bad. The gods also had their own states in that peaceful moment. The great demon god quietly observed, while the fierce tiger chariot god complained of boredom. Changxian saw that this matter made the god angry, so he smiled and asked if His Excellency was bored. The system relayed the response. The fierce tiger chariot god scolded him for talking nonsense. Changxian apologized if he had misspoken and begged the god to forgive his disrespect. The fierce tiger chariot god declared he would not forgive if he overstepped the boundaries again. Changxian thanked him outwardly but inwardly cursed the old fool for being stupid. Forgiving what? The fierce tiger chariot god began to tell of a fool like him from his former place, and Changxian was curious to know. The god said that fool did not know fear, always acted willfully as he pleased, was quickly kicked out but was also worthy of respect because of it. Changxian was startled. Was this not exactly his own story? The god recalled the first time he met that fool on the Acadia Plains. Changxian was surprised because their first meeting was not in the Star Atlas or the Violet Micro beginning. But if it was Acadia, then it was definitely him. At that time, the fierce tiger chariot god wore the face of a white tiger half-breed, aggressively asking him if he was the crazy war god who had grabbed Antares by the neck and thrown him out. He also asked how to become as strong as him. Changxian coldly told him to shut up, you trash. Fierce tiger Sake pulled his hat over his eyes, smiled sinisterly, then turned and walked away. After that, the pillars in the sky began to change. Changxian was imprisoned, and the fierce tiger laughed gleefully. He clearly remembered that when the Violet Micro beginning tried to eliminate him, that man was the leading puppet ruler. The fierce tiger Saki god warned that in heaven, even the eternal stars would eventually fade. Chang Xion wondered if he would always be that man's target. The fierce tiger Saki god said he would always support him and would not let that happen, advising him that if it did, he should not let others pressure him, because the loneliest star is the brightest star. Chang Xion replied that he understood, but inwardly thought that no one could suppress him. Shining alone, what nonsense. He also wondered why this god was suddenly mentioning the twilight of the gods at this time. In conclusion, the fierce tiger Saki god said he was smart and would understand his meaning. Chang Xian thought the possibility that that bastard knew his true identity was very low. The Nado's security system could not be that bad. He did not know if this was truly a coincidence. God asked about his plan. Chang Xian was not sure about the puppet ruler, so he replied 1 month. The fierce tiger chariot god shook his head in confusion. Chang Xian said that in 1 month, he would become a top person. God doubted the feasibility, saying he would not forgive if he overexerted himself and got hurt. Chang Xian saw that becoming a top person was not only feasible but also easy. He planned to obtain the 5 sacred scriptures because power alone was not enough. With that holy power, did His Excellency not think becoming a top courtesan would be a piece of cake? The fierce tiger chariot god asked if he could bear yet another curse. Chang Xian saw the old man was worrying himself to the bone, so he comforted him that hardship came before pleasure. The god hesitated no longer and agreed with his thinking. A red and blue light with lightning struck down. The system announced the god praised his bravery and granted additional privileges. Meanwhile, a luxurious car speeding along, Uncle Uai Ungen cried like rain. He lamented that He Bin had followed Li Chang Xian and even called him a troublesome bastard. The fierce tiger sucker god had to come and advise him that children's independence always arrived very suddenly. After obtaining the eternal ice crystal, Chang Xian went to see Choi Bai-yong and delivered the goods to Choi Hyung-jin. The nameless spear and Jio-un would be enhanced by this item, so he should reforge them. Choi Bai-yong panicked, exclaiming how could he make him start over after he had stayed up 3 nights straight. Chang Xian gently offered 100 million won and asked how it was now. Truly the style of a man with money. He opened the king's treasury again. The system displayed the item list. The list included 32 10,000-year cold iron ingots, 126,000-year cold iron ingots, and 61 broad dark iron ingots. This quantity made the gods restless. The serpent god remarked it was truly extraordinary that a monster had collected treasures over generations. The fierce tiger Sakai god licked his lips, drooling. Li Chang Xian asked the lucky blacksmith if this was enough materials. Choi Bai-yong exclaimed that he had done the unbelievable. He thought this was not ordinary cold iron, but 10,000-year and 1,000-year cold iron. Even a small piece the size of a fingernail was enough to craft powerful weapons. He smiled brightly, thinking that with this much, he would craft many more weapons, creating masterpieces no one could match. Choi Bai-yong immediately said to Li Chang Xian, "This damn name, I will do it." Chang Xian reminded him, "Boss." "Yes, my damn boss." 5 days later, the notice appointing Li Chang Xian as head of the Future Strategy Department was made public. The executive director announced that team leader Li Chang Xian had arrived. He greeted him. Li Chang Xian appeared with a new haircut, looking dazzlingly handsome. Seeing him, Jim John-ho gritted his teeth, recalling how Chang Xian had previously taunted him as a drama queen. Chang Xian arrived. The director immediately dismissed John-ho, telling him to remember to ensure no mistakes during the business trip. John-ho did not want to stay, so he left immediately. Of course, he still refused to submit to Li Chang Xian, and could only watch as one disaster after another crashed down upon his head like a torrent. Meanwhile, Li Chang Xian managed to secure a spot on the business trip to the States and the Elder Council, which made him wonder about the plans regarding the upcoming monster horde. Sim John-ho ground his teeth so hard they nearly fell out, thinking that one day that bastard would chew his head off. He had better go see Director Li first. Inside, Chang Xian was letting Director Li admire the eternal ice crystal. Oh ho, it was even more dazzling than he had imagined. The distant tiger god drooled at the Ice King's breath. Since even the star echelons covet this item, there is no need for me to appraise its value. Well done. But do you have no questions, such as regarding how to use the ice crystal? I believe you know how to utilize it, and if necessary, you will transfer the information to me. You are truly clever, Director Li, he said, looking at him with a very stern gaze. So, are you curious about the secret I am hiding right now? The system notified him that the distant tiger god was silently staring at him. Chang Xian also said directly to Director Li that he was curious. Director Li clapped his hands in delight. Then let me show you. You have entered the illusion realm of the player O.C. Wan. The distant tiger god stared fixedly at his divine territory with a sinister smile. Mu Ying god would raise his brow in the twilight and say he might have to see something unpleasant. Chang Xian also thought it was unexpected that he could create an illusion realm so easily. He truly was the only great archmage in the White Tiger Guild. But when had they appeared in such large numbers? Calamity of the Tiger King was shifting violently. Chang Xian estimated the newly arrived group to be around 400 to 500 strong, and he also sensed the presence of the fourth holy scripture. Could it be that he had destroyed the Silver Lake research facility because the decoding of the holy scripture was complete? Director Lee laughed heartily. How do you feel seeing my army for the first time? They are magnificent. Sewon burst with energy and laughed loudly. Haha, I knew it, you are the same kind of person as me. Do you know what rank our guild is in the world? I think it is somewhere in the top 20, Changxian thought as he silently assessed this sly old fox. He had perfectly hidden his identity from outsiders until now, but he was no longer concealing the fact that he was a demonic being. Revealing his true form like that meant he had decided to trust him. Osiwan said rank 27, no S-rank person to claim the throne and lead, and no moves to create global influence. That is why they placed us there. What do you think? There are 4 ranks. Top is king, second is duke, third is high renown, and finally is renown. White Tiger has enough strength that Arcadia cannot ignore it. Moon Song is at the duke rank, but its strength has already reached king. They should have ranked us higher. Changxian said he disagreed even if he had not worked with other guilds. Director Lee thought the same. You are right. It is ridiculous. But thinking again, we are still ranked 27 even while lying low. What do you think if we rise up? You see, I have no intention of confining the guild to South Korea. I want to take it higher further, and I want everyone to tremble at just a single roar from us. The ideal was so grand that the distant tiger god laughed madly. The star of our guardian spirit also shares the same wish. Soon all will bow at our feet. Changxian frowned. Are you planning to take us out into the outside world? Do you not think the world will criticize you for becoming a demonic being and following an unjust path? Facing absolute power, everything becomes meaningless. Since I have shown you all my secrets, now it is time for you to show me yours. Osewan took out a dream orb. Changxian knew full well what it was but still asked. This is what will turn you into someone like them. No, the creation of the sorcerer will turn you into a greater warrior. Every director and team leader has gone through this process. The system displayed the item information, lost dream orb, an enhanced form of the dream orb, a sphere created from the flower of death, and the wind of extinction along with other things, reeking of those who fell before the tiger's calamity, a mixed-type sphere effects. Director Lee smiled sinisterly. I guarantee you will be stronger than any of them. Take it. Changxian looked at the disgusting thing and wondered what he should do. The demonic beasts beneath his feet were howling. A new form of the dream orb, if examined more closely, perhaps he could uncover the secret of the tiger's calamity, right? Just then Jin Frisia spoke up. Hey master, why not give that thing to me? Li Changxian looked at the orb, uncertain what to do. The infernal steel spirit would remove the toxicity. In theory, he could absorb the pure energy, but within the dream orb form lay the tiger's malady. If observed more closely, he might have discovered the secret. But just then, Jin Frisia again suggested he give the orb to him. To this almighty being, I was thinking of recruiting more followers, and I am also curious about its refinement level. You thought of strengthening the summon of the gluttonous baboon by purifying it. How can I pass it to you? Foo-foo. Just eat it. Do not purify it yet. Leave the rest to me. Changxian did not hesitate and put the orb into his mouth to eat it. You have consumed the dream sphere. The tiger's malady is spreading throughout your body. The immunity effect against 10 types of poison has been activated to remove the foreign element. You have neutralized the effect. Zinfisia the follower wanted to take the tiger's malady. Zinfisia the follower neutralized and absorbed the tiger's malady. He smiled at Changxian. I have absorbed it. I will report the results to you later. Next time you have something like this, do not hesitate to tell me. Just then, Director Lee ended the illusion. He turned and asked him how it was. It was incredible. Saiwan burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, everyone so far has gone crazy because it is very difficult to absorb that power, but you handled it so easily. Can I get another item like this? He was taking advantage to loot again. The distant tiger god smirked mysteriously. Of course, every time you achieve a milestone, I will reward you with one. The Genix Corporation in the US will soon declare war. 1 month later, we the White Tiger Guild will join hands with them as allies and rule the world. Zenith is a major guild in the US, led by the Golden King among the top 10 on the global player rankings. It is a place that nurtures players, leading the conquest of dungeons, and also researches and develops weapons and artifacts. Changxian wondered if this was a war for supremacy. If so, who was Osewan planning to challenge? What is my mission? Take your fame and influence to the US. You mean you want me to handle winning favor so that White Tiger gets attention in that war? Changxian smiled to himself. The more attention he received, the higher his standing in the White Tiger Guild would be. The rise of the White Tiger Guild would turn out to be smooth if he could handle this field. To have it all, he would have to proceed slowly while anticipating the next steps. Li Changxian said to him, before that, I hope you will allow me to go to the Windy Stone Desert in the city of Nix, France. I will conquer that place and complete the Apocalypse City in Chicago. If I become a rankers after that, would that not be explosive news? Director Lee laughed so hard his mouth nearly dropped open. Ha ha ha, me and those incomplete dungeons. So you plan to become a superstar. If that is your wish, then go ahead. But since you do not know what dangers you might face, I will send an assistant to help you. The system delivered a few words from this guild's guardian spirit. The distant tiger god was very pleased with the omen regarding the upcoming difficulties. Elsewhere, Jimju had also become an employee of the Future Strategy Department. He showed up with a twisted smile on his face. I am currently an employee of the Future Strategy Office. As soon as the door opened, two familiar faces were seen. Get moving, you lazy bastard. Yun Seo and Jeoan were fiercely fighting, while Jimju stood there dumbfounded. They immediately began training right after officially becoming a team. You came. Hey Captain, what is that weapon? Chang Xian glanced at him, saying when it was just the two of them, he could call him whatever he wanted. He just got this and brought it to try out while training with everyone. Does it look weird? Oh no, not at all. Chang Xian trained like a fashion show, with nothing out of place. Yin Seo looked at him with hearts in her eyes, silently admiring that he looked good in anything. Jimju looked at the two tall men before him and wondered if this team recruited based on looks, but with him here, that probably wasn't the case. Chang Xian turned to them, saying they were today to test the coordination of Team L, so from now on they would begin real combat. The executive director just assigned them an unexpected mission. A production guild affiliated with their guild had its mine collapse while mining magic stones. The system displayed a mission information board, rescue miners, classified as normal. Description: an hour ago, a mysterious mine collapsed in the Green Jade Island dungeon, resulting in over 20 miners trapped, communications cut off. Find the cause and rescue everyone within the time limit. Limit 5 hours, mission acceptance status. Reward reputation plus 100, and some magic stones. After everyone finished reading, they would depart immediately. Chang Xian led the team to raid the dungeon like herding chickens into a stew pot. Incheon International Airport, Passenger Gate 2, afternoon arrival. Yi Yun, a member of the guild, came to pick someone up. A tall, burly foreign youth with fluffy hair like a lion's mane. Yun saw him and greeted him, saying, "Welcome, the wanderer of the Illuminati Guild." She was sent to assist him while he was in Korea. "Oh, you speak German?" He beamed brightly. Thinking of the Holy Maiden of Steel, who received the blessing from the guiding constellation for this trip to Korea. He already found it wonderful, so please let me meet the tyrant. Yi Yin furrowed her brow and gritted her teeth, cursing the association and that damned bastard. She already found Li Changxian strange, and now the White Tiger Guild had cut off contact with him, so she didn't know what to do and just said, "It is very difficult to arrange a meeting with him right now." The youth accompanying Yi Yin heard this and said, "Senior, I think he just mentioned the tyrant. The tyrant is already in the rescue team for the mine collapse at Wachen." Yi Yin realized things had gone against her intent and silently cursed this clueless fool as hopeless. She hurriedly invited the foreign brother to follow her. She told herself not to treat a VIP guest poorly because of personal matters, but whenever she saw Li Changxian, she sensed danger from him. It felt like she was about to lose her life. At the same time, in Gangwon Province Wachen, in front of a wall with unsightly marks, Changxian asked how many people were buried down there. Someone replied 24. An annoyed employee spoke up, saying the director was really cruel at times. What could a bunch of newbies do? That guy was probably someone with some so-called famous skill level. You believe that? It's all just media nonsense. Changxian did not care much and walked straight into the dungeon. You have entered the Green Jade treasure mine. Two people accompanying Chang Xian were extremely excited as soon as they passed through the gate, exclaiming the sea was beautiful. Chang Xian reminded them not to let their guard down since they didn't know what might happen. After the reminder, he turned and called Jimju. He understood immediately and tossed up a detection orb. Player Jimju activated the snake weave skill to create a light orb above. Yin Seo, do you understand I have to stand like this? Just as she raised her shield, an arrow flew in, heading straight for the middle of Jimju's head, causing Yin Seo to lose focus. Chang Xian quickly warned her, asking what she was doing and telling her to wake up and look. Both of them looked towards the bush from which the arrow was shot, and a rain of arrows erupted from it. Yin Seo immediately hoisted her dual shields to block in front. Player Yin Seo activated the giant shield skill. The arrows crashed into Yin Seo's demon-faced shield and shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a light orb from Jimju flew over, releasing thunder that echoed across the sky. Groans filled the forest. At this moment, Jimju had already pulled the arrow from his head without a single wound. The system relayed a message. The world-encircling serpent god clicked its tongue at the member's clumsiness. Jingyu replied, since the guardian spirit said that, he knew the magic core would protect him. The serpent god narrowed its eyes and asked why he only realized his mistake now. He laughed smugly, saying it was not what the god thought, but even more than that. Then he reenacted the scene of losing Yun Seo's sibling, successfully enraging the lioness in the form of his sister. Changsan ignored them, only saying, "Comrade." Bakgale gun immediately aimed in that direction and rushed out, Something stirred in the forest. Jioan emerged again from the river, carrying a creature. Yunseo and Jimju stood watching, frozen stiff. Back Gale gun through the creature he had caught at Changxian's feet. I thought we needed to investigate, so I brought him here. Yunseo and Jimju looked at the creature and said in unison, elemental. The god of the hunting season shook its head, but Changxian disagreed, as he could see from its eyes that it was not a common elemental, but a gray elemental. The two young siblings did not know what a gray elemental was. Gray elemental has the appearance of an elemental, but does not belong to the elemental race. It is like a nasal polyp created by a parasite to absorb energy. So what attracted them here? To create a gray elemental, the parasite must be in the adult stage. Could it really find enough food in this small dungeon? The serpent god rolled its eyes and said that the gray elemental's appearance was a rare special form. Changxian observed that the rivers around the island had no monsters and had mana stone mines. People came here often, so the parasite could not have grown without being discovered. Changxian had a feeling that this was only possible if she had a hand in it. Unless she wanted to help destroy the world and create this dungeon, it was possible, but there was still something else. Changxian immediately proposed a plan. From now on, we will retreat from here. What? Unsel was surprised. We do not yet know the fate of those trapped inside. Jimju doubted this tactic. The gray elemental warned that the parasite had taken over the island, and confronting the full force would be dangerous. Changxian tried to log out, but the system continuously warned that logout was not possible. Li Changxiu saw the notification and felt agitated, but the system had more to say. Connection to the outside world has been reduced. Please log out after completing the dungeon mission. Good luck. Jimju was surprised. Li Changsan was shocked stiff, his face turning rigid. Finally, he decided to return to the original plan. In the dense forest, with trees falling and trees standing, the states of Berserk Tiger and Pit Escape were activated. Li Changxian, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, charged at the gray elemental. After this battle, Changxian found it strange because gray elementals usually did not bleed. But these were like real creatures, with blood, flesh, muscles, bones, and blue blood flowing little by little. They were very cunning but possessed a membrane of divinity. There was only one such parasite, and that was the divine tree. Only one god could plant the divine tree. That was the goddess of destruction and death, once a comrade of Li Changxian Kali. Why are there traces of her here? Looking at the gray elementals fallen all over the ground, Changxian grew more worried for his old friend Kali, wondering what had happened to her. In the cave with jagged rocks, cries for help echoed everywhere. Very quickly, figures rushed in. The White Tiger Guild has come to rescue. Just rest, we are here to help. Those people screamed, Frog, we are alive. Please save us. Move these rocks away, I am about to die. About to die but shouting louder than a speaker? Isn't there something wrong here? Changxian raised his hand to signal the team to stop, then called Jimju. He immediately knew what to do. Player Shin Jimju activated the skill Mystical Judgment. Light radiated. There were no people in the cave, only undead. The system announced that this place had been ruined by nameless undead. Li Changxiu frowned. This was a trap. Lucky they stopped in time and did not rush into the middle of 7 monsters. But he could see tree roots deeply embedded in the sleeping bodies, leading somewhere. Before finding the source, the swarm of undead was approaching. Changsan thought Zikwi could burn them, but since there might still be living people, he could not. Enter, create an entrance to go in. Darkness shot out from behind him, forming a pit. Changxian jumped into it, stunned by the tree fruit that was as simple as a branch. That was the personified form of the adult parasite, with tree roots having their own consciousness. Also known as the root fiend, the system announced that you have found the root fiend parasite. Changxiu noticed that the crown he was wearing closely resembled Kali's. The system reported that the fragment of the far-reaching tiger Bodhi had observed the dungeon and was very interested. Player Li Changxian had sketched an unidentified blade. Rider holding 2 spears approached. He thought, could it be that the sacred tree nurtured by Kali had lost its way and had to stay here? This might be a crazy guess, but seeing the interest of the ruler here, it was quite possible. Soxus and even Kali could hardly consider this a mere coincidence. Something sinister was happening in this place. System announced the boss raid had officially begun. The goblin extended its long, sharp claws straight at Changxian's face, its mouth saying there was no face left to show off to the girls if it scratched it up. Changxian swung his spear to push the goblin's claws away, determined to protect his handsome face. The goblin, with no weapon other than its claws honed to divinity, continuously lashed out wildly everywhere. As Changxian exchanged blows with it, he could feel Kali's power within this monster. This made him think even more, especially about that crown. It wasn't just similar in form but also contained divine power. It was definitely a replica of the goddess's crown, at least at the level of a treasure or holy relic. That meant that person was at least a bishop or priest of Kali. The system relayed that the holy entity, the fragment of the distant tiger, had observed these events with great amusement. One of the avatars of the twin holy entity was very much looking forward to new events happening to you. The state of the gods made Changxian think further. Not only the puppet ruler but also the twins were watching. They weren't amused just because because of a simple fight. Chang Xian was certain there was something between Suxus Kali and them that he didn't know. For now, there was the goblin, which was ordering its minions to surround and attack Chang Xian. To find out what it was, Chang Xian had to defeat it at all costs. He spun around, creating a storm of wood-borne fire from the 5 elements. Wood could not withstand fire. The system announced Fire Rain Rampage activated with the title Ziqui's follower. Flames blazed above Li Changxian's head. He shouted he would burn everything. Behind him, Yun Xiao raised her iron-like demon-faced shield, flattening any undead that dared approach. She yelled loudly for intimidation. "You are all dead." Jinjiu used mystical lightning bolts to turn several undead into actual corpses. Beg Gyogun was not idle either. He used tsunami illusion to simultaneously pressure a dozen undead. "Goe, he is not an ordinary player," Jinjiu remarked as he watched the mass slaughter. After finishing the entire group, Gyogun cast a cold glance and said, "Anyone else want to come on now." Yet there was one lurking behind who came to ambush. Big Gyogun was slightly surprised, but did not let him succeed in the ambush. "This ambusher is still a proper survivor. Who are you?" "I am Lieutenant Park Hai-seo, B-rank player, soldier of the Awakening Force under the Military Defense Support Command. I was imprisoned here while trying to rescue the buried on the Association's orders. That answers your question. Now my turn. Are you human?" Beg Gyogun removed some gear to reveal his face. "I am Beg Gyogun, member of Team L under the White Tiger Society." Park Hai-seo was agitated upon hearing this. "Team L? Isn't that the team led by Li Changxian? That means he is here too. The wounded urgently need first aid." Gyogun said their commander was currently not there. At that moment, the ground shook, and Jin helped relay the commander's message to the members. He said to move ahead and that support would arrive soon. "Be careful." Beg Gyogun recognized it was Jin Frisia, but he did not trust him. "How can I believe what you say?" Dai thought immediately, "I'll look at this, so you know my exact location. I thought you were just a dog begging for its master's praise. Even a loyal dog still has its own will and brain." Jin Frisia sneered, "If you don't want to, then don't believe." The moment he finished speaking, Beg Gyogun wanted to call him, but he had already vanished. Beg Gyogun wondered if what he said was true. What would Commander Chang Xian do in this situation? Finally, Geo unturned and called Lieutenant Park. "Where are all the survivors?" The mechanical system voice rang out, activated the titled ZQ's follower and created Fire Rain. Next came Chang Xian's fierce roar, "I will burn everything." The firestorm surged straight towards the goblin and incinerated it. What happens when fire meets wood? It burns fiercely. What else? The flame was so immense it pierced through the ground layer and shot into the sky. Inside, the goblin used all its energy to create a defensive barrier to avoid being burned alive. After driving away Chang Xian's intense flame, the goblin went berserk, screaming loudly, summoned a horde of undead to Chang Xian's location. He called out for Jin Frisia. Jin Frisia immediately appeared, fully armed with sword and armor. As soon as he arrived, he started swinging his sword. "Woo-woo, I've been waiting for you to call me all this time." I danced his blade, and the undead fell in droves along its path. Chang Xian left this place to him. He pursued the goblin whose body had been scorched black by the fire. The goblin, seeing Li Chang Xian chasing it, scampered frantically, moving at breakneck speed. Chang Xian wondered if this creature grew stronger the more it was attacked. With his weapon ready, Chang Xian thrust a strike at it. The goblin conjured a handful of diseases to form a shield against the blow. This monster gave Chang Xian a headache. He swiftly switched the spearhead to a blade. Reaper mode. The Reaper is a Western weapon used for slashing. As soon as he changed weapons, Li Changxian immediately sliced the monster in two with one slash. However, where it was cut, it grew back elsewhere. Though he was not too worried, the monster even caught Li Changxian as easily as catching a chicken. Moreover, Changxian realized that this thing not only regenerated faster, but the regrown parts were also tougher. Kali, instead of real combat skills, she was always slightly better than him in traditional martial arts, probably because this thing was Kali's priest, so it would overpower him in combat technique. And thanks to the regeneration, it grew stronger, and the physical gap between Chang Xian and it was gradually closing. He began to wonder if he only managed to get this far, because his element was stronger than the opponent's. Chang Xian wanted to launch fire to destroy it, but subduing it now was very difficult. He had to overpower it somehow, but now no matter what it did, he could no longer keep up. Li Changxian launched fire while recalling his meeting with Kali on the snowy mountain. If he only used pure martial arts to chase her, it would indeed be very difficult. Changxian's face twisted. Her power just now surged more strongly. What was that? Could he use it too? That is my life-saving move. It is easy to tell you, but listen carefully. The royal soul can only use it when truly in danger. You should know among those who have witnessed it, only you have survived. Ending the recollection, Li Changxian puffed out his chest, took a deep breath, and gathered the flame in front of his nose. The system notified him him that he had discovered a hidden fragment, the breath of Himavad, a special breathing technique of cultivators on Mount Himavad, the Holy Land ruled by the goddess of destruction and death. Created to compensate for oxygen deficiency, it is very useful for amplifying energy, but if performed incorrectly, it will burden the body. Classification: temporary skill, effect activates latent power, increases vitality. One breath was enough, so Changseon was using his whole face to breathe. The special point was that even the puppet ruler or the twins would not recognize it, because Kali said all who witnessed it were sleeping like garlic. Changseon would overpower the monster in an instant, then unleash full power to destroy it. Thinking that Changseon tried to inhale as much as possible and then exhaled an extremely hot breath. The breath of Himavad has been used, activating your latent ability. The mechanical system announced, you have entered a state of frenzy, mental disorder, and excitement. Activating latent power significantly increases all stats for 5 minutes. Changseon's face began to show veins. The system said the ideal night skill has been activated. Now you can use the magic seething in your body. Li Changseon immediately twirled his spear. 5 minutes was the limit to use all latent power, but with his current state, Changseon doubted he could endure even 5 seconds. So he had to end this matter within the time he could endure. And sharp rays of light pierced through the goblin's body. The monster screamed miserably. Li Changseon's endurance time had only passed 1 second, but it felt like an hour. Changseon was determined to charge forward and eliminate the goblin before it could recover its wounds. The snake eye skill focused on the target's movement. Another second had passed. The Black Iron Mountain King skill exploded. Another second passed. At this moment, the goblin's body was being torn apart in large chunks. The Black Second Iron Mountain King's skill raged fiercely. Only the last second remained. Changseon then unleashed an enormous flaming whirlwind. The flaming whirlwind engulfed the goblin and burned it. The flame bow anger almost erased it. At the same time, the peak of Li Changseon's power time ended. The system announced, completed the feat of destructive incarnation. Reward, strength of attack 5. The Black Iron Mountain King's skill has leveled up. You have subdued the goblin boss. In the season suitable for hunting, expand your horizons to witness amazing skills. Li Changseon panted heavily like a bull. The breath of Himavad state was forcibly ended. All stats recovered. You have used 45% of your stamina. You have used 61% of your mana. You have fallen into a state of fatigue and blood loss. The snake coiled around the world skilled, said activating latent power usually cripples a person, but this matter had low risk, and he was curious about the mechanism. The goblin was barely alive, shriveled, and the parts burned by fire could hardly regrow. Li Changseon looked at its condition. Honestly, he never thought he would use the skill Kali taught to fight against her priest. The gods were still noisy about the performance. The owl star tearing the dusk worried that you were tired. The twin stars enjoyed watching the powerful performance. The fragmented tiger star smiled, saying you are truly the person from that day, subduing the opponent so easily. The great demon star chasing hell was curious about how you plan to handle the subdued opponent. Li Changseon frowned. He had subdued him, but now he needed to find out what happened to Kali. Meanwhile, the twins and the Void King were watching closely, so he could not recklessly interrogate the goblin. But as he approached, its eyes suddenly lit up like lasers. Changseon was shocked. What was wrong with this guy? The goblin's head grew tentacles and let out a long, creepy laugh. Changseon was stunned. This guy, what was wrong with him? The goblin used its last breath to speak its dying words. You filthy gods, your dirty game will not last long. Just wait. Our death god will be resurrected again and sweep away you insects. And the apocalypse you fear, along with the dusk of darkness, will come soon. The system urgently reported, the beast skill sensed danger. The snake eye skill advised you to run away. The goblin monster was dead, but how the hell did a tree grow out of it? Changseon had already fled far from that tree. The system continued to report, the goblin sacrificed its divinity and extracted magic to strengthen the parasitic tree. According to the law, the parasitic tree would now evolve into a new form. Changseon hurriedly fled, but still, not forget to look back at that rainbow-colored tree, the sacred tree. Outside the quarry, the scene began to descend into chaos. Nothing new, I am suffocating to death here. Why are they not here anymore? Do you not think something happened inside? Are you kidding? What are you saying? Stop talking nonsense, do you want us all to die? I did not mean that. Oh, look over there. Gate seemed to explode and emitted a huge, blazing flame. Sim, Kang, hurry, call the association. The Crimson Dungeon has been breached. Before they could call, a car had already parked in the distance. Yi Eun brought the foreign guest and 2 others to watch. My God, even the dungeon has changed and transformed in a way the management department did not anticipate. The foreign gentleman exclaimed in his native tongue. By the magical wavelength, this dungeon is probably 4 stars or higher, right? The lady in the purple dress immediately translated. He asked if that was a 4-star dungeon or higher. Yi Eun's junior immediately replied no. No, that dungeon looks like just 1 star. Mr. N chuckled, thinking 1 star. If so, the paired dungeon had already opened here. There must be many incidents inside. Inside, the system announced, one face of the Gemini constellation constellation, told you to stop enjoying the mundane world and dim its manifestation. While Mighty Tiger Sandy laughed with delight seeing the slow creature also took an interest in you. Large-scale energy depletion was occurring throughout the dungeon, leading to a desertification process. Chang Xian worried whether Baek Dio-un and the expedition team could evacuate safely in time. The gods still tried to show their attitudes. Mighty Tiger Sandy was amused by the resistance of the one who was but a shadow, while one face of Gemini coldly observed. Chang Xia recalled, the Easy Fairy had said the fallen god would be reborn, bringing apocalypse and revelation. In other words, Kali had died and everything was caused by Gemini. Sugi and now Kali, what exactly happened after Chang Xian received the divine punishment was what they endured because of him. The newly sprouted galaxy-colored tree was shining. The parasitic holy tree monster thought the dungeon energy was insufficient. It was exploring the surrounding area for a new source. It discovered the new host was the earth outside, its roots were reaching out. The dungeon was gradually cracking and tasks like logging were being replaced. The parasitic holy tree had restarted Bluestone Island. It was now frantically destroying the ecosystem and beaches there. Once this place was destroyed, it would invade the outer lands, chop down the tree. If failed, the dungeon would break and the roots would envelop the earth. At this moment, Li Changsan thought, even if it was all his fault, he would bring back Kali's priestess. Dai heard his thoughts and appeared laughing and joking. The master's thoughts were interesting, bringing back the high priestess of the goddess of destruction to be a family member. If the parasitic roots spread to Earth, everything would end. He had to destroy it and restore the fairy roots. This reaction made even the gods speak up. One face of Gemini was surprised by this humanity's stubbornness. Chang Xiao continued, perhaps the parasitic tree was aiming for the sky where the gods resided. Go find it quickly. Jin Frisia laughed in bewilderment. You mean the Easy Fairy? Ridiculous. Chang Xian glared at him. This was an order, go find it. Jin Frisia thought, an order? He dares to order me? But somehow his words had weight that made me listen. Doin had to submit. Fine, as you wish. He left. Chang Xian then thought he had a place to go first. He pulled out the white underwater bow to aim and shoot. The eagle eye skill had marked the target. The arrow had just left the bow, emitting a golden light and shooting straight at the parasitic tree. A spectacular explosion occurred. 100 hits, 100 winds was activated. The arrow had struck the marked target. The bursting light and net tier skills created a chain reaction, causing a large-scale fire explosion. Achieving a chain explosion, receiving rewards of fire elemental attack 15, explosion plus 10, and advanced archery skill. The parasitic tree caught fire and burned like a giant torch. Chang Xia watched it. After this fire, the parasitic holy tree temporarily stopped growing. The gods discussed animatedly again. The constellation Good Season for Hunting boasted about the power she bestowed. She also said the explosion earlier was a masterpiece. The serpent coiling around the world asked why credit was given, then affirmed it was due to his talent. The two sides argued, making Chang Xian embarrassed to listen, thinking how could gods be so childish. While feeling embarrassed, the demonic tree moved again. The boss parasitic holy tree suddenly entered a rage state. Then Chang Xian hurriedly shot another arrow. You had destroyed a part of the parasitic holy tree with just 2 arrows. You received a large amount of experience points. Advanced archery skill had evolved into master archery. Chang Xian was tossed up and down by several rubbery branches of the parasitic tree. Remember the flying tiger with the wind skill. You can leap into the air. One face of Gemini was very pleased that you pursued the one who dared to point a spear at the gods. Mighty Tiger Sandy smiled contentedly, interestedly observing this amusing scene. Lai Chang Xiao soared straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Flying like this was faster than a jet plane. You had entered the hole of the holy tree. The newborn thing had already reached out quite far. What was special was that Li Chang Xian also saw people inside that large hole. The very top, formed by several roots, there was a grotesquely shaped creature. A demon with wings perched on the Easy Fairy's head like a bird. Holding a whip in hand, its face fierce with a sinister smile, he laughed loudly. Haha, I never expected this place to welcome a new guest. The system buzzed a warning. Gemini's divinity illuminated the entire sky. The beast instinct skill was continuously warning of danger. Batman lifted his face and sneered. The patron god is speaking. You should show respect when meeting me, but I am generous, so I forgive you. Lei Chang Xiao wondered if he was a disciple. It did not sound very reasonable. Perhaps his strength was on par with a high priest or archbishop. Regardless, his rank was very high. Batman bared his sharp teeth, drooling profusely, said he would show you the consequences of daring to blaspheme the patron god, and grant the grace of spreading the doctrine in your place of living. One face of Gemini pursed its lips. A beam of light descended, striking straight at the one who uttered those confused words, causing him to howl. How dare a mere soul do that? You have no divine status. I will give you a blow like that fallen god right away. The system announced Sun, the high priest of Gemini, wanted to revive the divinity of the fallen god. Dazzling light and a heart-wrenching scream echoed. Chang Xiong grimaced like a monkey eating ginger, thinking that man was truly a powerful opponent. Even if he were at his peak strength, he might not be able to win. Was he going to be helpless? There must be a way to defeat the demonic bird and retrieve the easy fairy. The demonic bird laughed like a maniac while Chang Xiong was at his wit's end. Just then Jin Frisia reappeared to show the way. There is still a way. First retrieve the magic crystal core. Chang Xiong felt that since there was a way, no matter how difficult, he would risk it. He applied Mighty Tiger Fusion to speed up his thinking and activated Beautiful Virtue to boost his stats to the maximum, while comparing his current stats with the two target opponents to temporarily compensate for the lacking stats. His strength and agility increased. The demonic bird turned its head in shock when it saw you had applied the breath of Himavat to unleash potential. You were affected by the shared rage state. Lai Changxiong's eyes glowed like car headlights. Charging at altar-like speed caught the demonic bird off guard. Mighty Tiger Sandy observed your actions with renewed interest. One face of Gemini recognized the action belatedly. Lai Changxiong held a blade and a sword in both hands, full of murderous intent flying over. Monstrous bird remained frozen in its twisted neck pose. At that moment, Yi Yun and the foreigner elder had entered the dungeon, receiving the notification about the parasitic holy tree of unknown level. The foreigner elder sighed, unable to believe that entire crowd was a single monster. Yi Yun gritted her teeth, realizing this was no longer a normal dungeon break. Moreover, that monster was still growing. If it passed through the gate and reached Earth, just imagining it was terrifying. The problem was how to deal with this thing. At that moment, the horror before them suddenly erupted with violent energy, making the foreigner elder's face change. What was happening all of a sudden? Yi Yun received a notification, making her think it was him again. The foreigner elder was also excited, realizing it was the tyrant. He took off his glasses and laughed loudly, saying he was on a business trip in Korea but still had to clear a dungeon. Yet to get what he wanted, he had to deal with this first. Blue light radiated as the system announced that player Joachim Wolf had activated the werewolf transformation skill. Joachim transformed into a wolf, threw back his head, and howled. Yi Yun agilely leaped onto his neck as the gods also stirred and announced that she had received the protection of the owl god. You have received the protection of the war god, the volcano smith god, and the madness awakening god. Joachim marveled that her blessings were stronger than many high priests, and it was surprising that she had even received them from the Olympus gods. Yi Yun activated her true eye power to see the path, then notified Joachim. There are survivors, 32 degrees northwest. He opened his mouth and said, be careful, if you fall, don't dream of climbing back up. At this moment, Li Changson was flying within the purple energy vortex, the Black Mountain Sacred Pan skill and the Two Harmony skill active, as the twin gods screamed at the lackey regarding the danger. Changxian merged into the energy stream and charged straight at the monstrous bird, the one who had previously been flapping his gums about doctrine lessons. Well, now he got it. That guy was hit by the skill, stiffened, and stared wide-eyed as Changxian crashed into him. The monstrous bird, caught off guard, was devoured by Li Changxian's dark energy as purple light enveloped them. The system announced that Sun, the twin high priest, had died, and that he had defeated the parasitic holy tree monster, achieving an astonishing feat. You have obtained the divine nature of the twin god. You have obtained the divine nature of the fallen nameless god, along with a large amount of experience and achievement points. Black Mountain Sacred Pan skill has 5 pans, but with his current stats, Changxian could only use 2. He had thought about using both at once, but never tried due to the consequences. Changxian was free falling, thinking he had used all his strength, even his potential burst. The twin god jumped up, shouting that it was impossible. Even if she jumped with both faces, it would be the same. Changxian only thought about the consequences. The fierce tiger god laughed, saying you were crazy again. The hunt god gaped. The serpent covering the world god laughed with a hiss. And the owl god worried about your physical condition. At that moment, Jin Friza brought good news. Phew, almost made a mistake and it would have been over. Now the magic core is obtained, master. Changxian was still falling, not reacting, letting himself dangle in the void. The system calculated the mission reward and would give additional rewards based on contribution. Many gods were shocked, and many were laughing. The dungeon was about to close, preparing for a wave of tremors. The system counted down 10 seconds, and Changxian showed no sign of recovering his senses. They thought this trip was as good as dead. But then, surprise, old lady. A hand caught Changxian in a princess carry. Damn, if he were conscious, he would probably want to pass out. His blurry vision saw a long-haired figure speaking. A fallen one after losing his wings, I didn't expect I'd be interested. Changxian didn't get to see who was before he fainted. At this moment, he was seated on a warm cushion, his mind still lingering on that face. Warmth and pine scent reminded him of spicy mint, and a rough voice full of concern. Changxian slowly opened his eyes, thinking, how can I see? He reached out his hand, the longing feeling so familiar. Changxian's hand nearly hit Baek Jio, Un's mother's face, but luckily he caught it and asked, big brother, are you awake? Changxian's face immediately scrunched as if he had been soiled, and he asked, how are you looking at me? Because of his fierce and reckless fighting, the war god was sent to rest at the hospital. As soon as Chang Xion woke up, Jeon told him everything that happened in the dungeon. Lieutenant Park Hee-seon, that's right. Do you know him? Chang Xion thought was that this the second lieutenant he met during orientation. It seemed he had been promoted. Baek Jeon continued, saying that when the parasitic holy tree grew strong, he was almost swept away by vines. Then suddenly, in the critical moment, they were saved by a very large wolf, together with Agent Chazan. Chang Xion heard the name of his crush and shot up like a spring. Don't stand up so suddenly. The gods were more excited than when he won. The hunt god jumped up, happy that you recognized her. The serpent god argued that he was also watching. The hunt god ignored the other words and asked if you were okay. Chang Xion didn't answer, asking Jeo-un, why was she there? Jeo-un said it seemed she came to see him, saw the danger and went in, and she was also the one who gave him first aid when he was exhausted. Chang Xion thought back, he was fighting very high in the air at the time, yet she sensed it. To sense magical power from that distance, her control must be incredible. Not only that, Chang Xian's face twisted even more as he recalled earlier. He and she had only briefly greeted each other in the snowman couples, but from her, he could sense the blessings of several gods, concluding that she was not simple, especially her face hidden behind wind magic. There was a feeling of something huge hiding behind the curtain. It moved and definitely stared straight at him. Yi-eun, well, meeting her to find out, he should also thank her. Decided anyway, there were more important things. The system announced that one face of the twin god was intently observing you. Chang Xion was curious, wondering how the twin god would react after losing a high-ranking follower. It was dark on the highway, a yellow car sped like flying. Oh, come on, if you could still work until this hour, why didn't you leave as soon as you saw him wake up? Ian's Jr. enthusiastically sparked the conversation. Do you know how scary it is to hear the tyrant say thank you? Back then, the whole show even had a segment to broadcast his thank you messages. Or maybe you are too shy to listen directly. Haha, I am right, am I not? Ian was both angry and embarrassed to the point where her skin tightened, pretending to focus on driving. That boy, seeing his chance, continued to chatter. Oh my, who would have thought the Great Witch would be this shy? The price for being too nosy was being slashed across the neck by Yeon, but he was not the only one being nosy. The gods were as well. The All-Star tearing the twilight nodded, saying that boasting about righteous deeds was shameful. The war god star triggering conflict tilted his head, saying that did not seem to be the reason. The volcano smith god thought his sister's wrong judgment was not the first time. The insanity awakener star nodded in agreement. In the end, the one who got beaten to a pulp and begged for mercy was still the poor lad in the passenger seat of Yeon's car. The three constellations collectively turned their faces away. After knocking that smart-mouthed kid unconscious, Yeon frowned and thought, she could be sure now. He had seen that thing. Chang Xion, who is he really? While scratching his head in thought, Chang Xion, who had just woken up, rushed into the dungeon. The curse of the hunger ghost had begun. Survive the next 48 hours. Your location, District 32, Floor 4. The system starts the countdown. Jin Frieza was quite worried seeing the boss go into battle still wearing his hospital gown. This is truly reckless. You do not look well at all, are you okay? Even if I am not well today, the enemy will not let me off either. There was no other choice. Haha, I like that attitude. What about the magic essence core? The hunting season star was very curious about how he would use the magic essence stone. Jin Frieza grinned at the boss. I knew this would happen, so I prepared in advance. Do you know how long I ran around for? The serpent coiling the world star was searching the knowledge archive and trying to find a way to control the dead tribesmen of the god. Chang Xion told Jin to stop beating around the bush. If you have any bright ideas, just say them so I can go back to recover from my injuries. You know, even if I washed my eyes with holy water, I would not feel anything. The constellations clamored. The serpent star nodded, saying that was right. The owl star acknowledged it with a bitter smile. The fragment of the tiger sickle star agreed and said that was why he liked this person. The hunting season star complained softly that it was not necessary. Chang Xion was furious. These deities sure could gossip across continents without ever getting tired. Just let one of them eat the magic essence core. That is all you need to do, Jin Frieza said. Huh, that is it. I do not understand. Including myself. How did you create everyone here? Using the Tiger King's calamity. Say it more precisely. Give me the specific details. By purifying the starlight of a forgotten god. Ah, so that was it. The truth finally hit home. He understood now, bros. That was right. All the tribesmen in the Hunger Ghost were created from purified starlight. In other words, the Tiger King's calamity did not need to care about elements or characteristics. It had no existing element, meaning it was just a container. Chang Xion sneered. So then, filling this container to what extent is up to its master, me, is that right? Suddenly, Chang Xion felt that entrusting the task to Jin was the right decision. Even as the twilight of the gods, Chang Xion was still a lone wolf, without tribesmen or godly friends. so he could not delve deeply into this topic. While he was thinking, Jin Frisia laughed loudly and raised his hand. As for the container, do not worry, the things I make are very sturdy. Chang Xian did not reply, thinking that Jin had learned to seize power from a great clan that ruled thousands of hungry ghosts, so he must have experience. So Chang Xian stopped overthinking and followed Jin's method. Jin's tribesman Zabek was trying to absorb the magic essence core. Zabek had successfully merged with the magic essence core. The current divinity is being reconstructed, all its stats are changing, gaining an element, gaining a skill. Blue light radiated from within Zabek. The sudden influx of energy made it open its mouth and eyes wide. Zabek transformed violently under the very calm observation of Li Changxian. The good master stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, waiting for the final result of this nourishing delicacy. Zabek had gulped down too much of the supplement, forcing the system to report the transformation progress, until he was almost dizzy. The lovely sprite characteristic is gradually awakening within Zabek. The assimilation rate is extremely high, carrying memories and identity from a past life. A new attribute, tribesman, was born. That guy exploded with power and suddenly charged straight at Li Changxian. He could understand this action, because in his past life he was a high priest of Kali, still harboring a vengeful intent. Jin had been the same, so this reaction was within expectations. Jin, are you just going to stand and watch? Seeing the master call his name, Jin Frisia immediately grabbed that guy's head, grimacing. How dare you bite your own master? I will make sure you never do that again. Thinking back, Zabek was a tribesman resurrected by Jin. His body borrowed for rebirth and stat distribution. He probably only resisted Jin to a certain extent. Jin flexed his arm muscles and pressed that guy's head into the ground without any mercy, his screams of agony echoing everywhere. After a while, the system chimed in to ask, do you wish to name him? Yes, his name will be Lovely Sprite. Chang Xian answered without hesitation. Lovely Sprite, beaten more than halfway to death by Jin Frisia, knelt on the ground in frustration, unable to do anything. The tribesman has been named. From now on, Zabek's name is Lovely Sprite. The tribesman will be your weapon and shield to protect you. Chang Xian asked him, I heard you possess the holy power of a nameless god. Is that true? A god who appointed you as a high priest must wield considerable authority. So how did you still lose your life? I know you can speak now, so answer me clearly. Lovely Sprite finally deigned to speak. Why are you curious about that? Because I could gain more power. You see, I still do not have a patron god. Huh? You do not have a patron god? After saying this, Lovely Sprite thought suspiciously. Unless this matter was related to the two-digit horoscope constellations, the possibility that he could find a light on this dim path. Thinking so, Lovely Sprite began to tell his story. Before the apocalypse, there was a luminary named the Twilight of the Gods. Upon hearing his old title, Chang Xian's expression tensed uncontrollably. He once fought against countless luminaries, including the 12 constellations, only to finally face the judgment of the gods and lose his life. Most of the constellations unanimously demanded he face judgment, with only a few opposing. One of them was the patron god I served, the goddess of destruction and death. At that time, Kali summoned Elvin, now Lovely Sprite, and said, he is definitely that fool who abandoned me, yet I still cannot bear to lose a friend like him. Elvin said with tears streaming down his face, but I know what you want to say, I simply cannot turn a blind eye. After all, in the end, the 12 constellations are still the root of this matter. Vin, let's go. No, I can fight too. Elfie tried to hold her back, but Kali remained cold. Go, I have already dismissed all my priests, including you. Having said that, Kali walked among the shattered steps and did not look back. Lovely Sprite continued. I do not know if it was fortunate, but the goddess went alone. Chang Xian listened, his face darkening. There were still those who decided to stand by her side, yet she never told me who they were. And after that, I never learned what happened to them either. All I know is that many luminaries in the galaxy were angered, and the goddess had to sacrifice herself. The gods who protected her must have also suffered a grim fate. Since then, I have wandered aimlessly through the shattered fragments of worlds, finally awakening in this place full of miracles. Chang Xian cursed darkly. The 12 constellations, you bastards. So it was you who caused Kali's misfortune and the initial shock. No matter how powerful Kali was, back then she could not fight against the 12 constellations and all the luminaries, the rulers of heaven. I was the one who abandoned them first, yet they still tried to save this worthless of mine. How ridiculous, you fools. Chang Xian thought of his former friends in heaven and asked Lovely Sprite, what is your purpose in coming here? Revenge. I will certainly repay any grudges, but my mission is to resurrect the goddess. Can you do it? Upon hearing this, the little one squealed like someone possessed. Whether I can or not is not important as long as I try. This is the wish and responsibility of a true saint. The little one suddenly raised his voice, driving Jin Frisia mad, because it was too deafening. Chang Xian thought, even gods rely on a supreme being and laws. As long as believers still have faith, and priests collect holy power, resurrection is not impossible. That is why the underworld does not take the lives of gods or luminaries, but only seals them away. Reviving a god was theoretically not impossible, but easier said than done. When the divine name and holy body shattered, all holy power dissipated with them. He asked the night fairy if the holy power of the nameless god made it stronger, and it firmly replied that it did. It said its goal was to absorb the holy power to reach the apostle realm. Though he had no patron god yet, he surely had many companion starbeasts following him. I do not beg for your help, nor do I block your path. I will handle my own future. What you need is power. I swear this pact has no dark ulterior motives. Faced with the night fairy's fierce determination, Trang Si-hoon finally smiled. Fine, he said he would help it, and in return it must submit completely. The night fairy was stunned. Trang Seo continued, saying it could not escape, and without his permission, it could do nothing. Then it was better to rely on him and seize the opportunity later. Night fairy was shocked. That expression was exactly like its goddess. The girl saw that figure, tears welling in her eyes. The 26th branch of the goddess of destruction and death. Greetings to the new master. Thus, the master-servant pact with the priest Kali was successfully sealed. After the solemn master recognition ceremony, the system announced. The night fairy disciple had sworn loyalty, and the master-servant relationship was strengthened. Loyalty increased by 15, minion level increased by 10. You have received an absolute command. Trang Seo deduced that because the night fairy swore loyalty to him while still being Jin's disciple, he obtained that command. It was not allowed to harbor hatred or rebel, but he had to actively fulfill its desires. At this moment, the gods began to speak. The god of the hunt was very pleased that you had taken on a talented disciple. The god of the all-encompassing serpent shook his head, uncertain of fortune or misfortune. The owl god smiled warmly. The god of the fierce tiger laughed at your greed. Trang Sion frowned, wanting to know how the Gemini reacted. A mysterious smile appeared, then the system displayed a notification. The god Gemini gave you a new mission. Trang Sion exclaimed in surprise. What? The system displayed the mission. Recruit Star Guards 3. The description stated that Gemini had observed you, and instead of being angry, he wanted to recruit you. This god was so forgiving it made one suspicious, so Gemini made an offer. Trang Sion put on a serious face, waiting to see what it was. Become an apostle of Gemini. Zinfizia immediately reacted. How absurd. If accepted, you would become the greatest being on Earth, representing the constellations. However, one side of Gemini warned that if refused, he would punish you for harming the high priest. Accept and rise to apostle, refuse and lose your life. Gemini's declaration spread throughout the celestial realm. Trang Son thought it over. The 12 constellations were the guiding stars that led mighty armies. Even in Acadia, they were great stars nearly equal to kings. He knew they would eventually be interested, but he did not expect them to offer the apostle position. This news shocked many and left them restless. If he became an apostle, he would instantly transcend the human realm, becoming stronger than even demigods and low-rank gods. Trang Xian could not help but smile at this bizarre offer. The player Trang Xian's fame spread across the world, increasing by 1,000 points. He received 150,000 merit points. The admin room was in chaos with the barrage of questions from gods and stars. The night fairy gaped in astonishment, thinking its new master might become Gemini's disciple. Even if the goddess were revived, she would be Gemini's subordinate. The other gods clamored. The god of the hunt glared at the other stars, telling them not to lay eyes on the chosen one first. The god of the all-encompassing serpent watched intently. One face of Gemini ignored the protests, cutting off all channels except his own. Trang Sion cursed the man as crazy. He cut the channels just because he was annoyed. He thought it was Custer, the older twin, but it turned out to be Polak, the hot-tempered younger brother. Whoever it was, he would not be affected, but the issue was how to respond. Wait, pause for about 2 seconds. Trang Sion took out an item that made the night fairy react strongly. He kept it because it was decent, but it might be very important to this person. The system notified. Gemini's holy power reward merged with the replica goddess crown, elevating it from a relic to a holy object. This holy object possessed the holy power of 2 archrivals, Kali and Gemini. One face of Gemini shouted, asking what you were doing, telling you to answer quickly. Trang Seo frowned, thinking that Gemini was interested in him, and the mighty Mephisto told him to answer. Maybe he should use it. Trang Sion grinned maliciously, put on the crown, and said, "What if I die, great demon?" One face of Gemini grimly realized your intention. A dark holy cathedral opened, and the god of the great demon looked up from the underworld. Trang Sion's calculation was not wrong. Midas Topos was famous for having no worldly ties, yet it was curious about him. The system broadcast the live battle between the gods for the chosen one. The god of the great demon coldly glanced at a constellation. Xian. One face of Gemini was shaken by the sudden appearance. Trang Xian smirked under his mask. Seeing that Polus could not act recklessly in front of Mephisto, he was pleased that his speculation was correct. Mephisto intimidated even the 12 constellations. The other face of Gemini joined the debate after realizing the situation. The brilliant light of the star illuminated the world. The god of the great demon struggled against that light. Two sides clashed fiercely, darkness and light colliding violently. The energy from the collision between the two constellations caused Trang Xian to stagger. The battle was not limited to the two factions. The temporarily closed channels were restored. The god of the hunt angrily aimed an arrow behind one side. She gritted her teeth and yelled that she would tell her mother about this insult and would never forgive them. What the hell, who? Babusek? A name that sparked a more interesting idea in Trang Xian. Right, then even the primordial evil dragon Tiamat would be dragged into this. One face of Gemini frowned. The other face comforted him, telling him to be careful. Tiamat was preparing to challenge Taurus, the de facto leader of the 12 constellations. In other words, she also held a grudge against Gemini. Trang Xian was excited. The god of the all-encompassing serpent was enraged. The owl god asked if the constellation would take responsibility for its recent insolence. The god of the fierce tiger gritted his teeth. The celestial gods of the Big Dipper constellations focused their attention behind one side, after calling on their ally, the Azure Dragon Star, ready. The Vermilion Bird Star responded. The goddess Vivian narrowed her eyes. Trang Xian was thrilled to have Vivian there, one of the 3 key figures of the Big Dipper. The bigger the mess, the more he liked it. Even if the Big Dipper was hostile to the Spica constellation, they could hardly respond just because a puppet ruler called them, or they might see it as a chance to eliminate an enemy general. One face of the twin god's face froze stiff. The fierce tiger star warned that he would consider this an end to the acceptance if they did not leave immediately. The other face of the twin god erupted in fury. The other face of the twin god advised that it was not yet time and retreating would be better. One face of the twin god turned away in anger, and Trang Xian finally removed his crown. He was quite frustrated that things ended so simply, because if it had gone smoothly, he could have started a war between the Starling and the Violet Star. One face of the twin god stopped and showed hatred towards those who had humiliated him. That man reached his hand through time and space, grabbing Trang Xian's shoulder unexpectedly. What the hell is this, man? I thought you guys left. The system announced that one face of the twin god had touched you. His holy power spread like a fever, making your entire body burn hot. Caught off guard, Trang Xian could not help but curse. Damn it, the sacred heat was radiating, the energy transferring so strongly that it made Li Trang Xian jolt and scream, his muscles tensing and blood vessels bulging. Trang Xian knew that with his current body, he could not withstand the holy power of the 12 stars. Even immunity to 10 types of poison or the one-thought annihilation fire was useless. The perpetrator casually withdrew his hand, said goodbye, and left. The fierce tiger star was startled, asking what in the world was going on. One face of the twin god coldly replied that he was merely bestowing a blessing upon the mortal who possessed his holy power. Trang Xian embraced his body being burned by the flame of the twin's blessing, as the cold mechanical system relayed the message. The other face of the twin god vanished, saying that if he could endure this privilege, his talent would be outstanding. Otherwise, the sacred heat would melt his soul. Trang Xian trembled, hugging his burning body, as the system continued its live report. Violet Star vanished after saying this was very interesting, and that he would remember your name. The Azure Dragon withdrew its tail. The Vermilion Bird folded its wings. The great demon Star stood from the spirit realm, silently looking down on you with contempt. While the gods showed their biased attitudes, Li Trang Xian was still struggling against that sacred flame. The great demon Star, still in pursuit, bestowed a new privilege upon you. A drop of water fell onto the body about to burn to ashes, causing Li Trang Xian to feel as if he was revived. A sacred mark has been imprinted on your body. Trang Xian looked uncomfortably at the mark carved by energy. The great demon god said that this would make it easy to control you. Having said that, the sky closed, and the dark sanctuary vanished. Jin rushed over, asking if he was alright. Trang Xian panted heavily, while the system sent through the status lines of the gods. The hunting star complained, lowering her bow, asking why the others were aiming at her treasure. The serpent winding around the world advised her to calm down. The gods sighed in relief as they vanished, the atmosphere heavy. The following stars chatted, saying this was still entertainment. Li Trang Xian took off the crown, thinking the war of the cosmic gods was far beyond his imagination. Thanks to the goddess's crown, he managed to keep his life. The system introduced the item's information. The goddess's crown, a replica, enhanced. A replica of the crown passed down the inheritance of destruction and abundance to her branches. When worn, you can hear the thoughts of grass and trees, aiding in spiritual cultivation and helping you reach the next level. Currently, combined with the twins' holy power, the effect is doubled. Type: Holy Relic. Effects: Cosmic Communication, Spiritual Training, Spirit Level Up. Trang Xian handed it to the elf girl, who was startled. You really intend to return it to me? Chang Xian sneered, because I do not intend to become a parasitic plant. Neither do I want to control plants. Both you and I should just fulfill our own roles. Chang Xian felt the trouble was worth it. After all, he had obtained the sacred mark which required training to use properly. Before he could finish his thought, the system announced that the owl star tearing apart the twilight was looking at you with pity. What is it with this sister now? The owl star tearing apart the twilight did not know what she could do to help you, who always had to go hardships. The owl star invited you to dinner. Chang Xian was stunned, just like that. Jin Frisia teased, "Oh, master." The system continued relaying. The hunting star vehemently objected, saying you had to be careful of that silent one. The serpent corrected her, saying it was not silence but cunning. The hunting star was restless, shouting that this was not important right now. The serpent yawned tiredly and told her to just invite you to dinner. Jin Frisia saw the gods being so lively and joined in to tease Chang Xian. From now on you have earned my respect. What are you talking about? I never thought you would receive an invitation from a war goddess who only exists in stories. I did not know you were that awesome. Enough nonsense. Chang Xian turned to the elf girl who was still hugging the ghostly crown on the ground. Elfine, from now on, help Jin Frisia conquer the hungry ghost ranks. After giving the order, Chang Xian walked towards the spatial gate. I will be back. The system announced that you had accepted the invitation. Elfine squinted with a smile, telling Chang Xian to take care. Jin Frisia also pretended to be pouty and angry, saying to buy her ice cream on the way back. Chang Xian heard this and got angry, wondering where the hell that bastard learned those lines. Chang Xian entered the great gate amidst soft white feathers. He thought that the owl god was famous for defeating the mysterious and irrational twilight, and was also the one who enlightened their civilization. The war goddess blessed the heroes and warriors who lived in hardship. Famous as she was, she rarely appeared in public. Why did she suddenly invite him to dinner? He had considered being favored by the gods, but this was too soon. And besides, Mephisto did not seem to care, but summoning a mortal to the sanctuary was a violation of the law of causality. The consequences could be severe, enough to prove how great this approval was. Chang Xian closed his eyes, having already arrived at the territory of the old god, who tears apart the twilight. This place made Chang Xian marvel. I thought this place would be luxurious or pure white. What a surprise. Standing before the grand towering door, Li Changxian wondered how he was supposed to open it. Just then, the door opened automatically. An old butler with a huge interface holding a towel came to invite him in. Inside the magnificent Nyinga palace, Changxian assessed that this place was both austere and free. Among the holy temples he had visited, this was the best one. He stopped at a door, and the butler announced, "Sir, I have brought the guest." He entered, and only then did he see that inside were all kinds of monsters and demons. Standing out among those monstrous people was the owl god tearing apart the twilight with her brilliant red hair. "Nice to meet you." Changxian finally saw Minerva's face. The goddess seemed friendly, but the others at the party were not. He looked at Li Changxian with very unusual eyes. Changxian was not unaware of that, but he knew they were probably heroes who had received Minerva's blessing along with their families. The venerable Jew was also known as a very famous victorious army. Minerva smiled sweetly at Changxian. "Sit, eat before the food gets cold." Changxian politely thanked her for the invitation. "Do not mention it." Just a brief conversation was enough to attract the eyes of the others in the room. During the feast, they stared even more intently at Li Changxian. He thought they were all observing him. Must gather mana on a narrow surface and release it simultaneously. No, if you release mana simultaneously, the magic will become tainted. You have to choose a wide surface. You are wrong, you stupid old man. Are you trying to abuse it until you run out of mana and then go to heaven, or what? Amidst the muffled arguing, Changxian was still frowning as he stood watching. The old man and the witch were still fighting fiercely. "Wait, what did you say? You stupid old man. What nonsense are you talking?" Stupid is an understatement. How many more times do I have to explain it for you to understand? The young witch had a mouth that was anything but small. Not surprising, since Mr. Tone only ever used his strength and never his brain. That old man flew into a rage, saying someone's bookish head could be knocked off with a single blow. What did he say? Want to go? Fine, come on in. Now the two of them had directly come to blows. Changxian stood to the side, holding a chicken leg, feeling awkward. He ate while wondering if he should let them keep arguing like this. But his thoughts were interrupted by the unexpectedly delicious bite. The system notified him he had eaten a New Year's treat blessed by a swordsman, permanently increasing his strength by 0.5. All fatigue and curses disappeared. Recovered energy healed wounds quickly, and his health and mana were completely restored. Changxian was startled. A permanent stat increase. The wounds from both the Green Jade Island and the Twin Battle were gone. So this was Minerva's way of taking care of him back then. Minerva had scoffed, saying he might not like the taste, but it seemed he did. Yes, it was very delicious. Changxian replied while chewing. The leader is being unreasonable. I've told you many times to ask first. That old man suddenly complained. Minerva said with disgust, I am the one presiding over the meeting. Ask him yourself, Batu. Madame Tu turned to Li Changxian, wanting to ask something. Go ahead and speak. Madame Tu thought to himself, how dare a lowly mortal from the lower realm speak without using honorifics. He still decided to hear the answer first before dealing with it. How did you recognize what you possess? What do you mean by that? Is there something else? Of course, the fishbone sword. Madame Tu lost his composure, his voice rising. It looks like a scrap of copper or iron on the outside, but you acted as if you already knew it was the fishbone sword. How did you recognize it? Why are you asking about that? Madame Tu laughed. Naturally, because we also have something like that. Have you ever heard of the guidance sword? Chang Xian frowned, wondering why he used the word we. Guidance sword. At that moment, the fishbone sword reacted, proving he was not lying. The system notified him of receiving a clue for a hidden quest. The fishbone sword detected the energy of the guidance sword. Find and seize it to uncover the secret. Chang Xian never thought he would get caught up in a hidden quest like this. Minerva spoke up when she saw his silence. You don't know about the crow's nest, do you? Simply put, the crow's nest has a shared weapon vault for members to borrow from. Rewards and collected items are common property. Among them, Madame Tu contributed the most to finding the guidance sword. Chang Xian understood. It was only natural for Minerva to possess a great sword, given her status. Minerva laughed, her eyes crinkling. Madame Tu worked hard to find the guidance sword, but he caught a glimpse of the fishbone sword. Looks like he met his match. The immortal screamed, "Leader, why do you call this brat my match? Think we should stop this. Isn't the more you talk, the more it shows your eyes are worse than the brat's?" Madame Tu turned his aggressive attitude towards Chang Xian. How did you recognize it in the end? A secret art, a skill, an attribute, or a privilege? I just saw it. I told you I just saw it. The answer was shocking, but he couldn't reveal the secret of his Weapon King experience. Madame Tu cursed after hearing this. What a talented bastard. Truly an eyesore. How can this be enough? Asking further is useless. I ask you, do you remember the argument from just now? I mean the effectiveness of Chaos Weave, and how melee fighters fight against ranged ones, sir. That's right, so you were listening. Ah, right. I use magic to create a shield, focus on defense, and wait for an opening. When the enemy slips up, using Chaos Weave is the end of it. The witch screamed. More nonsense. Doing that will drain mana. You have to narrow the area, increase the sharpness level, and spin the Chaos Weave into a vortex. Chang Xian was stunned. Chaos Weave was a technique that accumulated magic power to deal with enemies at a certain distance. Because it related to the calamities of Hole and the Black Claw Mountain King, he wanted to listen. Minerva gently asked if she could hear his opinion. Madame Tu gritted his teeth upon hearing this. The leader plans to ask for a mere mortal's opinion? Chang Xian grimaced, thinking he might be being tested. So that day, she stirred up his combativeness to test his ability. Since he was treated to a good meal, he had to return the favor. You are both wrong, Chang Xian said. The basic form of Chaos Weave lies in the aura. You just need to adjust the aura to target a long-range opponent. Madame Tu retorted. Easier said than done. Minerva suggested he give a demonstration. Chang Xian did not reply, seriously doing it right away. The purple-black magic transformed into orbs and shot out. The young witch and Madame Tu were utterly astonished. He materialized his aura into spheres. You said you just started a few months ago. It took me 3 years to master. Just that alone earned me the title of genius. Truly impressive. Chang Xian still silently demonstrated his skill. He tossed the aura orbs up and then clenched his fist. Spinning around, he shot them all into the wall beside him. Then he raised 2 fingers in a gun shape, finishing with a firing motion. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped. They had never seen mana used this way. How could he shape it? It doesn't look like a skill. Did he isolate it from space to only target the opponent? Teleportation, wormhole, quantum travel? What is the principle? Amidst everyone's confusion, Minerva smiled gently. Now I understand how he recognized the fishbone sword. Do you have any more questions, Batu? Madame Tu wilted like a steamed bun, saying, no, you talented little brat. This is the base armory. Feel free to walk around and choose freely. Minerva generously led Chang Xian there and let him pick to his heart's content. Exactly like a rich man spending money to please a beauty. Chang Xian did not refuse this good fortune. He was no fool, especially since Minerva truly possessed many sacred relics. Do you see anything interesting? I will gift you 1 weapon from this vault, if you wish. The owl-like deity enthusiastically invited him. This is spider silk I won from a bet with Azani. I once used this Aegis shield to fight Medusa. Every weapon in here is a treasure capable of overwhelming anyone who gazes upon them. It has been a long time since a worthy one came here. Do you not want me? Aegis suddenly spoke up. The other items also chimed in unison. No, take me, I will lead you to an entirely new path. Take me right now. Chang Xian could probably hear them thanks to his comprehension from mastering swordsmanship and spearmanship, but he could also clearly sense emotions from the sacred relics. I am here. A sword emitting a strange black energy. The fishgut sword reacted, I am here. The sword continued to speak and radiated attraction. The system notified. You have discovered the Vanguard Blade. The fishgut sword wants to get closer to the Vanguard Blade. The sword glowed more intensely, its voice angry and impatient. What are you doing? Come here and pick me up now. Chang Xian realized that blade was tied to the legend of turning its owner into a king. No wonder they said extreme gods attract each other. The blade urged, pick me up, hurry, lift me up. The goddess suddenly appeared behind him, breaking the eerie atmosphere. If you want, I can give it to you. Gifting it for free would be difficult because the family opposes, but lending it is entirely feasible. simple. Aegis balas dingba. Just say the name, I will lend you anything. Any weapon here is enough that no mortal can bring you down. Thank you, but I must decline this offer. Minerva was so startled her expression twisted. But why? I am sure any weapon here would help you greatly. Speak the truth, but nothing in this world is free. The goddess heard this and laughed very contentedly, because from now on she did not expect Chang Xian to be easily lured by worldly desires. But to dodge such a trap, while still playing innocent, Minerva judged him to be an extremely cunning man. Chang Xian had his own thoughts as well. Knowing the Vanguard blade was here was important, as long as Minerva remained interested in him. Possessing it was only a matter of time. More importantly, I have a question for you. What is it? I will try to satisfy all your curiosity. You know why Mephisto is so obsessed with me? Goddess laughed. Actually, I anticipated you would ask this question from the moment I invited you to the sanctum. Or rather, the reason I invited you is because I have something to say related to that issue. You truly resemble someone. That person is also the one Mephisto has been searching for a long time. Li Changxian was quite surprised and immediately asked who it was. He was a man no stranger to death and always played with fire. He was so dark it seemed even darker than the night itself. A man with combat talent born to fight. Chang Xian found it vaguely familiar. Was she referring to him during the twilight of the gods? But back then, he never tangled with Mephisto. The goddess smiled gently. You truly resemble Abyss, and for that reason it was only a matter of time before Mephisto set his sights on you. Was the Abyss she spoke of the Abyss? His divine form name was the great demon chasing the Abyss. Could there be a connection to that Abyss? That is likely why he tested you in the tutorial. So who is that person? He is... That name even the goddess could not utter it. Despite trying, she could not, and the goddess could only sigh. Just as I thought, they have sealed it. Anyway, there once was such a person. Li Changxian's expression darkened. He realized there had never been a case where the system intervened in cognition to this extent. He needed to gain an enormous amount of karma to learn who Minerva was referring to, or find the right path to approach him first. This meant his existence was too powerful. The karma with him must have been in turmoil. The Abyss he knew was a fragment of the universe that existed before time itself, the end of the world. How could there be someone like him? He never thought something useless from the twilight of the gods would come back to hit him in the face. If he recovered his power with the netherworld and asked the king there, he might understand. Chang Xian thought much but only said briefly to the goddess, "Then things have become difficult." Minerva smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Do not worry too much, just keep walking steadily on your path. I can say one thing for certain, that fundamentally, you are completely different from him." Chang Xian heard this but his face scrunched like a monkey eating ginger, which the goddess found strange. Something wrong? Though his face was still scrunched, he said nothing, just now. Right at that moment the portal opened. Butler appeared with a greatly altered expression. "Oh goddess, the enemy has appeared. Outside is what? Who dares?" Chang Xian also became alert. Owl Nest was territory ruled by Minerva, closely linked with Olympus. Yet someone dared to intrude into a forbidden place that people would not even dare set foot in? Amidst the clear sky, a sinister light flashed. The system announced, "As the day of Eros slowly fades, the night gradually awakens and blankets the sky. The stars that were buried in the darkness began to shine. A constellation has appeared." Looking at these two humans, it must be Gemini. The constellation Gemini intends to descend upon the sanctum of Owl Nest. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed brat in golden armor licked his lips and jumped down. This troublemaker again, who knows what he plans to stir up this time. The gods attending Minerva's feast had their swords and shields ready, spreading their wings to welcome Gemini's descent. Minerva also ran out in a panic, only to receive a notification from the system. The constellation Gemini wants to attack the sanctuary of Owl Nest. The battle had officially begun. Countless blade-like rays of light rained down from the sky. Minerva's face was covered in bulging blue and red veins, shaking with rage. She yelled, "How dare you!" The narration system reported that the owl constellation was about to tear through the dusk and spread its wings. Minerva snapped, "Fine, I guess you want trouble. You're so afraid of Mephisto that you dare to invade my sanctuary and steal my guest?" Polius's shield activated to protect the sanctuary. "Do you dare to despise Temenova, the great god of Olympus?" The owl constellation tore through the dusk, and the Gemini constellation began vying for territory. The defense mechanism had been triggered. The Gemini's attack fell like bombs onto Minerva's shield. Two streams of holy power were clashing fiercely. The butler ordered, "Get into position. When the shield breaks, Custer's clan members will appear. Bellerophon ES, provide cover for the goddess." "Serena, I have to take Chang Xian down to the lower realm. Can you teleport us out?" "Little witch," Serena replied, "the outside is blocked by starlight. It'll take some time to reconstruct the starlight equation. If the God Lord were here, these rats wouldn't be able to run rampant. They calculated everything in advance." Minerva went mad. "Castor, a dog that always follows the dark luminary, dares to bare its fangs at me." "Minerva, you are picking a fight with the god of war." Castor squinted in challenge. "I don't know who the real follower is. After you, it's the dark luminary's turn. They're the ones who shine in the darkness." He curled his lip into a smirk, swung his fist, and struck downward. Sleep for 1,000 years, ancient goddess. The Gemini constellation attacks. The first attack failed, so he charged in again. He had partially materialized successfully. Punisher Iron God struck, a giant fist shattering the shield. Dark energy radiated as Gemini gave the order, "Charge forward, enter Nafatar, my army." Minerva also commanded, "My demon executioners, spare no one." The two armies clashed in close combat. At this moment, Gemini had spotted Chang Xian through the crack in the shield. Chang Xian felt something was strange, so he used his beastly skills to sniff around. He thought the two individuals from the Gemini constellation wouldn't start a war hastily. Not unless they were certain of victory. Gemini's involvement in this matter could trigger an all-out war between Olympus and the horoscope. This showed they were not just angry or taking revenge, but also completely confident. And Polak was still nowhere to be seen. They were called Gemini because they always fought side by side when doing big things. Minerva waved her hand, light swirling around her. "Come here, my child." Minerva donned her full armor in an instant. Just as it was done, a strange voice rang out, "Take me with you." Chang San startled, turning his head, and saw Vanguard standing there. The three-fanged elder emitted thick black aura. "Hi." The old man grinned sinisterly. He brought the blade down without hesitation. Dark energy struck down like lightning. Someone shouted, "Commander, goddess, get out of the way." Minerva was caught off guard, seemingly unable to react in time. Chang Xian immediately activated Pack Leader State to accelerate his thoughts. This was a sneak attack aimed at the great Saint Minerva. With his current skills, he could hardly withstand it. He needed to borrow external power to redirect the force. Thinking this, Chang Xian had already lunged in front of the goddess. "Get out of the way, you brat." Three Fangs shouted. The Fish Saint sword in Chang Xian's hand radiated glorious light. He intended to borrow power from Gemini and Mephisto. A holy mark appeared, and Li Changxian gritted his teeth. "We'll use the power of both to suppress it." The Fish Saint's sword shone like a star, clashing directly with the dark cannonball without any sign of weakness. One touch would be enough to release it, then redirect the force. Energy swirled around Chang Xian like a raging tornado. The skilled Black Spring God's one claw had erupted, and with a violent impact, Three Fangs' sneak attack was shattered. He was so furious that his entire face expressed rage as he called out his name, Li Changxian. "Son of a bitch, after one strike my mana is below 30. Wait until I gain the upper hand, I'll definitely sacrifice this old man alive. You are dizzy, in critical danger, fatigue crashing in. Mana is regenerating." Chang Xian silently thought he would never use that trick again. His blood was gushing, but a great miracle had been accomplished. The prisoner had awakened holy power. Rewards: intelligence plus 30, willpower plus 25, partially unlocked holy attribute. You have realized a way to use holy power and received starfire. From now on, you can use a small part of the starlight from the constellations. You have learned Profound Night, but cannot absorb primordial dark energy. The furious goddess slammed her weapon into the ground, cracking it. "What in the hell are you doing, Three Fangs?" The punishment of Bromatros has descended. Strike tore straight into Batu's head, the face of Gemini appearing through the torn skin. "Is that a holy mark? Could he have used holy power to neutralize my slash?" Insignificant mortal, yet able to master two forms of holy power? He shook his head as if seeing a new amusement, laughing like a demon. "A genius, huh?" He shouted loudly in question. Chang Xian grimaced in displeasure. He had not expected Polak to disguise himself as a member of Minerva's clan to launch a sneak attack. A man fighting a woman and using such a dirty trick was truly unacceptable. The other face of the Gemini constellation had put in full force. Polak smiled smugly, thinking his brother was foolish for liking this, but perhaps that was not entirely the case. Using this puppet to take him down was inherently impossible. Batu's sword fell to the ground in vain. Minerva saw him become even more agitated. Polak was not afraid at all. He clenched his hand until it bled, still wearing that provocative smile on his lips. "Aim at me, Chang Xian." A giant hand snatched up Li Changxian. A demon-faced giant sneered, grabbing him in the palm of its hand. Damn it, Minerva did not hesitate for a single second. She immediately rushed to rescue Li Changxian. The goddess had just swung her sword when the giant's arm was severed cleanly. Minerva flew into a rage, her attack speed like a flash of lightning. "How dare you deceive me? Since when did you infiltrate?" The goddess charged straight at the giant. Polak stuck out his tongue in provocation, saying it was also difficult. "But did I need to, really? If you will not talk, I will rip it out of your throat myself," Minerva shouted. She thrust her weapon forward. The giant also landed a punch on the goddess. At the same time, Polak taunted, "Try and see if you can then. The bastard." Minerva coldly obliterated the giant, then rushed straight at Polak. Brazen brat, acting so cocky right in front of an adult. Two of them clashed fiercely, explosions booming all around. The pressure from the blast made Chang Xian stagger. The power of those two was truly terrifying. Chang Xian was still swaying like a tree in a storm when a magic circle appeared to shield him. "You have received the goddess's blessing." Serena rushed over to ask if he was okay. "I am fine, but the situation's a bit chaotic." Serena looked at the mess before her with a grimace. "For your sake, I hope so too. Those bastards who started this are the real problem." The girl twisted her body and waved her hand. "This is interesting. saying, "If fate allows, we will meet again." The system announced a descent to the lower realm. The pathway connecting the coordinates is long, requiring 5 seconds to leave the crow's nest. After the announcement, the system immediately began a 5-second countdown, but these 5 seconds could not pass peacefully. One face of Gemini was outside the barrier. Caster saw it and acted immediately. One face of the Gemini constellation was trying to capture player Li Changxian. Caster reached through a gap in the barrier, trying to grab Changxian. He certainly was not going to stand still for this detestable man to catch him, especially since without the mark of Mephisto, he would probably have turned to ash by now. He also had not expected these two madmen to set up such a big formation just to capture him. Time remaining to leave was 3 seconds. Changxian gritted his teeth, thinking of a way to escape. I have to shake them off by any means, or should I try using the Dark Knight? Even if this slash consumes all my energy, the Dark Knight would still remain. Thinking this, the energy of the Dark Knight already surrounded Changxian. Moreover, he also had a skill that made Gemini cautious. At that moment, the remaining time was 2 seconds. Li Changxian activated another skill. The Kalokagathia skill was activated, concentrating all power into the night. Changxian remembered Minerva once said the person Mephisto was looking for was very similar to him, so the Dark Knight was surely similar as well. The system announced the unlocking of a welfare granted by the Fierce Tiger constellation. The Beast Sense skill had transformed into the power of the Demon Beast Path. Demon Beast Path, a new welfare from the Fierce Tiger constellation. Senses are enhanced, breaking all worldly laws. You will gain a sixth sense that transcends human perception. The stronger the sixth sense, the greater the power. Skill Level 1, Power Classification. Effect, Sense Enhancement, Perception Opening, Sixth Sense Unlocked, Embodiment of Vitality. You have awakened a new effect of the Saint Mark. The Dark Night had been unlocked, flames blazing within the confined night. An eerie blue light flashed, opening the Eye of Hell. After Changxian opened the Eye of Hell, his body seemed to transform into the Milky Way. This shocked Caster so much his eyes nearly popped out. Impossible, could that lowly mortal actually open the Dark Night? Polak, watching from close range, was also terrified. What is this? Could the protection of the stars have enough time to save him? Minerva warned, "How dare you be distracted before me, you pathetic lot." Goddess did not even raise her hand, talking as she thrust forward, releasing a trident light. A cold, sharp golden light streaked past, hitting Polak right in the shoulder, causing him to groan. Ah, Minerva. Polak's sword-wielding arm was cleanly severed by Minerva. Both the arm and the sword fell into Changxian's Dark Knight. He did not miss the opportunity and immediately called for Elphine. Elfie immediately extended her branches to snatch that sword. Changxian smirked sinister. "You did not just come to gift yourself to me, but also brought a present." At this moment, the teleportation time was also up. The preparation time has ended, returning to the ghoul's den. I will use the sword you gifted me well. No, upon returning to the ghoul's den, what greeted Li Changxian was an exclamation. "Master, you are truly domineering." Jin Frisia and Elphine stared at the newly stolen sword, their mouths agape with admiration. Changxian smiled triumphantly. "I did it. I defeated Gemini." The system relayed a message. One face of the Gemini constellation was howling madly, venting its rage over the humiliation suffered at the hands of a mortal. The other face of Gemini smashed everything around. Changxian just found them too noisy, acting all hot and bothered over nothing. The system continued to mechanically relay the message. One face of Gemini warned it would not forgive the mortal who caused this. The other face suppressed its fury to retrieve a holy artifact. Jin was dumbfounded as he asked, "You have turned against all 12 constellations now. Are you not afraid?" Elphine panicked upon hearing this. The system displayed a series of notifications. Horoscope issued a warning. Olympus had controlled the situation. Both sides fell into tension. The Owl constellation wanted to punish the one who desecrated the temple. War broke out between Owl and Gemini. They felt belittled and began to argue. Many constellations in Horoscope started investigating. Pisces showed interest in you. Taurus found your match very interesting. 26 constellations were amazed by your actions. 241 constellations wanted to become your guardian gods. 19 constellations invited you to become an apostle. Dai stared blankly at the pile of notifications. Besides the constellations wanting protection, there were also 19 zodiacs wanting to accept him as an apostle. Not only that, the evil dragon constellation began to get curious because of the rumors. The hunting season constellation was confused, trying to shift attention to someone else. Changxian did not care much, turning to ask Elfie about the sword. He held it in his hand, asking why there were still questions. Changxian laughed and praised him. "You did well." Elvin secretly thought that if he followed the Lord, perhaps he would. His small eyes lit up with a star shape. He could truly resurrect the goddess. Changxian examined the sword, unaware that Elfie had sworn unconditional loyalty. After making his decision, Elfie was still deep in thought. He knew the Lord far surpassed ordinary people, but this was also too outstanding. Forget it. Now Elfie was both a servant and a fanatic fan of Li Changxian. His gaze looked at him as if looking at the truth of life. Changxian was carefree, only focusing on the sword. The system displayed information. The Chamlu sword was a treasured sword forged by Yujia II. It granted its owner a kingly aura and the power of domination, but the conditions for choosing a master were very strict. Classification, sacred item, infinite, effects undetermined due to insufficient ability. You have completed a part of Yu Tu's hidden quest. Chang Xian thought the sword was testing its new master, truly a cautious weapon. The system announced you had 2 treasured swords. The hidden function of New Trang had been unlocked. You met the conditions of Cham Lu, New Trang, fire and blood. Cham Lu was undetermined. New option for New Trang has been added. Blood Sea Storm. Chang Xian marveled, that was a swordsmanship using absorbed blood to increase firepower. He thought to himself, just having Chamlu had brought such progress. He wondered how strong becoming the official owner would be. He was curious about the dual sword combination effect of the 2 sacred swords. The sword of the evil dragon suddenly vibrated. Understood, it felt lonely as the number of sacred swords increased. To be recognized by Chamlu, Li Changxian had to demonstrate his ability. At this moment there were 3 hours and 21 minutes left in the Fallen Ghost Cave. Jin recounted when Chang Xian met Minerva. He and Elfin were conquering floor 4. From floor 5 onward, the monsters were not easy to kill. That was the territory of the general spirits. They were on floor 5, zone 1. Chang Xian heard Jin's report, only coldly said, General Spirit, Blood Fiend was an evolved demon cobra that ate humans and used blood techniques. General Spirits also had a unique supernatural ability from Changxi. The ones on floors 3 and 4 were stronger than Blood Fiend and the demon cobras. If they bred, they must have adapted. I understand your meaning. From this floor there will be many blood bodies using blood techniques. Blood body, that is something new. Jin explained the general spirits formed blood bodies, each with its own characteristic. They had to deal with them flexibly, because they were not of the same attribute. You researched so thoroughly, you must have wanted to become a general spirit. Chang Xian hit the mark with Jin. He laughed, finally having to face it. Why gather forces for no reason? What do you know about the situation of the factions on floor 5? No, even old information has changed. This place is very brutal. Chang Xian guessed that even if Jin's forces were not what they used to be, they were probably still strong. He thought this time could be completely different from the last confrontation with the Blood Fiend King, yet he was still excited inside. Chang Xian seeing this felt relieved. He looked at Jin's smile and gave his strategy, capture one for interrogation. Conveniently, a squad was approaching. Jin introduced that it was a blood body squad, famous for their speed. The squad was completely red as if just out of a pot of boiling water, riding goats with long horns. The system announced, winged cavalry has appeared. Chang Xian jumped off the cliff, eagerly charging down. You understand them so well, you must be of high rank. It seems I will be able to gather clues. Chang Xian wanted to test Jin's and Elfine's skills and also the Chamlu sword. The next day, Wolf came directly to the hospital to visit Chang Xian. His eyes crinkled into a smile when he learned Chang Xian agreed to meet. I have been waiting for the meeting approval for 3 days. Thank you very much, miss. He knew how to take advantage of the soft-hearted nurse. Do you have anything to say? Could I please have his autograph? Wolf cut in, sure, cannot refuse a lovely young lady. The nurse immediately swooned. So, did I do something wrong? He asked Yi Yian. Don't you think your words are outdated? Very cringe. I was raised in a traditional family, hard to change. My hands and feet feel like twisting up when I hear it. Wolf changed the subject. Looking forward to meeting Li Changxian to know what kind of person he is. Didn't you already meet him in the dungeon? It was chaotic back then. Hard to see through him. We only know one side of him. I hope he is still that kind of person. He is definitely a talent, even if I only saw from a distance. The scene of him tearing apart the parasite and the chief priest of the Gemini constellation. Exactly like the messenger of my lord I used to hear about in old tales. Father Iyan did not expect such a terrifying person was not yet a named expert, but since it was the goddess will, she could only cheer him on. As soon as he entered the room, Wolf eagerly asked first, finally met. Very pleased, I am Joaquin Wolf, a man from Illuminati. I am Li Changxian, heard you have been waiting for a long time. Wolf laughed, it is nothing. Sorry for coming to meet you so suddenly. You speak English very fluently. In his heart, he evaluated Li Changxian was truly the man he was waiting for. His voice and gaze were powerful, truly a great man. He possessed both good looks and virtue. Wolf asked Chang Xian if he was preparing to be discharged from the hospital. Chang Xian said he had matters that required him to go abroad. Wolf immediately laughed. You are indeed busy, truly an important person of the White Fox Society. Master Lai, let me briefly state the society's issue. The goddess gave us a prophecy, hoping you will become the Illuminati chairman. Chang Xian was startled, deciding the chairman just like that? 4 days later, I am being serious. Can that airplane even fly? Why are you so confident? You know this is my first time going abroad. Jeon was so noisy the driver was dumbfounded. I think you do not understand. Killing those monsters was no problem. But how do you think the cars and trains run? Chang Xian caressed the sword. The system reported that affinity had increased. He thought wielding this sword wouldn't be easy either. The system reported that affinity had passed a certain threshold, and now he could connect with the sword's thoughts. In the Demon Cobra Cave, the sword had proven its power as a treasured blade, and the option to enhance its power was also quite decent. It made his mana stronger, helping Chang Xian subdue enemies with souls. The problem was that was all there was to it. Everything indicated he needed to bond with it more than a holy relic. Perhaps the sword was tied to the king's symbol, so it naturally considered itself worthy of a perfect person. Chang Xian wondered if he should try increasing the affinity. He fed his mana into the sword, but was rejected. Miss Trang was right. Chang Xian wanted to destroy it and be done with it, rather than have his pride pricked like this. But he quickly dismissed that thought, because it is not yet the twilight of the gods. He needed more time to be recognized as the master. If it kept rejecting him like this, he had to consider whether to break it or throw it into a furnace to be reforged. The more he looked at it, the more it irritated him, but thinking back, Manhwa was truly a goddess. She could have made him return the sword, but instead she gave it to him outright, and on top of that, she gave an ultimate prophecy. A true goddess indeed. Going back to their meeting in the hospital VIP room, Wolf had spoken about the goddess's prophecy. In the past, all prophecies were metaphors that made people speculate. But this time was different. It directly targeted young Master Lai. Minerva said to take what was yours. This is the only gift I can give to my friend. I will always be closest to you. Wolf laughed with an unprecedented naivete, saying that was what the Lord said. The goddess wanted young Master Lai to be closest to him. The one who stands shoulder to shoulder with the goddess is the one who understands and spreads her word. In other words, that would be the president and apostle. The goddess's intention was for you to lead us. Chang Xian thought differently. As a friend, the Lord considered him a friend for disrupting the twins, the one who defiled the sanctuary. Gods do not use the word friend with humans, fearing it would diminish their status. Minerva was loved because of this. The feeling was truly strange. It seemed that men understood the Lord's words in a completely different way. Seeing the look in Wolf's eyes as if he saw the goddess incarnate, Li Chang Xian felt annoyed. He did not want to change his mind. No matter how he answered, that man would both beg and cling to his pant leg. Chang Xian did not want to imagine the middle-aged uncle clinging to his pant leg, so he had to change the subject first. Nurse wanted me to be president, even though I haven't joined the guild yet. The internal opposition would be fierce. Those in high positions would not let someone else take the top spot. The Illuminati was run by a council of elders, with no single leader. There were certainly many interests and powers at stake. Chang Xian was confident in this judgment and smiled. Even if a divine decree came directly down, the Illuminati had its own rules and internal structure. Clearly, I wouldn't be welcome. Joachim still smiled with squinting eyes. The prophecy I mentioned was not passed down to me, but went straight to the Parthenon. No matter how much those living pests in the guild nagged about it, they could not deny its value. This was the goddess's word. They could do nothing. Chang Xian Wolf was not only close to the leader level but also had great influence within the guild. He had no plans to take over the Illuminati, but joining forces with a powerful faction was not a bad thing. I am satisfied with present, sorry, but I refuse. You don't need to be so stubborn. If you reconsider, I would be lying if I said I don't want the job, but it doesn't mean I want to take on something I can't handle. Of course, I greatly value the goddess's teachings, so I think the best way is to achieve it naturally. Ah, how so? If the goddess calls me a friend, then the Illuminati is also my friend. So aren't you also my friend? His expression showed that Gup was about to join Li Chang Xian's hardcore fan club. In other words, I want an alliance between my word team and the Illuminati, not between the White Tiger and the Illuminati. The plane landed, but Li Chang Xian did not stop thinking. No matter how strong the hidden forces of the White Tiger were, it was not enough for them to underestimate the Illuminati. He was sure they would help him win victory in the White Tiger in the future. Chang Xian turned to call Jiao-un. Ah, Jiao-un, I forgot to tell you this. You have to take off your shoes when boarding the plane. Yes, sir. The system relayed the message. The god of the hunt widened his eyes after observing the two friends. Wow, there's an article about us. Huh? Where? Here, breaking news, the word of the tyrant advances to Europe. The roar of the White Tiger spreads across the continent. Wait for it. Rocky desert. The tyrant is coming. One step to raise the nation's reputation. Hey, stop clinging to me. Go study on your own. It's hot here. My phone is charging. Bring it here right now. Yun Xiu snatched her brother's phone and was delighted. No wonder he's our brother. He shines at everything. Why don't you shut up? Your drool is about to spill everywhere. Who cares? Is brother Chang Xian coming from the other side? Yeah, where? Ha. I can't believe you believe that stuff. You're such a fanboy. Give me back the tablet. Because of his cheeky attitude, Jimju immediately received a life-altering kick from Yun Xiu. At that moment, Li Chang Xian walked over and looked at them like they were freaks. What are you people doing here? Jiu, with a bloody nose and a bump on his head, tremblingly begged, "Brother, please save me." Yunxiu immediately transformed back into a demure lady. "Oh ho ho, you're here. You must not be fully recovered yet, right?" The system relayed the message. The god of snakes looked down on his disciple with contempt for being beaten by his little sister. Yunxiu showed her fist as a warning that if he said another word, she would flatten his head. Jimju's face crumpled as he reluctantly made up a reason. "I've felt dizzy since morning, so I've been resting." Hello. Gu Bin finally arrived with her luggage, accompanied by a middle-aged uncle with tears streaming down his face behind her. I'm here too. Hi Bin, you're here. Wow, sister. Wow, their warm greeting to each other startled the little girl. Our uncle just kept crying like the rainy season. Our Hi Bin, I beg you to take care of her as much as possible. I couldn't shake her determination. She wants to follow you to learn. Don't worry, I treasure He Bin like my own granddaughter. Thank you. The nameless giant god shook his head and said no one could match him in love. With everyone present, Chang Xian led the group on their way. Besides admiring looks, there were also jealous and envious ones. I can't believe the juniors and rookies arrived the latest. I wanted to say the same thing. None other than the two petty individuals, department head Sim and Kang Gu-chan. That man was still bitter about being beaten by Li Changxian, causing his reputation to decline. Now he was plotting. Last time I was ridiculed for not being careful, but this time will be different, with the elders accompanying me. I will eliminate you. But that evil thought was written all over his face with a learned attitude. Changxian saw it, found it too annoying, and turned to smile a provocative, light smile. That bastard immediately couldn't hold it in and roared, "You damn bastard." Soon as he finished cursing, Gup appeared right behind him. "Oh, so you're here. Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Kang Wuchan turned around and was surprised to see that it was leader Yuk Lang. Chang Xian and Goof greeted each other warmly, much to the astonishment of Kang Guchan. "You're back today, huh? Surprised? I just left the flight to come home and chat with a friend." Guchan was confused because Wolf spoke English. He didn't fully understand but heard the word friend. So these two are friends. The rumor that Lord Lang switched to recruiting Li Chansong, he thought was fake news. Chang Xian knew someone was watching, so he deliberately said, "I also like traveling with a friend." "Ha, good, very good. Don't tell me Wolf actually came to visit the headquarters just for Li Changxian. How did Changxian get to know such an influential figure?" Rector Sim grimaced. Leader Yuk Lang, no matter how high-ranking he was, how dare that man ignore him? At that moment, the director also led some people over. "Oh, everyone is early, huh?" Everyone had to bow their heads to greet him. Chang Xiang glanced over with a scrutinizing gaze. Those were the elders that Director O had mentioned. They were said to be the monsters representing the White Tiger, the first generation of players who built the Guild's foundation alongside the hero, Heavenly Sword Munsung. Saker, the fierce tiger god, was observing his sharpest and oldest claws. The elder with a white bandage wrapped around his head spoke first. The agitated man said these were the children leading the guild today. It seemed that if they turned into assassins, they would become excellent soldiers. He was the skeletal demon god, Baron Jin Frisia. The god with red hair was the next to speak, telling him not to say that, or they might take it as truth. Was the red giant, Hongak. "You too enough." The old man holding this pocket watch was the monkey king, Tajego Ryong. The god of the hunting season frowned and asked why people reeking of such treachery were here. The serpent god of the heavens wondered why there were so many talented people, yet the master placed no trust in them. Chang Xin bowed his head respectfully, thinking that if the future strategy room was the brain, then the elders were the hidden claws and thorns of the white tiger. Were the fierce people from the rumors also here? Especially the monkey king Tajago Ryong. Even Director O found it difficult to persuade him to act. He must have sought the monkey king's aid for a chance to obtain the sacred divine book from Exan's 7 sacred scriptures, as he was said to be the smartest among them. The monkey king suddenly asked if he was Li Changxian, the one Director O had mentioned. He also asked if he knew who he was and extended his hand for a handshake. Li Changxian knew this monster was the first to act, wiping out thousands of people suffering under the demonic energy during the Pohang explosion without blinking. Chang Xian quickly shook his hand, saying he had only heard rumors and felt honored. The old man replied, saying they were probably all just false rumors. And hadn't he lived a life full of hardship? Hearing this, the old man suddenly let out a sinister laugh. He said the path he walked would be similar to his own, and he hoped he could serve as a role model for him. The mad tiger of disease was trying to invade his body, activating the skill virtuous conduct to determine the external invasion as a curse and set up a barrier. It had turned into an underhanded struggle. Li Changxian could feel this mad tiger of disease was much stronger than Yuda. During the handshake, Wu Hao secretly transferred a batch of diseases into Changxian's body. He realized that within that man's body were both tiger fragments and plague, a true war demon. His strength was roughly equal to Joachim. At the sovereign level, a master of level 80 or higher, he must be a higher grade demonic entity than even the Ryodan. The more Changxian thought about it, the more irritated he felt toward this living specter. Who knows how many people died to create this nuisance? He should not have let those bastards survive. Director gave a cryptic smile after the greetings, saying he would explain everything. Li Changxian and Wu Hao shuddered as they released each other. Zago Ryong ground his teeth, thinking, how dare he resist my tiger fragment and plague? Li Changxian's face darkened as he thought about that man's worthless life. The director said the business trip was also meant to promote harmony harmony with Europe, not just to enhance the guild's standing in America. These 3 will assist us greatly. You must not make a single mistake, understood? Yes, understood. The director laughed loudly under the resentful gaze of Department Head Sim. He looked forward to seeing their names on the list at the next meeting in America. Department Head Sim was bitter about being ignored by the director. He did not expect Lee Chang-seon to get promoted so quickly after just a few short months. He told himself he could not let this continue. The department head handed Gu Chan an envelope, instructing him to remember his words and deliver it immediately upon arrival. May I ask what it is? This is a letter to the Illuminati. They will not welcome Chang-seon, so I intend to provoke them. The other one is for the Black Hand Squad, King Kroner Ruka. Gu Chan was stunned to hear about the King of Assassins. He warned that after delivering the letters, he must immediately burn anything they gave him. He looked at Lee Chang-seon with malice. You once defeated both the Black Spirit Squad and the King of Assassins disciple Hong Jin Nam on the Snowman Peak. But no matter who you are, you cannot stand against a peak assassin. Using a borrowed knife to kill, even if you were lucky enough to escape him, you would not leave here unscathed. You have no idea what I did to climb to this position. Department head Sim's resentful attitude was within the director's sight, but he was completely unaware. The director paid special attention to that attitude. France Incheon to Paris flight code F267. Gio, uncarrying his shoes onto the plane, was bashfully reminded by the flight attendant. Someone flinched. The god of the hunting season squinted at him. This masterman laughed heartily. Just then, an unwanted voice rang out. Uncle Hyung Vyong, sitting in the seat next to him, laughed, leaving Lee Chang-seon petrified. The god of the fallen mighty tiger looked at the apostles. The calamity was not over yet. Lee Chang-seon looked at Jio-un like a traitor, thinking he switched seats out of fear of that man. This flight was definitely not going to be peaceful, but after weighing the pros and cons, he would meet them in France anyway. It was better to find out their weaknesses and strengths on the plane, since he had to find the 5th sacred scripture while they would be monitoring him. It seemed that man was curious about how he could resist the mighty tiger and plague without much effort. Lee Chang-seon thought so and modestly told him that he hoped to learn a lot from him. That man chuckled and said there was no need to put too much pressure on himself. Chang-seon thought the surveillance level was higher than expected. He needed to play his trump card earlier than planned, but at least he could speed things up without too much trouble. First, he had to increase the number of followers like Architon, who had met at the headquarters. Close friendship transcends any follower when war breaks out, no matter how free it may seem. Absolute loyalty to Minerva was a sight he never dreamed of when living alone as the god of war and evil god. The only way to militarize followers in a short time was to use the ghost of the mighty tiger. As long as he resolved all the issues in the 4th sacred scripture, this was entirely feasible. Of course, he needed to increase his strength at least twofold before accepting the lightning chain. First, he needed to learn how to utilize the holy mark, the vision of wrath, or rather thoroughly exploit the shadow, a power he never had when he was the dusk of the gods. When he first used the shadow, he realized this was the second power he had to accept along with the lightning chain. This was what made even the twins fear him, and it was a hidden card to double his strength even more. Mephisto, he needed to contact him first. Chang-seon was deep in thought when the system reported that the cave trial of the mighty tiger ghost had begun. Survive for 72 hours from now. The system started a countdown. Current location was Zone 1, Floor 5. Chang-seon, while rushing to fight the red-haired demon, thought that although he did not know who Mephisto's favored target was, that man was definitely looking for something in him. If he used this information correctly, he would learn how to perfectly utilize the shadow. Time limit for this mighty tiger ghost cave was 3 days. The longer the time, just as he thought. Now Chang-seon had reunited with Jin. This period was enough to consolidate forces and contact Mephisto once more. Chang-seon turned and called out to Jin. The couple was as busy as ever, were they? Master, you go ahead. Jin smiled. I will show you something very interesting when you return. Interesting, was it? Jin laughed with his eyes crinkling. Do you still remember the ghost horse we swiped from that distant place? I have tamed it. There are quite a few strategies if the cavalry could join in. Chang-seon thought of an army riding ghost horses and found the idea not bad. He still frowned because he had to set aside his joy to go meet that detestable person. The system relayed that the god of the mighty tiger Saker warned him not to act foolishly. Chang-seon found it annoying as many other gods were also making noise. The god of the hunting season nodded, advising him to listen to a god's words just this once. The world-encircling serpent god advised him to reconsider his decision to meet the embodiment of evil. Even though the gods had said their piece, Lee Chang-seon smiled confidently. It seemed they knew he wanted to meet Mephisto and were trying to stop him. The cruel origin stream god read the shadow and observed him with interest. Chang-seon grew more excited knowing this was a power even the gods feared. The god of the hunting season covered his mother's eyes to protect the treasure. The cruel origin stream god used his foreleg to press on his daughter's head, continuing to observe. The god Taurus blew smoke and looked at him, the one who toyed with their soldiers. The cruel origin stream god roared at a troublesome star. The god Taurus roared back at a half-dragon. asking if she wanted to die. Not enough meat, right, mother? Chang Xian found that what Tiamat and Ben Marduk had to worry about was definitely worth trying. Light surrounded his body and an eye-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. Li Changxian focused on activating the holy mark. The system relayed that the god of the fallen mighty tiger was angrily asking why he would not listen. The light from the eye turned into a whirlwind, flowing out like a waterfall. The system reported that he had succeeded in illuminating the vision of wrath with the shadow. He was concentrating, he was meditating, he fully understood the Astanga Yoga method, delving deep into the unconscious world. He reached the state of stillness and received 5,000 karma achievement points. He was in the animation, successfully connecting to the unconscious world. Chang Xian fell into a dazed state, sinking deep into the water. He thought, since the shadow was power from Mephisto, if he activated the vision of wrath together with the shadow within the holy mark, looking deep into the subconscious, he would meet him. The system reported, achievement unlocked, Yogi of Theta. Reward, mental strength, title enlightenment of Nibija Samadhi, willpower plus 10. Chang Xian laughed just as expected, that man did not lose track of him. Gloomy gaze was focused on him. I have something I want to ask you. Take me as your disciple. Mephisto asked back, why should I do that? Chang Xian was surprised that this god neither agreed nor denied, he was simply curious. So he still had a chance to persuade. Mephisto kept his demonic face, staring at Li Changxian. He said, I believe I have proven my worth. Though merely a mortal, I have overcome adversity and escaped the twin word. I heard you are looking for someone. I will surely be a capable assistant for you, great demon. After saying that, he thought even if he did not receive a system notification, that man was definitely keeping an eye on him. Perhaps he was hunting the underworld, or he resembled the person he sought. Whatever the reason, he looked toward the sanctuary of Olympus. He could not ignore that. He continued, but I believe merely observing is not enough. In the future, I will become stronger and be present in many places. Use my eyes, just say the word, you can take them anytime. If so, become my apostle. I do not want to follow anyone. It is too troublesome. Exactly what you once did to the puppet ruler, but not bad either. Chang Xian knew he did not like this, but it did not harm him anyway. Even if he taught him to use the Black Knight, whether he learned it or not depended on his ability. The great demon added, but there is no need to decide yet, I will test your talent first. As he finished speaking, the system displayed a new mission, conditions to learn the Black Knight. The great demon hunting the underworld was interested in a user of the holy mark unfolding the Black Knight. Though other saints did not dare, you succeeded. However, you lacked in many areas. The great demon believed humans needed emotional bonds and unity to become disciples. Li Changxian thought, was a master-disciple relationship bound by agreement. It seemed he wanted something else, and he had once had a master-disciple relationship with that person. Overcome the great demon's 3 trials. Success will earn his trust and affection. Limitation, master of the Black Knight. Failure will lose the conditions. Success will gain the holy mark, the method to use the Black Knight, and the title of disciple. So Li Changxian had earned a chance, but what about trust? To him, this apprenticeship felt more like a trade. But perhaps Mephisto needed close feelings. He still could not be sure of the future between him and that man. The system reminded, mission starts. Qualification Trial 1, the great demon has sent a messenger to you. Earn his recognition. Failure will end it. Success progresses to side mission 2. After reading, Chang Xian wondered who the messenger was. Right then, the system panel vanished, replaced by a massive eye looking through a crack in the water, staring straight at him. Space shattered like broken glass, escaping Palate's sanctuary. Chang Xian shouted, opening his eyes to find himself back on the airplane. Beside him was the bad-tempered boss Wu Haota. Seeing him yell, he glanced over and sneered, are you okay? Did not expect sleeping habits to be this bad. Chang Xian replied, yes, I am fine. Chang Xian was astonished to find himself in reality, but clearly that was inside the devil's den. The system announced he had achieved the great demon's path. Rewards, magic plus 15 will plus 10. Time expired. Rating SSS. You will receive rewards based on rating and return to reality. Chang Xian was stunned. Rewards? It had been 3 days already? Chang Xian rubbed his chin thinking, the time flow in the sanctuary was different. It showed just how high Mephisto's realm was. But this meant it would be a long time before he grew stronger, and there was not even a trial. Gods began conversing. The hunting star asked if you were injured. The serpent star nodded, saying his face was blank, so he must be fine. The evil dragon star sighed, showing displeasure at the act of acting on his own. The brooding star tilted its head, wondering if any mortal had returned safely after being attacked by an evil demon. The golden demon star looked at you warily because of the dark energy. Some gods were astonished that the demon realm was interested in you. Chang Xian did not expect them to be this excited. He only knew Mephisto's holy mark was becoming clearer, and that man was watching him closely. Chang Xian thought before it only needed focus to open, but now the holy mark felt more like a sense. It was dark energy executed multiple times, enough to combine skills to strengthen, and enough to compensate for the wasted 72 hours. Wu Houtai looked at the young man beside him and was very astonished when he saw right in front of his chest a light gather and swirl like a sphere. What is this? He asked, but Li Changxian also did not know. He was surprised too. The system announced a mysterious force has unlocked the maximum. Changxian's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? Something like an egg fell into Changxian's palm. Zikwi's egg was hatching. Chang San was so shocked his eyes bulged and mouth dropped, thinking he had nurtured the egg for so long with no reaction. Why was this happening all of a sudden? The egg cracked, a tail poking out made the owner even more dumbfounded. A tail? Was it not a bird? Zikwi's egg should produce a holy bird, the supreme hunting bird. It was supposed to grant bravery and nourishment to the owner and new teammates. Chang San was speechless from shock. Could this be the messenger? The system notified Zikwi's egg soaked in dark energy has fully hatched. The egg shone blindingly. A thing neither bird nor dragon smiling stupidly appeared. The system introduced it as the little black fire dragon of the Black Night. The name was cool, but the appearance was a bit goofy. It must be small, so it looked that way, but this appearance still left the owner stunned and frozen. The system added, the little black fire dragon looked into the eyes of the person who awakened it. The small creature smiled stupidly as it flew to Changxian's nose, chirping Q-Crew. The appearance of this creature caused the gods to clamor. The hunting star's eyes lit up, saying a cute child had been born. That god definitely needed an eye exam. This little thing was cute. The serpent star hurriedly searched the ancient archive and found its appearance. The fierce tiger star snorted, saying in ancient times snakes were braver and kinder than dragons. The little black fire dragon of the Black Night spun around, showcasing its existence. The creature happily hopped on Changxian's palm, making noise to attract everyone's attention. Jia-un and the others rushed over the fastest. Bin exclaimed, "Oh, so cute, what is in your hand?" Changxian smiled wryly. "I brought a divine beast egg with me. It hatched from that." Little black fire dragon chirped and smiled stupidly, flying around rubbing against Changxian's face delightedly, like a child playing. The owner was very restrained, because he found this little one extremely irritating. A flight attendant came to remind him that passengers were being disturbed by his small creature, but when she saw the adorable creature smiling evilly in Changxian's handsome face, she immediately changed her attitude. "But I will try to convince them. By the way, if it is not a bother, can I take a photo with you?" Changxian turned his head and secretly sighed because everything was too chaotic. System notified again, side mission updated. Qualification Trial 1, the Great Demon's Messenger has appeared, earn his recognition. Failure ends it, success progresses to Mission 2. The little black fire dragon is very hungry, find prey to feed it. When the dragon is full, intimacy increases. You will be able to read its thoughts. Along with the reminder, the little black dragon acted droopy like a burned bun. Who told it to go crazy right after hatching and exhaust itself from acting cute? The creature caught Changxian off guard many times. They were on an airplane. Where could he find prey for this venerable ancestor? This creature was not only ugly but also picky. Seeing it hungry, Yinseo offered a cookie and asked. The dragon closed its eyes and turned away as if seeing something disgusting. Yinseo tried to persuade it that this cookie was very expensive, but the dragon did not turn back. She wondered if it was newborn and wanted baby food. If this was a dragon, could it digest such food? While she kept questioning, the reluctant father sat blankly, speechless. Yinseo asked 10,000 whys. Seeing the dragon looking like it was about to starve in his hands, Li Changxian knew it was hungry but did not know what to feed it. The system notified the little black fire dragon of the Black Night was protesting in hunger. Changxian panicked even more as he had only ever slain dragons, never raised one. Apart from low-tier dragons like drakes, dragons in dungeons were rare and high-tier ones even rarer. At this moment, the dragon was gradually weakening from extreme hunger. Changxian's face scrunched up in panic when he saw it lolling its tongue and panting. He was completely at a loss. He only knew that dragons were born with superior intelligence, and the 1,000-year-old blue dragon was the ancestor of all dragons. Little black flame dragon resembled an ancient dragon, but its energy was completely different. Now it looked at him as if asking why he wasn't feeding it. Moreover, this was a dragon sent by Mephisto, so it had to be special. Changxian thought the old man might know a beast-taming master, so he carried the dragon and ran straight to Goof. He apologized gloomily, saying he wasn't knowledgeable about the dragon race, and would look into it after landing. The flight still had over 8 hours, and being hungry while pressured by the system, the little black flame dragon fell into a negative and malnourished state. Its affinity level dropped, and the system warned of an impact on the bond, and the risk of failing the side quest. Changxian gritted his teeth, believing this creature was a messenger from Mephisto testing his dark energy. Just then, Wu Haoda suddenly appeared behind him and pointed out that it looked like a demon dragon. Those words struck him like thunder. He immediately turned and asked if the man knew anything about the dragon race. Wu Haoda smiled lightly, saying he knew a little, having once raised one in the past. The demon dragon was a noble dragon corrupted by a pact with a demon, behaving differently from normal dragons, and even rejecting its own kind as it grew. Changxian thought it over. The dragon was filled with demonic energy, suited for abstract things, and only the value it could achieve was impressive. He pulled a sword from the gem many, and the god of the hunt asked what he intended to do. Chang Xian brought the sword close to the dragon, but it coldly turned away, causing the hunting god to sigh in relief. The god objected to using that precious item, saying he might as well throw it back to her. At that moment, the sword began to emanate dark energy. The dragon was immediately attracted, biting and swallowing the blade, sparking lively discussion among the gods. The hunting god shouted in disappointment, but the serpent god said there must be a reason for everything. The little dragon bit and shattered the sword to Chang Xian's relief. Wu Haoda remarked it must have suited its taste. He was confused, because he didn't know how to use the sword, but now that the dragon could eat it, that was fine. The small dragon chomped down on the sword, its belly bulging with fullness, and let out a burp. The system updated that it was happy, its loyalty slightly increased, and it now considered him a friend. Chang Xian noticed the system didn't report failure of the hidden quest. It seemed the sword was still usable. Wu Haoda reminded him to name it, and he was indifferent. He came up with the name Cadmus, making everyone facepalm as if their souls had left their bodies because it was so bad. Even the gods disliked it. The tiger god looked at him silently and said no one in the world was perfect. Before everyone could recover, the little dragon also rejected it. Chang Xian offered another name, Cadmus, and the hunting god asked what was wrong with the previous one. Yin Xiao looked at him with a face full of question marks. The serpent god advised not to rush into naming. Her taste was also terrible. The hunting god jumped up, insisting she had the best names. The serpent god asked what names she had thought of, and the hunting god proudly listed Chomp, Meow, Quack, and Squeal. The serpent god sighed, calling it an insult. Amid their argument, Yin Xiao scolded Chang Xian, and he innocently asked what the problem was. Yin Xiao said there was a huge problem. The dragon was still small, so the name fit, but when it grew up, that name would be so childish. She asked him what he used to name his dogs, and he said Zhongyi, claiming cute names suited them well. He named them like family members. Yin Xiao asked how Zhongji and Cadmus were any different. The system notified him that the little dragon didn't like the name he wanted, and its affinity dropped by 15 and happiness by 20. The dragon showed clear dislike for him, and everyone else scolded him further. Chang Xian found raising a dragon incredibly difficult. He stared intently at the dragon, wondering what to name it. Then he exclaimed that he had thought of a name, Cadmus. This time, everyone looked at him with fierce, glaring eyes, especially the dragon that had just gotten a good name. Two Xin brothers sighed, thinking he had been joking earlier. The system asked for confirmation. The system asked if he wanted to name it Cadmus, and the dragon was satisfied with the majestic name. Its affinity and happiness recovered. Chang Xian agreed immediately. It had been hard enough to please this little ancestor, so why bother thinking more? Cadmus became your first bond. The dragon's eyes flashed red like lasers, and a mental link was established. The stigma was at Cadmus's head and heart. The pitch-black dragon radiated light and a sinister smile, overwhelmingly powerful. He could partially understand its thoughts. First bond, Cadmus received the skills breathing, mana sense, and awareness unlock. Cadmus generated dark energy which he absorbed through the bond. The stigma became a skill, its level increasing with the energy. The system displayed the stigma as the scar of a criminal containing divine nature. This energy differed from magic. Be careful to avoid going berserk. The stigma bore Gemini flame and dark energy, level 3 classified as power. The small dragon licked Chang Xian's nose affectionately, and he again thought of his father. My son, why did he speak like that? It didn't fit at all. His father froze stiff with spray, wanting to be serious but failing. Chang Xian coldly said that vibe didn't suit him. He asked why he stood rooted to the spot for so long, as if he were the only serious person. He sighed sadly over the day he would have to leave. Chang Xian asked where he planned to go, telling him to live with him. He had no family here and neither did his father. Both of them were lonely. His father angrily poked his face, scolding him that every word he said sounded like a jab. He told him not to live like he did. Chang Xian's widened in surprise. He hoped his son would be different, even though he himself hadn't lived up to the name Cadmus. Chang Xian snapped, damn it, what did a name matter anyway? At first, he said it casually, but then he realized Cadmus was the name of a hero who once fought a dragon during the Silver Age in Arcadia. He became a king beloved by gods and constellations, even aiding them. The folktale tells that he killed the evil dragon and buried the dragon's fangs in the ground to train the dragon-toothed soldiers. Chang Xian, who struggled to get by each day, sacrificing for others was a luxury. He did not think that noble names suited him. Rather, it carried the story of an alien dragon that would suit this kid. The system notified him that he had completed the side quest and created a new one. Qualification evidence 2. Subclassification. Sequence description. Regularly absorb dark energy from the messenger of the great demon, pursuing the underworld. Strengthen the holy mark as a foundation to perfect the mental wall. Failure. Success. Side quest chain unfolding with evidence 3. The flight continued, landing in Paris, France at Sargle Airport. Yin Xiao suddenly put on sunglasses, making He Bin curious. Yin Xiao said it was a survival tip, nothing as serious as He Bin thought. It turned out she was preparing a good look to get a nice photo. Ridiculous, but Yoonseo's preparation was not in vain, for the moment the plane door opened, light from the camera lenses immediately shone in. Chang-seon was too used to this scene to show any reaction, focusing on leading the group. Bin was experiencing this feeling for the first time. He nearly dropped his glasses and silently marveled. Reporters wanted to ask questions, but Chang-seon coldly said he just woke up and had nothing in his head. Someone asked if there were any rookies in France he considered rivals. Chang-seon immediately threw out a provocative line. "No, I'm already above everyone else. Why should I care?" His interview style was blunt, leaving the reporters stunned but unable to do anything as they could not beat him. Even so, the reporters still wanted to ask many things, such as the solo challenge from Henry Block, but Lee Chang-seon said this was the first time he had heard of him. His name left the reporters speechless again. In their impression, Henry was the strongest priest in France, hailed as a future king. He had also conquered the Skeleton Dragon's dungeon territory, which no one had cleared for a long time, obtaining a skeletal sub-dragon. Lee Chang-seon impatiently reminded them he had no time to stop rambling. The reporter struggled to voice a question about his thoughts on the match the kid proposed. Chang-seon said, "I don't know who he is, but if he wants to fight, just come. But that will only make him die young." That reporter thought the tyrant had gone mad, provoking all of France. At that moment, a red-haired reporter jumped out to ask about Chang-seon clearing the Windy Stone Desert dungeon, asking if he had any special method. Chang-seon replied indifferently, "I just plan to sweep through it as is." He adjusted his glasses, said time was up, and ended the Q&A session. He knew full well that even famous French hunters had failed in the Windy Stone Desert, so it was understandable they wanted to know how a foreigner like him would clear it. Very soon, the news of today's interview hit the papers. Internet users commented heatedly on this interview. Especially, French rookie Henry said that when he was young, the tyrant was his idol, and he really wanted to challenge him. This only fueled the internet users' excitement further. Not only that, the immortal King Jack Valentine said he would try harder to earn the respect of his juniors. Wolf stepped up to defend Chang-seon. "I understand your concerns that he might damage Korea-France relations, but the tyrant's message is merely misunderstood due to cultural differences. He deserves the title of hero of this era and has a warmer heart than anyone. The Chang-seon I know is not a tyrant but joy seeker, meaning a wise king in French." Of course, Wolf's interview segment went to press and angered many people. That damn madman was just pretending to be arrogant. Conquer the Windy Stone Desert? Nonsense. Does he think I don't know he came here to claim Illuminati after being persuaded by Joachim? That screaming man is the Red Eagle Duke, Constantin Bruning, a rival of Joachim Guth, and the leader of half the elders in Illuminati. This is a warning to me and my allies. I am the one who understands the goddesses will best, so both Joachim Wolf and Lee Kansan are redundant to me. "Lewis, are you there? Come here immediately." Bruning put on a learned and malicious expression, saying it seemed they had to prepare a Kruzug. Kruz essentially means a crusade in German. At the same time, someone else was cursing Chang-seon. A thief-garbed Kangoo Chang grinned triumphantly, as if victory was already in his grasp. He believed that outstanding coin had been thrown out. He needed just one more spark, and things would be irreparable. The 2 letters the department head asked to be delivered to him had been placed in the mailbox. That was how he could think so big. As for Lee Chang-seon, he did not know whether to be happy or sad at this moment. Cadmus was pleased with the king's treasure, wide-eyed, saying now he had a spacious food storage. The fat dragon was biting through each item in the treasure hoard, truly eating like a mountain collapsing. Cadmus was extremely happy thanks to the delicious meal. Satisfaction increased, intimacy increased greatly. The abnormal mind was fortified. Current completion progress 6.7%. After gulping down the entire dazzling sword and taking a nap, this pig dragon got mad with hunger again. This time it took a scoop from the king's treasure hoard. Cadmus happily gulped down the golden crown, making Lee Chang-seon question life. Can a frost helm that emits sounds even produce that noise? Even so, with this dragon's wide, furnace-like mouth, any gold turned into honey. In the end, all the treasure the Snowman King had carefully guarded became a delicious meal for this wasteful dragon. Chang-seon watched seriously, suddenly noticing it could now use its breath. Several breath-related skills were powers that even high-level dragons could only use after mastering the elements. While Chang-seon was thinking, the dragon was about to turn the treasure hoard into gold. The breath was weaker than a high-level dragon's but contained dark energy, so it could not be underestimated. A type of power that could melt, burn, and erase targets regardless of elemental differences. A dragon possessing such power, a magic dragon, is still different from ordinary dragons, isn't it? In a short time it seemed to have grown. It devoured a pile of treasures yet looked no different. Was it not digesting? It had been awake less than 24 hours. The growth rate was impressive indeed. The system reported that this dragon, had consumed the Frost Helm and the Frozen Land Sword. It absorbed 72 ice elements, 51 metal elements. Mental strength was fortified. The abnormal mind was fortified through the mental sharing effect. Current completion progress 7.1%. Full from eating, Cadmus looked at Li Changxian much more gently. Li Changxian also found him more pleasing to the eye, even though this dumb lump was a bit greedy. Raising it was worth the money and rice. The two were still bonding here, creating dark energy and mental sharing. Every top-tier area, the pet is always late. Creating dark energy meant, in other words, creating divinity. If he continued creating like this, Changxian could use many skills similar to Mephisto. Simply put, this was a necessary condition to become Mephisto's disciple. While lost in thought, Jin Frisia stormed in with 10,000 whys. What is this? I have never seen it before. Is it a dragon? After 2 seconds of stunned surprise, Li Changxian immediately asked him what was up. Jin grinned triumphantly. Do you remember I said there was something to show you when you returned? Ah, that plated demon? Like that? What do you mean early? Hey master, who do you think I am? Jin Frisia was extremely smug. Along with that, a stream of dark energy surged out. A white horse emitting dark energy appeared. This was a level 6 bone-congealing death steed. A horse with an appearance as if just fished out from hell, its neighing terrifying. Seeing the horse seemed overly agitated, Jin immediately became angry. What is wrong with it? I have to cancel the summon right away. Changxian could take down this horse easily, but if he used a strong skill, the room would be in ruins. As he was considering a reasonable plan, Cadmus rushed out like the wind roaring with a terrifying face. Seeing that, the horse suddenly became as docile as a lamb. It stood still for everyone to admire, leaving Li Changxian and Jin dumbfounded. Could it be afraid of dragons? Even though it is just a baby dragon, it already knows how to use its power. This horse is the king that dominates bloodlines among spirit beasts. The difference between a death scythe and a high-level lineage is huge, but it tamed something that took me 2 days to subdue. Jin was unwilling to accept that the winged tadpole was that strong. Changxian said it was a demonic dragon. Still, it was formidable. This old man, I am far from being its equal. By the way, among your subordinates, is there anyone skilled in stealth? The one in stealth is Mirel Aliano. Follow her later after leaving the party. Do not get exposed even while hiding in the crowd. Jin held the girl's photo and asked, why follow someone else? Are you planning to take her captive? This guy suddenly puts on a moral high horse, his head full of romance. Changxian irritably reminded, stop talking nonsense or you will be disgraced. She is the holder of the 5 sacred scriptures. It is already dark, the tyrant still has not arrived. He probably heard Henry was here and ran off. What do you think, Henry? Henry coldly glanced at the 2 gossipers. Just then, Changxian rode the newly tamed horse in, causing an uproar in the party hall. Damn it, he sure knows how to make a grand entrance. Before that, people were still criticizing him. The dark energy flow and the majestic horse figure left everyone bewildered. Changxian stood like a king looking down from above, his expression cold. After the initial shock, the gossips started talking again. Does he want to be the main character or something? He is truly pathetic, just an attention seeker. Only Mirel Aliano, the holder of the 5 sacred scriptures, had sharp eyes. Go, is that a demon horse? What breed is it? I have never seen one before. Hearing her speak, everyone's attitude changed. Mirel does not know. He is the most proficient necromancer in the newbie world. First time seeing the tyrant play the taming game. The horse's ghostly aura is even stronger than a dungeon boss. Mirel glanced over and called for Henry, who was just bringing a glass of wine to his lips. Before he could drink, he had to set it down and look over. At this moment, Cadmus wanted to make another appearance. What is that? A dragon. The young dragon circled a few times to prove its existence. The guests marveled at how cute it was. Everyone wanted one. This was the first time the dragons revealed themselves to mortals. Bored of flying, Cadmus landed on Li Changxian's hand and smiled ingratiatingly. The chatter erupted again. Impossible, is that also Li Changxian's pet? Hasn't he already mastered summoning? They say he is a master combatant, proficient in all weapons. Setting aside the demon horse, how can a warrior train a dragon? It is common for one person to not excel in 2 fields, especially with high-level foundations. Henry was extremely annoyed. Meanwhile, Yunseo happily ran over to the small dragon. Cadmus naturally flew towards her. Yunseo treated it like a pet and nicknamed it Maz. Changxian thought this name was no different from the Long Long he had named. Petting the dragon, Yunseo was curious about the demon horse Changxian brought. He only answered, nothing special. The snap of his fingers, the horse as big as a beggar's nest disappeared like a spirit. Yunseo eyes widened as if she had just seen advanced magic. The holder of the 5 sacred scriptures approached very close to Li Changxian, but said nothing. Changxian signaled his clan member. The opportunity has come, quickly follow her. The clan member immediately flew over and merged into Mirel's shadow. The master-level intermediate clan member used a close-range surveillance skill to track Mirel. Changxian remained calm on the surface, but inwardly admired how smoothly things were going. In the Ghost Worm Cave, young Yujin revealed that Mirel has the 5th sacred scripture. Aside from that, he had no other clues and had to investigate himself. At least he had successfully deceived her. This was a good start. The notable figure was her fiancé Henry. He is always competing with him even in France, with a highly competitive nature. Chang Xian used the interview to provoke him. This way, Morel will definitely get involved. He really had to thank the reporter for mentioning Henry during the on-plane interview. Yin Xiao asked in surprise, "Did you also learn summoning? Your horse looks like a spirit beast." Chang Xian replied, "Because I thought Cadmus was too lonely alone." Huh? No way you noticed that small detail. Under Yin Xiao's piercing gaze, Chang Xian avoided eye contact, wondering why these strange matters were so easy. Truly talented but often misapplied. "I told you I am not a warrior by nature. My class is a mage, specifically an ancient script mage." Yin Xiao shrieked, "What? Impossible. How can a mage fight better than a warrior?" Jio unsaw Chang Xian using ancient scripts, so he did not question it. The Sin sisters were fainting repeatedly. Hai Bin stiffened while petting the small dragon, and the person himself was grimacing, wondering what he had said wrong. Just then Wu Hu Tairong walked over to chat. "Oh, you are here? It must be hard to feed the dragons, right? Young dragons are always hungry. You must have a headache. There are many new faces here. Follow me, let me introduce you." Lin Changxiu frowned, wondering who this old man was to recognize the dragons as demonic dragons instantly. Ryong did not notice Chang Xian's expression and kept introducing professionally. Chang Xian thought that even in a place like Arcadia, where dragons are worshipped, no one understood dragons to this extent. The people Wu Hu introduced greeted him very friendly. "So you're the tyrant. Nice to meet you. I am Nicola Fouquet from Revenant. I am Griezmann Adley from Sun Sun, and I am Ludovico from Orlando." Chang Xian knew they were all from top French guilds, so he greeted them politely. They were on par with Korea's White Tiger and Five Stars guilds. He could not be rude. Wu Hu smiled and suggested going to greet the other newcomers present. Chang Xian began to suspect because the man kept showing a fawning attitude since the airport. He seemed to be plotting something, but he had to wait to find out. This scene also came. The tyrant shook hands with Henry. Before anything, hostility between the two was already radiating everywhere. "I have heard about you, Li Chang Xian. I am Henry Block. Nice to meet you." Chang Xian suddenly paused mid-sentence. This meeting did not seem pleasant. Wu Hu Tao was also surprised when he suddenly turned cold and stopped speaking. Henry laughed loudly. "Meeting my childhood idol is my honor." He was so honored that he silently activated a skill. The dark energy of the necrotic dragon spread in all directions, activating the curse of violence and the curse of fear. Li Changxiu smirked, thinking he liked the guy during the interview, so now he was being humiliated. But this was too blatant. Henry Block controls a necrotic dragon, also called a bone dragon. Sounds good, but it is actually just a low-level dragon like a trash-tier dragon. Seeing the tense atmosphere, everyone was surprised that Henry intended to provoke him right here. Chang Xian smiled meaningfully. His virtue skill had activated mental immunity. He silently admired it but thought that was all. Then a stream of golden light intertwined with streaks of darkness shot straight toward Henry. Much to his utter astonishment, onlooking spectators were curious about the difference between these two-century rivals. They quickly got their answer when the light enveloped Henry, and that man was even smiling. He scowled, gritting his teeth as he wondered why it had come to this. He had been so confident in his title as the future King of France. The system sound rang out like a warning bell. The soul of the purple dragon had been nullified. The roar of the purple dragon was also nullified. He had used all his strength, but standing before a tyrant, everything was undone in an instant. The combination of the tiger aura and holy mark skills had helped you gain the upper hand. Chang San was like a demon incarnate as he asked, "My ears are very sharp, so I happened to overhear your conversation with your friend. You insulted me and my teammates as trash. Do you have an explanation?" Everyone present was terrified to know that the tyrant had even heard such things. Chang Xian would not have cared if they only talked about him, but he would not let anyone touch the pride of his teammates. He continuously shared Cadmus's power through the fire heart. Like a wise dragon that could understand the speech of all creatures, you can understand and speak every language. Sir Nicola saw the tense situation and hastily cut in, saying that he had misunderstood. Chang Xian coldly glared at the old man, telling him to shut up. "I am asking Henry here and his friend, not you. The fear of death enveloped you. You cannot escape." Henry was so frightened he stammered about it. "Answer me," and you fell into a state of panic. Henry suddenly calmed down, withdrew his hand, and said it was just a misunderstanding. Chang Xian also withdrew his dark energy and smiled. "Oh really? Good thing I misheard. Right, he laughed at you. We nearly came to blows. Then let us greet each other again. Very pleased to meet you. Stay and have fun until the party is over." Finally, the intense interrogation ended. Henry returned to his rest room, staggering in admiration. He gritted his teeth, thinking, how dare he insult me, the next king. "I will not forgive you, Chang Xian." Those scumbags and his fiancée were right next to him. They kept discussing the earlier incident, but in truth they wanted to use those hollow words to taunt Henry, making him even angrier. He became more determined to teach the tyrant a lesson, and then it would be these people's turn to get beaten. There were 2 days left until the dungeon opened. He did not know what trick Chang Xian had used, but he was certain that he would not be able to do so when the attack began, and that would be when he made him pay. Just then, his beautiful fiancée called out to him, Henry could not even keep a good composure in front of his future wife, and just curtly replied, "What is it? Nothing." Seeing him like that, she did not bother to ask further. Mirel thought she should have been more careful. When the two men had their hidden conflict, there was a faceless spirit constantly reminding her to run away quickly. Now, leave this place, but she stood frozen on the spot. She finally turned her head to ask why she had to do that. "Then who is the person talking to me?" The faceless spirit angrily asked her if she did not see the look in his eyes. "He was an entity both similar to and different from us. That man could already burn me to death. A person who could kill both you and me." Recalling Chang Sion's savage smile, Mirel tried to calm herself, telling herself that she was not worried. This was just the fear of the guardian spirit transmitted through the contract. He had reacted like that ever since he saw the blue flame in that man's eyes. Unbelievable that even a divine entity could be scared stiff of a mere mortal. "Chang Xian, what kind of being are you? Rarely have I seen you like this," Henry Nicola said. Henry defended himself to his teacher, saying that he was just feeling unwell. Nicola patted his shoulder and said that was fine, and reminded him not to forget that the position orphan like him had today was all thanks to the efforts of those who had returned from the dead like them. "If everything falls apart because of you, we will have no choice but to take back the glory and everything you have built." Henry bit his lip and replied, "I will take that to heart, teacher." Soon came the day everyone led their forces into the dungeon. The mechanical system announced, "You have entered the dungeon called the Barren, rocky desert with cold winds." The dungeon mission begins. Mission theme: escape. Every few days, a train running through the desert heart will arrive to stop. Protect the train from adverse conditions, all kinds of obstructing monsters. Help it run forward out of the desert. Although the White Tiger family did not reveal their attack plan, they certainly did not deploy, because the French government did not want to lose face before other countries. System announced again, the train is divided into 4 cars. In each car, you can find survival tools and hidden fragments when moving from the last car to the first. All participants will have access to the inventory, system window, and skill window to complete the mission. Henry had been watching Chang Son since earlier, and he was certain, no matter how outstanding the tyrant's talent was, he could not cross this entire barren, rocky desert by himself. The divine entity of the suitable hunting season was very excited to see you play with new prey in the harsh environment. Chang Xiong complained that it was unbearably hot here, a complete opposite to that despicable snowman life. The divine serpent entity coiled around the world, thinking each other lost protection. No wonder this place looked so familiar. Chang Xiong frowned, because the scorching sun during the day and the bone-chilling wind at night would greatly hinder conquering the dungeon. According to the detailed mission description, the train was the only way to escape from here. Falling behind meant meeting the King of Hell. Those French people were not taking this dungeon seriously. They used the excuse that it was too difficult, and the rewards were not worth the difficulty. Chang Xian remembered meeting the nameless king. He had asked, "Do you know Surtur?" Surtur was a fierce giant who ruled the power of volcanic fire in the underworld. Chang Xian had asked back, "Do you mean the ruler of Muspelheim?" And that was exactly the king he was talking about, a ruler of the fire giants. "Is he dead?" "Yes, died ages ago, but the apocalyptic world he ruled is now on Earth." Surtur was the giant king who ruled the world of fire. He used that world to destroy countless universes. One day, someone discovered he was dead, and the apocalypse occurred in Muspelheim at the same time. No one knows why he slept, but there are rumors that he was struck by karma for destroying all those universes. And this desert is all that remains of that very world. The world-destroying flames were fanned to their fullest to obtain a sacrificial object. Correct. Then take the sword that Surtur once wielded. It will be of great help. Surtur is known to have a sword named Lavatine. Only the king of the fire giants could wield it. The secret to reaching Ragnarok, where the sword is kept, is to board that train. First, I will collect all the hidden fragments and obtain Lavatine. If I can use the world-destroying flames of Zikwi together with that sword, I will be able to maximize the power of the fire. Of course, before that, I need to find the exact location of the 5th holy scripture. While focusing on this dungeon, Mirel will at some point be far away from the volunteer group. Chang Xion then asked the spy hiding in her shadow about the current situation. The spy said there was nothing noteworthy. Chang Xian, still angry, ordered it to monitor closely. The dungeon subjugation officially began. After walking only a few steps, 4 of Chang Xian's 5 men were complaining of thirst and fatigue, asking to remove their armor. He said that even though it was hard, they should keep their armor on. Then the system warned of danger from the Beast Path's power. No sooner had he spoken than a loud explosion rang out. The spreading shockwave caused the dungeon assault team to panic, fearing an ambush. It was precisely an ambush by the Sona Luca family. A man in a red cloak wearing a fanged mask emerged from the flames. He was the pinky leader of the Sona Luca family. Little Saint Kutaguna, strict orders, do not forget, the ring finger leader Kancio reminded. The mission to capture the child of the prophecy is more fun than this. The boss also likes him. You are not planning to defy the higher-ups' decision, are you? Are you crazy? Do you think I want to be beheaded in my sleep? I do not like this job, but I will not cause trouble. Just mind your own business. Let us begin. This trip will be fun. The Senaruka Guild's ambush starts now. Beast Path's power warns you of danger. A hidden ambush is underway, rapidly scanning the enemies. Chang Xian cursed. Meeting a calamity right at the start, anyone would be angry. The ice robe withstood the hot wind. The ice robe of the Snow King, ancestor of the Snow People, designed by the legendary craftsman descendant Yuji, with perfect defense, light, temperature regulation, and protective magic barriers. Using the Snake Eye skill to search, Big Girl Gun members safely escaped the Phantom skill. Xinyun Seo nullified the damage from many shield wall skills. Jim Ju created a Uroboros magic barrier. He Bin used the God of War's dagger to create a strong wind, escaping the explosion radius. Hunting Season Saint was furious that her darling was nearly injured and asked who was behind it. She screamed upon seeing her priest wounded. Chang Xiun breathed a sigh of relief that the team was safe, but the spy reported that the enemy was about to attack Mireille and asked him what to do. At that moment, Mireille had fainted beside a man with rippling abs. That man looked at her with a beastly gaze. Chang Xian cursed in fury, transformed into a bird and rushed over there. He wondered if their target had been her from the very beginning. Chang Xian panicked, calling Jiao Gun to go with him. He told the spy to stay hidden and continuously update their location. Beast Path's power warned of danger again. Chang Xian was ambushed but reacted quickly, successfully countering. What attacked was an assassination weapon, followed by thick dust and smoke. The smoke cleared to reveal a figure. That person said, "Huh, you can still see?" The rumor seemed true. The Hunting Season Saint was very displeased with the uninvited guest. "I was going to deal with you quickly, but now you are worthy of being in my collection." The World and Whining Serpent Saint was impressed by your ability to make enemies. Moreover, even if he is East Asian, being handsome is fine. Our guardian god is also interested in you. Let us have some fun for a while. The evil-hearted Origin Saint was waiting for a new opponent. The Hunting Season Saint was shocked to see the god and asked what Mother was doing here. The evil Dragon Origin Saint said she wanted to watch her daughter's favorite channel. The Hunting Season Saint jumped up demanding it stop. Chang Xian, in the midst of a tense battle, still had to spend 2 helpless minutes on the 2 childish god mother and daughter. He swung his hand, lashing out a dark energy whip that coiled around the one who had ambushed him. That guy was agile but still got his leg caught by Chang Xian's whip. The opponent was locked down. Chang Xian leaped over, ready to deliver a sword strike to send him to the afterlife. The Fierce Tiger state activated, Fierce Tiger Fang strike launched. Chang Xian and the ambusher clashed fiercely. After blocking Li Chang Xian's blow, that guy remarked that he was not bad. "How dare you scratch my jade-like body?" A giant insect burrowed up from the ground along with the ambusher's roar. "This will not end with just you entering my collection." The Fierce Tiger Star Saint clearly showed hostility towards the new enemy, warning, "How dare you touch my property." The shadowy ancient insect tower saint said he was just following the priest's orders. Chang Xian was surprised that the Void King was so ferocious, unusually aggressive today. But Jiang Xiao did not lose focus. Even against a strong female opponent, he showed no mercy, wondering if the shadowy ancient insect Sui Yang, the invisible constellation, was the reason for his harshness. Like the Void King, he was one of the 72 earthly demons with whom he had a poor relationship. His appearance here could not be a coincidence. The 72 earthly demons belonged to the Purple Star Heaven, consisting of 3 star spirits and 28 leading constellations along with 36 celestial spirits. The Fierce Tiger Star Saint became even more hostile, as if trying to hide something, specifically assassinating Mireille. No, capturing the root. Did Suyong come all this way for the scripture? If the Void King hid the secrets of Exan's 7 lost scriptures from the Purple Star Heaven and Sui Yang wanted to test himself. Thinking so, Chang Xian had a good idea. He called his buddy over. It gave its trademark stupid grin. He could make the Void King fight Vao Xiaoyang to create chaos among the Purple Star Heaven. Perhaps seal one of these gods. Chang Xian told his buddy to watch his back, activated the fire core. A portion of magic was shared. Cadmus clan member was adjusting the Blood Sun skill. Chang Xian thought the Sinaruka guild serving Sui Yang as a guardian god never acted on their own. Them chasing him meant someone had hired them. He needed to find that person's information. At this moment, the assassin was surrounded by Cadmus's blood bones, never expecting a small dragon like Cadmus to cast high-level magic. The guild gave the mission without researching the assassination target's information. The blood bones nullified the stealth technique, revealing a whole group of people as numerous as ants. It was the spell of the little black fire dragon of the dark night, summoning a wave of blood bones around the area, isolating it from the outside, causing chaos among the enemies. Skill 1 features Conceal Presence, Obstruct Vision, Distinguish Friend from Foe, Howl and Wail. While the assassins were in chaos, Li Changxian descended with his dual swords. A horde of ghost horses appeared right behind Li Changxian to sweep them away, accompanied by Chang Xian's sinister smile. In Huanu's 7, Jian also appeared with a herd of war horses. The valiant commander clearly heard the master's command, kill them all. Blood splattered like falling rain. Soon the assassins fell like mown hay. Jin Frieza proudly looked at Li Changxian. How do you find my clan members? Quite useful, are they not? Chang Son was surprised by Jin's speed in absorbing demon blood, on par with the judo of White Fox, because Jin was the high-level leader of the Gaby Forges. Jin Frisia suddenly asked what was with his face. Did he think he was showing off with just this? After the time in the Demon Vault workshop, he had to do more. Jin Frisia sighed, saying he also felt sad hearing that cancel summon. Before being sent back, Jin Frisia still managed to shout, "Would praising me once kill someone?" For Chang Xian, some people would be poor if they did that. The dying female assassin begged Chang Xian to finish her off. The Sacred Tiger Holy Body warned some god to get lost because the clan member was trash. The negative pole insect Holy Body curiously looked at him, ignoring the warning. The fallen tiger Holy Body growled that if he invaded its territory, it would be considered starting a war. The negative pole insect Holy Body chuckled, saying those without a star core could not become clan members. The fallen tiger Holy Body bristled and raised its tail in warning. The negative pole insect squinted its warblood eyes. The tense mental battle between the two gods. Chang Xian smiled happily when everything was as he suspected. The Cancer constellation was still selfish, seeing the priest as a money-making tool. They only wanted to expand their guild through him. At this moment, the fallen tiger and the negative pole insect both turned their faces away from each other. This was a sign that they had fallen for the trap. Chang Xian would benefit from keeping the Void King fallen tiger under control. He did not hide his desire for Chang Xian, so he could use that to create a rift in the Cancer constellation, even destroying the entire star gang. Chang Xian ignored the two gods, turning to collect the bones of the dead to increase his vitality. According to the assassin, Sina Ruka had two goals. One was to kidnap Muriel, two was to assassinate Chang Xian. Clearly there were two clients who hired them. Chang Xian thought of Kang Wuchan as the intermediary, with the ones behind being John Ho and Kim Xian Sung. Surprisingly, the Illuminati also wanted to touch him, possibly because he had refused Joachim's offer. Quite a headache, but Chang Xian could not let this society harass him forever. He would think this matter through carefully after returning. Chang Xian flew to an oasis for a rest stop, the place where the Sinaruka group had brought Muriel. His goal was to rescue Muriel, so he had to erase all traces of his presence as much as possible. He used the stealth skill. Chang Xian turned into air and flew straight in. Amidst the crowd, he struck with a bang. A fierce, malicious flame erupted violently. He activated the soul-burning state. Having activated Fang Fierce Soul Tiger, Chang Xian suddenly attacked and grabbed the man in front. Was he surprised? He vanished like a joke, catching Chang Xian off guard instead. An invisible hand was aiming for him. Beam of light shot straight towards Chang Xian. Then a massive pillar of light descended. The fallen tiger Holy Body warned of danger. The negative pole insect Holy Body anticipated his action. A girl from nowhere was posing on a treetop. She was scantily clad as if for the beach. You can dodge the flame chain. Chang Xian grimaced, commenting that she was as dangerous as when he encountered Jian Chan Ho, the aura of one who had reached the pinnacle of humanity. King. The scantily clad girl looked at Chang Xian with an interested smile. "Oh, you know me?" It was then that Henry realized his beloved wife had vanished. She silently disappeared, as if she had never been there. Over here, a star favor was healing the room, one by one with many shield strike skills. Gu He Bin also counterattacked by summoning the martial god. Wolf was furious when he figured out who hired Sinaruka and destroyed the French volunteer medical team. He beast transformed and roared, "Constantin, you have crossed the line." The green wolf holy beast roared in anger. Safe train had arrived. All who wished to participate in the dungeon mission, please board the train. A black train spewing smoke rushed in. A lightly clad girl liked standing on a coconut treetop. The infection beetle god was curious to see what he would do as a disciple. Looking at that face, "You have discovered me, have you not?" The demon smiled at him. The demon with a crying face pitied him. The judging face looked at him with envy. Chang Xian thought to himself, the mother goddess would lead the dying to a peaceful death. Those demon faces were bothering him. That skill was truly annoying even when he was the twilight of the gods. But she could not use it comfortably, so he still had a chance to counterattack. However, could he face her? If he exhausted his body force and hid his holy, then releasing the magic in the attire and the dragon demon's claw mark could not be activated. At that time, I could not summon all my followers to fight her. No matter what I did, I would still lose. It felt truly hopeless. Against a high-ranking prostitute on par with a player, I still had a chance. But I could not defeat a king who had reached the limits of humanity like her. That person seemed to see through Chang Xian's heart, laughed and said, "Oh my, do not tell me you are scared. I thought there would be fun with a humanoid." Weighing the pros and cons, Chang Xian decided to temporarily surrender. Bringing followers here would only reveal more secrets. There was no need to confront her himself. You mean there is someone else besides you? Can you come out now? Perhaps you have noticed, Muriel Aliano. You are in possession of one of the secret holy books. What did you say? While the assassin king was still dazed, his monkey Marcus charged from the void to strike from behind. Truly lived up to her title as the king of assassins. She dodged the blow so quickly that his monkey Marcus lunged straight toward Li Changxian. The old man narrowed his eyes, looking on with amusement. "I truly cannot understand. How did you know I was there? Was it not already too obvious?" Chang Xian widened his eyes with an innocent look. Do you think a place I would go would have a secret holy book? What? His monkey Marcus was stunned, then burst in a loud laughter. I never expected you to discover me for such a simple reason. Your observation is very good. The old man asked with a sly grin what they planned to do now. Chang Xian told him to stall for time so he could retrieve Mireille. The opponent is the Assassin King. You want me to stop her? You cannot do it? Hey, saying that hurts my pride. His monkey Marcus thought he had never seen such a decisive brat, threatening and saying he would not find the holy book if he did not fight the Assassin King. He felt toyed with, but it was not bad. The old man laughed. Well, fine then. The old man also guessed that this clever bastard already knew his guardian constellation. The irritable golden-eyed Buddha god opened his eyes. His monkey Marcus transformed spectacularly, revealing a sinister smile. The mighty tiger down on his luck looked at his follower and laughed. Golden light spun and shot into the sky with streaks of lightning. Li Changxian smiled even more sinisterly. Wukong, I never expected him to have a guardian constellation of that caliber. Divine power and constellations originate from mortal faith, but Wukong is truly one of a kind. Why would such a powerful constellation serve an empty shell like him? But I am sure to win this fight. His monkey Marcus rode a somersault cloud, spinning into a whirlwind that surrounded the Assassin King. A provoked retorted, what is this nameless old man saying? Before A was a golden mask with an angry smile. Chang Son was certain the demon monkey Marcus was superior to a king. Light splattered everywhere, and his monkey Marcus laughed loudly, mocking her as a child who had gone deaf, probably wearing headphones with the music too loud all day. The Assassin King, furious, asked what nonsense he was talking about. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Xian immediately ordered the spy he had planted to begin acting. The assassin holding the person was instantly cut in half. Master, I have successfully protected Mireille Aliano. As soon as he finished speaking, he was also taken down unexpectedly. The Assassin King attacked from range and asked, when did you do that? Gioan immediately flew out to catch Mireille. Player Big Girl Gun had activated the Shadow Step skill. Assassin King, tricked by Chang Xian move after move, grew even angrier. The demon face was filled with rage. The Assassin King unleashed a skill, but his monkey Marcus blocked it with his Rui Jingu Bang. I shouted angrily, crazy old man, get lost. His monkey Marcus pressed on even more. Your ears are really bad. Did you not just hear that guy tell me to stop you? Let us see if you can still dance in your coffin. While they were struggling, Chang Xian took Mireille away. He thought the path was clear, but before he took 3 steps, a group of assassins emerged from the ground. He summoned a pack of hellhounds. They seemed quite troublesome to deal with. Gioan did not hesitate for a moment and immediately rushed to the rescue. Just then, the system announced, the desert train, the Su Xing'an, had arrived at Boulder Desert Station a while ago. Trang Xiao clenched his teeth and used all his strength to rush away. No one knew when the next desert train would arrive. People said Evaton was in the underground dungeon near the seething hell station, where it first stopped. Rescuing Mireille would get him the 5th secret holy book soon, but he could not abandon Leva's trust. Chang Xian had to get on the train. The system announced, all passengers please board the train. The next train will depart for the next station in 5 minutes. Damn, 5 minutes. Only an instant teleport would make it. Sinaruka's assassins clung to Chang Xian like leeches. He felt a murderous intent, wanting to wipe them all out to stop the annoyance. But the goal now was to board the La Evaton train to that dungeon, so it was not convenient. The righteous body of the mighty tiger sucker asked why not leave this luggage behind to avoid being caught. The righteous body of the suitable hunting season agreed, saying finally a god had spoken correctly. Trang Sun thought these people were still the same, uninterested in any mortal except the one who piqued their curiosity. Righteous body of the chaotic primordial evil dragon clicked his tongue at the unpleasant scene, demanding something new. The righteous body of the suitable hunting season cried out, Mother, again no warning. The righteous body of the world encircling serpent laughed cruelly, asking you do not know why she did that? The righteous body of the suitable hunting season asked back, you know? The righteous body of the world encircling serpent said perhaps they were worried and feared the unseen god on these days. Chang Son was annoyed when the gods started speaking useless words again. The hunting season saint complained he would rather side with evil than choose the hypocritical faction. Chang Xian admitted that every action had a purpose, but abandoning the girl now would disappoint the old god after the battle with the twins. He had not yet received any benefit from her, so he had to maintain the relationship. But where exactly was the sad saint scripture located? Just then Mireille woke up, panicking to find herself in Chang Xian's arms. Seeing this, he immediately got down to business, briefly explaining the situation. Why did Sinaruka target you? He had no idea either. It was impossible for them to keep following without a reason. Mireille looked at him with suspicious eyes. Think carefully, she would surely realize something. Suddenly Muriel's eyes widened and she stammered, "Impossible. My father, 2 years ago I followed my father. An archaeologist with an ancient ruin. I found a ring and heard the voice of the guardian god. After that I had no talent at all. For the first time in my life, I mastered summoning magic. The problem was that my father began to show malice. He saw me as a thief who stole a treasure and tried to kill me. Henry saved me then." Chang Xian grasped the key point. Her family's malice was surely because of the natural disaster curse. "Give me that ring." If they were chasing because of it, it had to be discarded. She refused because it was a sacred object linked to the guardian god. Said if not, he would have to leave her behind, and he immediately activated the death gaze. Muriel broke out in a cold sweat under that gaze. What would she do? "Give me the ring." She quickly removed the ring and handed it to him. The guardian god roared behind her. "Muriel, wake up. Not give the ring to that man any cost." But it was too late. Chang Xian took the ring the moment she hesitated. He immediately released her back into the desert. Chang Xian put the ring on his finger, promising to return after dealing with the assassins. He called Jiuan over, and he immediately caught Muriel. Just then, the system announced the desert train's time was up and it was departing. Jiuan was worried about Chang Xian, but he guaranteed he would catch up immediately, so there was no need to panic. Chang Xian dashed to the train in an instant. The assassins shifted their target to him, but it was too late. The trapped fierce tiger saint laughed maniacally upon seeing that his friend had obtained a new holy scripture. The darkness specialized inside the mysterious ring. The ring reacted to Peter's key and had been unlocked. "You have obtained the 5th piece of the lowly holy scripture." Chang Xian was pulled into a vortex of blue energy. This vortex prevented the assassins from approaching him. "You have entered the temporary dungeon Storm Hell." Chang Xian laughed joyfully. Blinding light opened a new space. The assassins looked bewilderedly at the unfamiliar scenery before them. They did not expect a dungeon from the void. The secret about the child of prophecy had been revealed, but they refused to accept reality, as they had spent a long time confirming Muriel was that child. Amid the chaos, he still rushed to save Muriel. Could Chang Xian be the White Tiger's secret weapon? They had to report back. The system announced you had discovered the forgotten starlight. The parasite saint looked at it with lost admiration. He said devouring all the starch would make it shine like 28 moons. The tribe members were suppressed by the energy source. He set his sights on the dungeon. The apocalypse wind blew strongly. The parasite saint clicked his tongue in disappointment at the weak people. Along with a blinding light, the master of the dungeon opened his eyes. The saint of the girl who hated storms appeared. The dungeon mission began. Survival and pursuit. You were affected by the nature disaster curse of the Fox King. The curse would take effect after 72 hours and teleport you to the storm hell. This hell was born from the dawn of the universe, full of danger, and once thought to have disappeared. To remove the curse, you must defeat her. Many types of weapons were hidden throughout the dungeon. Search and combine them to hunt her. Good luck surviving. Chang Xian looked at the mad monster and understood the problem. Turns out they wanted him to kill a god to break the curse. Truly insane. Chang Xian grimaced at the woman on the peak with surging energy. If this was only her remaining phantom power, how strong was her original form? At least he could hold his ground in the demonic cobra lair. But if he fell here first, he would surely die. The saint roared, "Not bad, mortal. Even though I am only a substitute shell, you cannot last long. I see the murky stars on you. That is why you are still alive." Chang Xian activated the beautiful virtue skill to create a mental barrier, asking her about the murky stars. He thought if she knew the dark energy, she might also know Mephisto. He calculated power and supplemented his stats. The girl who hated storms replied, "Of course I know. The murky stars are the absolute will of the night, a pitiful creature always chasing power." Chang Xian noted the absolute will of the night. When the twins and Minerva clashed, he saw a message about day and night, but still did not understand. "If it weren't for smelling that man's scent on you, I would have destroyed you already. But looking at you now, without any protection, dealing with you is fine." With the title of the embodiment of the Nether Spirit's will, Chang Xian created a storm of fire and coldly called out for Jin Frisia to come and fight. Jin appeared riding a hell horse and laughed loudly. "You have gone mad. Are you planning to attack the illusion of a sub-constellation again this time? The energy she emits is no different from a demonic cobra. Absorbing it would raise my stats by several levels instantly." Saintess who hated the storm went mad from Jin's arrogant words. "How dare you? Block this wind strike." Cadmus drooled upon discovering a delicacy. The little dragon in its growth period was hungry again. Without waiting for Chang Xian's reaction, it opened its mouth and devoured that girl's wind strike. Something so delicious was just an appetizer for its feast. The blazing heart destroyed the wind strike, absorbed the magic, and increased its completion level. The completion level shot up to 20.6%. Omega single hit over 10%. We must thank this saintess. The girl who hated the storm looked at the dragon as if seeing an alien. What? Cadmus opened its mouth, wanting to give an extra gift to the delicacy just now. Even though it was small, it opened its mouth to create a massive orb of light, startling both Chang Xian and Jin. Then it suddenly blew the orb away. Cadmus had used the breath skill. The orb of light pressed tightly against the 2 grapefruits of the girl who hated the storm. Then it pressed so hard that one of her wings was severed. The saintess screamed violently. Seeing the dragon fly towards her, she panicked even more. Cadmus drooled and called her a delicacy. The gods were shaken. The far-off tiger widened its eyes in shock. The god of the hunt was stunned. The serpent who enveloped the world grew wary, saying one should not befriend creatures from hell. God Taurus wondered who gave this thing to a mortal. The god of hunting demanded the dragon, but the evil dragon god said it was impossible because its potential was too great. The god of the hunt lay down in a rage, only to be stopped by his mother's small claw. Cadmus extended its long tongue to caress its delicacy. Wherever it licked, the she-devils followed. Wherever it licked, the girl who hated the storm screamed there. Chang Xian stood frozen, watching the scene before him. What was going on? Could a dragon devour a constellation? Even if it was just an illusion, both he and his future were in danger. Yet it treated that spiritual pressure as mere delicacy. So that was why Cadmus had devoured all the artifacts in the treasury. Because powerful artifacts were often tainted by myths. Chang Xian understood why the gods reacted so fiercely. It was a predator they needed to be wary of. While he was thinking, Cadmus was happily scooping up a replica of the Saintess, and that girl could not fight back. Jin Frieza said weakly, "Master, if I did something wrong, please tell me, and I will correct it immediately." "Why did you suddenly?" Chang Xian was surprised, then realized the problem. "What are you afraid Cadmus will drool on you and your followers?" The demonic cobra also came from the starlight. Jin made a sour face and made excuses. "Nothing to laugh about. I don't want to become a follower digested by a pet." "Don't worry, I don't want to discard the followers I worked hard to create." Jin sighed in relief. "That's a relief." On the other side, the Saintess who hated the storm had reacted after the shock. She used her remaining wing to fly at full speed. Cadmus immediately chased after her, determined not to lose its tasty morsel. She yelled while flying, "Get back! Stay away from me! My body can't take it!" Chang Xian mused, has Cadmus been this strong from the start? Impossible, it's just a newborn beast. Perhaps it is due its innate advantage, its darkness devours the light. The system reported that the completion level was already 42.6%. Chang Xian hoped it would continue to increase. Cadmus exhaled massive streams of dark energy. Darkness quickly caught the girl, infiltrating her divine power. She panicked. "No, stay away from me. I must return to Mirael." The darkness began to infect her divinity. Jin laughed smugly. "Hey, I never thought the day I would defeat a god would come so soon." "Useless, Jin," Chang Xian reminded him, then opened the treasury and brought out all the stored weapons. He chose the frozen snow origin punishment sword for his next move, clicking his tongue. Using treasures like this is a bit wasteful, but only something this powerful could contain the darkness. Chang Xian held a sword in one hand and a bow in the other, using his blood as a medium for the blood control technique. If he infused the blood poison and darkness into the treasure of the Ice Emperor, the power could rival a divine artifact. After adding Chang Xian's blood, the sword transformed into an arrow, completing the demon-breaking arrow. Chang Xian did not hesitate and immediately shot the arrow. This arrow was naturally aimed at the girl who hated the storm. He also used the marksman's authority to precisely aim at the target. With this arrow, her remaining wing also disappeared. She screamed, "You, how dare you? Dare or not, please shut your mouth. Screaming too much gives me a headache." Elfie appeared unexpectedly, using a branch to tightly bind that girl's protruding beak-like mouth. "I won't let that happen." Elfie smiled softly. Jin also made a grand appearance with a massive broadsword, a slash sharper than a freshly tattooed brow. It split the remaining part of the girl who hated the storm in two. The illusion was destroyed and Chang Xian immediately rushed forward. Chang Xian infused dark energy into the evil dragon Fang, then seized the moment to attack more fiercely. The dazzling light from the shattered center achieved an impressive feat. He subdued starlight, divided the mundane, and acquired holy power. The divine seal skill was strengthened. Dark Heart completed at a dizzying rate of 51.69%. The girl who hated storms had died. Chang Xian contributed the most, receiving 50 million karma points for the unprecedented achievement. He received the Apocalypse Wind attribute reward. The gods showed varied expressions. The fierce tiger smirked sinisterly, while the diseased giant beetle stared in disbelief. The number of gods and constellations interested in him increased. Currently, 32 wished to take him as a follower. He could combine Apocalypse Wind with Infernal Flame. He had received 2 out of 3 destruction attributes. The power of Infernal Flame and the concept attribute of Nether Spirit were stronger. His title evolved into the demon form of the Nether Spirit concept. Demon form was the evolved state of the Nether Spirit concept, a legion of fire and demons that absorbed Apocalypse Wind. When awakened, it carried flames of destruction and winds of devastation when it flapped its wings. He was a magic beast bearing the calamity of Doom Wind. The classification and title effect were S rank, including Infernal Flame and Apocalypse Wind. Chang Xian unleashed a fiery tornado, and Cadmus happily flew in circles around it. Chang Xian was delighted as all his stats increased. Finally, it was time for him to undergo transformation, become a god, and turn into a transcendent. He finished decoding the 5th secret scripture of Ezen and acquired the secret art within. He had just received Starlight. New holy power was added to the divine seal skill, upgrading it. He glimpsed a part of the secret from the primordial storm and leveled up. He could continue the second promotion quest upon reaching level 50. Finally, the text Chang Xian had been waiting for appeared. The level of his followers increased, transforming them into a different form. The folklore scenario quest had been created. He needed to achieve 4 impressive feats. They were to be merged according to an open structure, development, turning point, and completion to finish the folklore story. If successful, he would level up. If he failed, the level cap would increase. Chang Xian promised himself that this time he would do it properly. He remembered seeing this same information window when he was first reborn. Players combined achievements based on their actions and results, divided into 5 level types. Myth and legend were achievements for gods and constellations. Anecdote was for demigods seeking to become gods. Folklore was for superhumans who transcended human limits. The system had not reported everything. He received the achievement for subduing Starlight, starting a folklore story, composing a world sculpture, and creating a religion. That was the starting point for creating a religion, imprinting an existence deeply into the world and universe. Those who began folklore stories were called heroes. Rankers were the modern version of ancient heroes. Fortunately, Trang Xuan had just received one of the 4 achievements for creating folklore and also gained Apocalypse Wind. He believed he would quickly find the 4th secret scripture. At this point, the dungeon was about to close. Returning to the desert and the ship on the sand, Gyogun had managed to bring Mirael onto the ship. Gyogun panted heavily after escaping death by a hair's breath. Pale-faced, he spoke unconsciously. I almost used up all my mana to catch up to the ship. I do not know if he is okay. Mirael looked unwell upon realizing she could no longer sense the divine. At that moment, Henry rushed over and called out Mirael loudly. He grabbed Gioun and asked what he had done to her. Who would covet your fiancé anyway? Gioun said coldly, I do not know what you are talking about, but it seems you have no good intentions. Your bodyguard is angry. Henry shouted madly, you bastard, answer me. He had not done anything, had not touched anything. How could he reply? The members of the Sin family saw this and felt injustice for Gyogun, doing a good deed only to be repaid with resentment. At that moment, a tall man appeared behind Gioun, startling him into uttering an impolite remark. Who is this old man? The god of the hunt glanced over with a displeased look. Seo gritted his teeth and asked, who the hell are you? Do you want to die? Zago Ryong was nowhere to be seen, and the 2 old men showed no interest. The newcomer thought this was a suitable time to take revenge for the new players who had been dominated by Li Changxian. Despite the large conflict, it was best to calm the situation after Henry had dealt with it. Wolf arrived right after and said, Nicola, stop it. Sixlang, do not meddle in others' affairs. What is it this time? Chang Xian appeared at the door, drawing everyone's attention. Anyway, I managed to save her. Jim Ju and Eun Seo saw him as if they had seen the sun of truth piercing their hearts. Nicola was so surprised he froze, cursing inwardly that he should have dealt with Chang Xian upon his return. Now that he had reached a ranker level, he absolutely could not let him interfere. He smiled awkwardly, haha, a misunderstanding. Henry, however, was tactless and still raged. What did you people do to Mirael? Explain now. He waved his hand, wanting to fight immediately. The dead bone dragon was opened. The bone stream appeared. Nicola hurriedly yelled, Henry, you idiot. He could no longer hear any words, focusing only on unleashing fire. Fire blazed large, burning into the shape of a warrior with white bone armor. I have had to concede because of your strange tricks, but this time I will repay that humiliation. The soul of the dead bone dragon channeled magic power, increasing the strength of the bone blade and bone armor. Nicola still tried to stop him. At that moment, Henry's face was nearly touching Li Changxian's fist. At just that distance, the force shattered his white bone mask. Henry quickly retreated, doubting inwardly. The dragon armor is harder than diamond, but it could not block this punch. Changxian sneered. I heard you called my team member a nuisance again. Li Changxian showed no mercy and punched Henry relentlessly. Naturally, he did not miss a single blow, and he could not even fight back. Looking at the combat reality, Henry's master Nicola immediately realized that tough young man from Korea had grown stronger than before. Chang Xian suddenly glanced at him as if sensing he was speaking ill of him. He sent a chill down Nicola's spine. Activating the tidal nether spirit vessel, Chang Xian shoved Henry aside and lunged at the meddlesome old man Nicola. He looked at him thinking, this is not right. He could not have gotten this strong in 3 days. He must be hiding a high-level skill. Otherwise, the gentle instinctual skill of a monster would not burst out like this. What he meant was that his robe suddenly flew off, revealing a muscular body. Nicola activated another skill, Monster Heart. An eye opened in the middle of his chest. Since it had come to this, he would tear Chang Xian apart right here. Even if he was a famous rookie, he was still just a kid, a mere squad leader. Chang Xian saw the old man make his move but was not intimidated, directly meeting the attack. Old man Nicola only wanted to prove one thing, that Yulin was stronger than Baiko, to avoid future trouble and humiliate that arrogant bastard Ryong. With high determination, Nicola threw a punch that went straight through Chang Xian's body. He suddenly stopped while Chang Xian kept his expression utterly indifferent. The eye in the middle of the old man's chest had been slashed apart, At the same time, the thick master fell down in confusion. How? Chang Xion glanced at him. Was the superior of Yulin so pathetic? With all-seeing eye and 100% red heart, finding and exploiting the opponent's weak point was a trivial matter. The Yulin group went mad with rage upon hearing Chang Xion say that, but the moment he swept his gaze over them, all immediately shut their mouths. The tiger's aura covered the entire scene. The fierce tiger snarled along with a great blaze of fire erupting violently. Chang Xion loudly declared war, daring anyone to step forward. The whole Yulin group, who had just been shouting aggressively, now stood dead silent as if struck by lightning. At that moment, Ludovico and Griezmann appeared. Ludovico spoke up to media, telling Li Changxian to calm down. You are Ludovico, a member of the Orlando family, right? I personally saw my teammate being threatened, yet you tell me to calm down. Then let me beat you up first, then you be calm. Chang Xion asked while radiating his killing intent. Ludovico panicked, saying he had gone too far. If there is a problem, take it out on me. Old man Ludovico thought to himself. Henry and Nicola were both defeated in an instant. He was no match for that guy. The French player being dominated by a Korean rookie was truly humiliating. Griezmann had a lot of combat experience. If he joined in, there would be a chance. But he wasn't even looking, just wanting to observe from the sidelines. Damn it, he would have to surrender and dump all the blame on Yulin when he got back to the guild. Ludovico bowed to Chang Xion, apologizing to him. As a representative of France, I sincerely apologize. Let this end here. He broke out in a sweat, thinking with a twisted smile, since he had apologized so sincerely like this, Chang Xion would probably stop. The consequences would be dealt with later. He would definitely get revenge for this humiliation. He never expected to run into such a stubborn young man. End? What right do you have to say it's over? I haven't even started yet. Chang Xion cracked his knuckles and warned through gritted teeth. Chang Xion, wait. Yeah, opening his mouth like this was the wrong move. Just as the fist flew into his mouth, old man Ludovico finally remembered Chang Xion's other nickname, the Bloody Fiend. Too bad he realized it too late, so the ship compartment was now filled with the sounds of groaning. On another front, the cross-section was imprinted with deep, smoking dents. The assassin empress held her head and laughed loudly. Knew the hunt wouldn't be easy, but couldn't imagine it would turn out like this. The dark yin god insectoid's face was full of dissatisfaction. The assassin empress's gold mask had been completely broken. She regretted it. It took a year to produce one, and now so many were lost. This was the first time she felt embarrassed since the battle with the Undying King. And that Asian brat too. This must be how the target interferes. I can't accept the target shifting to me and abandoning the mission. So I took out a more eerie mask. The Empress introduced this as the Goblin Mask. A had spent 10 years creating this personality, meant to deal with the Undying King but to protect Senezuka's foundation. I had to eliminate that person first. Back to the train that was still running recklessly. Li Changxian was about to slash at a head when Griezmann spoke up to advise. How about you just use your hands? Looking at the people knocked flat on the floor, he continued, I think you've vented enough anger and made them pay. Besides, this isn't the time to cause more chaos, right? Chang Xian said, I'll handle the back, you handle the front. Griezmann immediately agreed. Thank you for understanding. The remaining members of Yulin, who hadn't been hit yet, suddenly remembered when they saw their leader say that. Griezmann cut in. What are you still doing? Quickly bandage the wounded and move to the front cars. Are you trying to block the tracks? Just then, a piercing sound rang out, causing Griezmann to curse, because it came earlier than he expected. The system announced that a flock of hell pterodactyls had appeared, not only flying fire beasts, but also a flock of fire beasts targeting the desert train. Bad luck, another flock of hungry monsters looking for prey. The monsters began to land, and the system urged players to protect the train from the attack. People on the train started setting up defenses to protect the train. Chang Xian calculated with a serious face. The monsters from the Windstone Desert were always hungry due to the harsh environment. They probably thought the train was food and charged at it. The system warned that the monsters were going berserk and their total surrounding force had increased by 10%. Chang Xian understood that they would die either from being hunted or from starvation, which was why they were so crazed. He decided to eliminate them before they caused too much damage. A massive stream of energy shot out. A fierce fire blazed, and in an instant the sky cleared up again. The system announced that the monster wave had ended. Yun Xiao sat on the ground crying, saying she had never even dated and almost died here. Jim Jiu also sat down on his gun and cursed. The system announced that they had driven away all the monsters and passed the first trial. Additional rewards would be given based on contribution level. The person who received the most rewards was Li Changxian. While the 4 members of Team L were exhausted, Chang Xian had not broken a single sweat. The 2 White Tiger elders looked over to assess and chuckled, saying they were tired after just a little jog. They asked why the youth nowadays were so weak. When we were young, we fought for 3 days straight without a problem. It is too cramped here. Yun Xiao immediately turned around and retorted, asking what he just said. She said they just stood around watching and did nothing at all. Take it. Chang Xian tossed a rolled scroll to the elder with his head wrapped in bandages. He looked confused and asked him what this was. Chang Xian said this was a duplicate copy of the holy holy scripture that Mirel Aliano wanted. The elder was surprised and asked if he had already retrieved it. He was suspicious, asking how they could trust this was the real thing. Chang Xion said to take a photo and send it to Korea, then they would know immediately. That was also true, because if he lied, that man could deal with him on the spot. Jin appeared with a mocking laugh, asking if he was using it here to get rid of those hopeless tales. Chang Xion did not reply, only thinking that he had completed the decoded version after passing through the Hell Temple. The characters in this duplicate copy were fake, forged by Jin Frisia and the Apostles. Even if the White Tiger tried to decode it, it would take a few years, and even if they succeeded, they would gain nothing. He thought the first midway station was near, and he could no longer let those useless people hinder him. Jin Frisia asked again, the Avanton he intended to collect, exactly where was it stored? Beneath the boiling Hell Station, there was a place called the Brain Pool. That area was quite dangerous. The skeletal demon Bu Yangjin curiously asked why Changsun was handing it to them now. He was suspicious whether Changsun would drive them away after giving them what they wanted. Changxian laughed and said exactly. At that moment, the system announced that the Andesert Express was docking at the boiling Hell Station, the first stop. A frantic scream came from inside the train car, telling passengers who had not boarded to wait at the door. Changxian stood on top of the train and said clearly, "Take it and get lost. Do not loiter around me anymore." Red Giant Elder Hong Gak immediately flared up, saying that kind of talk was very irritating. Li Changxian and the 4 members of Team L showed no emotion. The skeletal demon smiled contemptuously, asking if he could bear the weight of his own words. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sent several strands of white medical bandages to attack the Tia members. Jieon grimaced when attacked. "Cook, I did not see that at all." Hongak closed in on Changxian, asking if he just told them to get lost. Changxian replied that he heard clearly. He had spoken slowly, and he still did not understand. Hongak angrily swung his fist. The system relayed that the distant tiger god was watching the fight between the 2 apostles and found it very interesting. At this moment, Woohoo also arrived, asking what all the noise was about. He had just rested a moment. He told Goliath to stop causing trouble. "Wolf, this is our business." "Huh, what are you saying? I know you really want him as a disciple, but this is our business." Chang Xian could not stand this pointless conversation any longer. He was annoyed about this disciple matter because if the families heard about it, it would become a big issue. Rayong curled his lips and smiled, saying he too was quite interested in that brat, but business was business. "I will not stop you old men from making a fuss about your grievance. That brat hurt your pride. You go and demand fairness yourselves." Red Giant looked at him as if looking at a traitor. "What? How could you?" Wu Huta glanced at him, saying he really was hard of hearing. He would be easily devoured by that kid, so he should be careful. If he insisted on resisting, he would not stop him either. The skeletal demon and the red giant were stunned by Wu Huta's attitude. "What?" Chang Xian began to use his facial muscles to express annoyance. He thought he had logged into this world for decades. Yet that man said the first generation lost to a brat who had been here for half a year. "How long are you people still planning to stand and watch me?" Rayong's face scrunched like an apple and said, "Do you remember the rules of the Elder Council? Do not tarnish the White Tiger's reputation. Do not let the Council's honor be trampled. As Vice Chairman, I will not overlook it if this rule is broken." The Council was established to become an invincible claw. A claw, once filed down, could no longer be used. I hope you two listen carefully to my words. Amidst the tension and jealousy, the system issued an announcement. The train had arrived at the First Foot Forest Station, the Boiling Hell Station. Passengers, please disembark. The train would arrive at the next station in 24 hours. Chang Xian immediately jumped down and called for his team to go. Before leaving, he left a final message. He hoped he would not see those two again. The Red Giant could no longer hold back. He charged forward with his fist raised, for the first time saying a sentence without stuttering. "You bastard, I will incinerate you." "No, Hongak," Bu Yangjin suddenly yelled out. Before Hongak could touch Li Changxian, he was blasted backward by a force. His whole body flew like a stuffed bear and then slammed straight into the ground. Changxian glanced at Yang Jin and spoke. "Last warning, if I see him tomorrow you will die too." At this moment Guchan ran out from somewhere, calling out to Elder Hongak with great sorrow. Changxian silently shot behind him, his face dark as he said, "Come to think of it, you are here too, I almost forgot." Guchan wanted to beg Changxian to listen to him, but he was already blasted away by the emotionless him. Guchan was hurled straight into the center of a great flame. Changxian turned his head, not bothering to look at that man anymore, and walked straight into the boiling hell station. Henry held his head and groaned. "Finally awake, huh?" He heard someone ask and panickedly turned to see who it was. What met his eyes was the sight of his teammates lying unconscious all over the train car. "Teacher, what happened?" Morale nearby panicked. He was no longer here. "Oh goddess, where have you gone?" Cola said, "The tyrant caused this. That man is too strong, even I am no match." He forced himself to tell Henry that from now on, you must do a certain task. The fire still blazed fiercely everywhere. Chang Xian stood on the stone wall, looking at the flowing molten lava and pondering. That rocky desert was actually not a desert. The dungeon was Surtur's skin, the desert was his cracked skin with hot air escaping from it. Chang Xian recalled his meeting with the nameless king, wondering how the monsters survived there. He was the giant king, the lord of Muspelheim. Though not as glorious as me, he still deserved the throne. Entering the dungeon was like piercing through Surtur's muscles, following his blood vessels. So where was Ragaran? That place was an armory containing the treasures of Surtur and Muspelheim, where power was formed. It was at the heart, called Raghurin. Go up along the blood vessels and you will find it. Chang Xian still did not believe it. Who would have thought the massive dungeon was Surtur's skin? His size was excessive even for a giant. Find Surtur's heart in 24 hours. Suddenly, the holy combat skill awakened. Chang Xian laughed happily. He had waited long for this moment. God Morel found an incarnation and asked Chang Xian, who exactly are you? I have been observing you since you were trapped here. You deciphered the Exan Holy Scripture and have a connection with the Dark Star. But the most puzzling thing was something else. Why does Ithaca's scent cling to you? Chang Xian was startled. Why mention Ithaca now? Ithaca reminded him of the old man who often appeared in his memories. This time he remembered the old man standing on a large dragon, with many swords and blades stuck in his back. His figure was blurry in the clouds as he turned his head to look at Chang Xian. He said from now on Chang Xian is Catmut, then collapsed. Chang Xian hurriedly caught him. Chang Xian cried, saying, I told you I did not want that foreign name. The old man scolded, you brat. Why do you not know how to accept it and say thank you properly? He said you are going to accept it anyway. Why do you keep doing things that ask for a beating? Chang Xian got angry, telling him he was bleeding too much. Stop talking so much. The old man smiled contentedly, then closed his eyes. Haha, how ironic, only when I am about to die do you finally listen to me. Oh dear, why did you have to die like that, old man? Remember this well, from now on, you are the outcast. You will have to take responsibility for taking care of that child. Please stop talking. If you are worried about that brat, then you stay by her side yourself. Chang Xian shed long and short tears, but his mouth was still rude. Old man, damn it. I should have learned healing magic. I should have learned the ancient language you taught, so this small wound would not have. He still refused to admit it. I beg you to protect the girl. She may be a bit arrogant, but she is actually very fragile. Chang Xian went crazy and found it ridiculous when he passed away. The guardian spirit was supposed to protect the contractor, grant them power. But instead, he wanted the contractor to protect the guardian spirit. What kind of guardian spirit was that? And the girl the old man asked him to protect, a girl with blue hair around red dress. She said, I hate you. It is all your fault Cadmus died. Even though he and Ithaca hated and despised each other, she and Silent White riding the storm became Chang Xian's star guardians. He became an apostle after inheriting the name Cadmus. Even though they could not ignore the old man's final wish, they cooperated for a common goal. That was to destroy all those who caused the old man's death. Ithaca was a star. Her light and starlight were the ultimate treasure, capable of turning gods and stars into emperors, the noblest entities. Even though the old man tried to protect her regardless of his life, the gods and stars seeking Ithaca's starlight continued their efforts. That caused a war that engulfed Arcadia. The battle dragged on. Ithaca and Chang Xian became closer. The most accurate saying about them was they loved each other, but bit each other first. But before she left, she said, Chang Xian, I love you. Please forgive me. And the world again snatched away Chang Xian's happiness, as if he was not worthy. At this moment, the questions from the gods through the system woke him from his memories. The hunt seasoned saint tilted his head, asking why your eyes suddenly changed. The saint of the far horizon was curious about the strange starlight vessel. The fierce tiger saint frowned, saying something was wrong. The negative polarity insect saint licked his lips, looking at the divinity flowing from you. Chang Xian sighed. Fortunately, the other gods did not hear the voice of the storm-heading girl. If the void ruler heard the name Ithaca, things would get very complicated. Phew, so how do you know that name? It would be strange if I did not know her. She is my mother. Chang Xian was completely shocked. However, I despise her. Even though she created me, she herself caused my death. Chang Xian realized, so the storm-hating girl was talking about Ithaca. It was all because of her that I was trapped here, lost my right as a god, was treated like a slave, even after death. When I was judged guilty by the Void Seal, just because I was the daughter of a light star, she did not show up. In the end, I was imprisoned and woke up to find myself locked in a prison called Esan's 7 Mystic Sacred Scriptures. After that, I fought those attracted by my starlight. The more I tried to escape the storm hell, the more I hated my mother. Chang Xian was displeased hearing bad things about his lover, turned to ask the storm-hating girl, Esan's 7 Mystic Sacred Scriptures. What exactly is it? I do not know either. When I opened my eyes again, I was trapped inside. But I know one thing, it is an impenetrable prison, a perfect world no one can destroy. Since you have the scent of Ithaca, at least you can recognize that is true, right? Chang Xian frowned. The truth was, because her power was too great to control, she split it into incarnations, calling them daughters. There are 7 sacred scriptures of Esan, and Ithaca's daughters total 7. Could those 7 sacred scriptures all be seals to imprison Ithaca's 7 daughters? If so, the Void King also secretly collected Esun's 7 sacred scriptures to decipher the secret and monopolize them. He had craved Chang Sion's power the whole time he worked for the astrological first number, constantly pursuing Esun's 7 sacred scriptures. After concluding Ithaca was the secret behind Chang Sion's power, he did so to obtain Ithaca's starlight within the 7 sacred scriptures, using it to evolve. Chang Sion gritted his teeth and cursed the Void King, that mad bastard. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice rang again. The fierce tiger skeleton saint said the Void King was tilting his head, not understanding why you reacted that way. Chang Sion sank into thought. If Esun's 7 sacred scriptures were divine seals imprisoning Ithaca's daughters, and the Fox King's calamity was truly a part of her starlight, then how had he not realized it until now? There were too many things he did not know. First, he must complete the deciphering of the Toothan scripture. At all costs, he had to raid the Hungry Ghost Cave and check the final floor. One of the 5 rulers of the Hungry Ghost Cave, the betraying soul, could be a daughter of Ithaca. The Fox King's calamity might even be the one imprisoning and corrupting Ithaca's daughter, perhaps related to Esun. The Void King collected Ithaca's daughters while the gods and stars of the astrological first number were unaware. But if the negative polarity insect monitored the Void King's suspicious actions, it surely knew exactly what he was pursuing. He needed to rebuild the Hungry Ghost Cave and seal the negative polarity insect. After that, he could interrogate him to find out details. But that required more power. Even though he could now compete with most high-level literary mechanisms, he had to find raw evidence. Chang Sion told Jin Frisia they must rush to raid the Hungry Ghost Cave, and promised himself that no matter what, he would tear the Void King into 100 pieces. Back to the 3 elders. Martial Monkey was nagging his 2 friends, saying he had warned them to be careful, but they never listened. Hope in the next world you will listen. Martial Monkey raised his leg to finish off the Crimson Gate completely in front of the skeleton demon god. After that, he turned to tell Frost Demon, "Frost Demon, take the paper Chang Sion gave you and go back." "But what? Want to defy my orders?" "That is not what I meant. We have not confirmed if the fragment down there is real or not. It is real. Do not worry." Frost Demon thought this guy was truly a sinister soldier, but he also had the highest knowledge and expertise in the Elder Council. If he said it was real, then it certainly was. After all, he was sent to France to verify the sacred scripture. "I will go, but what about the day? I still have business here. Traveling with the scripture is very important. If you cannot help, then get lost quickly." "That is right, haha. So everything will take many days." Martial Monkey immediately kicked Frost Demon away to stop being in the way. He thought to himself that Frost Demon's eyes were blinded by greed. He would not last long, but Chang Sion was different. He hoped he would become the key to breaking the chains binding them and would keep an eye on him. At this moment, the L team members were complaining about the heat, craving water, craving ice cream. The system displayed information about a shop selling food, water, essential items, and weapons for the journey. Remember, the shop uses its own currency. The ship departs in 23 hours, 57 minutes, 46 seconds. Yun Seo was delirious from the heat, demanding Chang Sion turn on the air conditioner. Chang Sion was so angry he had to pull out a magic orb to create wind, and they finally stopped complaining. The world-coiling serpent saint seemed displeased that his wonderful teaching method was being used this way. While walking, the L team ran into Henry and Nicola's group. The siblings had just enjoyed a cool breeze like being revived, so they complained and taunted those people. They saw the shop they were looking for right before their eyes. Bin Seo immediately changed his attitude, even saying he wanted to buy ice cream for Ui Hai Bin. The shop owner was a red-skinned demon, smiling warmly to welcome customers. Ui Hai Bin saw him and was about to make a move, but the owner said, Please put that thing down because this is a neutral zone and he is a pacifist." The system introduced him as Zerarbu, the shop owner. Ui Hai Bin reluctantly lowered his anger. He then smiled not so kindly. "Smart he. Better not make a shop owner lose his goodwill, huh?" Yin Seo asked loudly, "What are you selling here?" The system spoke for him. "Shop owner Jarabu will show you the item list." The item catalog featured various price tiers. Items from 1 to 9 Heian. Items from 10 to 99 Heian. Items from 100 to 999 Heian. Items priced at 100 million Heian. And some items that were inaccessible. Yibin wondered what Han was. She reasoned that it must be the local currency. The system also warned that this place used a different type of money. She decided to browse the first catalog. Items priced from 1 to 9 Heian included half a bottle of water, 1 pastry, half a bag of almonds, 3 pastries, a green apple, 2 pastries, and half an ice cream bar. Wai Bin found the descriptions irritating. Even though reading cost nothing, the prices still felt suffocating. Items priced over 100 million Heian included a celestial sword for 130 million, a thunder god's seal for 290 million, the prophecy book of Zadarusha for 450 million, a forbidden fruit for 100 trillion, and celestial silver for 200 trillion. After reading the price list, the two girls were in shock. They wondered if this was a store or a money laundering bank. These items surprised not only humans but also the gods. The holy beast of the hunting season widened its eyes in astonishment. The holy serpent coiled around the world suspected this goblin was a con artist. Zarabu asked, "Human girls, have you chosen anything yet? I want to buy ice cream." "Let me see. The ice cream costs 14 haon. But since Nicola is the first customer today, I will lower it to 12 haon." She asked if he accepted other currencies. The goblin replied no. She then asked if he accepted barter like gold ingots or artifacts. The goblin refused. She demanded to be told how to exchange money. The goblin grew angry. "If you have no money, then get lost. Do not cause trouble in my store." Sin was furious, wanting to beat him up to knock some sense into him. Just then, Chang Xian appeared and ordered the entire list along with the girl's item. The owner's attitude instantly changed when he saw the paper. He praised him as a man who knew how to spend money and announced the total was 160-something thousand haon. He asked how he wanted to pay, preferring cash since the administrator had been strict lately. Chang Xian said he had no cash. The owner was stunned by his innocent reply. Chang Xian said he had no money and requested a tab. The owner had never seen anyone ask for credit with such a calm face. The owner was shocked. "What? A tab?" Chang Xian asked what the problem was. Anger was about to flare up, but he still looked innocent. The owner yelled, "Do not think that just because I am a goblin, you can treat me like a fool. I will put you on a blacklist, and you will not be able to buy anything from any station." Chang Xian said he was planning to open Ragarin. If he was not interested, then forget it. He told Bin to move on. The owner changed his expression, asking him to wait. "Are you telling the truth?" He asked if it was true they were heading to the treasure of the giant king's mind. The first station trip did not go smoothly, forcing a transfer to the second station. Chang Xian still could not overlook that the store owner at each station wanted to win his favor. He had once wondered why that was necessary. The nameless king explained that they were guardians. Even after the last king Surtur fell and Muspelheim was destroyed, they were descendants of scholars who revered the spirit of the last king, waiting for his glory. There was a legend among the guardians that the way to open Ragarin, the glory of the ancient former human race, lay within Surtur's dungeon. They guarded his tomb, their purpose being to open the treasure of the giant king's heart underground. Chang Xian asked back, "Is that possible?" The other replied, "Not exactly. Just by existing in that dungeon, they were dead. The souls of the scholars had long since descended to hell or been destroyed. Like the creatures in the dungeon, they only repeated actions from lingering thoughts. But Ragarin was real, and so was their faith. If he fulfilled the wishes of the shopkeeper, it would be easier to get what he wanted." Remembering that, Chang Xian smiled and said to the shop owner, "If we cannot have a tab, we will go to another store." Dara Wu was agitated. "Wait, you truly will open Ragarin?" Chang Xian replied, "Is there any other Ragarin?" He asked, "You are really going to the treasure of the giant king's mind? Is that true?" Chang Xian asked, "How? Why should I tell you?" The owner said, "You are doing this with a purpose, right? What is the basis of a transaction? You come asking for a tab. I need to know if you will return." Just then an information window appeared. Hidden quest, Legacy of the Dead King. Hidden type. Description: Death Star fire giant carrying destruction. Almost forgotten by all, sealed his race's legacy in the Ragarin treasury before dying. The followers believe the lost race's legend can be revived after opening Ragarin. They seek a qualified person. Completion conditions, failure conditions, rewards: 1. Tab for the items. 2. Linked quest. Chang Xian smiled in satisfaction. "Did you hear what he said? Let us go, Harold." Harold appeared with a face as weak as a steamed bun, telling him not to summon him at times like this. This place was not even under his jurisdiction. Chang Xian said, "Oh, if you find it troublesome, go find another administrator to replace you." Harold reluctantly held him back. "I understand. Fine." He thought to himself that among all the players, he was the most promising talent. Even without a patron god, he grew the fastest. The 12 constellations were all interested in him. They could not even report on time due to the excessive demand. As the person in charge of Li Changxian, he had influence in the administrator's office. He could not let him cooperate with anyone else. Being replaced would be a loss, so he had to stick close to him. Harold happily went to make a deal with Jarab Gu. The latter asked if he was a talent under the office's protection, a tier 3 seed. Harold confirmed it. He looked at Chang Xian and spoke, "Very well, I will consider this an investment. That young lady stays behind, but you can come with me." Chang Xian handed the ice cream to Bin and told her he would only return tomorrow. He told her to accept as many quests as possible from the owner to earn points. This was not only beneficial for this dungeon, but also useful later. Bin, while eating the ice cream, wondered what he was planning. But her thoughts were instantly forgotten by the delicious taste of the ice cream. The onlookers outside the store were shocked to see the owner leave the shop to guide a player. They had never seen this before and wondered if it was a special quest. Henry and Niola's group was furious seeing someone else succeed. Now that he was gone, they did not know how to get the quest. They worried that if they could not get it because Jarabu had vanished, they would be in big trouble. In truth, Gerard Gudeton guiding a player was a very important hidden event. If the scale was large, he could not handle it alone. giving their guild an excuse to interfere. The dungeon was on French territory. Nicola would not let foreigners act freely. They had found a hidden fragment. Nicola wondered if they should follow it. Inside, the system announced the temporary assignment of the store in the boiling hell to Harold. Its appearance further amazed the players, especially when they realized Chang Xian had connections with the administrator's office. Administrator Harold scanned the nearby player locations. Uncomfortable, he said he had no objection to anyone, but he was already busy enough. Being forced to stay here was troublesome. He said he was an administrator and would try to uphold the principles of neutrality and equality. Even if he had feelings, he could not be swayed by them. Everyone understood that. Even with warnings, greed blinded people. So what if hatred was added to the mix? Even so, Chang Xian thought they would follow him. The power of the beast's path was tracking those who targeted him. Shirabu complained that many flies were following them. He said not to mind them, just keep going. The holy tiger from afar snorted of flies. The holy beast of the hunting season wondered why not deal with them. The holy serpent coiled around the world, said they had to prepare a different trap. Chang Xian thought there was no need to deal with them now. Once they stepped down here, they would be busy surviving. Moreover, the slaughter king of Sina Ruka would surely want to obtain the fifth mysterious Bible, so he planned to lure them to Ragarin, a place where players, gods, and constellations could not pry, to secretly deal with them. Zarabgu finally led Chang Xian to an iron gate. He sighed that every time he came here, it felt like the first time. He could never get used to it. You have discovered the main artery of Surtur. You found a hidden fragment. Your achievement points increased. An intense heat surged along with the energy of death. The blood of the giant of fire brings doom. Scorching turtle status applied to you. Burning turtle status applied to you. Heat poison surged in. Chang Xian could not help but admire that his bloodline was truly extraordinary. Zirabgu said that even though they managed to get this far, there was no way to get any closer. Chang Xian thought that if he touched Surtur's blood vessels, he would reach the heart where Ragaran resides. Even though the giant of fire, who brings doom, had died long ago, no one expected his blood to still be flowing. Chang Xian remembered the nameless king once said the guardian could not approach. To touch the heart, one must dive deep into the surging blood, but they had been stopped. Someone was confident that he could do it. That was right, because someone was containing both the annihilation flame and the spirit. You are the only one who can achieve La Everton. The first effect of the annihilation flame activated, burning all poisons fiercely. Detox complete, the turtles disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Xuan took out a gem. Flame-repelling gem. A mysterious gem that counters the negative effects of fire, with limited uses. It is a hybrid tool. Durability 300 out of 300. Effects: neutralize toxicity, immunity to high temperatures. Chang Xian consumed that gem, manifested his spirit form and said, "Then I shall go." Zirabgu was astonished that Chang Xian was completely unaffected. He looked at him with a knowing, smiling gaze. The tidal vessel of the spirit had been activated. Chang Xian said no more and flew straight in. You have entered the main artery. The durability of the flame-repelling gem is decreasing rapidly. The terrible heat has disoriented you. You are in a dizzy, panicked, and dazed state. Warning: the immense heat is melting the annihilation flame. It is recommended to leave this area quickly. Warning: your body is under severe pressure. Balance skill offsets the stat deficiency. Chang Xian admired, thinking obtaining the apocalypse storm would be easier, but it was not. In reality, swimming to the heart in this state was impossible. If you can't resist it, then simply absorb it. Chang Xian stopped and switched to a new skill. Super Soul Authority activated, attempting to absorb the remaining thoughts of the dead assassin. Failed because the dead soul's rank was too high. Super Soul Authority only targeted the necessary thoughts. Chang Xian was furious, but ultimately succeeded. Started extracting the thoughts of the giant of fire who brings doom. The first effect of annihilation flame is absorbing the surrounding heat and the giant's blood. Trang Siren was giving it her all, knowing she had to reach where Ragaran resides. But doesn't Everton choose its own master? How to prove one's caliber? They said only a giant could help it come out. The nameless king said he must meet all conditions. He asked, "What do you think a giant is?" They are ferocious, warlike creatures with a great desire to conquer, enough to surpass many civilizations. They are also considered a superior race, but their numbers are very small. Most stories about them have not been passed down correctly. The battle in Muspelheim was much larger than the tales tell. They are a form of spirit from the world of Muspelheim. Formed over millions of years from the primordial fire when the universe was created. Countless wolves were born there, took on forms, became spirits, then the giant race. Giants did not evolve from single cells. They were born with wool from the world. They are an essential piece of Muspelheim, reflecting its eternal blazing nature. That is why they have power greater than anyone else. Giants have massive forms because it suits combat, not out of necessity. If you become a giant, even with its true characteristics, it will not cause major changes or hinder the collection of myths. In fact, it will allow you to create a unique myth that no one else can achieve. Giants are transcendent beings. To become a giant with a human body, one must gradually accept giant cells. Use the body from the strengthened bone step by step, shedding the skin into a new form. With each shedding, the body becomes superior, and the spirit rank increases significantly. Chang Xian did all that, and now the result had arrived. You have acquired the traits of a giant. Mutation has begun. The trait transformation process has started. Transformation progress 1, 2, 3, 9, 10%. Chang Xian was certain he could consume a large amount of Surtur's blood thanks to Super Soul Authority. A new element was added to the spirit's annihilation flame. Super Soul Authority level increased. The hunting season holy body was staring at you in pain. The primordial evil dragon holy body licked its tongue, warning you were trying to attain uncontrollable power. The hunting season holy body was startled and asked, "Mother, what the hell are you doing?" The primordial evil dragon holy body was annoyed and refused to answer an immature question. The hunting season holy body flew into a rage, asking why she was acting like that. The world-coiling serpent holy body realized the true purpose and giggled belatedly. The hunting season holy body asked what you were doing. The world-coiling serpent told her to go ask someone else. The hunting season holy body was annoyed. The Taurus holy body was watching you more closely. The giant plague beetle turtle holy body thought your actions were insane, but could not look away. The chimeric fragment holy body laughed heartily, declaring you were a member of the family of that day. Chang Sion's eyes blazed with intense light. The hunting season holy body exploded in frustration, asking why everyone knew except her. Thunder rumbled down, and Li Changxian had successfully passed the tribulation. The spirit's annihilation flame had evolved into the giant's annihilation flame. Changxian grinned widely, his eyes radiating murderous intent. The spirit's apocalypse storm evolved into the giant's apocalypse storm. The system frantically sent notifications until it nearly overloaded. Transformation progress 23-31%. You have understood the traits of a giant. You have developed a warlike inclination and combat talent. Transformation progress 39-41-59%. It could be said that the demon form of the spirit's concept and the frost enhancement were merely foundations for achieving Surtur's power, and now was the true starting point. The assimilation phenomenon had occurred. Chang Xian looked towards the mountainous terrain with those sky-high golden lava flows. You could vaguely detect Surtur's body. From that bloodstream, Chang Xian found the heart in an instant. Moreover, he felt himself growing larger. The surrounding world was constantly changing. He discovered the smallest details that he could not perceive before. The golden blood was boiling, growing louder like a pan of oil on a hot fire. Chang Xian had seen the entrance to Ragaire. The clairvoyant skill had been activated to search for the target. The crimson-red heart revealed a pitch-black hole in its middle. Just as it seemed everything he had worked so hard to find was right before his eyes, the system suddenly announced, "You are falling into an overloaded state." At the critical moment, he ran out of steam. What a twist of fate. You have to be kidding me. Not to mention the transformation progress was much slower than expected. Transformation progress became extremely slow. Progress 71-72%. Chang Xian thought his spiritual form was established with great difficulty. If he continued to force his body, it might shatter. At this rate, not to mention opening Ragaren, the process of transforming into a race beyond humanity through shedding would fail as well. He had timed the giantification with Thanatos, but with the failure of Exan scriptures and dark energy, the skin layer could not develop faster. He did not expect to need so much more power for giantification. After completing the shedding, he would gain enormous benefits, but the process was too slow. The system displayed stats. Defense 2451 x 51111. Megapixel 2095 x 9500. Warning, stamina dropped below 50%. Man upped below 30%. Chang Xian did not know if he could do it with the current energy. Warning, the rate of stamina and mana depletion is too fast. Please leave this area quickly. Chang Xian gritted his teeth. How the hell could he leave? But the pain was increasing. If he continued, he might fall into danger. The transformation process has stopped. The outer skin layer has begun to deform. Chang Xian called out to the skin layers, thinking he was overloaded from shedding too many layers at once. So if he used dark energy to split the shedding into 2 stages, he could successfully transform. Chang Xian said to the stream, "Bet everything I will stake my life on this gamble." Chang Xian thought back. The test Mephisto gave was the fire heart. If perfecting the heart could generate unlimited dark energy, his stamina would increase. If he added dark energy as a trait within the giant's characteristics, he was not sure. Failure meant death, but if successful, he could perfect his body, something that would normally require conquering 3 dungeons. Instead of using the fire heart as a support source to generate dark energy for the magic circuit, he would use the fire heart to replace his own heart as the core. I will replace all the blood in my body with Surtur's blood and concentrate it into the fire heart. I need to rearrange the magic circuit around the fire heart. If successful, I will fully master Surtur's attribute, turning the giant's blood into a source of physical and magical power, even achieving dark energy as an attribute. At that moment, the girl who hated storms opened her eyes, wondering whether this person was truly an ordinary human or not. Even if he had deciphered part of Exan's lost scriptures or borrowed Mephisto's power, how could a person become a giant? Many surpassed their limits through talent, but they all wanted to become gods. No one wanted to become a giant. He craved to become the flame of Muspelheim and Surtur himself. He acted for a grand goal, yet it was full of contradiction. This person was extremely dangerous. It was insane, a burning madness to succeed in whatever he was determined to do. A person who, even after losing everything, was willing to give up without blinking. He resembled my mother. He reminded me of her. If one day I become useless, he will surely discard me. I must escape from here and return to my editor-in-chief. The girl who hated storms unleashed something called a wind line. Hopefully the girl I entrusted can find it. At this moment, Trang Xuan was reaching a new peak. The transformation process accelerated. Hua Tum began to move, providing dark energy. Mana was circulating faster. You have reached your limit. Chang Xian gritted his teeth and charged forward. The first stage of the molting process occurred. Chang Xian had burned away his outer shell. The core became an integrated mana circuit core. You are undergoing a body morphing process. Chang Xian he had successfully become a giant. The core and soul core had been perfected. He was now qualified to be Mephisto's disciple. Dark energy merged with mana. This was a major change, but still not enough. The outer shell gradually returned to inner muscles. To stabilize, he needed the second stage of molting. He used the first attempt as momentum to advance. Cadmus clan member cheered, enhancing the blood mist skill. This skill cursed enemies but blessed allies. Cadmus let out a cry and then radiated a bright halo. The system announced the completion of the second transformation process. You have achieved mantle transformation. Chang Xian smiled contentedly. The first molting bone transformation and the second skin transformation. This was rebirth. He had reached a new level. The system announced that you had attained the divinity of a fire giant bringing destruction. The third divine attribute was added to the holy mark skill. The added attribute was hellfire. You have discovered Raghurin, the treasure of the ruined world of Muspelheim. You must have sufficient qualifications to enter. Raghurin. Checking qualifications. You have sufficient qualifications? Do you wish to enter? Having come this far, only a madman would refuse to enter. What a laughable question. Entering Raghurin. A beam of light from the explosion shone everywhere. Opening his eyes, Chang Xian saw one-eyed giant staring intently at him. Leader spoke, answer me, are you the heir of the deceased king? You've entered the hidden dungeon Vagarin. Chang Xian felt an overwhelming surge of power from the one-eyed giants. The holy body of the hunting season felt completely overwhelmed by the giant's majesty. Chang Xian did not expect to see all the black shadows of Muspelheim here. Entities of cosmic scale had transcended civilizations and planets, covering the entire universe. Chang Xian felt that even at his peak, he could not defeat this terrifying power. I ask again, are you the heir? You have a human soul, yet you carry the scent of the deceased king. His eyes shone like searchlights. That is why, despite our suspicion, we let you come. So, who are you? Chang Xian thought, I heard Muspelheim has no gods anymore, yet a fire giant appeared. He must be very worried. A fragment of a ruined world. No matter how they struggled, they were still useless soulless existences. Even though gods and stars hated them more than humanity, the power they radiated was overwhelming. Is this truly a ruined world? He remembered the nameless king once said, Raghurin is the heart of Surtur, the will of the fire giant after ruin. Therefore, the trial to obtain La Evitan would be extremely difficult. He said that answering just one question wrong would cause the giants to trample him. Chang Xian spoke up, I am Li Chang's son. The demon form title of the nether spirit concept creates a firestorm. Above all, La Evitan is the holy relic and legacy of the fire giant of Muspelheim. Originally, ancient achievements often presented trials to choose a worthy master. I have come to find La Evitan and challenge you all. Though I knew it wouldn't be easy, I have prepared myself, and I will risk it because my life allows it. The one-eyed giant replied, your words are very bold. Let us see if you have the strength to back them up. Everyone, clear the way. An arena with a path stretching 10,000 miles appeared. The one-eyed giant stepped aside to open a path. At the end of this path is our fortress. Go through it and return here. If you truly bring La Evitan as you claim, we will recognize you as a member, blood brother and heir of the king. Chang Xian knew that to obtain La Evitan, he needed recognition from the black shadows of Muspelheim, and to prove his qualification as king. Li Chang's son was completely ready for this. You have arrived. Greeting Chang Xian was a giant with a less than friendly smile. Usually, people fear having to traverse that space. The one who came before you was the same. Chang Xian was quite surprised that someone had already crossed his bloodline. How did that person do it? Someone came here before me. Indeed, that person has probably reached the 30th fortress by now. Chang Xian thought that despite being prepared, the temperature from Surtur's blood made everything very difficult. The surprise was that there was someone else besides him. Could it be some strong figure who entered the dungeon with him? Or it could be a player from another civilization who crossed a different gate. He could not let an unknown person seize the opportunity to conquer Raghurin. He needed to catch up to that person as quickly as possible. The door-guarding giant continued, you know what this trial is, right? There are a total of 36 gates. The further you go, the stronger the gate guardians become. You certainly cannot defeat our warriors, so we will fight under favorable handicaps for you. You don't need to worry. Handicaps, this showed he was looking down on him. But Trang Xuyen saw no reason to refuse if the conquest could be easier. Even though he had become a giant through molting, he should not be arrogant. Defeating a giant warrior who had experienced countless battles was no easy feat. The way to pass each fortress is simple. Either you defeat the giant to gain recognition, or open the gate to the next fortress based on their evaluation. Simple, right? Any questions? No, that's good. You are very calm and focused. If all challengers were like you, it would be good. Is that so? Then can you open the door for me now? Of course, do your best. You have arrived at the first gate. The guardian's weapon was a spear. He introduced himself as Gustav and asked Chang Xian his name. Chang Xian? Chang Xian? Truly a strange name. I hope your abilities are just as special. Chang Xian assessed the stone spear as a high-tier divine artifact, not to be confronted head-on. Meanwhile, Gustav was still boasting. It's a pity the power of a true warrior lies in a healthy body and strong muscles. And you look too weak. Just one hit and you'll be smashed to pieces. He struck poses while speaking, making Li Changxian find this guy really dull. But in the end, everyone here was burly. Were the next 35 gate guardians all like this too? After finishing his pose, Gustav laughed, raised his weapon, and said, I am here to test your abilities. For fairness, I will only use my right hand. If you make me use my left hand or move from my spot, you win. The Tiger's Embrace state has been activated and the Tiger Fang has been unleashed. Chang Xian immediately charged forward. Gustav also immediately swung his hand to receive the attack. As he fought, he complained, I haven't finished speaking yet. How shameful. Strange, didn't you say you wanted to test my ability? What do you mean? If you want to test my ability, it means you consider this a real battle. Do you think no one would attack you while you were boasting? Well said, you are right. Gustav was further provoked by Chang Xian's words. Whether by trickery or surprise attack, a loss on the battlefield is still a loss. But that means I don't need to hold back against you, right? You also said it yourself, it doesn't matter how, as long as you win. Well spoken, but my pride does not allow me to use my full strength against a weakling like you. I will fight in my own way. Suit yourself, ha ha ha. This battle is really fun, I like it a lot. Gustav laughed heartily. A smile is worth 10 doses of medicine. Do I get bonus points for giving the gatekeeper medicine? Chang Xian recalled the rumor that their brains were all muscle, and it was indeed true. Recalling the meeting with the elders in the castle of the Nameless King. You want to know how to defeat the Muspelheim giant? How ridiculous. Someone who wants to be the giant king's heir is looking for their weakness. I was just curious. I do not wish to praise the enemy, but I must admit they have no clear weakness. They value honor and pride more than their lives, and they are extremely skilled in combat. If I must point out a weakness, their minds are very simple. Their brains are all muscle, they live by emotion, doing whatever they feel like. You were once a testable god, so it won't be hard to gain the recognition of those Muspelheim fools. Your natures are quite similar. Ending the recollection, Gustav roared. You smell very similar to us, yet you are clearly human. How do you have so much combat experience? The sacred body of the hunt and the fierce tiger corpse body listened intently. The Void King also awaited the answer. Chang Xian sneered. If you want to know, defeat me first, then I will answer. Seeing his expression, he knew he had sparked his interest just as Orode had said. The problem was how to defeat him. He was too tough. Haha, are you provoking me? I like you more and more. You have gained the goodwill of the first gatekeeper. Chang Xian thought, the more he fought, the more complete the awakening into a giant became, and the proficiency of hellfire also increased. But controlling the giant's hellfire was not easy. Its destructive power was terrifying. It was very difficult to compress the hellfire and extend the sword blade because it rejected condensation. Perhaps the hellfire had become stronger after 2 evolutions and mixing with dark energy. If he could maintain its shape, he could push it to the limit. If he observed Gustav's movements, he could discover some secrets. The trajectory of the spear, its technique and form. What should I do? The serpent eye skill was tracking the opponent's magic flow and beginning to understand it. Gustav was mocking him. Hee, controlling this flame isn't easy, is it? Aha, that's understandable. Even we find it difficult to control the Muspelheim fire. The more proficient you are at controlling it, the more you are recognized as an outstanding warrior. Do you want me to teach you? Is it okay for you to teach me? Even if I teach you, it won't be easy for you to understand. Besides, it's not a big secret. It all has to do with muscles. He started his posing lecture again. Look at these muscles, so powerful and beautiful. What can resist these muscles? No matter how fierce the fire, it must bow its head. What else could Chang Xian expect from a muscle brain? You should train your muscles. I have muscle-enhancing medicine, very suitable for you. Chang Xian felt that he himself had a more reasonable brain than him. The nature of hellfire is to spread and explode. Perhaps he didn't need to deliberately control it, especially when mixed with unpredictable dark energy. Trying to control it might not be effective. Instead of forcing himself to succeed, it was better to ask for advice. You have connected to the subconscious world. A gloomy gaze is watching you. Do you have nothing to teach me? If word spreads that the great demon's disciple was easily defeated by a giant, I don't think it would be good for you. Mephisto chuckled lightly. Oh, you are quite troublesome. A blinding blue light along with shattered glass fragments, and a man stepped out from it. He was no different from a thug with an arrogant gaze and a contemptuous attitude. Seriously, you always bother me over trivial matters. The sacred body of the hunt was left agape. Serpent's sacred body coiled around the world looked confused at the familiar face. Chang Xian also felt he had seen him before. The fierce tiger corpse body Void King was astonished. Chang Xian thought of Yi Yun and felt that he had just been scared. Many gods were excited by the appearance of a great demon who did not originate from the underworld. Some gods confirmed the disciple brought by the great demon. So noisy, the great demon complained, then snapped his fingers, cutting off the notification channel. The transmission line to the dungeon watch was temporarily interrupted, and the connection to the administrator's office was severed. Chang Xian was stunned. He did not expect him to block the gaze of the gods, and even the intervention of the administrator's office. His power was on an entirely different level. Perhaps he had fully awakened into a giant, his senses becoming sharper, but he could still clearly feel the immense pressure from him. Chang Xian asked the great demon, "Why did you say that I make you pay attention to every detail? Isn't that better than seeing your disciple in a pathetic state, master? I was going to abandon you if you couldn't absorb it in time, but you developed faster than I anticipated, so you are worth my time and attention." He didn't understand why the great demon used to wear that skeletal-looking face. His original form was incredibly handsome, but he never used it. Truly, given good looks but no guidance manual. The great demon pointed to the sky, an energy light spiraled around. "Look here, I will only say this once." Chang Xian watched, thinking that even though he got nothing good from this master-disciple relationship, the fact that he didn't react when he called him master made him a little annoyed. Darkness is a power that can turn everything into nothingness. That is a power that filled a void world in the beginning. The great demon condensed a sphere of night in his palm. You intend to control the dark power raging within your fierce heart with your meager ability. That is impossible. Even I cannot do it. Darkness holds the ability to return to the past, to return to the primordial origin. How can you turn the wheel of fate in a different direction? Chang Xian realized it was similar to hellfire in its uncontrollable nature. Turning the wheel of backwards to the past, isn't that what Huang Quan did to bring him back to Earth? Did dark energy hold this ability? The great demon still smiled faintly. Therefore, darkness should not be controlled, but rather guided. It would be better if I demonstrated it for you instead of just talking. Chang Xian was brought to a scene where time was frozen. He was extremely surprised by the space and time around him. It could be said that the entire world was frozen and completely bound by Mephisto. Chang Xian finally understood why the gazes of the gods and constellations were blocked. He didn't just sever the connection, he also froze the time of the entire universe. This was a level that the stars could not reach, even all 12 zodiac signs. The great demon's state surpassed anything Chang Xian could imagine. The great demon waved his hand and said, "This is the power of darkness." At this moment, Gustav suddenly disappeared. This is the dark dimension of emptiness, of void, something Chang Xian had heard of as existing outside our galaxy. So darkness brings the void and the apocalypse. But how? Chang Xian just wanted potential and ability from the power of darkness. Had he touched something troublesome that could not be ignored? Lost in thought, Chang Xian was startled when he heard the great demon ask if he had heard clearly. Gustav had been returned. The great demon spoke again. "Even if you went crazy now, you could not recreate the scene you just saw. But you have seen my demonstration. Perhaps you have grasped the method to control that power." He gradually dissolved into the darkness. "I just showed you how darkness works. Try to extract it and apply it yourself. That is the first step to taming the fierce heart." Having said that, he left. Chang Xian understood that what he needed to do was master the technique of circulating the dark power. Because the fierce heart was shared with Cadmus, he could control the energy easily. The remaining thing was to follow the instructions correctly. Hellfire was also important, but more important was guidance, not control. He could not contain the darkness, so he had to direct its flow in the direction he wanted. After successfully awakening, Chang Xian faced countless notifications from the gods. The god of the hunting season was curious about what happened when the wave was cut, while the snake god with many harmful eyes also showed interest. The distant tiger god asked about his conversation with the great demon. Many gods questioned the great demon's motives, and a few constellations decided to observe him more carefully. The administrator's office also sent an emergency change announcement to end the chaos, but it seemed none of this concerned Chang Xian. He was focusing all his will on defeating Gustav and passing through the gate, concentrating all his strength into the tip of the spear. Chang Xian realized that if he could not control the inferno by treating it as a tool like the evil dragon's fangs, then he should think of it as a part of his body. Then it would naturally follow the flow in his mind. The spear light was complete, the sharp spearhead aimed directly at Gustav. It could not be controlled, it would twist itself into a spiral and form the shape of a spear. Gustav exclaimed in astonishment that Chang Xian had twisted it into a spiral shape. He did not understand what had happened and asked if Chang Xian was using Samantha's spear technique. Chang Xian did not answer, only thinking that no matter how well one controlled the inferno, there were limits. But if someone had handled Muspel's fire for a long time, that person would surely have progressed through many generations. So the best way to control the fire of Muspelheim was to use the martial arts of the giants. Chang Xian smirked wickedly and told Gustav that Samadea was mistaken. A massive spear with enormous power thrust straight into Gustav. The impact created an explosion with blinding light. When everything became clear, Gustav had been pushed back and his spear had also broken. He thought it was terrible, not only failing to fight one-handed but also being pushed back, and even his spear was heavily damaged. Despite his grimacing face, Chang Xian calmly asked what the result was. Gustav propped his spear on the ground and loudly admitted that victory belonged to Li Chang Xian, the challenger who had defeated the first gatekeeper of Ragaran. Chang Xian said nothing more and left immediately. Gustav watched him with hopeful eyes. With the skill and growth speed he had shown, he believed Chang Xian would fulfill their unfinished dream. At this moment, Henry and Nicola's group had reached the gate leading to Surtur's main blood vessel area. Of course, they could not believe Chang Xian had swum through this lava pool. Nicola pondered seriously about Li Chang Xian, a rookie with less than a year in the player world. Yet he possessed the strength and skill of a high-level player. There must be a secret, and he noticed Chang Xian's carelessness compared to a discreet person. Thinking back, he had not seen Griezmann since arriving at this station. Griezmann, the Iron Mask Adley, no matter how much he repented, trash remained trash. Li Chang Xian must also be a cunning demon like Griezmann. The fact that the two often disappeared at the same time, along with Li Chang Xian's abnormal growth, was very likely the result of demonic arts. Two of them must have met and discussed some plan on the other side of the Sea of Fire. A plan that could endanger everyone here. While he was thinking, he heard Henry's voice, reminding the dazed Mireille to be careful. At the same time, Mireille heard the voice of the god she was searching for, begging her for help. Oh my god, from Mireille emanated an energy resonant with the wind magic of the girl who hated storms. At this moment, Jarabu also sensed something about to happen. If other shop owners were here, they would chase everyone out immediately. But he was different. He had seen Chang Xian connect Ragaran earlier, thanks to the other eye placed in the Sea of Fire to watch Surtur's heart. He thought nothing bad would come from holding a conference of shop owners after a long time. He was curious about what the face of the other colleague would be like. After all, Li Chang Xian had opened Ragaran and earned the title of Surtur's heir. From now on, he would create a path paved with flowers for him, even if this world had once experienced the apocalypse. You have defeated the second gatekeeper, and the Supreme Fist Master skill has reached the highest level. Received the attributes of Wind Fist and the Refist technique of Muspelheim. Defeated the fifth gatekeeper, whose weapon was a dagger. The Gun Master skill has reached the highest level. Won against the 14th, 15th, and 16th gatekeepers. You have defeated the 18th and 19th gatekeepers, the 19th's weapon being maggots. A man calling himself Hodorus said Chang Xian was too hasty, but they already knew he was a true warrior. What they wanted was to fight a warrior at his peak, not someone crying from exhaustion. The gatekeeper promised him endless time to rest. Chang Xian refused because he was in a race with others to conquer the gates. He decided to continue fighting. The gatekeeper felt challenged when Chang Xian declared he could win without rest. He said that was arrogant and asked if he knew the feeling of euphoria. Finally, he agreed to fight at full strength. Chang Xian was entering a berserk state. He told himself not to lose focus while immersed in the feeling of nearly crossing the line. In the blink of an eye, Chang Xian had dashed to the 31st gate, where the gatekeeper's weapon was a bow and arrow. And here another figure also appeared, Griezmann. He recognized Chang Xian and said, so it was him. Chang Xian was not particularly surprised to see Griezmann arriving before him. What was surprising was that he could defeat a superhuman-like giant. Neither of them had expected to meet here. Chang Xian sensed the dark, demonic energy enveloping them. Based on the level of purification and magic, he guessed Griezmann's true identity could only be one person. The leader of all villains in the path of force, the Demon King. Griezmann Adley was the legend he had to be wary of in France. He rose to the rank of Duke after switching from a demonic being to a player. He knew a great deal about demonic beings and many demonic beings, and the zombie guild had been destroyed by his hand. He was compared to their guild master, the heavenly sword hero Munsung, and his title was City 2, the first mage of Samaria. Griezmann Adler clicked his tongue coldly, saying he did not like his identity being revealed before he had cleared this place. He wondered if he should kill Chang Xian for having been caught. The 31st gatekeeper stopped him, saying that could not be done. The ruined fortress was being restored, and the the battle with the 31st goalkeeper was ready. The 31st goalkeeper announced that Chang Xian had passed the 31st trial. He demanded that he quickly proceed to the 32nd gate, or he would be expelled. Chang Xian said irritably that he had just been beaten to death and was talking too much. He told him to discuss the details later as there was much to say. So his name was Simon Magus, a demigod possessing the holy title of the first mage of Samaria. Chang Xian knew he would meet him again someday, but he did not expect it to be like this. He wondered why he was here, if he also wanted Ragaran like himself. The 31st goalkeeper said this while shooting arrows. Chang Xian was quite annoyed to be distracted by this man, when he should have been focusing on finishing the fight. You have received the arrow purchase skill and arrived at the 32nd gate. And he met Simon Magus there again. He asked why Chang Xian did not wait a moment. Chang Xian asked if there was something to say. Simon replied that of course, but first, was he looking for the heart of Ragaran, the treasure where Lavatine rested? Chang Xian asked back, are you saying you are not looking for it? Simon replied that he did not need it. He wanted the 15 chapters of the Psalms in another room of the treasure. Chang Xian was surprised, not expecting that someone who had made it here would not want Lavatine. Simon explained that precisely. He wanted the scrolls they used to write the Psalms, a treasure he had been searching for millennia since the age of Genesis. He said Chang Xian could take Lavatine or other treasures, just leave the Psalms for him. He would provide full support and proposed a partnership. Tell me more. The quest description says Ragaran has 36 castles, but there is a 37th room within the treasury that even the previous owner, Muspellam, did not know about. It is difficult for me to find it alone, so I want to cooperate. Chang Xian pondered about the 37th room, something even Thanatos did not know about. The item within must be very valuable, but the problem was that Simon Magus was making this offer, an unpredictable dark mage, a demon god who has risen to the status of a demon king. Cooperating with him was not good, but he aroused my curiosity. So, what are those psalms you mentioned? I do not like people who like to hide information. If I tell you, you will have no choice but to cooperate. I will not let you go if you know about this. Even if I lose my saint name, I will destroy you. Have you heard of the first and last sovereign Besla of the Zotun region? Chang Xian remembered that upon hearing that name, the key of Saint Phaezo taken from Besla's tomb began to vibrate. But so what? Someone who entered deep into the Muspelm treasury but has not heard of Besla. How do you expect me to believe you? Considering how you describe the position of the sovereign of the Jotun region, this person is no ordinary individual. Tell me more. Before the three regions split apart, Besla was the king of kings, ruling over all. She was a rare entity with the title of divine king. Ask the throne of the hunt if such an entity ever existed. The serpent coiling heaven throne watched in silence. Its gaze complex. I am trying to collect fragments of poetry imbued with her power. During the primordial era, when the galaxy was newly formed, chaos, a few fragments became separate territories. Muspelheim, the home of the fire giants, Jotunheim, the home of the frost giants, and Niflheim, the home of many monsters. Because the three regions originated from fragments, they were incomplete. They merged with other worlds but remained divided. Then they unified under the rule of one great entity. You mean Besla? Correct, but even the great god could not escape birth, aging, sickness, and death. Besla's death caused the three regions to weaken and go into hiding. Except for Niflheim, they recovered and became stronger. The serpent coiling heaven throne frowned, dissatisfied with the demon king. Then he became more cheerful. Because of the Great War, Muspelheim faced the apocalypse and Jotunheim went missing. You can see the greatness of Besla through the rise and fall of the three regions. The ancients said Odin's magic came from Besla. Chang Xian knew the ancient language he had learned from Odin, but why would it come from Besla? Only one divine king ruled over the giants. I want to obtain the books containing her power. Is this explanation enough? Chang Xian thought he was saying this because he was confident I could not escape, but the information was too much. Did he willingly reveal it? Simon Magus feared the apostle Phaezo would be resurrected like his master, even though that man was already dead. He had long considered many entities as villains. He understood he needed Besla's ancient texts to escape danger, awaken the god, and achieve transcendence. Interesting. Surely the key of Saint Phaezo in Besla's tomb was no coincidence. He was too curious about her. Chang Xian smiled. I understand your purpose. But why do you need me? Can you not pass through all the gates on your own? This is the 24th time I have challenged it. I always failed because I could not meet two conditions. One, I am a demigod and cannot awaken as a giant. Can a non-giant not challenge Ragaran from the start? Who do you think I am? I am the first mage of Samaria. I am capable of passing an easy trial, but I cannot reach the center because I am not a complete giant. The second reason is because of the final gatekeeper, the three-headed gatekeeper Sinmara. The nameless king mentioned her. The other gatekeepers you can defeat, but prepare to fight the final one. She sees the fate of her opponents thanks to her three heads. Simon Magus said, I know her better than anyone, proud that he knew how to defeat her up to a certain point. You must have your own method since you have become a giant. I think I have said enough. Yeah, but how did you get here? Ragaran's only entry and exit is at the starting point. Haha, I used a teleportation gate. Damn it, laughing so much he no longer wanted to form a party. The party has been formed. You have passed gates 33 and 34. Unarmed attack reinforcement effect applied. You enter gate 36, the heart of Ragaran. The three-headed gatekeeper spoke. I see a familiar face, the other name is new. I smell the scent of Surtur. That must be that brat. Now I will foretell the fate of the challenger before the final trial. A prophecy of destiny. Chang Xian remembered the warning not to let the number 36 gatekeeper see him, and to avoid being seen twice. He released a surge of energy. The number 36 gatekeeper spoke. Strange, why is it that you are missing one stage of birth, aging, sickness, and death? Divine bodies and human bodies all experience aging. I cannot see the aging stage within you. Do you know how many times your soul has been through the cycle of reincarnation? The authority of Kalokagathia trembled for an unknown reason. Chang Sun thought about the number of deaths she mentioned. The three-faced Sinmara saw three destinies. The left saw the past, the middle saw the present, and the right saw the future. Mortals have souls that accumulate karma when passing through reincarnation. Only by escaping that cycle can one achieve immortality or divinity. Since she could not see the aging stage in him, did that mean she had seen his past lives? No, it must be different. Perhaps Sinmara saw his current life, the matter of him discarding his life under the name of the Twilight of the Gods. To be more precise, it transcended this matter. But what was it? Simon Magus channeled his energy. What are you looking at when I am right here? Today, I will repay every humiliation I have suffered. He had to cut off the right head so she could not see the future. The first mage of Samaria announced the demon realm. Sinmara cut his tongue. A futile action. Your failure has been foretold. At that moment, a great fire erupted beside them. Simon Magus exclaimed, I had suspected it before, but I did not expect you to be a complete giant. Second forging applied, Infernal Crimson Glow upgraded to Infernal Twin Glow. Chang Xian rapidly grew, flames surging across his body. At this moment, he was no different from a true fire giant. The titled Demon Body Spirit Fossil became Great Body Spirit Fossil. Chang Xian flashed a triumphant smile.